Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And maybe, just maybe this fourth quarter thing has turned around. The Rockets played really well in the fourth quarter against the Raptors the other night. And last night, 35-19. Despite Kevin Durant, he is something. That dude can just score from anywhere. No Booker, no Beal. They didn't have that. They weren't at full full strength by any means. But neither the Rockets. Rockets didn't have Fred. But man, oh man, did the team play in the fourth quarter? Tari Eason was awesome the entire game. Reed Shepherd came up with a big three. Jalen came up with a big three. Dylan Brooks came up with a couple of big threes. It was really nice. Triple-double by Amen Thompson that everybody's overlooking because the cause celebrate last night, Lance, was Tari Eason. He had 11 of 16 shooting, 25 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals. He was a plus 18. He was great.
Yeah, he was really good. That fourth quarter, they got down at different times of the game and fought back. He was really good. I mean, look. They lost. They were behind. Inside the last 5 minutes of the game, they were down. I think it was after Ball hit a three. I think they were down 1, and yeah. I thought, oh my gosh, not again. But then right away, Dylan Brooks had a three, and then Jalen had a three, and then Dylan had a three. I think that was the sequence, and it was from that point on. Look, they had a couple turnovers, some bad turnovers that you don't love. You don't love them, but they got some defensive stops. Durant missed some shots that were kind of a little bit ill-advised, I think. He was just coming down the floor and knew he was taking shots. And it didn't feel – once the Rockets got the lead back and pushed it to 3, it felt like they were going to be okay. Despite the fact that Alpi missed free throws down the stretch that you really needed just to kind of salt that thing away. But it's just good to get a win. The Suns are not playing good basketball right now. I think losers of 7 of their last 9, I guess, or maybe 8 of the last 10 now. So it's not like they're playing great basketball, but the Rockets haven't been playing great basketball. So you need a game like this where you gain some confidence in the fourth quarter. But I mean, when Tari, that's just what's so, when Tari is healthy and playing, he is just such a impact player. Like, he's just somebody that the other team's probably not going to have a player like that to match energy with. Just does too much. He and Amen Thompson do too much in multiple stat categories.
Yep. So it is. They looked. It was a close game the whole way. As a matter of fact, they were down to the Suns early second half, and it was back and forth in a really good basketball game until the end, when the Rockets just pulled away, when they made all the plays, when in previous games they didn't make any plays and lost those games. That game was in danger with about 5-6 minutes left in the game. But man, oh man, just big play after big play, especially the last 2 Dylan Brooks threes back to back. He hit those huge threes. So the Suns right now, 26-28. Guess who has their first pick?
Rockets.
All right, unfettered. No matter where they end up, the Rockets have the Suns' first-round pick this offseason. So that is going to be –
Rockets have a lot of their picks coming up.
Yeah, right, exactly. So this is nice. I'll tell you, Rafael Stone has done a hell of a job. I like, that they didn't panic come trade deadline.
I do too.
The team went into a lull, went into a little bit of a slump, but this is a growing process. They may not be champions this year, but we certainly like the way that it is going. Alpi had himself another nice game. Amen, Tari, Dylan Brooks, even without, $40 million man, the $40 million man, the Rockets were able to pull this one out. Amen with 11 dimes. I guess he is a point. I don't know. I guess he is a point guard.
The turnovers say no.
The turnovers,
the turnovers, late turnover again the other day. Yesterday.
That's that ball he threw. He thought Jalen was.
And Ryan Hollins is like, you can't have this stuff with. Well, he said it. This is. Well, he made some comment about not having Fred and basically not having a stabilizer, a true point guard. I don't think he's a true, there's not really true positions anymore in the NBA. There's not, post players don't really play in the post. You have bigs, you have wings, and you have guards. And I think he's a hybrid guard wing, Amen Thompson. So I don't really care about the labels. Basketball's not really played as 1, 2s, 3s, and 4s and 5s anymore. It's just kind of not, at least for some teams. And I don't care who gets it as long as you share the ball and you don't turn it over. I don't really care what your label is or what your number is, but you do have to have a guy that you can depend on, not to give it up in the fourth quarter. You need somebody who's efficient. And so, that's, I don't need a label, but I do need somebody who takes care of the basketball late. I need that.
He obviously had the huge blunder with the inbound pass in the game before.
Yeah, that
he
was
tripled into
really
traffic, and he lost it last night. Jalen was on the wing, and Jalen. Although Ryan Hollins did say, "Dan, Jalen, you got to stay there. That's not on.
Yeah,
that's not on him. You need to be on that wing for him." But he dribbled into traffic and had to jump up and find a way out of it, and that's never good. He was 11 assists, 3 turnovers last night. So
the last rebound got him to triple-double too.
Yeah. I mean, he's listen. He's special. He is special. So that is pretty cool. The other huge news: Alex Bregman headed to the Boston Red Sox. I got a text from a buddy, Bleep Bregman. Pissed that he goes to the Red Sox.
That's what I saw.
$40 million a year.
Here's what happened. Scott Boras got Astros fans thinking that this was a real deal, and I don't think I think this is not. Honestly, I think people got conned into believing that Alex Bregman. I mean, we discussed it. We're a sports talk show, though, but we discussed it. But I never felt real strong that he was coming back, just because, you had to shift some stuff in the outfield. You had to. Obviously, it'd probably be a 1-year deal. I didn't really feel like that a long-term deal was still on the table for the Astros, because they'd already spent their money, and I don't think Jim Crane's going over the luxury threshold. Not with some pitching decisions coming up, most notably with not Jordan,
with Fromber.
Fromber. Thank you. So it's so I don't know. I mean, we discussed it. It's fun talking about the hypotheticals and thinking, this would be interesting if Bregman comes back. I think there are people who actually I know there are, who actually look at this as though Bregman spit in the Astros' face because the Astros were off, had something for him, and he said, "I'd rather be a Red Sox." I don't really, honestly, I don't think that's how it went. I'm not sure that I think the Astros are willing to talk, but everything their general manager told us was that it was very preliminary and that it was not down the road at all.
Well, the average annual salary is $40 million a year with the Red Sox. So, he's got 3 years, $120 million. So
yeah, how are you touching
to catch the Astros $156 million is $18 a year over the next 2 years, the following 2 years.
Look, he got way more per year than I expected.
Yeah,
way more.
Yeah. So somebody put together MLB Metrics put together his best hits as an Astro. Number 1 is the walk-off against the Dodgers in Game 5. That was huge. I mean, Fisher scores, Astros win, 10-inning game. What was it, 30-29, whatever the score was. Ridiculous game. But the top 10 does not include the homer off Sale in Boston. I'm like, wait a minute. There's no top 10 of Alex Bregman.
I mean, Sale came in out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Sale came in to out of the bullpen and was a major, major factor at that point for the Red Sox. That absolutely has to be in there. Maybe they couldn't find the video.
Yeah, that was Game 4 of a deciding game. And that was a late home run, a 7th-inning home run. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. He's got a couple against Washington. He's got hits against the Dodgers. That's all fine and good. Singles that score. Come on. Alex Bregman, if it's not 1, it's 2. It's the second biggest hit that he had as a Houston Astros. But we looked at his postseason stats yesterday, but I want to tell you, there is Alex Bregman was in the middle of a lot of late inning, really important runs for the Houston Astros. A lot of them in the postseason. So, I mean, against Philadelphia, against the Dodgers, against Washington, against the Rangers, he was in the middle. I know his OPS is all crap and everything else, but he had a lot of big hits here. That's
he
for
did.
sure. And that's
He did.
that's why we like him. I mean, he was
so
clutch.
like he's never been the same guy since the trash can stuff. He was never the same hitter.
Yeah.
Psychologically, he was a wreck for 2 straight years, a complete and utter mess. And you know, it happened after 19, but he was hot. He was phenomenal 19. This guy was number 2 MVP. But, you know, he just psychologically, he was like a whipped dog after that. He never had the same swagger. He never had the same consistency. He never had the same performance. I'm not blaming it, obviously, on the trash can stuff was in 17. So 19 was far beyond that. And I do not believe they cheated in 19. But I do think that Alex Bregman, since he became kind of the face of it, because he and Altuve were the two that had to go. And you look at their performance in 20, terrible. It's like the only year Altuve's been terrible. He couldn't throw to first base. Like Altuve was a mess in the bubble, the COVID bubble. But Bregman never was the same guy after that. It was, I mean, he's had his moments, but back in 19, this was the dude. Like he was seriously, and you had a team full of dudes in 19, and Alex Bregman was right there. You had young Jordan, who was rookie of the year. You had obviously George Springer was still on that team, if I remember correct. No, George, I think, was off that team. But you had Carlos Correa had a really strong year, from what I recall. Well, I know Altuve did, but it was a loaded team, and I think that's the one thing with Bregman is it became flashes, but there were very good flashes at very important times. But I don't know, he just kind of fell off after 19, and you wonder how much of that was just psychological, because he used to be he was kind of a little snot. Like he really got under people's. Remember we used to talk about him like he was baseball Johnny Manziel.
Yeah,
that's what he felt like. He felt like baseball Johnny Manziel, where he didn't care what he was going to do this and do that, and he was going to carry his bat down the base pass with.
Well, I thought that was the turning point for him. He was never the same after carrying that bat down the first base. And
well, but what happened to him?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what happened to him, but he just wasn't the same guy.
But I mean, his numbers plummeted after that.
Yeah.
After the 19th season, never even got close.
Yeah. 21 games in Fenway, 98 plate appearances, 7 home runs, 375 average, 1240 OPS. So the Red Sox are going to get something. We'll see. He likes to hit there. Listen, I don't know how many games he played in the early part of the season in Fenway, but you guys are going to see he ain't going to hit for a while. That's all we know. But we know something for sure. If he starts out hot in Boston and hits well, he'll be an all-star third baseman, because he never, ever, ever starts well. If he can hit in Boston in April and May, they got themselves a nice one.
But I am surprised at how many people I'm surprised to see. I'm just online. I didn't get any text messages personally, but how many people are like F Alex Bregman, GTFO? I mean, he was the Astros already chose other people. Alex Bregman chose to go elsewhere. The contract didn't materialize quickly. There was discussions about people. I kind of feel like that was probably Scott Boras using the media to whip the other teams into a frenzy a little bit, or at least get them interested. And I have no ill will towards him. I haven't had any ill will towards anybody other than Garrett Cole. Never any ill will towards anyone else. And that's because Garrett was an a-hole on the way out.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I know. I get it.
All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. What do you think of the Rockets? What do you think of Alex Bregman? Let's go. Get in. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Robin and the great people over at Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. Houston Powder Coaters is where you make your metal look great. And you can do it. It doesn't have to be all shungat. It doesn't have to be broken up in the backyard, rusting out. You can do it beforehand. I told the story before about Westside Tennis Club. They bought all kinds of furniture, and the first thing that they did was send it brand new furniture, all still in the wrapper. I was there. I saw it was like lined up, all these tables and chairs, and I'm like, well, this is all brand new stuff. Why are they doing this? They said, well, you powder coat it first, and then it lasts. Well, I'm not going to say it lasts forever, but man, oh man, that is awesome, awesome, awesome. How long it's going to last because you do preventative stuff first, right? So if you buy something new and you want it to last for, I don't know how long, all you need to do is go to Houston Powder Coaters. It's going to last a long time. You powder coat it first, or if you need some help, you got some old patio furniture, you got some anything that your mom and dad gave you that's metal, that you got car parts, you got boat parts, whatever it is that's metal, and you need it, you need to save it, you want to save it, there's some sentimental value or whatever. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Pickup and delivery is absolutely free. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Taquerías Aradas, sabor sabrosito. I did a commercial the other day for them where I got to say that, and it was a pretty good feeling to say sabor sabrosito. But I said it while I was eating one of their birria tacos. So I was like, they say, okay, after you take the bite and then say that into the camera. And I was like, I made them do multiple takes just so I could finish that one and then get on to the next one. Food's great. Authentic Mexican food. They added the birria tacos just recently. That was something that's, it's kind of hot in the Mexican food space. And they said, okay, well, that's fine. We'll add this and we'll have it available. And they do a really good job with it. I will tell you that. The menus are on the website. You can check them out for yourself. They have their signature dishes like the Aranda special, your choice of beef or chicken fajita served with lettuce, tomatoes, cactus, avocado, pinto beans. You know the routine. It's just going to be your fajita specials. You've got the different types of fajitas, alambres. They've got the flautas, the a variety of red and green and cheese and chicken and beef enchiladas. There's the authentic, and then you also have the breakfast. And the breakfast stand out to me because I love getting the day started with a good breakfast. If I'm not gonna have a good breakfast, I don't even want it. But if you give me breakfast tacos from Taqueria Sarandas, we're in business. If you give me the huevos divorciados, we are in business. We are in business with a lot of different breakfast items that they have over at Taqueria Sarandas, and I kind of wish they were bringing them in today, but they're not going to. But you can go experience it yourself or grab lunch there, grab dinner, or just watch your favorite sporting events right there at their bar area, which they are turning into sports bars, the Aranda Sports Bar. Taquerias Arandas, locations all over the city of Houston. Stop in and enjoy the sabor.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, the number to get in here with us, 713-780-3776, to hang out with us here on 97.5 and 92.5. I mean, Pete Prisco says that the Texans' number one target should be Stephon Diggs. Is that the
kind of mind his own business?
What? I don't understand that at all. I don't understand what you're saying there. Is he's the one Texans free agent that makes the top 100 free agent list. The one Texans free agent.
Yeah, John Weeks didn't make it.
John Weeks didn't.
He didn't make the top 100.
The Texans really don't have. Should Stephon Diggs be? If you can get him if you can get Stephon Diggs, but what didn't you like about Stephon Diggs?
I like him fine, but I actually like him fine, but I don't love coming off knee injuries for 30.
I'm not putting. Wait a minute. I misspoke on Prisco there. He just has him on that list, that Texans free agent list. I don't mind if it was an offensive lineman, okay. But I wouldn't mind at all if with their $14 million that they have to spend right now, if that went to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be sad. I wouldn't be sad if they had Stephon Diggs, but I don't want to get tied up to him long term. And the problem is, this whole time we've been talking about it being a shorter term deal because once Stephon starts playing and doesn't get what he likes, he turns into a problem. It's happened in both places he's been. Players don't get better as they get older. Now he's coming off an injury. Like we saw a good version of Stephon Diggs. He was productive. He didn't cause any problems. He got along with everybody. But that was who he was early on in Minnesota. That's who he was early on in Buffalo. I hope that leopard can change his stripes and be content. That's like having Jimmy Butler. You already know what Jimmy's going to roll. You already know what his deal is. KD, you already know KD's going to be unhappy at some point. KD's always unhappy. Jimmy's always unhappy. Stephon Diggs is 0 for 2 so far. So, I always knew, all right, 1 year he'll be fine playing for a contract. What happens if he has to take a contract he doesn't like and he starts getting upset because he's, I don't know. That's the one concern for me. The other one is coming off a knee injury. Can he separate and get open? But there's just something about veteran wide receivers where it almost doesn't even matter. They can still get catches until I guess D-Hop literally has nothing left. But I don't know. I want to make sure that Diggs is on board still and that he is back from the knee injury.
Yeah.
When did he suffer that? Was it November or October? I think it's November.
It was what? How many? 7 games in? It might have been
no,
October.
It was later than that, wasn't it?
8 games in. What was it? So T. Higgins is the number one wide receiver out there in free agency, but that's going to be too expensive.
Yeah, too expensive.
It's not a great free agent. I mean, you got De'Ami Brown, you got Marquise Brown, DeAndre Hopkins. By the way, the story was yesterday D-Hop was retiring. D-Hop said, "No, I ain't. Who told you that? Because that's not true."
Well, I told you that the other day.
Allen is out there. This ain't
a great.
Amari Cooper. They got Amari Cooper ranked. He's
old dudes who can't get open.
Yeah, I know. He disappeared at the end of the
season.
Season.
Buffalo thought they were doing something, and they weren't doing anything. He's the reason I didn't get to the fantasy football playoffs. That guy, I spent too much money on that loser.
Loser?
Yeah, just it's not. I'm turning into fantasy football guy where I make it personal, Del.
Because your team didn't perform to the level you needed to do. He's a loser.
I spent a certain amount of money on him at the auction, and he, now, yes, was I doing that with Deshaun Watson as his quarterback? Sure. Maybe the foresight wasn't there, but then he went to Buffalo. Okay. And I had he had Josh Allen throwing to him. And guess what? Even Josh Allen couldn't find him. So no, we're not doing it with DeAndre Hopkins. We're not doing it with your boy Amari Cooper. They are cooked. D-Hop needs to get out. Enough, D-Hop.
You're just tired of
That's
watching him play football.
Yeah, I'm just tired. By the way, the Lions, this says the Lions are looking to sign Stephon Diggs. They have $46 million in cap space. And I don't know. It's BVM Sports. I don't even know what this is. But it said they are looking to I don't know that I would add him if I were them, but they're looking at a 2-year, $19 million deal. I don't know if it's a per year, but no, $16 million deal. So, but they don't really have a whole lot of information here, so I'm not sure that's even accurate. Who knows? I don't know what BVM Sports is, but I could see somebody with some money saying, "Hey, let's go throw a little something at Stephon Diggs. He looked pretty good with the Texans. Keep him on a short contract so he can't get too mad."
Yeah, well, that's what he wanted, and maybe he's going to need it again.
I mean,
plus, he gave away $18 million a year.
The Texans,
which he's not going to collect now.
Yeah, he has $16 million cap hit for the Texans, almost $17 million. So you would think that's probably the number. The Texans could just take that hit, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. They'd have to, if they want to get rid of him, they'd have to spread it over, after a June 1st cut, more than likely, to help spread the cap hit. That kind of gives you a starting point for another NFL team, but $17 million a year is way too high for him. Way too high right now. Just based on coming off an ACL.
If you have to eat it anyway, you might as well give it to him.
He has no well, I guess if you just that's a cap number. That's not real cash. Right. So if you want to just give him $17 million because he's got you over a barrel, I guess. I mean, when are you not over a barrel contractually when you're the Texans? You end up over a lot of barrels since you got rid of your cap guy. But so I guess since he's got you over a barrel, you just might as well give it to the guy with the ACL tear, even though realistically he's not worth that value, and you could get him at a better price. You could probably get him for 2 years at about $24 million, $25 million if you wanted. Why not do that and get your cap number right?
To see if you agree with this. No, Pete Prisco's top free agents: Sam Darnold, number 1; T. Higgins, 2; Josh Sweat, defensive end, 3; Trey Smith, the guard for Kansas City, 4; Ronnie Stanley is 5; Milton Williams is 6; Drew Dahlman, the center, is 7; DJ Reed, the corner, 8th; Javon Holland, and then Zach Bond. I would move Zach Bond. Zach Bond was fantastic this year.
Yeah.
Zach Bond.
But he's staying pretty true to the position priorities too. You notice he's got pass protectors, offensive linemen, rushers, quarterbacks. So I think that's where he's coming in. Because Bond had a great year. I think his list was actually pretty good. I would move Holland up a little bit. I like Javon Holland. Always have. I think he's a playmaker in the secondary. So I mean, I would love to. I mean, if I were the Texans, I would love to have Javon Holland as my Jalen Petrie, but that's not going to happen. What? Do you not like him?
I don't know if he was really banged up this year or trying to avoid a major injury for his contract, but boy, was he bad this year.
He wasn't as good.
Did not tackle well. Admitted on a podcast, which is always a problem late in the year, that, wow, like they beat San Francisco in a close game late in the year. He goes, man, that's the hardest I've ever played.
Yeah, that's not a D'Amico guy then. So,
which, suggests that maybe you weren't playing hard earlier in the year or hard enough earlier in the year. It felt like Javon Holland got banged up and thought to himself, yeah, I got to make it out of this year intact so I can go get myself a deal.
When it comes to playing hard, there shouldn't be levels to this.
Get your bag.
Yeah, there was a level. I was like, wait a minute. What do you mean you never played that hard before? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you shouldn't have levels.
It was a regular season game. You've played in playoff games. What are you talking about?
Did you say that out loud?
He did. And everyone's like, what? You have played in playoff games. This is a regular season game in December, and this is the hardest you've ever played before? All right, Javon, appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Yeah, good luck paying him. It might be a year where he thought to himself, I just got to go get me a bag, and he'll be back to the promising player people thought he would be. But I saw him at 9 or something. I was like, top free agent? Not the guy I saw.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number. We're talking off-season We got to and draft for the next 4 months here on ESPN 97.5.
Pitchers and catchers, John.
Pitchers and catchers are reporting, aren't they?
And also,
I just don't.
Oh,
feel like
speaking
there's
of
a lot of
pitchers and
excitement
catchers.
for our team this. What?
Speaking of pitchers and catchers, did you see who didn't even make it to pitchers and catchers?
Who didn't even make it? We'll talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5.
This guy is elite.
And 92.5. Apparently, if you're looking to get your testosterone replacement, I got a way for you to make some money too. If you refer anyone to Game Day Men's Health, if you're over there and you refer other people, other places are just offering $150 credit. Listen, as opposed to, they're going to give the guys $150 credits, whereas Game Day is giving them a free full month of testosterone care at $250 a month. Okay, a free month, $250. The other guys are giving you a credit. Okay, that's not. You're going to get a free month. Okay, at $250. This is a great deal, people. So if you know somebody that wants, I've referred how many people? Where's mine? Come on. Okay, I don't want to name names, but I have told a bunch of people, and I'm serious about it. I highly recommend Game Day Men's Health. I just think it's different. I just think it's better. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. This is something that I can really attest to, okay? I love using my clients' products, and I love using Game Day Men's Health. It is really, really good. They really, really care. And right now, if you want to pick up a couple $250 a month's worth of free, all you need to do is refer somebody else. All you need to do is go to Game Day Men's Health to start the process. A free, thorough evaluation of you before when you get started. Labs right on the site so you know what's happening. Peptides to help all of your needs. I don't care what your goals are, but if you're starting to feel sluggish, if you're starting to feel like you're gaining weight, if you feel like you can't work that off now, you can. Game Day Men's Health is going to help you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Boom. Look at that little jingle I just put together for Allstate Windows and Siding.com. I'm going to their website right now because it's got great information on well, first of all, front page, they talk about their windows, siding, patio doors. They also do patio doors, by the way, which is a big deal. But you can contact them on the front page. and you fill out that form. They get back with you, and the process gets rolling very, very quickly. Their siding replacement is hardy plank. They are going to make sure that home looks beautiful. It's more energy efficient. And the best thing is, once you get new siding from Allstate Windows and Siding, you're done. There's no more fixing rotten wood. There's no more repainting. That's over. Window replacement, vinyl windows, replacement windows are incredible. They have the strength and durability to withstand the elements. They limit the amount of noise that comes into your home. They add safety, and frankly, they just look way, way better on your home. Your home gets an upgrade. They also have impact windows that are against, to hold up to if you're out near the coast, to handle the strongest winds and things like that. Patio doors, look at replacement doors on their website. Allstate Windows and Siding, and I should say indoors, is available right now, family owned and operated for generations. Give them a call today, 832-204-1936. They can get you financed with no finance rate for the first year. First year, same as cash. Like, why would you pass up on that deal? 832-204-1936. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. And don't forget patio doors.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who's coming? Who's going to spring training? Lance has some inside information you won't find anywhere else. So here it is. Lance, who's coming? Who's not showing up at spring training?
Well, rumor has it, and this is coming from a lot of inside sources that I have, that Anthony Rendon will not be playing in the near future.
Your
Many of my
inside
sources
say he's
from
got
the
a
internet.
hip. How about he's going to get hip surgery right now, right before the season?
Well, why would you do it earlier when you would end up coming back? You got to do it right before.
He doesn't want to play.
Yeah, you got to do it before pitchers and catchers. Like, you know what? I just had a setback.
I tried to find all the ways I could do without surgery. Turns out I need surgery.
This guy's played 275 games, I think, over 5 years.
Yeah, Lance. I mean, John, he explored all opportunities without surgery. Turns out can't.
Yeah, you take it down to the wire because you're doing everything you can to get out there and be with your teammates that you like so much, and who like you.
Can you imagine if he was on our team, how we would?
I would have really lost my cool.
Yeah.
If Anthony Rendon was on my team, this is what you get for the long-term guaranteed contract. It's the most egregious example of maybe long-term guarantees are bad because they end up just annihilating the team.
Signed Lance McCullers.
Annihilating the fan base. Like, what are you going to do? You can talk about, if you're the fans, your team is just not going to really be that competitive because you got to pay off this terrible contract.
But at least with Lance McCullers, it appears, despite, his Maven Coffee appearances, that he's trying to come back and wants to come back.
Tries.
Rendon has made it known that, baseball, whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't like baseball. He tells you, I don't like baseball. Baseball sucks. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Javon Holland just told us he played harder than he ever has, and that caught my ear. Now, what did you say? I don't like baseball. There's lots of things cooler than baseball. Hunting.
I don't ever watch baseball.
I don't watch it. It's boring. It
he's
sucks.
right about that.
It's for suckers. I like wiffle ball better than baseball. I'd rather play putt-putt. I like to watch shows. Anything other than baseball. Gross. Wow, he just gave you
I believe the
$250 million.
I believe the phrase he used with Angels management was icky baseball.
Yeah.
And then
baseball.
And then had his hip surgery. Hey, Anthony, you gonna play this year? No, icky baseball.
Man, he's from Lamarcus. He's one of my hood.
Yeah, it's from your neck of the woods.
This is not how we do things.
I think you would be a
Apparently
bad.
it is.
Oh, okay, tell me what Michael.
Oh, really?
Michael from Pete's Fine Meats doesn't play hurt. Oh, okay. I'll make sure you tell him that he won't play hurt.
What about you?
You're a
what
bad
about you?
getter.
Look, here I am.
Are you hurt?
I'm always hurt. I got a bad
What about
ankle.
What about when you tripped and fell and you missed all that time?
No, I didn't miss all that time. You know what I missed? 1 hour because I took pain medicine on an empty stomach. Where was I the next day?
Like,
in a boot on the show.
Pain medicine on an empty stomach.
Oh, dislocated shoulder on the show in a sling.
And you took a picture. You took a picture of yourself from your hotel room.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Yeah. That wasn't smart.
But I play hurt.
Are you playing hurt tomorrow?
I play hurt. No, I'm not hurt tomorrow.
Are you playing tomorrow?
No, I'm taking my rollover day.
I'm taking off.
Yeah, we're all taking off.
I'm not taking off.
You're not?
No, I gotta.
Yeah.
I'm working tomorrow.
Let me tell you something. I leave so many I don't even want to hear from management. I leave. I know Dell already hinted that management isn't happy.
Well, no one's happy with you.
I leave so many. Everyone else takes their vacation days. John and I don't.
Never.
We don't. We don't ask for it. Well, I go better
never
get
taking
now
all my
at 790. That's the game you play because
You learned
Charlie
it from
started. Charlie would get 38 to 40 days off every year. So you take your vacations. We don't. Well, this is now we don't work a lot of those days anymore because no one's listening.
No.
But MLK Day, we don't. Oh, let me get my replacement day here. No, you have rollover days to use. Guess they just won't go used.
They just roll. They just roll over.
Roll
again.
over into nothing.
Roll over, doggy. Yeah, just keep rolling over, but they don't roll over.
So yeah, I don't feel bad about taking.
I didn't say you should feel bad. I just asked if you.
Well, people make me feel bad.
Who makes you
taking
feel
a day?
bad?
I had 2 different vacations this year.
And you were made
One
to feel
was
bad?
the Christmas vacation, which was great. That was a great little break.
A week. We take that at the end of the year.
Hey,
everyone knows.
Did you guys see Frank Ocam was hired assistant D-line
Hold
coach?
on. Texas legend Frank Ocam.
He is a Texas legend.
Longhorn
Longhorn legend.
Ocam. Wow.
Former Texan as well.
Yeah.
I want to tell you, he has not changed a bit. He ain't one of those guys that was playing at 330 and he got down to 180. Nope. He's staying true.
Well,
to
he's
his
a D-line coach. They're different. Like D-line coaches.
Yeah. For some reason, D-line's not like O-line. Except, like I said, Sean Rogers lost a bunch of weight.
Well, Sean Rogers, look at him. Yeah.
But Sean was up there.
I see Warren Sapp at Colorado. He did not follow the O-line Sean Rogers way.
He's the same.
No, he's the same.
No. I mean, yeah. Well, there's Damian Woody hadn't followed the way either. I mean, there's
not all of them. Sometimes you just have big boys.
Yeah, they're just
sometimes you just
sometimes you just
big boned.
Frank Ocam, he can. I think he can still hold that line. I mean, I think he could take up a couple blockers still.
And where is he right now?
He's
with the Texans,
assistant D-line coach.
He came here.
Yeah, and he played. Yeah. Didn't he play with D'Amico as well?
Yeah, he did.
He did. He was here. He was here before. He was a Texas legend. Mm-hmm. Then he came here to play. And now he's back.
So
Cushing's with the team.
No, you said that, but that was in the previous regime. He was he's
with the team.
He's still with the team.
D'Amico.
Oh, I don't think Cushing's a coach or a strength coach right now.
I think is he not with?
From what I can tell, I mean, the last thing said he was 1920 as an assistant strength coach. From what I can see on the wiki, if that's correct.
Okay.
I don't believe he's with the team currently.
Yeah, maybe he's not. I mean, he's around the team.
You see him around?
Yeah, I saw something.
Well,
I saw something with him. Wasn't he on? I could have swore he was on the sideline of a game.
I might worry they might catch that disease he caught.
Is it communicable?
His dad came after me. I don't really want it.
Yeah, I don't. No smoke
family.
from the Cushing.
I know he's not a big fan of mine either. You know why? Because I wrote in a blog that Brian Cushing needs to play the same level he did before he was suspended, or it's going to look suspicious.
And
oh boy, you can't say that.
You have to be responsible for your words, Lance.
Yeah, be responsible, Lance.
Yeah, I just wanted to play the same.
Where he is right now. I thought he was still with our team, but maybe not. Maybe not. Dell, you got inside information that people just don't have.
I don't have inside information.
No, Dell, you got inside.
I just looked at the wiki page, and it does not say he still coaches with the Texans. But maybe he does.
As a coach, he was there. He was out in 2020.
That's what I thought.
But I think he was in their strength and conditioning department after that, I think. I'm pretty sure I know he was with them after 2020.
Well, all I know is the wiki says he was one of their assistant strength and conditioning coaches from 19 to 20.
I've seen him, but like I said, I think I saw him on the sideline of a game.
Yeah, I think he's still with him.
Or something like that. I know he's involved still. By the way, how about this? Cushing's mother, Antoinette, is of Polish descent. She was born in 1944 at a German forced labor camp. His father, Frank, who came after me, was an intelligence officer in the Vietnam War. His great uncle, who was an American Civil War vet, Alonzo Cushing, who was killed at the Battle of Gettysburg. This guy, man, he's got some stuff in his background.
A lot of stories to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he went and played high school football with a legend, right?
Well, you mean the coach or one of the teammates?
With a tout, with the hatchet man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
By the way, did you know? Bergen Catholic. Did you know that Cushing is married to his college sweetheart Megan Olaleye, an athlete who had success on USC soccer team? They began dating just prior to Cushing's NFL draft. His sister-in-law, Kalia Olaleye, is married to J.J. Watt,
better known as J.J.
Did you
Watt's
know he and J.J. were
ABC
brothers-in-law?
On Channel 13 thinks it's just JJ's wife.
Did you know they were brothers-in-law? I didn't know that.
I've heard that. I didn't register, but that story sounds familiar. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah,
before.
It does sound familiar. I just got word he is not working with the team.
Yeah, I think so.
He's not with the team.
But he's around the team. Like, he's one of those ambassador types.
You think he just like hangs around the locker room?
I saw him this year.
Outside.
I saw him this
He's
year.
not Drake. He's not.
No, but that's those.
John's trying to describe him. Like,
I know. No, the ambassadors go to events all the time.
Yeah, they represent.
They wear the
Texans.
blue jackets and they go to events and they're there all the time.
Remember what was the small?
Indy Kalu used to do a lot of stuff.
What was the small receiver name?
Lewis, JJ Lewis.
Was it Lewis?
JJ.
He was number 84.
Was it JJ Taylor?
Apparently, Brian Cushing runs the garage with George Poe. He's close to the McNairs and D'Amico, so he's around a lot. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What runs what garage?
Drake, where he just hangs outside waiting for guys to get out.
We didn't call him Drake. I said he's around the team.
John was
exactly
describing him that way,
said.
hanging around the locker room right outside.
Yeah.
JJ Moses is the name.
JJ Moses,
yeah.
That's what I said. He's around. Like, he's around. I see him around because I know he's friends with he's friends with obviously ownership and head coach. So I see him around. You're the one that said he was holding. No,
you're
pockets.
The one that said he was Drake.
Man, you were talking about him like that. I was just like, yeah, he's around. Oh, what's he holding people's hands, walking them to their car, having sweet foot massages with them? I'm like, what you say, John?
I'm close to ownership at the Chastangs. I am.
Are you?
I've known Joe and Patrick for a while now, and it starts for me. That dealership, the reason that they're around for over 80 years, it starts with the Chastangs. There's a mentality, there's a philosophy, there's a way that you go about it. There's a way you don't sell cars in the Houston area for over 80 years as a family with the family name, okay? Unless you do it right. If you're somebody that's just trying to make as much money as you possibly can, screw people out of it, get as much as you can from every single person instead of worrying about the needs of the client, then you ain't gonna be in business. You're not, because people are gonna stop coming to you. Well, not only did people not stop coming to them, they got more return business than they got new business because people just keep on going back. I've been back 3 times. I bought 4 cars from the Chastangs because I believe in them, because I trust them, because I know I'm going to get the best deal that I can. No add-ons, no markups. It's where you get your Ford on. If you're looking for that Ford car, truck, or a pre-owned vehicle, gold certified in some cases, where you get great interest rates out there on the lot. All you need to do is go to ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Underdog Fantasy yesterday, they said, hey, Lance, would you be interested in a 50% profit boost on basketball? And I said, yes, I would, Underdog. What do you have in mind? And they said, well, here's some statistics we want you to look at. And so I looked at them, and no. It wasn't a 50% boost. It was a discounted play. So I got to discount somebody's stats. And so the guy whose stats I discounted was Jimmy Butler. And I took his points, rebounds, and assists from 31.5 to 22. Because I'm like, Jimmy Butler is going to be at his very best. So I said higher than that. And so it went higher. And then I said higher on Cooper Flag, 21.5 points. And what happened? Boom. W. 2 picks, and I got the win. Both of them went higher. Now, I had a chance to win another one, but I came up just short. But I had lower on Brunson's points. No, that was the day before. Lower on Brunson's points. You know, lower is also a good pick. You go higher or lower on these stats. You can move the stats around to make your payout higher or make your payout easier. It goes lower, but it's easier to get to go higher or lower. And Underdog Fantasy lets you play along with the games that you're watching. They have rescue mode, which is basically they will automatically rescue your pick. If you have a player who gets injured, they will refund your money, and you get a bonus pick on top of that. And then, you know, a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. If you are good with this sports knowledge and you think you are, well, then go ahead and start taking a look at Underdog Fantasy. Go download the app, use my promo code Lance. On the first deposit, you're going to get up to $1,000 of bonus cash, and they're going to give you a free pick, and you can start to college basketball, pro basketball, baseball's coming up, UFC, PGA. There's PGA stuff right now available to you. It's all available through Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So let's hear from Steve Kerr here. Golden State was at Dallas last night. They lost 111 to 107. They didn't play well. Jimmy Butler had 21 on 8 of 17 shooting. Steph Curry was 9 of 23. They lost. Now they have to come here tonight. Steve Kerr is so upset with the NBA. The NBA doesn't care about us. The NBA doesn't care about my players. Let's hear
Warriors come out to play, yeah.
Congratulations. I'm glad you got to play that again, Dell.
Why are you
been able to push that for you.
Why are you so upset about this is one of your greatest hits.
Yeah, it is one of your greatest hits.
Warriors come out to play, yeah.
I don't know why I did that either.
Here's Steve Kerr talking about
Tari
coming to
did
Houston.
it, didn't he?
Here's Steve Kerr talking about coming to Houston tonight.
A real fatiguing game, late tip. You're flying tonight. I mean, can you go with all your veterans tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll talk to Rick after. So it's a tough back-to-back, and that's what makes this loss even more frustrating. Is that we got to get into Houston at 3:00, whatever it is, because the NBA and its infinite wisdom makes us play an 8:45 game, and they clearly don't care about rest or player health. It's just ratings and all that stuff. So I get it. So everyone's got to do it. The whole league's got to do it. So it is what it is. We got to strap it up.
I will say basketball has it worse than anybody. Football obviously is the easiest, except for the fact that you can get CTE or have your legs blown completely apart. That's the tough part. But
listen. Do we have to listen to this? The Rockets are playing 8 straight games.
I know. We complain about it. We complain about it too.
They do it to everyone. He's aware that he's not singled out.
We're in the midst of 8 straight games in back-to-backs. Okay, we're in the midst, and then we get March 1st. You get a Sacramento game, and then another back-to-back.
Should we have
11 games?
Good.
Keep
complaining. Maybe it will change. I don't want that
I
for our
don't care.
team either.
Our team's young. Guess what?
Well,
we
that's
can handle
true.
it.
Well,
Our
not
team's
Tari.
young. Although last
yeah,
night Ryan Hollins and Craig they said, man, having 2 days off was really, really good because the Rockets went through a stretch where they either are playing back to back or it's 1 day play, 1 day play, 1 day play. They had 2 days off, and if they felt the guys last night felt like, wow, that was a huge difference in there. And Phoenix was playing in a back to back.
I feel like after the last segment where you're talking about our rollover days, I kind of have to back the team wanting not to have to play back-to-back games. I didn't get my rollover. I don't ever take rollover days, so I'm going to take one. Get out there and play basketball. You're soft.
Lazy.
Although you're not saying that. You just want to go after Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr. I mean, he's in his feelings because Trump won.
I knew it was going to be a political thing.
I mean,
most people get mad because he was a Warriors
coach.
Yeah.
John has different views.
John has its.
He's outspoken about things.
No, but we have to play back to back. So Rockets are in the midst of 8 straight.
I know. We were crying yesterday.
You didn't like it for the Rockets either. You said it's too tough. And Steve Kerr acknowledged that it sucks for everybody.
Our team.
They hadn't handled it.
Can handle it.
The
only reason
tough.
The only reason
they're in a row.
Yeah, and then thankfully the Raptors came to town.
I don't know if you guys said Kevin Durant yesterday. Vanessa, as they were coming back from the second half, she started. It took forever for her to name all of the relationships that that Rockets had with Kevin Durant, and he works with guys in the offseason, which I didn't even know. They go to see him apparently in California, and they hang out with Kevin Durant, and they work in the offseason. And after the game, Kevin Durant was asked about all the guys that he works with, about the guys that he works with in the offseason, specifically Jalen. Here's Kevin Durant talking about that.
JG, I mean, we built a good bond over the last few years, and to see his growth as a player, his confidence level has grown since he got into the league. Been working out with Jabari a couple times. Somebody I always watched when he was in high school at Auburn. These guys just want to be great, man. You know, you're in the gym all summer, you playing pickup, you go back from pickup to lifting weights, to come back the next morning and do the same thing. You know, it's going to pay off at a certain point. So what I took from them is like the work ethic, you know, and attention to detail. And you got guys like Royale, Ime, and the rest of the coaching staff who's going to hold them to a standard every day. You're going to see growth in them pretty quickly.
Royale taught Kevin Durant how to drive. Royale Ivy did.
I was wondering if they played together, and I looked, and Royale Ivy's 8 years older or 7 years older, so obviously.
Yeah, but they were together in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. I was wondering if they were at Texas together, but Ivy was there earlier than I expected.
Yeah. So, he took them, you know, the Longhorns, you stick together, bro. And he taught Texas is back, folks. Dell's getting to play all the hits today.
I know.
Dell's getting he loves that, playing all the hits.
I love the bond between Longhorns. That's all. Got me excited. That's all.
They do. Right. They do have bond.
Do they have tattoos of each other on their ankles?
I don't know. We're gonna have a Longhorn on my show. Raheel Ramzanali will join us. I know he has a Bevo tattoo. I don't know if he has an actual person, a Longhorn, like Ramon Taylor or something on him. I don't think so.
He doesn't have a Chris Sims tattoo anymore?
I don't. That would be the least likely guy he would put on him. Maybe Vince, maybe some Jamal Charles, but I don't think he has a person on him. Is
Mapes a Texas fan, or did he go to Texas?
Mapes went to Texas.
He went to Texas?
Yes.
Maybe you could get a tattoo artist on the air.
Well, Mapes won't be here today.
And
Mapes is taking his rollover days. He won't be here today or tomorrow.
Oh, because he's got to
playing video games today.
Ready.
No, well, we're in the middle of our dynasty. I'm 10-2. We're getting ready for the CFP, but I don't think Mapes has to play. I think he's just taking his 2 days off. I'll have a couple of fill-ins the next couple of days.
Okay.
That's the only reason that I ended up taking my day on Friday.
No one.
Because Mapes, we don't even have enough.
We don't have enough bodies.
Our manpower. Mapes can't play back-to-back games. He's Tar Eason.
We're doing ESPN tomorrow?
Yes, nationally from 7 to 10.
We're going to do Deportes.
We're gonna. Nice.
Could you have asked Melissa to do the show?
Why don't we just?
Why didn't you do that?
We should have.
Too late now, but we could have asked Melissa. Hey, you
No,
want to take a day?
Apparently, they're serious about her doing the show down there because she runs out of
I
here.
know she has to get back on
Like,
air.
I'm like,
Imagine that.
I'll just get back when I get back.
Imagine that she feels
We
the
know that,
responsibility
Lance.
of doing her own show.
Yeah, when you have a show and you're actually there on
She's
time.
like, if I'm in the bathroom, I'm in the bathroom. Tough luck.
Or
She's
I'm
like
eating,
sprinting down there because El Cheto might scream at her.
Well, we have a different working environment. We don't yell at anyone here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like El Cheto would yell. Not us. We don't do.
Cheto yells all the time.
We don't do that here.
Oh, I had one of the other shows was really concerned because somebody said something on the air that was misconstrued, or somebody was up. I told you this, I think, off the air, John. Joel and Jeremy said something about when I had the Slowick and I guess the comment about Slowick and Stroud. I mentioned it, and I don't know. One of them said whatever. I don't know, and I don't care. It was obviously nothing. And somebody comes to me on Twitter and said, "Did you hear Joel and Jeremy were going after you? And they said you were exaggerating whatever." And I said, "Are you being a snitch?" I told the guy on Twitter, I said, "Are you being a snitch? Are you snitching on a show?" And then I guess somebody. Well, maybe it's BMAC or somebody's like, "Oh man, now we got to, Lance thinks that this show was coming after no, Lance doesn't think that. Lance doesn't. I had to tell Joel, it doesn't matter. I wasn't upset then. I'm not upset now. I don't care enough. This show is pretty unbothered. Am I wrong on that, John? I would say we're pretty unbothered by things.
We don't care.
We don't care. I promise you, you're not hurting our feelings. We're not mad.
Care what anybody says about us, and we don't care. We can say whatever about anybody.
Well, some people care what we say, but we don't really care.
I mean, our attitude towards things isn't exactly the same as
whatever,
other people's.
That's fine. If you
I
don't take
really
shots
care.
at
I'll
us,
say
or
whatever.
We know you don't care how other people feel when you say stuff
about anyone's
them.
feelings.
Yeah, that we're aware.
Your feelings.
You're not revealing
now,
anything.
I would be careful about saying anything about John because we saw it happen to the Wheelhouse.
Well, yeah. They said a certain thing about John,
and then John went after
he
all
didn't like. He didn't like it, so you do care sometimes.
I didn't care. All I said was something about their moms. I don't know.
Yeah. Not just something about their moms.
Family members.
Something about the morality of their mothers.
It was actually couldn't have been more tongue in cheek. Could ESPN have been more tongue in cheek?
Your mom's a whore.
We'll find out.
just joshing.
Your mom's a whore.
Your mom spends the time on her back. Just kidding.
Tongue in cheek.
Yeah. How much time does your mom spend on her back?
I heard that they often honor your mom. Often honor. Hey, it's a joke. What's wrong with you?
Why you take things so seriously?
Now I know how you got the name, Jake.
Right.
Whoa.
Wait.
Oh, John,
find out. Let's find out. Maybe I can buy them.
Pass that name down to you, ass man.
Maybe I can buy their mom some Zadok jewelry.
Yeah,
maybe I can do that.
You can. Even that seems inappropriate. Buying jewelry for somebody's mom does not seem like, unless you were dating that woman, I don't suggest it. Now, maybe you'd like to date her, but I think the gift from Zadok is too nice for you to preemptively buy someone jewelry that is not into you, because that's like, everyone knows Zadok jewelry is big time. They've been the jeweler for the city of Houston for over 4 decades. They've been off of Post Oak over 4 decades, and it's family owned, family operated, but they moved locations a few years back to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 28,000 square feet, and it's got everything in there. Every brand name. They are the boutique carrier of many different designers and watch companies. And so you have little enclaves, little carve outs that have unique pieces that no one else has here in the city of Houston. And for Valentine's Day, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. You can still stop in today and go get something from Zadok Jewelers. I promise you this, guys, you'll go in. If you have a specific budget you want to work with, let them know and they'll find something perfect. If you don't have a budget and you say, I just want to get something that's going to just going to kill it, well, then they will find something that will absolutely be a memory maker for a lifetime at Zadok Jewelers. That's how good they are. Go to Zadok.com for more information. Zadok.com.
All right, welcome back here. 808 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Way behind again because of stupidity at the end of that last segment. Okay, talking about guys' moms. I mean, that's ridiculous. We don't talk about guys' moms on the other shows, okay?
No, we don't do it. You do.
Yeah, we don't do that. It might have been a policy here earlier, but it's not anymore, okay? It may have been a policy, but it's not.
Guys, you've learned your lesson, but Gallant George, Killer Bees, keep John's name out of your mouth, or your
John,
mom becomes a topic.
Do you listen to Sports Talk there in L.A.?
Some, yeah, not much.
Do you listen to Money Smith, Petros?
I don't. I'm not in the car. I don't know. Yeah, I have heard it before. It's a good show. It's a good show. Yeah. Yeah,
it's a good show. I miss doing stuff with Money at the Combine. He's one of the guys that got, sliced down, unfortunately. But Combine's coming up for me. I am leaving here after the show on Monday, the 24th. And then the Combine starts on the 27th. So I'll be at Indianapolis that whole week. I'm not sure why they have me leaving so early. I don't do anything. I go to the Radio Row and do some stuff, but that's it.
You going to do the show from Radio Row?
No. I do the show from my hotel, but they've got a Radio Row where it's getting bigger and bigger, as you can imagine. There's a lot of people who come to the Combine, and so they get a lot of different people. So I'll go and they'll book me with a bunch of different shows.
And will you just be called NFL.com's Lance Zierlein, or will you make mention of your other job?
Well, they usually do it. They usually do it, and usually they read my bio, so they usually do mention it.
Okay.
They read my Twitter bio.
Let's make sure. This is home base.
But I need to put Texas Radio Hall of Fame in the bio.
You might want to get your people out there.
Yeah. So I get people to start putting the proper respect.
Yeah, get your people to make sure that's known.
Put
Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Name.
Texas Radio Hall of Famer Lance Zierlein joins the show.
They'll say
no. He went in as a team. It's Lance Zierlein and John Granado.
Yeah, we went together.
But you're not there. It gets a little wordy when the
matter,
guy's not even there.
I don't care how wordy it is. So, don't be taking all that credit.
So how's he gonna be introduced if you're not even there?
Okay, and they'll say, and where's John Granado? He's not
Lance
here.
Zierlein, NFL.com. But more importantly, he was inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame with his partner John Granado. They'd been doing radio in Houston for
and they'll say,
years.
let's get. That's a lot. That's a lot on an intro.
It doesn't matter.
Particularly on Radio Row. Now
and they'll say, well, you know what? Where is he? Bring John in here. I'm like, he's in L.A. playing poker.
Oh,
that is true. People are saying that I don't listen to the radio show because I'm too busy hanging out at certain bars in L.A.
That was
John
one
does
time.
love his bars in L.A.
He said one time. We don't know.
One time.
I don't care if you want to watch sports there.
One time I moseyed in, and that was it.
Strolled in and strolled out.
Swished in and swished out.
Oh, see. Sashay.
Sashay. Go back there. It seemed like that was a good place. No problems.
It seemed like a fine place.
It is a Dodger bar. Well, imagine that.
Yeah. Well, the owner works for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
No. Let's bring in Keith. He wants to talk some NFL. What do you say, Keith?
Hey, guys. I've got a question. I'm really intrigued still about Cooper Kupp, who's out there. I know he's got 2 years, $25 million left on his deal, but I don't believe he's washed, but I think he may be close to being washed. But I think he, is an intriguing player to trade for. The Texans probably don't have Tank Dell this year. The Ravens, I'm still hurt from the Mark Andrews drop. Where do you see Cooper Kupp in 2025?
Giants.
I don't know. I don't love 2 years. I just don't love that. So
I've been told he's going to the Giants. I'm just going to stick with that. But I think Cooper Kupp, do I think Cooper Kupp still has something? Does Stephon Diggs have something left? Yeah, he did. Now, I don't know how the knee injury is going to affect him, but he definitely had something left last year. Does Cooper Kupp? I don't know, because Matt Stafford, I don't know if he wasn't getting open for Stafford, or Stafford. Remember, Stafford used to only throw to Megatron. That was it. And now Stafford will throw to tight ends and Puka Nacua. And that's pretty much it. So I don't know if it's maybe a Matt Stafford thing where he falls in love with a primary target, and that because Cooper Kupp was a Triple Crown winner. Cooper Kupp was once that guy. I think Matt Stafford has a chronic love affair with number one targets. And so maybe Kupp still has something left in the tank, but you just wouldn't know it from the production.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much is left. I certainly don't want to give up. What are you giving up for Cooper Kupp in a trade?
Nah, you can't give up much.
Fifth, sixth? I mean,
you give up a second and a $16.8 million cap hit for Stephon Diggs.
I don't know how it'll work after a trade, but Cooper Kupp on the Rams he has a cap number of $29.7 million in 2025.
Oh, yeah, so they have to get rid of him.
He'll be 32 in June. What's the appeal?
I don't know.
Of trading for the 32-year-old wide receiver.
I don't know.
Whose production is way down.
Yeah.
Way down, and he is never a fast separator. Like, he was a great route runner. Imagine that. But what he was is really tough. He was efficient with his routes. He had a feel for beating leverage, and he caught everything thrown to him. You lose a step, you got problems. But I don't know. I don't know what the appeal is. I think it's really about the name.
That's probably
I think it's
what
the name
it is.
brand Cooper Kupp.
You heard of him. Everyone likes a star.
Yeah, but this is a team. Like, why would a team doesn't get into star power? Team's supposed to be watching.
He hasn't broken 1,000 yards since 2021.
Has it been that long? Well, he's had injuries, right?
Well, that's a problem too.
Yeah, actually, that is a problem. An older player with injuries.
That's
the same thing with Diggs. You got to be careful on that one.
Yeah, he's played 9, 12, and 12 games the last 3 seasons.
That's a lot of time missed.
And yeah, let's trade for him. Why? Why are you taking on the Rams problem? By the way, the Rams, who know him best and would have some emotional attachment, are like, nah, get him out of here. We got to move on. But
to be fair, they also have.
No, I understand.
But they've got a guy who's an upgraded version.
No,
of
I
him.
understand why. I'm not saying they shouldn't be doing it, but that's a team who you would think he would be more valuable to them because of everything he's provided in the past, and Matthew Stafford loves him. Now that might lead to Matthew Stafford getting traded because you're not bringing him back. And they're like, we got to get off him. Why is he so appealing to a fan base? He's 30. He's going to be 32. The production's down. The games played are down. Don't do the Rams a favor.
Well, it's the same thing, but you had the Ravens were all excited about Odell Beckham Jr. That's the same thing.
Yeah, it always
he
happens. No one
anymore.
learns their lesson.
This is worse, though. This is worse than Odell.
Odell was a creep. He was a problem in your locker room.
There's not much left in Cooper Kupp's tank now.
Probably not. But there was nothing left in Odell's tank.
Just won't cost.
But you didn't know that.
Yeah, you did. He wasn't playing well before that, and he had multiple injuries. Wouldn't come off planes because he was on them bars. So
it won't cost you salary, or it didn't cost you salary or compensation.
Oh, you mean for Odell?
Yeah,
yeah.
This is different.
That's true.
This is different.
Well, for what? For what? 6? Yeah, you're not taking on his salary. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to work.
I don't know who's going to get. Well, you got to get. You know what? That's not a bad deal for the Giants. Although you got how many years does Stafford have left? But I'm not just trading for Cooper Kupp. It's got to be part of a package.
But are you?
There's no way I'm giving up anything for just Cooper Kupp.
So they're not going to learn their lesson from the same thing that happened to the people who play in that building with them, with the whole, hey, let's bring in the aging quarterback,
aging receiver,
and then go get his best friend to play receiver. They're not going to learn that lesson.
Yeah,
they just saw that play out.
And the Colts, how long have the Colts been playing that game?
Well, they don't get friendship receiver, like they don't get old receivers. They just kept trying to find the Colts is different because
old core. That's all they get is old
but they couldn't do anything. Like they had a window open to win with all pro linebacker, all pro guards.
So do the Giants.
They couldn't. No, the Giants have no window. That's the problem. People think this is a C. Like the Colts are trying to find a quarterback because they were ready to win a division, but you can't draft a quarterback from the 24th spot. It's just not going to happen. And so they're trying whatever they could to find the most competent they could. The Giants right now, it feels like they've got a head coach and a GM who are in a CYA mode, and they're trying to win now so they keep their jobs. Yeah, that is the worst thing. When you do that, you're not doing what's best for an organization.
No. All right, we got a break. When we come back, we'll hear that ESPN sound and see. They say they were joking. Carl Ravitch says they were joking. It doesn't sound like it, but we'll find out. Right now, though, Gulf Coast Windows is what we're talking about. Jim Fiume ain't joking around. Jim Fiume's serious about the product that he puts out there. Jim Fiume's serious about how good it is. Jim Fiume ain't selling something that's inferior. he wouldn't sell an inferior product. When you go and you see that showroom, I've seen it. I've been there. I've done it. It is fantastic. It is. You're just like, wow, look at this. I don't know how you choose which window. Is it wood clad? Is it aluminum? Is it a hurricane window? They're all just fantastic windows and doors. I mean, you want to talk about, you can get fancy schmancy. You can get double pane. You can get, you can get sliding glass doors that's something you've never seen before. I mean, it really is. It's first class. Everything is the best. The warranty is the best. The service is the best. It's the Pinnacle Award winner at the Better Business Bureau. So that'll tell you something about it. So if you're looking to replace your windows or you're building a new home or business, use Gulf Coast Windows. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. Tell Jim Fumey you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. I didn't see this quote, and we'll get to that ESPN clip. But Chancellor Johnson says Kevin Durant was asked post-game about training with Rockets players over the offseason. We played the clip earlier, how he works with Jalen Green. He works with Jabari. We missed this part. He said, I'm going to stop working out with they ass because they too good. You know, last year, Jalen had 34 twice against the Suns. Last night, he was good. He likes playing the Suns. He likes playing Kevin Durant. Tari was awesome last night. He said after the game, he said, "You got to forget he's Kevin Durant. You know, you know what? He's a legend, but man, you got to show him that you can play too." And he did. 25, and he played great. Tari played great.
So Kevin Durant's out there, and you can see the appeal of why any team would want him. Age, all the things that may say, "Hey, don't do it." You watch him play, you're like, "Okay, we get it."
Oh.
But then you look at his experience right now. He's got to depend on Ty Washington and Bull, and Royce O'Neal has to knock down shots to keep them afloat. Right. Man, you can understand why Brian Windhorst said in the this week that Kevin Durant's getting traded. He knows it. The Suns know it. The whole league knows it. It's about that time and for the offseason that Kevin Durant's out of there. Now, you think when he signed up, he thought on a Wednesday night in Houston, he had to hope Bull goes for 25 to win a basketball game? You think when he signed up for the Suns experience, he could have ever imagined that?
No.
Ball is hideous.
Hey, we're talking about Ball.
I just had to say it.
That's uncalled for.
I just had to say it. Ball is hideous.
Wow.
He can say whatever bad things he wants about me.
You're not a nice person.
He can say whatever bad he wants to say about me, but I just had to get my lick in there.
You're licking? Why? Bull and you are not in a fight.
No, but I haven't liked the Bulls for years. It started with Manute.
Manute got after you at some point?
Manute shooting threes at 7'7". I was like, man.
He was a innovator. Look at Wemby now.
I know. Manute Ball, and there's his son, Ball dropping threes on people. His wingspan's got to be 8 feet long. It's
all right.
incredible.
Let's get to this ESPN clip. Alabama's playing Texas. It's a 99-77 game. Alabama's killing them. And here is this is Carl Ravitch, and I don't know who's doing the color, but here they are talking about the SEC and SEC basketball.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
What did he say?
Except Alabama and Auburn have one loss each in the SEC.
Well, what he said was the data used was the start of conference play, all in. So how could the SEC be anything but 500 when they're just playing each other?
They're playing each other. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
And but he tweeted afterwards, I'm seeing on Twitter that it was tongue in cheek.
Well, you
do it wasn't.
Do a better job of selling it because no one thinks you're joking.
No, it wasn't.
No, you weren't joking. You weren't joking. The SEC has to be 82-82. Somebody put out a list of all the conference records, every conference and what their records are, and all of them were 80. All of them were 500.
And you were getting to it. Alabama and Auburn, the two Alabama schools, both only have one loss. So there is some separation.
There is separation.
At the top.
Yes. I mean, he
so his point completely was nonsense.
He clearly thought he was making a point about SEC.
Do you think he came up with that himself, or did some producer slide that in front of him?
Hey, I've noticed when SEC teams are just playing each other, that's a 500 league.
See, I'm trying to shoot him some bail because sometimes these stats a producer will put in front of you, and it was an internet thing. It was a troll thing from weeks ago where because the SEC got so much credit for being dominant in the out of conference play that someone put up, hey, look at their record in conference play. This didn't originate with Carl Ravitch. This has been a thing for a couple weeks. I'm going to guess that some producer slid that in front of Carl Ravitch and was like, hey, this is a stat you can talk about, and no one there.
Did somebody Ron Burgundy him?
It's either that producer didn't understand it, or that producer hates Carl Ravitch and wanted him to sound dumb on the air.
Yeah, it's one of the other.
They put in goodbye San Diego. Go F yourself.
It's possible that someone go, hey, Carl's a bit of a jerk. Let's give Carl something that's going to make him sound stupid. Or that producer didn't understand it either. Didn't understand why this was
or
not
Carl
a real stat.
Just came, or you don't know.
I'm trying to shoot Carl some bail. The former host of Baseball Tonight, I'm trying to shoot him some bail.
Yeah. Well, but if he looked at that and said, "Wait a minute, dude," I mean, honestly, Really?
Well, he's in the middle of a game. They're trying to fill time. The game was a blowout. Maybe that stat just got slid in front of him. He was like, I'll read it.
Yeah.
Or he did not. No one believes it was a joke, though.
No, it wasn't a joke. He was a tongue-in-cheek. No, that's not true. That's just not true. It wasn't tongue-in-cheek. You were trying, hey, I got something here.
If you
look
at it,
January 4th.
they're 82 and 82 if you look at this. So, well, Carl, they're only playing each other. I know, tongue-in-cheek. I was joking. Now, let me start talking about wheelhouses, Mom. That's all I can think about whenever I hear tongue-in-cheek.
What is wrong with you?
And those guys loved you.
I know. That was fun.
Yeah, for you.
I brought attention to their show.
Look how well that went.
I saw
I could only do so much.
Oh yeah, you did a great job.
I saw a crazy video about Auburn. Auburn, one of their top players is 25 years old. They have a 25-year-old, I think 2 24-year-olds and like 5 23-year-olds. They have an older starting lineup than the Oklahoma City Thunder. True story.
Auburn. So no wonder they're really good.
Yeah, that's what I like. They're old. They're older than everyone.
Well, now with NIL. Now we were worried about everybody leaving.
Well, it's not even NIL. But NIL doesn't make you play when you're 24. That's COVID. That's the COVID stuff giving you the extra
But guys are going to hang around longer. They're going to hang around longer. Now, well, wait a minute, Lance. Now you can go to JUCO for 2 years, and it doesn't count against your 4 years.
Yeah, that's true, but none of these guys were JUCO guys.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't know how many guys.
I understand, but now going forward, you're going to start seeing guys staying in college a lot more because of NIL.
Probably, for sure in football,
as opposed to going to Europe, because there's only so many guys out of college basketball that are going to the NBA.
Well, I don't think most college guys were leaving to go to Europe. I think if you're in college, you're staying in college, and you weren't taken off to Europe. Those guys were 4-year players. But if you're a second rounder,
there used to be a lot of guys that didn't like school and went to
Well,
Europe.
I know, but I mean, we're talking about guys
who wanted to start their pro career.
Well,
so
you're
now
talking
it's going to be now I get to hang out and I get to get paid here in America.
Well, you still have to go to class if you don't like school.
Do you though?
No, but I don't. I think the guys you're talking about they didn't want to go spend their freshman year there, but then they would go one overseas and they'd come right back. This is going to have an impact potentially on. It's already having a huge impact in football. This is the lowest number of early entry players that we've seen in like 8 years. It's having an immediate impact where guys are not leaving schools early. And of course, COVID. I've written up more 60-year seniors than I ever have in my life. I've written up 3 7th-year seniors and multiple 6-years. I write up a 6-year senior every day, guys who were there 6 years. They take 2 COVID years, or they have a redshirt year and a COVID year. But I think the real key, John, is going to be how many of these guys who are late first to mid seconds in basketball go back now for NIL. And I think you're stupid not to. Well, depending on if you're getting paid. I don't know. Depends on if you're getting paid. There's some schools that don't have, they don't have great NIL deals. They might be, I say that it's good money, but you might be making 80 to 120. And then you look at the pros, you say, I can make way more in the pros. So, but now in football, it's having a monster effect.
Yep. All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here.
Oh, speaking of NIL, did you see what happened? When we come back, did you see what happened? The Trump administration I don't know if it's the courts or whatever, they're changing something in NIL that's going to have a big impact on a certain group.
All right. What about Doc Linville? That's what I want to talk about.
Big impact on a certain group?
Yeah, that's a huge impact on a certain group of people who are balding. And I say balding as opposed to bald because I want you to get it done now. I want you to think about it. I want you to, if you just see your hair thinning, okay, it's a great place to go to get your PRP. It stimulates the growth. It's not expensive. It's cheap, and it's an easy process. Very easy process. No pain whatsoever involved. They do a beautiful. I've done it. It's great. They do a great job. Stimulate your own growth. Neografting. Now you got to replace. Okay. It's a difference between fertilizing or sodding, okay? Fertilizing, let's go. We want that grass to grow. Let's go. with the sodding, okay, we got to put in we got to put it on top. Well, take it from the sides of your head. It's your hair. It's your hair, and the sides never go away. You notice that? You always got that ring, that side ring. Well, those hairs ain't going to fall out. So you take it from the side and the back, and you put it on the top, and you look great. And Doc Linville does that as well. That's neografting. It's great, best process. It's the best process for hair replacement. So you're looking for a great way. I tell you this, do it now before it's too much work, before it gets too late. If you feel like it's starting to thin, now's the time to go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
By the way, an update. Karl Ravech has taken the L. He said this 4 hours after landing, reading all the responses. It's overwhelming. I will heed the advice of my ex-friends and take the L. My bad, my mistake. Always appreciate the feedback and grateful for the audience. A bunch of huge games left. Let's enjoy them. So after first saying it was tongue-in-cheek and
attaboy.
He
Just
whatever.
No one's buying it. Just take it. You messed up.
Take the L.
We'll move on.
Yep.
I can see how you could get on the initial. Well, you're right. He didn't go through roster. Somebody had that. It had to be a meme that he saw. How many people get tricked on such a regular basis by stuff on social media?
Happens all the time.
Because you can make a graphic that looks like it's from something, and it can just be a goof, or it can be bad information. And it runs rampant. Like it just takes off. As long as you put something in a graphic, people believe it. That's all you have to do. Put it in a graphic.
Right. All right. You said you had a story, NIL story?
Oh, yeah. So let me read this off the interwebs here. You have, so so the Department of Education is rescinding weeks-old guidance mandating that NIL resources from athletic departments and revenue sharing payments be proportionate between men's and women's sports. The Biden administration had issued the guidance on its final day, citing Title IX, the statute that prohibits discriminations in schools on the basis of sex, and has come to also require equity in sports. Republicans quickly signaled they would move to reverse the guidance once Trump returned to the office. Quote, the NIL guidance ran through by the Biden administration in its final days is overly burdensome, profoundly unfair, and it goes well beyond what agency guidance is intended to achieve, the agency said in a statement Wednesday. The agency took down the NIL guidance Tuesday, but did not confirm the policy had been rescinded until yesterday morning. It's one of several Biden-era directives related to Title IX that Trump administration has quickly reversed. It goes on to talk about many schools have said they plan to award 75% of total revenue sharing allocations to football players, which is something that I heard as well. And then the rest is going to go to everyone else, which will mean, about 15%, I think, to 10 to 15% to basketball, and then the others will get the crumbs. But I mean, look, I get that that's, on the basis of sex, it would seem to be unfair. But the reality is, from a revenue generating sport, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. If you want total fairness, I mean, putting a legitimate number on women's sports and trying to compensate them as well is certainly something I think should be done. Equal distribution amongst all the athletes. That's going to be that's a tough thing to put through. And I didn't think that was going to stick around, because the football side is going to be like, wait, what? Yeah. What? Although the football side, you can complain all you want if you're football. It really gets down to the Department of Education. But, Trump's people said, nah, we're going to go back to the old way. So Title IX not going to do. And we'll see. There may be some other reversals. It's kind of ridiculous
that women's swimming should get the same amount as the football team. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
It doesn't really make good sense. Now, I do think they should be, compensated as well, because it's not their fault that they're also athletes who are trying to go to school. They don't have a lot of them don't have the true NIL potential, because this is the revenue share, right? This is going to be the revenue share and not the NIL. They call it NIL, but it's revenue share. But I never thought revenue share was going to be like equality across all. That was never going to hold up, I didn't think, unless Biden. Well, Biden did that after he had lost, but it was just probably not going to hold up.
Yeah. No, that's that. You know what? We'll see. We'll see now. We'll see whether or not the $20 million per school that's gonna. It's just so incredibly.
What's more than that?
Poorly run and poorly planned out. It just is. It's bad. It's just terrible. And I don't know. Has the poaching gone down at all? I think it's probably worse than ever.
It's worse than ever. I was speaking with teams about it. Like I said, you cannot give awards to certain players, because postseason awards, because then they will start demanding more money, or they will try to leave. And the poaching actually is really, really bad right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bad. It's so bad that I think we talked about this on the air. Matt Rule's not having a spring practice because he lost 4 players after their spring practice was televised. And so he's not, including to Miami. So he's like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to have spring practice. Now Dell's all upset that he can't try to steal people's players. But the fact
No,
is,
I'm
Matt Rule's like, no, I'm not gonna do a showcase game for you to steal my players.
That's
Good
right.
For him.
75 years of tradition you're going to throw out the window because you can't
it's a
handle.
Practice.
Yeah, exactly. It's a practice. You think it was one practice that alerted whoever stole your players?
Some of these guys hadn't played.
Cut it out, Matt Rule.
No,
how about you?
It's true.
What
difference does it make to you?
How about you don't lose 13 games in 2 seasons?
Why do you care?
It's embarrassing. I hate when coaches always look for the path of least resistance. Oh, my job gets hard, so I'm going to have to cancel something. Cut it out.
Well, he don't want to lose.
You know what, Matt Rule? Right. I hope Matt Rule cancels the spring game and then doesn't poach anyone from another offense.
Well, why don't we make a rule that if you poach someone, there's
make the rule. Yeah. I don't have an
until
issue
they
with the
are.
rule.
Matt Rule's like, I ain't showcasing my dudes.
Oh, soft ass.
Okay, then what? Oh,
what are you, the
Miami
king of
won't be able to play any
embarrassing.
games.
I don't care about the Miami. Who's he talking about? Like A.J. Allen, who's no longer on Miami. I don't even know who he's talking about. But the point is, stop being soft. Coaches always do this. Things get difficult. It's things they don't like, so they overreact. And Nebraska's had a spring game since like 1950. You know what's going to happen when Matt Rule eventually gets fired, because everyone gets fired at Nebraska? The first thing the new coach is going to do, bring back the spring game to win people over.
He won't get fired because he'll be able to keep his best players because he doesn't have a spring practice.
Well, can't trust Matt Rule if he thinks Jeff Sims ever thought Jeff Sims was going to save him.
Going back.
You can't trust him.
We had David Culley.
How many times are you going to go to the Jeff Sims call?
I will keep going, because if you thought Jeff Sims at any point was going to help you win games, you got a problem.
You had Tyler Van Dyke.
Sorry, you lose 13 games.
One guy.
You lose 13.
You had Tyler Van Dyke.
It's not one guy.
You had Tyler Van Dyke.
He's lost 13 games over 2 seasons. You think he's changing
Cam
Nebraska?
Ward. Then you stole Cam Ward.
That man's got a year plus before he's fired.
Nebraska's been a doormat for 20 years.
And you know what
you
don't
do? Turn it over in 1 year.
No, I said don't lose 13 games in 2 years.
Okay.
It takes time.
What? Why
are you so mad? Let that man hide his players from you.
A bowl, the Pinstripe Bowl. Congratulations.
He literally pointed out Miami was the #1 thief.
I don't even care about that. It's embarrassing. It's not even a Matt Rule thing. It's a coach thing. When things change and they can't control things, they freak out, and we got to do something about it. Your job is hard. Yes, Matt Rule.
Control in college.
Yes, Matt Rule. Your job is harder. You know what? Spring games aren't just practices; they are for the actual event. But they're a recruiting event. It's a community event. Everybody comes in to watch the games.
Slow down the poaching.
We're not going to do this. Players.
No one wants Nebraska players. They don't help anyone win anyway.
He lost 4 players who transferred after spring.
I just hope. Once the spring portal hits, by the way, the portal doesn't even exist anymore. People can just leave, and it doesn't matter. The portal's fake. That was proven this offseason. I hope he doesn't take anyone off of anyone else's rosters after the spring is over.
Did we talk about that, John? That the portal doesn't.
Did we talk about break?
But did we talk about portal not existing on the air, John?
No, we didn't. We've not.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let Dell mention it because that's Miami. It happened to Miami.
It's Nebraska to Miami. Forever without a portal.
It was Wisconsin.
Wisconsin to Miami?
No, but the thing is now there is no.
There's no real
says
portal.
You don't even have to wait. As long as you
can do it whenever you want.
As long
in
as
season.
You leave a school and there are some time frames. You have to enroll when classes are available, but you can leave a school, don't have to enter the portal, and as long as you just enroll at a new school before the drop date, you can play.
You just don't have to participate.
You don't even have to be in the portal. The portal's not real. It's just a database at this point.
Yeah, it is.
All right. And listen, there's a database of your payroll, okay? And you need that when it comes tax time. And you need somebody that does that for you every single day, that's taking care. And the technology is second to none. So every single thing that your employees make, okay, be it commission, be it hourly, be it salary, it's not a problem, okay? They can handle any situation. They can handle HRP can handle a situation where you have branches in other states, in other countries. They can handle any situation because their technology is fantastic. It's actually fantastic. And it's not like, it doesn't matter how you go about it. We had our W-2s. As soon as the new year got here, W-2s are out. You guys can take care of your taxes now. And it's so simple. And it's so easy for your CFO, for your CEO, so your CFO. If you're somebody that's struggling with this thing every year, getting your taxes, your W-2s out to your people, if you're having problems with any tax implications that your business has, I mean, it is easy. HRP is here for you. HRP does this every day. You don't You got to sell your widgets. Let HR&P take care of your payroll and your HR and the benefits packages as well. But you're the one that gains from those because they don't force them on you. You get to pick which ones. HR&P, it's the way to go. If you're looking for a great way to get payroll and HR to your company, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Quick segment here. John Chill's going to join us top of the hour to give us some winners for the weekend. We got some stuff coming. Rockets playing tonight against Golden State in a back-to-back. I'm not sure Steph is going to play. Jimmy Butler played last night. We'll see. Jimmy will probably play again tonight. That's a tough guy. He will more than likely play.
You must have missed the Jimmy experience before he got to go. He may play because he's got something to prove.
Yeah, he didn't like Miami, dude. Okay,
he missed plenty of games.
Want to play?
He missed plenty of games over the 5 years in the regular season. He may. Well, I don't know. He's got his extension, so he may not play. What's he got to prove? Actually,
that's true. He's got a guaranteed money now, so he'll play.
He's one of those guys that he's never happy, but he does I think he likes playing basketball though.
Yeah,
I think he's highly competitive. He made the Timberwolves cry. Remember, he made those players cry in practice.
Well,
and they were all
because
scared of him.
He took all the backups and said, "I'll beat you.
And
I'll beat all your starters." And he did.
Yeah, Karl-Anthony Towns seems fine. Playing pretty well in New York.
He is, but he was one of those guys that was too south for Jimmy.
Boy,
too south.
Have you guys seen Paul George lately?
Yeah, I was watching his podcast the other day.
Oh my God!
On the court, did you see him yesterday?
Oh no, I didn't see him on the court, but I saw him on his podcast.
So surprisingly, Joel Embiid is out. And Tyrese Maxey was out last night too. Cheers, Paul George. Paul George going to take over the team. Paul George was 1 for 7 with 2 points and 6 rebounds and 4 assists.
He's been playing with a splint on his finger for the last couple weeks. I don't know why they're playing him, other than they think Daryl Morey in that franchise thinks they still have something in the season they can get out of it. Just sit him down.
Daryl doesn't like. It was so weird because Daryl to me was one of the more brilliant GMs for a long time in terms of finding value and putting. But man, does he have a blind spot for thinking that his team is better than they are?
Oh, dude,
like a real.
He's got to pay him $50 million for the next 3 seasons.
The season's lost.
But who made that deal? Daryl did.
Daryl did.
Look at how bad. Look, the Clippers had a bad deal. They thought, what would be sweet is if we put Paul George together with Kawhi Leonard. Okay, on paper it looked good. Never really materialized. And they said, you know what? Actually, we're missing James Harden. If we can get James Harden, Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard together, forget it. We're going to win so many titles. And it just never materialized. And Daryl's like, well, maybe I can get something out of that podcaster. And he can't. And now you're just paying too much. And then guaranteed NBA and guaranteed MLB money eventually will sink you on bad deals.
Well, it started early for them. Paul George gets hurt early. I think even in the preseason, maybe.
Embiid.
Of course, he's always hurt. Tyrese Maxey had a bad start to the year, and they're 20-34 now, and they're still rolling those guys out there.
How does Daryl have a job?
I don't know.
Have a job? I mean, I know he's the smartest guy, and
Simmons was. I don't know if Simmons was bad luck or just, but yeah, it's not.
Well, that wasn't Daryl's hire.
No. That's what I'm saying. He had to deal with that. Is what I'm saying.
And he got off of it, and he brought James in.
Yeah, but that's just it. You brought James in. You brought PJ Tucker in. He started bringing in guys he knows, and it's just not. He was at his best when he was ripping people off because he recognized Dragic was a value and Rafer Alston was a value, and what's his name? Who's in Toronto? The point guard.
Kyle Lowry.
Kyle Lowry was a value.
Well, his biggest ripoff is the Harden trade.
Value. Yeah, and James Harden was a value. He was ripping people off on a regular basis because he recognized value. And who is he now? I'll just pay top dollar to name guys who are old. That's not how you came up. That's not how you built any of this. Now it's just like there's no creativity. It's just he doesn't know how to finish. There's 3 phases of everything that you do when I do evaluations, right? It's the early phase, the middle phase, and the finish phase. So you have, like, if for an offensive lineman, there's getting into position, then there's sustaining, and then there's finish. Okay, that could be, it's building a team too. Getting into position, Daryl was elite with that. Sustaining, he was very good. Understood how to manipulate the cap and things like that. Finish, not so good. Didn't know how to finish. And that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part for any organization. Jeff Luneau figured out finish. And a lot of it was because he happened to get a really good player in Justin Verlander. He came open, and Jim Crane was a big part of that, but they finished. And once you finish, you got a chance to stay there for a while. Daryl couldn't finish. He almost did with the Chris Paul trade, but after that, it just turned into an absolute nightmare. There was nothing left for him. And Daryl didn't know how to finish. Now, Nick Caserio is going to be in the same position. He's getting to the phase. He's got a chance to sustain. He's trying to currently sustain. And at some point, he's going to get right to the precipice, which is where the Buffalo Bills are, for example, and the Baltimore Ravens. And they got to learn to finish. And you either do it through your roster or, guys just eventually execute. Or a lot of times you just start executing. Sometimes you have to do it through roster. And I think Nick Caserio is going to have to finish with roster build out. He's going to have to do something smart with roster. That's going to be critical for him. And maybe Rafael Stone will have to also, because you're in a pretty good position right now that you may not be. I don't think you're a finished product, John. I think there's another move to be had to get you over the hump if you can get over the hump.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, the Texans are certainly not an unfinished. There's a lot of work to be done there.
No,
a lot.
No, they're still trying to sustain.
Yeah.
They're not in the sustain phase yet. I mean, they're currently in the sustain phase, but they're trying to work on sustaining. And to do that, you're still building. Then there's, Buffalo is in sustain. And once you get to sustain phase, at some point you gotta figure out how to get over the top and play for championships.
Well, I was just looking at the Texans aren't in this. Well, they kind of are. They signed Joe Mixon to a nice running back deal. James Cook wants $15 million a year. I just saw a Spot Track article that said, "Here's how you do it." Maybe they can figure it out. But James Cook is all vital to that Buffalo team, so they're going to have to figure out a way to get him that $45 million over 3 years. But that's their problem. We got our own. We got a problem with who we're going to bet on this weekend, and John Chill's going to come in and tell us how we get that job done. But first, how does the Brown go down? The Brown goes down with Billy Brown. I'm not saying Billy Brown goes down. I'm saying the Brown in your toilet goes down because Aqueduct Plumbing comes to your home and fixes whatever problem that you have. It might not just be Brown, okay? It could be clear liquid water that's not coming through your pipes. That's not coming through your shower right? It could be all kinds of different things. It could be a pipe that has exploded. That happened to me.
There we go.
What?
I like that one better. I don't like your description of the problems.
Right. But here's the deal.
Those in there going, hey.
A pipe could burst, okay? And now all of a sudden you got water leaking, and all of a sudden your floorboards are starting to come up, and you're like, what the heck is going on here? Well, Billy Brown finds that, boom, fixes it, boom. And you, my friends, don't lose your floors. You don't have a flood in your house because Billy Brown is there for you. But the thing that you have to have is this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, because Billy Brown will come immediately and help you out. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our good friend John Chill rejoining us to talk about what was last weekend and what shall be this weekend. How was the Super Bowl at the Nugget, John?
It was good. A packed house. We sold out both Blue and DraftKings, and we had a little DJ in the front, so it was definitely a party the whole time. And thank God we had a DJ because that game was over in the second quarter, basically. But it was good. As far as the week, the Chiefs, we talked last week. I thought we'd see more Philly money at the end, and it kept on. Chiefs money was still coming in all the way through the to kickoff. So it was a good week, both for the book and for us. It was having a good time there. But it was an interesting game. Like I said, I thought it would go down to even. I think Friday we saw it go down to 1, and then it jumped back to 1.5. But we definitely saw Chiefs money, a lot of parlays on the team totals as well, and as we all know, that didn't come to fruition. But it was interesting, and then the live bets, I'll tell you what a blowout it was. I think it was the middle of the third quarter. The live bets was Kansas City was getting 22 at one point, and that's interesting. So I think it was right after Hurts threw the bomb in the third quarter. We were seeing live bets at plus 22, but definitely we were, we were excited in DraftKings for that. So
how about the second half line? Kansas City was minus 6.5, and they won the second half by 6. So everybody who thought, well, Kansas City has to come back, but I you know what? It's funny, that kind of thing, John. There was nothing in that first half that showed me that Kansas City was going to make this a competitive game. A lot, good teams sometimes they fall behind, and you go, okay, well, but there was zero. I mean, they had 1 first down in that first half, and that came on their first series. There was nothing about that first half that said, and people were lured in by and given 6.5 in that second half, and Kansas City was never going to cover that.
No, I agree with you. I felt the same way. Middle second quarter, I knew the comeback wasn't happening. He was just they looked out of sync, and you could just tell that Philly had their number, not blitzing, able to get to him almost every play without a blitz was, it was crazy. And but I'm with you. Yeah, if I didn't see a comeback either. It's just how bad this game's going to be, and what's the points going to be at the end. And did not see. I had the under. Did not see that. Did not see Philly scoring 40 points. But when you give away a pick 6 and all that, that's where the overs usually start hitting as well.
And then another interception inside their own 10. I mean, that's a kill. Those are killers. Those are killers. Yep. How was I mean, did you fill up the Cadillac bar and Blue Martini, and we know the DraftKings Sportsbook was full. I mean, a lot of excitement, and then just a crap game.
Yeah, thank God for the commercials, but I had a couple cores, and we kept on rolling through the game. So it was still excitement because there's a lot of things to bet. So that made it interesting. People still had MVP and that was interesting. And I had that where Hurts was close to 4-1 to be MVP, and Barkley was second and Mahomes was first. So definitely, I think after he threw that touchdown in the third quarter, that kind of sealed the deal for the MVP as well. But it was still a good time, and then we're getting ready. We're rolling into March Madness here, so we got another event coming up, and that's starting to fill up as well. We're pacing faster than we have in the prior years as far as reservations. I was looking at that yesterday, where we're at with that. So definitely.
Are you getting any money on the Cougs for any futures?
Yeah, we're starting to see it. They're dropping down. They're down to 10-1. I believe they were close to 15-1 2 weeks ago. I was trying to look that up right here before the call. So Houston 10-1, Final Four 2-1. So you're starting to see, Houston seeing some love here on the book, and they're playing well right now. I think now's the time where as far as teams, the lineups, the rotations are set, so you can really see who's coming together here as a team, and Houston's definitely one of them right now. But the futures 10-1 to win it all, and 2-1 for the Final Four. So it'll be a good tournament. It's only 4 weeks away. This year's flying. It's crazy. So we'll be 4 weeks away till March Madness begins.
Who's getting a lot of love? Alabama, Auburn, Duke. Who's getting? You guys got any trends on that?
We're starting to see Duke's now the favorite 4-1. So we're starting to see a little bit of Duke. Florida's creeping up. They're 11-1 to win it all, and Iowa State's still hanging in there. I don't see that, but we're starting. We're still seeing some Iowa State there as well. It's interesting. I mean, last 2 weekends been a lot of upsets. There hasn't been really a dominant team. Everybody's kind of losing here or there, and there's a lot of teams are struggling when they're going on the road and all that. So definitely an interesting year here for college hoops.
Golf is starting to get in full swing. I got Cantlay this week. The Genesis usually played at Riviera, but it's at Torrey Pines, so you got to look at it differently this year. You can't look at a past Genesis because it's in a different location because of the fires here in LA. Yeah. Were you seeing any action, any golf action this week?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit. It was interesting for me. I was just looking at the weather too. I think it's going to rain both today and tomorrow there. And
it's bad. Yeah, it's ugly here. I can tell you that.
Is it? Yeah. So Finau's getting a little bit at top 5. I think he's been in top 10 6 of the last 9. I know he hasn't played well this year a little bit, but he's at plus 650, top 10 at plus 280. I kind of like Max Grazeman. If he get his putter going, he's just a long shot. He's at top 5, 12-1, and top 10 at 5-1. So yeah, but we're seeing some Finau. Of course, you got the favorites up there, of course, and a lot of play for Scheffler. To me, the odds are just too. For top 5, he's minus 120. That's
not good. No.
Yeah.
And Rory. Yeah.
Rory's at plus 130. It's hard to take those with those numbers to take those golfers. So, but we're seeing that. We got some UFC going on. It's back in the Apex in Vegas. We got Rodriguez versus Connor. I like Rodriguez. He's the younger fighter. I think Connier's fought too much here recently. He's at minus 190. I think that's at 6 o'clock. That'll go off. And Yusuf Zoloff, I like that to go over 2.5, the co-main event rounds. I think they both got enough defense to make that last over 2.5 rounds. And parlay those together, and that's get you to even money. So interesting, too, that the dogs have been hitting. I think last week, in total, it's like 52% the favorites have won. So it's almost a 50-50 on the dogs, the favorites in UFC. Definitely a different trend than what was in 24. So, so we got all that going on. And, of course, we got our slots and tables and got the golf course looking good. Got a little bit of rain this week, so hopefully that clears up and come out and golf and watch some golf, bet some golf, and watch some UFC. And
let's go.
Watch
some UFC. It's a great place to watch the UFC. Yeah. I've been there for it, and people they love that. Love boxing and UFC over at the Golden Nugget. So if you're a fan, it's a great place to go. And you got the windows right there where you can bet on it. So it's all good. John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you guys next week.
All right. John Chill is at the Golden Nugget, and that's where we want you to get to. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Me and Lance were both there the last week, and it was I just don't. It's one of my favorite places. One of my favorite places because how close is it? How easy is it to get to? How great? How the casino is great. We very rarely talk about the casino. It's a Las Vegas casino. It's not any different than any casino you walk in. The hotel is just as nice as any hotel that you'll find in Vegas. I mean, the rooms are fantastic. Lance and I both. We've been there. I don't know, going there for I don't know how long now. It's just fantastic. Everything about it. The pool with the cabanas. It's like you're in Vegas. It's no different. The golf course is fabulous. I mean, right all around the swamp and water, a lot of water, and they do a great job of maintaining it. I play it. I try to play it as often as I can when I get there. Blue Martini, 12 restaurants, everything about it. They got all kinds of concerts coming up, comedians that go there. If you're looking for, it's just a great little getaway. You can stay a night, stay 2 nights, whatever you want to do. just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, I don't know if this is a good thing. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Melissa's in there right now, and I told her to go hug Dell.
Oh, hug him from behind, Melissa. He loves that.
He loves it.
No, you guys think
You're the El Chero. We were talking that you're the El Chero of this show, John.
I'm the El Cheto?
You're the El Chero.
No. Dell is the El Cheto.
Hey, I am not. I don't even know what that means, and I know I'm not.
I just saw Dove Kleiman, just breaking news. Breaking. Shador Sanders has just dropped a new song called Life.
Nice.
Yeah, he says he's one of the few athletes that could actually have a career in rap.
Okay.
Now,
I know that there's probably a lot of athletes who will totally disagree with that, but that's fine.
Yeah. Not great for, I don't know. If I'm an NFL team, I'd rather he was trying to be better at football. I don't know.
Dell's
maybe
in there
that's
playing. I can't even concentrate because Dell's in there playing all my hotkeys for Melissa.
Well, she didn't know what that Lance horn was, and I'm like, oh, that's Lance.
Yeah, but that was
the update sounder. She didn't know. Is that Lance? Go, yeah, that's him. And then I played some of the other
and then
ones.
he played Warriors, which is his new favorite.
And the Warriors are in town.
And the Warriors are in town, and you probably won't see
here,
their best players because Steve Kerr said they're sleepy.
Tired.
They're tired.
So Steph's probably not going to play today.
Right.
So if you have tickets for it, don't get too excited. You may see Jimmy. You may see Steph. You may not.
They're going to be tired.
That is true. Older players are going to be more tired. We do have an advantage when it comes to that. Like, our guys are going to have fresher legs. That is true.
It's just true. That's all there is to it.
Except maybe not Jeff Green, but he doesn't really play, so everything's fine. When he gets in, he balls out, and then he sits out another 7 games, and then he plays again. It is weird seeing Reed Shepherd in games. Like, this has been a nice little run for Reed getting to play.
2 for 2 yesterday.
He's starting to get it back. I don't have any doubt he's going to be a good shooter and a good player for the Rockets. It's okay for us to talk about the fact that he is really struggling this year as a rookie, and he's not great defensively. He's good in the passing lanes and anticipation. As far as on-ball defender, he's a little light. So guys get by him kind of easy.
He looks like a little kid sometimes out there.
He really does look like a little kid. You see him get that dunk and the whole
oh my God,
exploded like they exploded like some kid who's never gets to play in high school basketball made a shot.
They're treating the third overall pick like he's a walk-on at Duke.
That's exactly what they're treating him like. Like he's a walk-on, and the crowd goes crazy, and the players go crazy because the walk-on got a basket.
Like, yeah, Reed, go, Reed.
Yeah, Reed can dunk. He's got a vertical, like, well, the NBA has that tricky vertical where they tell you that everyone has a 41-inch vertical, and then you find out you get a running start. And then his standstill vertical, I think, was 36 inches, which is still good. So yes, Reed can dunk, guys. You don't have to treat him like he's, some student trainer on the high school team who got in and made a basket.
So speaking of Sanders, I started with Shedeur. Have you looked at Raheem Sanders?
Rocket? Yeah.
The running back from South
his
Carolina?
nickname's Rocket Sanders.
He is a beast. 230 pounds. He is where do you have him?
Oh, he's third, day 3. He's a lot of people aren't really crazy about him. He went from Arkansas to South Carolina. I kind of like him. He's got good start-stop
I saw him play more than a few times. He can
he's got good start for a he can cut and elude guys for being such a big back. Now, he doesn't always run like a really big back. Like he's not looking to splatter people, but he's actually got some elusiveness. I actually kind of like him. I like him better. I was asking around about him, and I actually like him better than a lot of people, but he's one of those guys that could end up playing in the right situation. He could end up being, a second running back who gets 8 to 10 carries a game, and then another running back gets hurt and he gets 17 to 18 carries and ends up hitting the 100-yard mark a few times. Like, sometimes it's just the luck of the draw if you're a running back. You like going to San Francisco, that's for sure.
Well, you get paid. Well, you're going to get paid. And
Jordan Mason, how about Jordan Mason? How good he looked whenever CMC.
I know, right? Hey, do you think they regret giving McCaffrey all that money when Jordan Mason looks almost as good?
I mean, there's a reason that people don't like paying running backs.
Yep. Okay, so is this is a deep running back draft?
Yeah, really deep.
Yeah. Do you think the Texans should get one?
Yeah.
Apparently, I saw
do.
somebody do a story on this is going to be really good. Kaylee is going to be really good for Dameon Pierce.
Because maybe they go to gap scheme instead of zone scheme.
Yep.
Well, they ran some gap anyway, but Dameon Pierce is just about done. Like he's gone through 3 years, so this is his last year anyway. And I don't see him getting a second contract. Now you just drafted a running back last year, late round, who was with Jawar Jordan, I think, from was it Maryland? Oh, Louisville. You drafted him late, and I think he's on practice squad right now. So they might look at him as their next running back. You never know, but you can get some good running backs in the 5th round of this draft, 4th, 5th, even 6th round. You can find somebody who's going to end up being a pretty good running back. You know who's an interesting running back, but very niche is Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue towards the end of the year, like he is a problem out of the backfield. He's not the toughest runner at all. He's kind of easy to bring down. And he's really average to me as a running back, but man, out of the backfield, that guy was the weapon for Quinn Ewers late in the season. Like it was him and Matthew Golden. It was Matthew Golden or Jaden Blue.
Did he catch 2 TDs against Ohio State?
He caught 2 TDs against Ohio State. Yeah. Coming out of the backfield. He caught one was a little wheel route. I think they both might have been wheel routes, or one may have been a little angle route and one a wheel route. But yeah, Jaden Blue became a real factor out of the backfield. So he's one of those guys that if you say, okay, we got a good running back here, we got a good backup. Now let's get a guy who's going to be a mismatch coming out of the backfield. So, I wouldn't mind one of those types of players for the Texans in the right round.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you get them in 4th, 5th, I mean, you might be able to find a really good one, 4th, 5th round. Thought the Texans had done that with Dameon Pierce, but
he was for that year.
Yeah,
then he wasn't good the year before, and then last year I thought he was okay last year. I thought Dameon was pretty good last year.
Yeah, and he might be even better with Kaylee if he can get him running downhill, one cut.
He might be, but you cannot give him a second contract. You just can't.
We'll hear from Nick Haley today. Well, at least the media will have their opportunity to talk to him. He'll be available at 1. Lance, get on out there.
Lance,
get on out there and talk to Nick Haley.
I got players to write.
What?
I got a deadline. I write 6 players a day until I leave.
People who are watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter may be asking, why won't Lance just put on his headphones? It's picture day, Lance. Ain't that why you won't put on your headphones? He's got to take pictures.
I'm not putting on my headphones. So
because of the hair, you need your hair to look nice.
Twitch told me to put my headphones on.
No, they have it. If you're wondering why he keeps holding his headphones up to his ear instead of just putting them on, it's picture day for Lance.
Yeah. Sam's trying to boss me into pictures. You should have seen Dell. Dell was dressed like that guy who is at the funeral, the African guy who went to the funeral of his enemy.
I wasn't dressed like him.
Yeah, he had a suit on.
I did not.
He had a tie on.
Did
he
not.
Was standing there like this.
All lies.
He was standing there like that. Have you ever seen that meme, John? The guy who goes to his enemy's funeral.
No.
It is. What's it supposed to represent? I think it's kind of being petty or, right?
Yeah, it's up for life and in the afterlife. We are never done with this feud, even when you die, is kind of the point.
Even when you die. And so his enemy was there at the funeral standing in front of his casket or whatever. And so that's kind of how Dell was dressed.
I was not dressed like that. Just had a collared shirt on, some slacks, and took a picture for, they're going to put packages together to try to sell us to people. So that's all. Lance, it's today. It's Lance's day. He was supposed to do it yesterday, did not come in prepared.
Watch me do this. I'm going to keep doing this if it bothers people.
I don't think
wait,
it bothers
you missed your picture day? You missed your picture day.
Me and Sam had a miscommunication.
He's blaming
No, I remember when she said you're going to come in next Wednesday.
No, there was a miscommunication. Sam and I don't know if it was Sam or me, but somebody, I think it was Sam, had the days all screwed up.
No, it's you.
No,
it's you.
There's no one knows really.
There's a document and all that has people scheduled.
So Sam, I mean, when I made mine, I told her, I said, you better remind Lance because he is going to forget. And she said, and she laughed and she said, you're absolutely right. He will forget. And she didn't remind you Tuesday. You had yours on Wednesday, right?
Or she did, and he still forgot.
And he still forgot.
No, there was we had the cameras weren't working.
We can tell by your tone.
The cameras weren't working, but everybody else did
I took my pictures yesterday, and the cameras were fine.
The camera wasn't charged properly.
Stop it.
By the way, John, did you see Everton score in the last minute?
I saw in the last. What a goal, too.
I know, to tie the dreaded Liverpool. And afterwards, I will admit, my guy Doucouré was a little bit of a creep. After the match is over, now that's like those two sides hate each other.
Is there even a real comparison in American sports where two teams in the same city have that type of passion? I was trying to think of
they're
it
the same city.
Because I saw the match. Peter Drury, who's a great play-by-play guy, he was great calling that final goal. In fact, you might hear it on the Olaleye Show. But I can't think of a rivalry like that in this country where sure, Liverpool's like the Lakers and everything's like the Clippers, but Clipper fans don't care as much as Everton fans care. I don't think there's anything like it in America.
No, you got to get not same city, like South Carolina and Clemson fans hate each other.
College football, yes.
Ohio State and Michigan, you have to go to college football.
And they're not in the same city.
And they're not in the same city. That's the weird thing, is that they're both in Liverpool. And look, their record ends up tied at Goodison Park.
Final game.
It's the final game at Goodison Park, which
rivalry.
is why it was a really big deal. And the fans literally, I mean, it's a really intense rivalry, but it's been one way. Liverpool's way better than
and at the end, you mentioned Decorah. He goes over and
starts taunting the Liverpool fans.
For a tie, by the way. Didn't even win. It was a tie.
It's kind of like a win.
It's a win for Everton to win it, to score in that fashion, to tie it. So he goes over there.
God, that was a huge goal.
And
did you see the fight afterwards, John?
No, I didn't see the fight.
So Decorah goes over, and after the match, the final whistle, he runs over to the Liverpool supporter section, and starts clapping to them, or starts to just, and this guy Colin Jones, is it Colin Jones?
I don't remember his first name, but his
last
name
name
is
Jones. He runs over and immediately grabs, like it's kind of a violent, it looks like it's about to be like punches thrown. He's basically saying, you're not going to disrespect my fans like that. And they start giving red cards after the match.
I saw that.
So guys are going to be kicked out for the next matches. But this guy was basically like, you're not coming to disrespect our fans like that. The fans are going to love him for life for doing that.
I know during the match, if you get a straight red, you miss 3 games.
You get a straight
red, not 2 yellows. So is that going to happen if you get
he had a yellow, but he had a yellow.
But
already.
I don't know if the ref might have still given a straight red. I don't know. But if you give someone a straight red after the match, do they miss 3 games for a physical thing? I don't know how it works. To miss 3 games
they got in trouble with a manager and his assistant got into it with they were crying because supposedly maybe a little extra time was thrown on the extra time. Oh well. One of the Liverpool fans said, I like that little new rule they have where play on till Everton scores.
That was the Man U rule.
And then
for
they
years.
said, supposedly, we got the Kansas City Chiefs treatment. Whatevs. Supposedly.
It was a big day for Lance to tie a game.
Supposedly.
The biggest success Everton will have this year is tying a match.
That's right. And it was in great fashion. Phil Jagielka did it back in 2016. Boom. Rocket shot to the back of the net. Tie.
Those are his greatest victories.
I'll never forget my 2 greatest victories.
A tie.
Last second ties against Liverpool. Amazing.
That's a great tie for them.
No,
it was great.
It was great.
I've lost. I've had a tie the other way. You know how terrible that feels to give up and you go, well, you still got a point. So what? It's a loss.
Did you have higher or lower for Everton goals?
I did not have. Oh, you know what? I probably could, but Underdog Fantasy allows you to play individually with. So you got the Big Four or whatever it's called, the Nation of Four or Four Nations.
4 nations.
4 nations. It's a big hockey matchup. I know so USA is playing Finland.
They're playing Finland tonight. Canada played Sweden last night. Went to overtime.
So Underdog has higher and lower. So I was looking at shots on goal, higher or lower points, goals scored. All these different stats are available for hockey. And you say, well, Lance, I don't know hockey. I don't either. Still, now you want to watch it, don't you? Because you got Underdog Fantasy. You've got 2 players, 3 players, 4 players, 5 players. Maybe you're 40 times or 140 times or 300 times your original play because you are taking your shots at longer shots to go higher or lower. This is what Underdog's about. It's about playing the games that are already on television. So you get to watch them with more interest, whether it's pro basketball, college basketball, PGA soccer, UFC, there's everything. And in basketball right now, this is what's really big. I had a winner yesterday, went higher on Cooper Flagg's points and went higher on Jimmy Butler's points, rebounds, and assists. It's that simple. I only did 2. You can download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you are going to get up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick. What could be better? Do not spend a second more not using your sports knowledge to watch the games and play the games, higher or lower, with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, John's not here. Here he comes. Here comes El Cheto. 9:35 here on the Grand Show, Hall of Fame radio. On a daily basis, I'd say we give you Hall of Fame content. That's pretty much a given. Houston Rockets win last night. You had the Rockets finished. Well, I mean, it got us in there. We're doing the same thing we always do, so must be Hall of Fame content.
Must be Hall of Fame.
You had 3 big threes at the end, 2 from Dylan Brooks, 1 from Jalen Green. And Ryan Hollins made a comment about Dylan Brooks that when he gets a good look at the basket, he feels like it's going in this year. And I have to admit, I don't have necessarily that level of confidence, but I don't think that he's going to miss. Does that make sense? I don't think it's going in, but I don't assume it's a miss either.
He's over 38% for the year.
Yeah, I know. He's shooting well.
In the last 10, he's over 44.
And who's the shooting coach? They mentioned Steve. They mentioned the shooting coach and the work that he's done with them. That probably needs more attention because Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks are shooting much more comfortably, much more consistently from 3. Their shooting coach probably deserves a little more shine.
Did the shooting coach give Dylan Brooks that little bunny hop, like the bunny hop hope that it goes in thing that he does all the time? Was that a thing he did in Memphis, or did that come when he got here? I
think he was already doing it.
He was already doing a little bunny hop?
Yeah, I think so.
But I love his confidence right now, though. I mean, I don't mind him at all taking those.
Man,
Jalen is hit and miss.
Are we sure we want to shoot this, Dylan? And it went in.
It goes in.
Both of them went in. So I was like, hey, we're pulling the trigger awfully quick in the shot clock here.
This is an extended period that he's been shooting well now. It's not. I mean, 4 for 9, 2 for 7, 2 for 5, 3 for 7, 3 for 7, 1 for 3, 2 for 5, 3 for 7, 3 for 8, 10 for 15. I mean, that's some pretty damn good shooting. Then that's over. It's what, 10 games?
Yeah, the last 10 he's over 44%. He's shooting a career high from 3 this year at 38.7, nearly 39%.
That's great. I mean, you're getting that out of Dillon Brooks.
And the volume, too. It's not like he's just taking 2 per game.
No.
Nearly 39% at that type of volume. That's great.
Like
How long is Fred going to be out?
At least until after the All-Star break.
Yeah,
he's
I
not
want
playing
Fred
tonight.
back now.
You want him back now?
Yeah,
but not.
I don't want him back
season
next year necessarily for $40 million or $46 million. But
you might get him for 3 more seasons at like 32.
I don't want that.
Yeah. I mean, whatever Ime wants. And Ime, I trust in Ime. Ime loves him. That's fine. That's fine. But not at $40 million.
In Ime, we trust?
In Ime, we trust. We do. Don't you?
I do. Yeah.
How about if they go to the break at 35? They win tonight. They go to the break at 35-20. I mean, I know that they've fallen off from where they were in the 2nd seed or the 4th now, but that, I mean, this is way, what's their number? 43.5, and they're at 35 at the break.
It's incredible.
If they even if they don't, if they're 34-21, that's still.
I mean, they're going to be they're probably going to be a 50-win team. Amazing turnaround. Ime should be. There's a lot of Coach of the Year consideration, though.
Yeah, Atkinson will get some attention.
Yep. Yeah, he deserves it
in Cleveland.
He
Hell,
deserves
even
it.
bigger staff in Detroit.
To me, you want to know who the Coach of the Year is? Look at the wins and then look at the roster. Just look at pictures of the roster.
What do you mean pictures?
Look at people's faces, and then when you see Beardy over there in Cleveland,
who's Beardy?
I can't remember his name. Beardy Beard, and then you see
Dean
the guy
Wade.
that you can't really figure out what's going on with him, and then this is difficult to discuss for me.
Why?
To really, it just
walked
if you
yourself
got a
into a
team full of
spot?
guys that don't look like good basketball players and you're winning a lot of games, Coach of the Year.
What does a good basketball player look like?
Not like some of Cleveland's guys
Like
coming off the
Dean
bench.
Wade and Ty Jerome and Max Strus? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Not like Strus. Well, you never know with the white guy. You might get a really good shooter.
We got like a 12-year-old on our team, and we're winning.
Yeah, but he doesn't play a lot.
That doesn't matter.
He
We
was
just
the
put him
third
in
pick,
there.
though.
Huh?
He was the third pick of the draft. It's not like he's coming out like some slappy that he actually, he's actually a third pick of the draft, and he's going to be a good player.
Did you hear Craig and Ryan laughing when he was trying to get a rebound and he was reaching up and couldn't get it? And they were like, it's like kind of like your dad. He's holding the ball above you, and you can't.
That's not a good thing.
He had one of those moments last night. It was
He
oh no.
kind of got into it with Nick Richards. They were battling for position, and I think Reed eventually got called for a foul. Nick Richards didn't appreciate how Reed disentangled. He's scrappy.
We get a little feisty with Phoenix. Last year we had a few issues with Phoenix, and
We get feisty with everybody.
We do. It's what we do. I like our feisty team. We got Phoenix 2 more times, and hopefully none of their players will be there again when we don't see them. Not having Booker, not having Beal. That
I like
kinda
it.
helped them. Yeah, it was kind of helpful.
Let's hope no Curry, no Butler tonight.
And
One of those
Curry.
guys will be out. I would guess Curry. I would guess
Do you
Curry.
know this for a fact that no Curry and Butler tonight?
No, but Kerr in that sound we
Curry,
played.
I told you they're
said
not
he
getting
wasn't-
in until
said-
3:30.
Said he wasn't sure that those guys would play.
And it is a pretty normal occurrence for teams now to sit veterans in back-to-backs or bad travel situations. It's actually
It's a
becoming pretty.
45-minute flight from Dallas. Shut up, Steve Kerr.
Well, it's not about the flight; it's about when you get in and all that stuff.
Well, you should want this to happen.
I know. What
You
are
want
trying
him to
get
be.
I'm trying to get the least amount of players possible. I want Lamar Jackson to be out when the Texans play the Cavs.
Don't you want Rui
I
Santos
want all
to
of
get
your
a lot of
start.
minutes
I want your
tonight?
starting outfield to be out when the Astros play you. Yes.
I need Pods to take the most shots tonight.
I don't know why. I just don't like Steve Kerr.
Well,
I don't know.
we kind of.
I don't know.
I bet you don't like Greg Popovich either.
Well, we know he
It's
doesn't.
just a guess.
We know he
I
doesn't.
love Greg Popovich.
No, you
What a
don't.
good- Great coach.
Yes, but person. What about person?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of person he is. I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of person he is.
What about political scientist?
I don't care what he. You know what? He can have his thoughts. I don't display my thoughts. I don't want to hear his thoughts. Okay.
Shut up and coach.
That's right. Shut up and coach.
What if he
That's
told
right.
you shut up and do radio?
Can I shut up and do radio? You have to talk.
No, shut up about everything else, but do sports radio. That's all. All Popovich wants to hear from you is sports talk.
Go look at the Cavs roster. Dean Wade, Luke Travers.
That's a lot of white guys you're mentioning.
Sam Merrill, Ty Jerome.
Another white guy.
Max Strus and Ty Jerome are mysteries.
What do you mean mysteries?
Just mysterious.
As far as what?
Exotic.
I think exotic. Max Strus is exotic to you?
He's got to be German, right?
Maybe. That name, possibly.
Max Strus. Let's say country USA.
Well, he was born here. I'm not sure what. He's Slovenian.
I just know that Kenny is going to win. Atkinson is going to win coach of
Max
the year.
Strus, Slovenian and German.
Yeah, there we go. See? Coach of the year.
Because he's coaching guys.
Luke Travers sounds like a country song.
Luke Travers doesn't play.
Luke Travers sounds like a country artist that Sam would listen to.
You can't use Travers as an example. He doesn't play.
What about Sam Merrill?
He does play.
He can play. He can shoot. Please don't leave Sam Merrill open.
So
we got guys that look like basketball players.
Yeah, we do. We do. Tari.
Because they are. Does Tari Eason not look like a basketball player?
Cam looks like a basketball player.
Yes, Cam looks like he will dunk on your, and he will.
And he will. No, he does, and he will. Absolutely.
We got guys that can be in dunk contests. They got 3-point shootout guys.
But that's basketball too.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's
that's
working.
what basketball is, actually.
It's actually a lot more of that than the dunking.
That's a lot more of that.
Are there 40 dunks in a game? No. Are there 40 3-point shots? Yes.
For both teams, so about 80.
Yeah, for about 80. Are there 80 dunks in a game? No.
No. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our last segment. Lance and I are both off tomorrow. So this is it.
We're not doing back-to-backs anymore.
No. I got to talk right now about GetMeTheVin.com. That's my man, John Clay Wolf. John Clay Wolf is the best guy that you want. Yeah, you want this guy on your side when you're selling your vehicle. I don't know what your vehicle is. I don't know how nice it is. I know that I had a lot of issues with Frankie's vehicle when I sold it to John Clay Wolf, and John Clay Wolf still bought it from me. You know, that's going to figure into the price. How well have you kept it? How well have you maintained it? And John Clay Wolf is you're going to send him pictures. You go to GetMeTheVin.com, you put in your license plate or you put in your VIN number, and then you tell them what year and the make and model and everything else and what kind of shape it's in. Then you send them some pictures, and 15 minutes later, you got yourself a bid. Okay. Now, you can haggle. You can go to CarMax and say, hey, CarMax is going to be more. And John Clay Wolf will say, well, I'll give you more than that. Or take that CarMax offer and I'll send you $100. So you got to go armed, knowing that John Clay Wolf is on your side, that John Clay Wolf is going to give you that estimate. And if you can get more, go get it, brother. But in a lot of cases, in most cases, most every time, John Clay Wolf's the one who's giving you the most for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Let's talk about Zadok Jewelers. You're running out of time, fellas. You got Valentine's Day tomorrow. What are you going to do for that special person, that special wife, girlfriend, fiance? What are you going to do? Well, why don't you think about going to Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, easy to get to, and it's a beautiful shop. You got Uchiko's there. You want to grab something to eat, grab some coffee, whatever. They got spots all over the place there off of Post Oak. But the main thing is get into Zadok and let their experts do their work. Their experts major in the opportunity and finding can't miss gifts for you, whether it's earrings, diamond pendants, rings, bracelets, necklaces. They do everything. Tennis bracelets, man, that is big time. You get a tennis bracelet, that means you love your wife or girlfriend or fiance. But maybe you say, look, I've got a limited budget, but I want to do something nice. Perfect. You went to the right place, because at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, the experts in there will find something that makes great sense for your budget and something that she's going to love. All the top designers are in there, and it's Houston's jewelry store. You know, it literally stands out above everyone else. Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
A Minnesota man allegedly tried to put out a Boy Scout cabin fire with beer, and now he's been charged with arson. Okay? First of all, why would you waste a beer putting out a Boy Scout cabin fire with beer? Why would you waste that beer like that? This is shameful. He should have been arrested for that. You don't waste beer on a fire.
The Boy Scouts have had their trouble over the last few years, and now it just got worse because somebody's throwing beer on fire.
Beer on fires.
Way to go.
What if it's one of those stupid beers you don't like?
Well, if it was a crappy beer, yeah, I wouldn't care. But if it was Coors Light, you should be arrested. A woman's deportation to Grenada has been delayed. She's being deported from the UK, but she is arguing her husband would not like it because it's too hot there. Do you think that she shouldn't be deported? They shouldn't be deported because the Caribbean is too hot?
Well, I mean, she said her husband wouldn't like it because it's too hot.
Yeah.
Well, then he has to stay.
And she has to go?
Yeah, I guess that's how you fix that.
Huh. So she goes without him?
Yeah.
You think he's just trying to get away from her?
Well, if he thinks he can get away with that.
But the heat, like the Caribbean, mugginess of the Caribbean never leaves you. It's like you're wrapped up in a heat blanket the whole time and you can't get out. So maybe she's got a point. Maybe they'll say, you know what? You got a great point. It's too warm there. We're not sending you back.
Would you fight deportation to Grenada?
Do I want that?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to go. It's already humid here. I don't want deportation to Grenada. No.
Okay, so I would love deportation to Grenada.
Do they have good? Really?
Okay.
They have good golf courses?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's beautiful golf courses.
Do they have that?
I have no idea. All I know is there was a war there between the UK and I don't know. I know that there was.
Yeah,
there's some. I don't know.
Yeah, there's Grenada Golf Course.
Is there?
Well, is that in Florida?
No, it's not Grenada, Florida.
Then is it in Mississippi?
No.
Yep, no golf courses.
Oh, then never mind. I don't want to go there. It's too hot. Did you hear the brand Next? It's a fashion brand, Next.
Yeah.
Apparently, their ad has been banned because the pose made the model look too thin. What happened to thin models? I like this trend we're having here. I kind of like this trend.
What?
No, you can't. Sorry, you can't be a model anymore. You're too skinny. You gotta have some badongadong. Yeah. How about that? I like this trend in modeling.
Lizzo,
do you want skinny models banned?
I don't think they need to be banned.
No, I'm not trying to impose my will on other people.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
everyone has a preference.
Wouldn't it be great if we had some full body?
Yeah, Lizzo. Trust me, John, there's plenty of full body models now.
Isn't that what Sports Illustrated was catching heat for?
Yeah.
For all the
Yeah, that
full
was a
body
little
models
too-
they
Yeah,
had?
are you enjoying
That was a
the? Are
little
you
too
enjoying
full.
the SI?
A little
Can we
too
have
full.
half full models? Do we have to have
Did you hear what he
no
said?
What do you say?
Can we have half full models?
No, full body.
Half full
And
body.
Martha Stewart.
half a? We need half a.
Well,
What
that's
about when Martha
that's
Stewart
different.
got off a swimsuit model? You're good. By the way, there is a Grenada Golf Club, so you would be good. There's one.
Oh, I'm good. Then I'll go. You
There's
can deport
one.
me there.
It's a 4.2.
When Denmark takes over California, I want to be deported to Grenada now.
Okay. This looks like a goat ranch. I'm going to be honest with you. Doesn't look great. I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think I'm not sure they have carts.
Apparently, there's a man in Manchester who was burning the Quran. Okay, that's not going to go over well. Okay, and the Manchester police posted his address, his name, and his address.
Wow, they doxed him?
Yeah. I mean, is that not a life sentence? Isn't that a death sentence for this guy?
And what did he do?
He burned the Quran.
Yeah, that's a death sentence.
That's a death
There's
sentence.
a jihad. If there's a fatwa on him, then he's cooked.
Yeah. I mean,
They
who
gave
was
out his address and his
address,
name.
his name and address. Here's the guy that was burning the Quran.
You would
his
get
name and address right here.
He would get banned from Twitter for that.
Oh my God. He would get banned from Twitter.
Yeah, you can't dox people.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you can't. Oh, you can't put it out there. No. So New York City rats are receiving free birth control from the government.
I like
Should
that.
residents receive free birth control? Would you rather have rats with free birth control or people with free birth control?
Well, I mean, both.
First of all, rats are going to have a hard time paying for it.
No,
but
I'd like for rats not to multiply.
I'd rather have
like that
fewer
idea.
rats, if you want to know the truth, than people.
Ooh, well, people are really on my nerves these days.
People, Dell, what would you rather have, more rats or more people?
That's a tough one, isn't it, Del?
Well, I was at a movie theater where there was a rat and people, and I was less bothered by the rat.
I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew rats would win
Because
over
at that
people.
movie
rats don't make as much noise as people.
Because at that movie theater, I was watching Nosferatu, and there was a kid on the spectrum, maybe not a kid, maybe a full-grown man, and he would have outbursts during the movie. One big meathead older guy went over at some point and go, "Why don't you shut the hell up?" And then the parents like, hey.
Oh yeah, that was you. That was the one you saw.
Hey,
right?
relax. And then the guy was like, "Oh yeah, you want to take this outside?" And then the guy eventually realized, "Oh yeah, this kid is having outbursts for a reason." And then he had to sheepishly walk out of the theater and then
He
come
didn't
back 20 minutes
apologize.
later. No, he didn't apologize for it.
He just went, "Oh no."
You know what a rat would never do? Yell at some kid on the spectrum. So
Right.
I'll take the rats over people.
This sounds like a Ricky Gervais show.
It does.
It really does.
Although he
It
wouldn't
really-
physically threaten to, or it sounds like something Larry David would do, and then he
Yeah.
finds out that the kid has like
No, Ricky Gervais had a skit where he had his back to a table and the kid was making all kinds of noise.
Oh.
He was like, "Can you shut your kid up?" Oh, God.
Oh.
Yeah.
You got to
All
watch
right,
Colin.
Kyle.
You got to watch Colin from Accounts, John. That needs to be your new show on Prime. And they do use it's an Australian show, and they use the word.
They use that word.
Oh, yeah,
it
I
pops
love
up
that.
a couple times, but yeah, it's a good show. It's got a lot of Ricky Gervais type comedy in it.
There we go. That's it. Lance and I both off tomorrow. You'll be hearing ESPN right here at this time. We will rejoin you on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But Lance, before you go, a little Allstate.
Allstate Windows and Siding. That's what I went to the website earlier, seeing what they had new on there. And one of the cool things that they have right there on the front page is you can see what your offers are going to be. Now, I would recommend also mentioning, you heard about it on ESPN 97.5 from me, see if you get an even better hookup. But right now, for this spring and this summer, they've got these specials going on, which is 30% off of each window, a minimum 10 window job. They've got $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Ask about the specials that they have. They've got 12 months, no payments, no interest. So what this means is that you can get the get what you need now, and you say, look, I can't afford it right now, but I will be able to over this time, or I can pay for it over time, and that's perfect. Then get those windows right now and then pay for it over 12 months, and you have no interest payments. There's nothing. You can basically get it financed for that full year with no interest payments. So you just pay it off over that 12-month period, and you get better energy rates and not rates, but better energy bills, bills that come into you because you're more energy efficient. You've got better safety. You've got better sound in your home because you don't have as much noise. And it simply looks better to have new windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. 832-204-1936 is the number. Family owned and operated. 832-204-1936. Hey, I want to talk about John Daspin, the Daspin Law Firm. John Daspin's been doing this for years. He went to two degrees from University of Texas, a degree from University of Houston, law degree. Went to high school here. He's from here, and he's for here. He is for the people of Houston. He's for the people of the coastal region as well, where a lot of his work will come with when people who have dealt with refinery blasts or offshore accidents that are very debilitating. In fact, a lot of times these can involve loss of life or loss of limb where someone can't work anymore and take care of the family. And so that's got to all be accounted for. If there was negligence at the workplace and you are injured, then John Daspit wants to help you and work for you so that you get the bills paid for, but also that you're taken care of if you can't work anymore, or if you're temporarily or long-term, disabled. If you have to have rehab surgeries, your pain and suffering certainly has a number that needs to be attached. And unfortunately, it's one that, frankly, doesn't even make sense a lot of times because what you're going to go through could be substantial for the rest of your life. So John Daspit wants to make sure that he's not on the side of the insurance companies who are fighting to squeeze you. He's on your side, and you're going to get a fair settlement and fair treatment when you go with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Welcome into the show. It's a special show. Raheel Ramzanali will join us at 11:15 for his brand of nonsense. He's already got some topics. He hasn't sent them to me yet, so I'm a little worried, but Raheel will join us at 11:15. He is the host of CityCast. You can find that wherever you find podcasts. But excited to have him on. And we also have a fill-in at the producer position. Sean has a couple of days he needs to take, so he's taking them. So in his place, we have Abigail. You guys will know her from many shows. She's filled in from time to time, and she does the Boss and the Gloss. Have you filled in for Glenn Davis before?
Yeah, I did that last week.
Okay, so she's done this before. You guys know of her. If you've ever been out to a station event, she's been at some of them, and of course, she does the producing thing too. So that's the voice you'll hear from time to time. That isn't Sean. Sean will be back on Monday. AJ will join us tomorrow. AJ will produce the show tomorrow, where Michael Carroll will do his weekly segment. Okay, what happened last night? Big things. If I was living in London, I'd say it that way. But we had the Bregman signing, and we also had Kevin Durant in town. And it was a big night for the Houston media because Kevin Durant's been the object, or at least the alleged object, of the Rockets' affection for a while. We've heard that he's a guy that they would love to add. And then it shifted to Devin Booker. Now Devin Booker didn't play along with Bradley Beal. The Rockets get a nice win in a surprisingly, at least for me, back and forth game when the likes of Ty Washington and Bol and others are trying to help the Suns stay competitive while Kevin Durant's out there by himself. Can't imagine Kevin Durant thought to himself when he got traded to Cleveland, which was his first option when he asked for a trade. The thought of playing with Devin Booker was appealing. I'm sure Phoenix sold him on a plan that they would acquire another player that would help him. That other player was Bradley Beal, someone that the Suns wanted out this season right before the trade deadline. Couldn't get it done. I imagine he thought to himself, a lot of nights it would be him, Booker, and Beal going at it, putting up points and overwhelming teams with their ability to put the ball in the basket. Didn't think he foresaw looking for shots for Bol. Bol played pretty well. He helped the Suns stay in it. It was a back and forth game. Credit to Dylan Brooks for hitting a couple big jumpers late. He has shot the ball really well over the last 10 games or so. Like, he's a 44% 3-point shooter the last 10 games, nearly 39% overall. He's having a really good year shooting the ball from deep, which is a surprise. That wasn't his forte coming to the Rockets. In fact, he was having his worst year shooting when he signed with the Rockets. There were some questions about why they would do it. We've seen it. Whatever's happening in those practices, whatever the shooting coach is getting done, keep doing it, because Dylan Brooks has become a reliable shooter at high volume. He shoots like 6 of them a game, and he's knocking it down at nearly 39%. So he helped. And Thompson had a great game. And, of course, Jalen Green had his moments, too. Wasn't all that efficient, but he had his moments. Rockets win. And as old as Kevin Durant is in basketball terms, and I know when you think about him and you think, how much will we have to give up in the offseason? I've mentioned it before, but Brian Windhorst of ESPN is saying Kevin Durant's getting traded. That thing is happening, whether it be to the Rockets or someplace else. He is available. The Suns are going to make a trade, and Kevin Durant knows he's going to get traded. That's according to Brian Windhorst. So when you see him in person, or at least you see him playing against your team, in theory, you think to yourself, hey, how much should we really be giving up for a 36-year-old? But when you watch him out there playing around a bunch of guys who are fringe NBA players, not even fringe rotation players, we're talking about fringe NBA players, and he is keeping them afloat against a pretty young and good Rockets team. They were without Fred VanVleet. You think to yourself, he looked pretty good here. He looked pretty good even at 36, 37 years old. You're likely going to have to give him an extension if you trade for him, and the Suns are going to be asking for a lot. They asked for a lot before the deadline. The price may come down, but if they're getting off of Kevin Durant, they're going to want plenty. The Rockets have plenty to give. There will be a line, I'm sure the Rockets draw in the sand about how much they're willing to give up if they're in on the Kevin Durant stuff. But yeah, the theory of him, he's too old, understood. But when he's out there putting up 30-plus points a night in the way he does it, when he makes it look so easy, I get why it's appealing. I get why the Rockets have him as a target. At least they may have had him as a target. He turned the ball over quite a bit last night. Didn't get back on defense after some of those turnovers, so you might have taken notice of that. But his ability to score the basket without a lot of help, kind of get why he is going to be someone very appealing in the offseason. Well, we got plenty of time to get there. The Rockets have a playoff run ahead of them before they do that, and I'm sure a lot of that run will determine how aggressive they are. And I wonder how it will go. Like if they get knocked out in the first round, right now they're back to the 4 seed. The Lakers got blown out in Utah last night, so the Rockets take back the 4 seed. If they get knocked out in the first round early, does that make them think they need to make a major move, or do they need to go on a deep run and stop and get stopped short and go, okay, we need one more piece? I wonder how they'll approach it, because getting knocked out early, which if you go by the odds, people think that could happen. Getting knocked out in the first round, you may think to yourself, let this team grow. They're not one older player away when you think about how much you're going to have to give up to get them. But if you go on a deep run and you're one star away, I can see the Rockets getting maybe more aggressive than some might like. I know people like the young core and the youth and what that might mean for the future. The financial stuff aside, where you have to start paying these guys like Tari Eason. He doesn't play back to back because he's still trying to get healthy, but you see the potential. You see why Ime was so high on him. That source that told, well, it's not even a source. Ime said it himself, that Tari reminds him of Kawhi. And John Granado told us that at one point the Rockets thought he was their best player. You see it out there, and that's even with Amen Thompson having his big game, getting a triple double. You see the appeal of Tari Eason. You just wish at his age, where you would think he'd be at his healthiest, he would be able to play more games. Don't expect him tonight, I would think, in a back-to-back situation, the Rockets' final game before the All-Star break. Thankfully for them, they have a team coming in who also is dealing with a back-to-back. The Warriors lost late last night they lost late last night. It was a close game. Jimmy Butler called for, I think it was an offensive foul, led to a turnover. Kind of gave the Mavs the chance to hit a couple free throws to put the game away. So you may not see Steph Curry tonight. Steve Kerr talked about the strain it puts on the NBA as a whole, not just his team, to play these type of back-to-backs, which you're doing it for TV. And he kind of slightly railed against the NBA for not taking care of the players and not putting their health first. So the question of whether you'll see Steph Curry, that's up in the air. Whether you'll see Jimmy Butler, up in the air as well. So the Rockets, while Tyrese likely won't play, Jabari Smith won't be available, Fred VanVleet probably won't play. You may have a Warriors team where Podzinski's taking the most shots, and Buddy Hield is another guy they're going to be depending on more than they normally would. So you might be at an advantage again tonight, just like you were last night. And, they need it. It's now 2 in a row. Abigail thinks she is a good luck charm. She went to the game against Toronto. It broke the losing streak.
Well, I am.
Well, or Toronto just had a lot of players out, and that's why they won. But
they were kind of bad.
Yes, that was an awful game. She took her brother to that game as a birthday gift.
It was, yes.
And the game he got was the Toronto Raptors versus the Rockets. Look, I'm good the Rockets won, but
we didn't play as good as well.
No, but as far as the entertainment value of the game, could have picked a better game. It's not his fault, not your fault. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. It's Sunday afternoon before the Super Bowl.
Much?
No, I'm really more judging the Rockets for their performance. They won. They played poorly, but they won. They didn't play as poorly last night, but it was close. But they found a way. They were very good in the fourth quarter, something that has been a problem for them as of late. But they got the win. And Art, I don't know whose big belly just blocked the camera. I don't know. Someone walked in there. I don't know who it was. I think we were given a tour, and one of the tweets was, "Who blocked the camera?"
Esme was showing people around.
Yeah, there were people in there. Art, apparently, for the first time ever, you're locked in on what's going on in there. Generally, you're just making fun of Sean, but now you care about the camera. Okay, Art, I see you working. All right, if you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Kevin Durant when we come back. He was very complimentary of the Rockets and of Ime Udoka. There's a connection with him and some of their young players. The funny thing is, maybe some of those young players get sent to Phoenix in a world if the Rockets do acquire Kevin Durant. But right now, they're opponents and friends in the offseason. So we'll hear from him there. We'll talk about the Bregman signing. And I saw some of the reaction last night on social media. Some people are like, go with God, Bregman. Appreciate everything you did. You got your bag on a short-term deal. We're cool. Others are like, I hope he fails. And you can tell me, I feel that's because of who he signed with. The Red Sox, they're not rivals, but you've played them in the playoffs and you've had big moments against them. I think that's what it's about. Correa wound up in Minnesota. Who cares about the Twins? I mean, George Springer wound up in Toronto. Who cares? Who cares? It would have been fine, even though there was a time when the Astros and the Cubs were real rivals. If he wound up with the Cubs, he probably would have been fine with the Tigers, even though AJ Hinch is there and they beat you in the 2-game series in the wild card series this past season. But to wind up with Boston and the stretching out of this whole thing, I think it pissed a lot of people off. I don't know how anyone feels. I know, Eric, you're a Nashville fan. Others are. You want to let me know how you feel about Bregman being a Red Sox specifically? Not just that he's gone, because we felt like that was happening, but the fact that he will be playing in Boston maybe for the next 3 years. He has opt-outs after the first 2, but you can get in and talk about that. 713-780-3776. It's me and Abigail till 12. Raheel joins us at 11:15. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
JG, I mean, we built a good bond over the last few years. And to see his growth as a player, his confidence level has grown since he got into the league. Been working out with Jabari a couple times. Somebody I always watched when he was in high school at Auburn. These guys just want to be great, man. You know, you're in the gym all summer, you playing pickup, you go back from pickup to lifting weights, to come back the next morning and do the same thing. You know, it's going to pay off at a certain point. So what I took from them is like the work ethic, you know, and attention to detail. And you got guys like Royale, Ime, and the rest of the coaching staff who's going to hold them to a standard every day. You're going to see growth in them pretty quickly.
That's Kevin Durant last night. Has a relationship with a lot of the young Rockets. We may play some sound later in the show of him talking about his time with Ime and what Ime provides. They were together while Ime was an assistant in Brooklyn, and Kevin Durant had some time there, obviously, before things fell apart there. Rockets win 119-111 in a game where Kevin Durant goes for 37, does turn the ball over 7 times. And the Rockets 35-19 in the fourth quarter. That was nice to see, where they made the plays, including knocking down some big shots. And went for 18, 11, and 10, and Tari went for 25, and Jalen went for 22. So they get that one. They got the Warriors tonight. Will Jimmy Butler or Steph Curry play? That's to be decided. Steve Kerr hasn't made that decision yet. We'll see what the Rockets have to face before their final game before the All-Star break. Okay, so the Astros lose out on Bregman. The inevitable happened. We felt like this was going to be how this played out. Been talking about it really since the end of the season. From the moment that Altuve spoke about wanting his guy back and saying he was going to come back, this was a storyline. I thought even last offseason Bregman was going to come back. The Astros didn't seem all that motivated to bring him back, and he wanted to get to free agency and see what he could get. He did not get the long-term $30 million per year deal that he appeared to be looking for, the $200 million deal. What he did get was a short-term deal where he gets $40 million a year. So while the years aren't there, the AAV is there. So is it a win for Bregman? I think so. I think he's going to a ballpark where he hits well. I'll give you some of the numbers there. And he plays for a team that has aspirations of winning. And he also gets $40 million a year, something the Astros weren't going to hit, at least over the course of more than 3 seasons. They weren't going to do it. And I don't think that they're ever going to approach that no matter how many years. So it's over. It was inevitable, but it does suck that he winds up a Red Sox. That's the one thing I'm bothered by. Sean and I talked about this because we've had to talk about this for a while. I did not care if he was at least early on, if he was a Met or a Cub or a Tiger, no matter what. The Red Sox thing is a problem. That's a guy you've gone to battle with against that team in big series. I think you split those. I'm not exactly sure how that played out over the course of the run. And instead, you're going to have to be dealing with him in a ballpark he likes.
I mean, I think he was also still like very unsatisfied in Houston, and even Altuve was like talking to him and like tried to talk him out of it. But I mean, it is what it is.
I think some of it has to do with this is your team. You expect them to compensate you in a way that you believe is appropriate, and then when they come in at a number that's below what you think you're worth, particularly for them. I mean, sure, it's business, but some of it's emotion. Like, hey, why not pay me what I'm asking for? And the Astros have a line. They don't go for the years stars get now, and they don't go for the money, particularly because of age. Bregman is going to be, well, at least if he was going to get that 6-year deal for the Astros, he was going to be in his mid-30s, and that's at a point for them where they think it's diminishing returns. We're not going to pay an older player that type of salary. We don't think it makes sense. The Astros have always operated that way, and they will continue to operate that way for Crane. Bregman wasn't special in that regard. Correa wasn't special in that regard. Springer wasn't special either. There's no one who's special. They've given Altuve money earlier than normal. He doesn't get the free agency, and that makes sense for the level of player he is, the status he has. They try to do we'll give you more money early, so we don't have to deal with it on the back end when you do hit free agency. At some point, this will be a Jordan scenario too. Now he's got years; we don't have to worry about it for now. But Jordan, years from now, if he decides you can't give me money early, I want to hit free agency, we'll do this dance again, and the dance will end with the Astros standing on the wall while Jordan's dancing with someone else in the gym. That's who they are. It's who they are as long as Jim Crane is here. I think we all, if we haven't already, we should come to accept it. We are going to lose our star players. And the problem is there are not a lot left. I think the Astros have done a good job planning for this. They were ready for this eventuality. It's just now it's real. We are going to see Alex Bregman head to spring training with the Red Sox. And I know people are pointing to the first time he comes back to Daikin now, no longer Minute Maid. I think it's August 11th, I think it's the first game. But I mean, spring training. They're both in Florida. So there's a possibility that we'll see Bregman in a Red Sox uniform playing as the Astros in less than a month. That's where we are. The moments are great. I mean, you guys all know. You guys all got him in your head of all the things he's done from the World Series in 2017 to what he did against Boston against Chris Sale. He has been one of the cornerstones for a while. Now there's just one left. I mean, we can include McCullers, but McCullers never pitches. He's not going to be ready for the start of the season. You just hope at some point he gets back to a level of health where he can contribute. But it's Altuve, and that's all that's left. It's simply a matter of the passage of time. I mean, it's going to happen. It was bound to happen. But Brian McTaggart is doing the thing where he reminds you of what once was and what no longer is. So he put out a tweet. This is the COVID year. He put out a tweet of the Astros 2020 opening day lineup. It was Springer, Altuve, Bregman, Brantley, Yuli, Correa, Reddick, Aledmys Diaz, Maldonado, and Verlander. Only one remains. And they want to move that guy to left field at some point. Because apparently, no matter what, that's going to happen. Bregman, gone, but Altuve will be a part-time left fielder this year. And the social clip for this show yesterday was us, Sean and I talking about it. It's going to be entertainment for us. I would suggest watching. He may be great. He may be bad. I think he'll fall somewhere in the middle where he's just okay. But I'm watching Altuve in left field. Just want to see what happens. Bregman against him in not Minute Maid. Oh, not even Daikin. I mean Fenway. Bregman hitting a ball to left field in Fenway. And Altuve trying to play a ball off the monster. It's like an alternate universe that's real. That's going to be a thing this year. I don't know. It's not guaranteed that he plays in left field, but it's possible he plays in left field in Fenway with Bregman at the plate. With, I don't know, Eric Eddy pitching or something. It's wild. It's wild. But it's over. There will be a lot of tributes going forward for him. And we ask sometimes who gets a tribute video and who doesn't on their return. He's getting a tribute video. And it'll be well-deserved. Two-time champion, one of the best Astros of this era. And he'll spend at least a year. It's not guaranteed, but he'll spend at least a year in a rival uniform. Did you ever buy a Bregman jersey?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
No, I had an Altuve jersey.
Well, that one still works out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That going forward, everybody. I mean, yeah, you can have your Jordan jersey, but just know at some point he'll probably be wearing another uniform, just how the Astros operate. But the Altuve thing, you're good.
Yeah, it's crazy to see Bregman in a Red Sox jersey. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not gonna be fun, I think. People will get over it. I know some people, as I said in the first segment, are gonna hate on him because he chose the Red Sox, and they may believe still that the Astros had the best offer. He just didn't like it at the number for those years. But
do you think that some Astros fans will move over to the Red Sox because of Bregman?
No chance. That's not how this city's built. And it doesn't really work that way in baseball. There's probably some Ohtani fans that moved from the Angels to the Dodgers, but the Angels don't have.
My family did that.
Oh, there's one. There we got an example. I don't think Bregman's gonna garner that type of following where people are going to be like, you know what? I was a Bregman fan, not a National fan. Well, maybe the people who rooted for him for when he was at LSU who decided I was going to root for him with the Astros. But as far as Houston born and bred, or even people who moved here and have been here for a while, nah. Uh, will they root for Bregman? Well, like I know people. I saw a shot of the stands in Dallas last night when they were playing the Warriors, where there was a woman wearing a Luka Lakers shirt. I don't think that's happening. I don't think people are going to be wearing
An Astros Bregman.
a Boston Bregman shirt or jersey in Daikin Park. I don't think that's happening.
Mm.
Even because Luka wasn't even in the building. She still did it as a sign of protest for the trade. That's not happening. I think some people will wish him well. Some people will hate. He's not getting booed. I don't believe that's happening when he comes back. It'll just be, oh, that sucks. He's just another guy who we're all trained for. We're all used to it now. Our favorite players who help win titles leave. We know the list. The only one who would get booed, but it's been years now, like Garrett Cole might get booed for how he acted right after they lost the World Series, but even that's kind of dead and buried. So we'll get over it. The Astros have trained us to understand that they're not going to keep guys that get older and want deals that stretch into their mid-30s. But the new blood is here. Spring training opens today. The Astros are out there. The pictures are out there. Fromber and Christian Javier, Brian McTaggart tweeting out photos. So while Bregman is gone, we still got guys. We're still one of the favorites to win the AL West. So comfort yourself with that. Okay, we'll go to break. We'll come back here, and we'll get into some Texan stuff because Stephon Diggs is your big free agent, and Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, ranked the top 100 free agents in the NFL. Diggs is among them, and he's the only Texan on the list, which means you're probably set up pretty well as far as your roster in 2025. You just need to fix a couple things, mainly with the offensive line. So we'll talk about free agency in the NFL when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Texans here, but Dana Brown spoke. He's out at spring training, and the reporters got to ask him questions about the Bregman news. A guy who's had to answer these questions really all offseason and has been very non-committal because probably in the Astros' eyes, they were never that serious about bringing him back. They knew that the numbers were too drastic as far as in difference as far as what they're offering him and what the Boris camp and Bregman wanted. So here's Dana Brown out of spring training reacting to questions about Bregman now being a Red Sox.
I've heard about it. I don't think it's official yet, but so I won't comment on that.
Are you happy at least there's some clarity, or was there always clarity for you guys because you were moving forward regardless with Paredes and Walker?
Look, I would say, if it's true, I'm happy for Bregman. He's had a great run here, and so that's all pretty much I can say.
Have you reached out to the camp to find out the situation?
Have
you reached out to Boris or the player to find out what the situation?
No.
Why not? Just to confirm.
Yeah, I won't get into what we do in terms of our free agent.
How engaged were you guys down the stretch with this?
As I said before, we've had a lot of internal discussions, and I'll leave it at that.
How engaged was Jim?
Like I said, I'll leave it at that.
What, moving forward without Alex, what do you feel, what's your takeaway about what's going to look like?
Look, we feel very confident that Paredes is going to be really good at third base. He's going to provide a lot of power. He's going to hit somewhere in the middle of our lineup, so we're excited about that. Acquiring Paredes was, part of what we would do to fill that position at third base.
How do you view Lance?
So that's Dana Brown. Pretty much the tone he's used all offseason. This time he had to do more avoidance. I'm not sure why. If it is official, I guess you can't talk about a player. But if it's not official, I'm not sure why he couldn't talk about Bregman more. But he didn't want to answer questions. The interesting thing for me was someone did ask him how involved Jim Crane was, and he gave no answer. So I think we're maybe 24 hours away from Dana Brown no longer having to talk about Alex Bregman and the possibility of him being an Astro again. The only thing else will be when he returns, I'm sure there'll be nice words spoken. The players will be asked this week as well. So we'll hear from plenty of players about what appears to be the departure of Alex Bregman. Apparently, Dana Brown hasn't gotten word that it's official. You heard him talk about that. Boris, talking to Boris? No, I'm not talking to Boris. So even then, the people want to know how often he's talking to Scott Boris about this thing. And once again, he's like, no, not so much, which has been the tone and the position from him throughout. He's not talking to Boris about this, at least not very much. Every time we've heard that question asked is, I got to reach out to Scott. So there it is. Dana Brown's first comments on Alex Bregman, no longer, it appears, at least being an Astro. He's a Red Sox. We'll get over it. It just sucks right now. Okay, so Stephon Diggs is the the Texans' best free agent available. He's ranked 51 on the CBS Sports list. He's the only one in the top 100, and I think that's a good thing. You are not scrambling to bring back the most important people on your roster. You've got Daniil Hunter locked up. You've got Will Anderson as a rookie locked up. Now you're eventually going to have to pay him. That'll come in the next couple off seasons, if not this upcoming one. We'll see how they do it. I don't think it'll happen this off season, but it'll be something they have to monitor and that they'll manage their cap, knowing that they have 2 top 5 picks on their roster that they have to pay in the next couple seasons. So the benefit of having 2 impactful players that are young is the fact that you don't have to pay them a lot of money, and they are far outplaying their deals. The disadvantage is when you trade up into the top 5 in the same draft class that you took another top 5 player, particularly when one's a quarterback, it's going to cost you a lot. the quarterback's going to cost you a lot. The fact that you traded into the top 5 for that quarterback, actually, I don't even know the logistics of that, but either way, the quarterback and the defensive end, who's another high impactful star type player, and they play those positions that get you paid. So they have some decisions to make. So if you look at the Texans, they're not very active in the offseason as far as bringing in a big name. Think of their future. Stingley, they definitely got to pay coming up here, and they've got two premier position players that they have to give money to. So I don't expect a lot. I hope they can find a way to manage their offensive line. But the question is, as far as Stephon Diggs, what's he worth? Because we had a question this morning about Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp, his cap hit for the Rams is in the high 20s as far as millions of dollars is concerned. So you get why they want to trade him. He's a guy who misses a lot of time, but the question was about Cooper Kupp coming here. I don't understand it. Cooper Kupp will be 32 in June. Why do you want to acquire a 32-year-old receiver who doesn't play as often as you'd like, and his production has dropped the last 3 years? He hasn't broken 1,000 yards in 3 seasons. Why are we so attracted to the thought of bringing in a star name? Right, that's all it is, right? Because you look at Cooper Kupp as a player. There's nothing that says go trade for him. And I don't know how the money works, what you're going to take on if you have to trade for him, how that gets distributed to the Rams and to yourself. But what's the appeal there? He's not as good as he once was, and you got to pay him. He's going to cost, and it's going to cost you compensation. Probably not a lot, but more than I'm willing to give up. Lance and others in their first mock drafts, because we're in draft season, which means we're going to deal a lot with mock drafts, have projected receivers to the Texans. I'm more about that approach. Go cheap at receiver. You're already expensive enough with Nico. And of course, Tank likely won't play in 2025, but go get yourself a cheap young receiver. And hopefully he turns out to be a Brian Thomas type, who was a later first-round pick for the Jags, who people will point to and go, the Texans could have had him if they hadn't traded out of the first and used one of those seconds to go take Stephon Diggs. It's hindsight, but having a first-round pick in Brian Thomas under cost, who's cost controlled, and you have him for several years that you don't have to worry about paying him, you'd be in a much better spot. But you took your shot. You went in on the 2024 season, and you wound up where you were after the 2023 season. And really, you wound up after every successful Texans season. There's a cap, and it's always losing in the divisional round. So the last 2 years are familiar for us. The year was supposed to be better than that, and that's why people got fired. And that's why there might be changes beyond the coaching staff with personnel in the offensive line. I hope that does get done. That seems like their biggest impediment for them taking the next step. They don't match up with the best teams in football. Even when you look at the Chiefs, who got dominated in the Super Bowl, their offensive line's better than the Texans. Patrick Mahomes does his magic, sure. But the best teams in football, their offensive line's pretty good. It's just kind of how it goes. You look at the Ravens, and Ronnie Stanley, I think, is available, but good offensive line. Texans have invested. They just haven't hit on those guys, and the chemistry hasn't worked out, and that's why things have changed. But Stephon Diggs, 30-plus-year-old player, he's your top free agent. You should let someone take that on. Don't bring back Stephon Diggs.
Why are you saying that, though?
I'm saying it because he's an older receiver who is going to cost more than I think he's going to produce. I don't think the value that he's going to provide matches up with what he's likely going to ask for. That's why. As a team, I understand they think they're pretty close, that they acted that way in 2024, but I would say adding an older receiver doesn't get you closer to your goal. If you need to pay someone in the realm of what Stephon Diggs is going to ask for, go pay a guard for that. If you need to replace Shaq Mason, which I think you do, make that happen. And I'm not your financial guy. There's someone later. There are probably people on this station who have the financials broke down. I'm not that guy. I don't care that much about that in February. Just go find yourself a good guard, however you do it. I don't really trust Nick Caserio to draft a good guard. He doesn't have a track record of that. But however it needs to get done, go do it and make receiver a priority in the draft. It's not a great class, but try to find yourself one and maybe make up for what could be considered a mistake by letting Brian Thomas wind up as a Jag. She was giving me a signal to wrap it up. I think I saw that. Sean doesn't do that. Sean never does that. We just go. But hey, times have changed, at least for a day. We will go to break here. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. We got more from Durant on the Rockets, but we'll get to a former Rocket because he passed a Rockets legend on the scoring list. We'll hear from James Harden about Hakeem Olajuwon when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Raheel Ramzanali will join us at 11:15. Look, I don't know what he's going to do. I'm going to be honest. All he told me was he was going to send topics to talk about. He has yet to do that. He's recording, I think. He's going to join us after that. So it'll be up to him. We'll see how it goes. Michael
Keeps you on your toes.
That's one way of putting it. We will see what happens when he joins us, and then Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. And I bring that up because I'm going to ask Abigail something right after I tell you about this. Let the good times roll. Take the day off of work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for the occasional invitational, benefiting kids' meals. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. You could call that Granado's home course. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brownback Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration until Friday. That's not what I'm going to ask you about, Abigail. Not the golf.
I mean, I would hope not.
I mean, I could, and then it would just get weird. But we do a segment with Michael Carroll every Friday where we talk about movies. We talk about what you should or shouldn't watch. You have been known to recommend things for me to watch.
Sean.
And Sean, to varying degrees of success about how we respond to those recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
This is a short segment because I ignored you telling me to wrap it up in the previous segment.
You did.
It's my right. So sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't.
But Sean doesn't do it, so you don't.
I don't have to worry about it. We just figure it out. But you've got a different way of doing things. So be it. But
I learned from you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You didn't learn from me.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, you might have been in there and you got taught, but you didn't learn anything. Not from me. I think Joe taught you more than I did. You were too busy hating to learn from me.
That's crazy. I never hated. What are you talking about?
That's a lie. Is what that is. So do you have any recommendations for the people? What are you watching? What should people take a look at? Because Michael has a way. He has thoughts about things. They may differ from yours. What are you watching? What do you think people should watch?
Okay. Well, you're going to say that this is so cheesy. I made Sean watch it, and it's called The Sideline QB and Me.
You've talked about this.
Yeah, I did.
Or maybe
Not
Sean
on air,
talked about it. Yeah, you're right. I'm not watching The Sideline. I don't like
Why
the name.
not?
Isn't it featuring like a TikToker as the star?
Yes.
Sham shaking her head. Yes. She's nodding in a.
But it's like something that you can like watch, and it's like a rom-com, and it's so sweet, and it's a happy ending.
I don't care about that at all. Are they good actors?
Yeah, I would say there's a prequel coming out.
Sam. Okay, she hasn't seen it.
Sam hasn't seen it.
Okay, the sideline. It's sidelined. The quarterback in me.
He is in school and he gets a job, or he gets a offer for USC to play for USC as a QB.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a love interest in the movie that's also playing in California dancing in California. I forgot where she was dancing.
So James Vanderbeek
James
Vanderbeek Dawson is in the movie. He's also Johnny Moxon from Varsity Blues. There may be some meta thing going on. Does he play like the coach? Does Vanderbeek? You might not know. She doesn't know who Dawson is. This is tough for me. She doesn't know. That's rough. I can't explain it any other way. He's Dawson Leary from Dawson's Creek. Look it up and tell me if that guy plays a coach, because there may be a meta thing there where they get the guy who played in Varsity Blues and now he's the coach of a high school quarterback.
He's actually the dad.
Oh, he's
of
the
dad
of. Yeah. Oh, so in Varsity Blues, the dad was overbearing and was pushing that kid, and that kid didn't.
That's literally what happened.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's a meta thing where he used to be the quarterback, now he's playing the dad of the quarterback. Okay, that would be appealing. Not enough for me to watch the movie, but at least I can see what they're doing there. So sidelined, the quarterback, and you can watch it on Tubi if that tells you about the quality.
That's crazy. They actually have really good movies on Tubi.
Do they? Original movies or movies they've grabbed that have been made by other people?
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Yes.
They do have, I think, Pride and Prejudice on there.
That's not one of theirs.
I know. That's not one of theirs.
Someone else made it.
I know.
But this one appears to maybe be a Tubi original, considering they got Noah Beck to star in it.
Oh, it is a Tubi original.
Oh, then no chance. It's good. No chance.
Did you see him and Alex Earl did like a?
I can tell you right now, no, I did not. I can tell you right now, no.
They did a commercial.
All I know about
together,
Alex
a
Earl
Super
is that
Bowl
she
commercial.
dates Braxton Berrios, the slot receiver who's played
For the Miami
across
Dolphins.
the entire AFC East, except for the Bills. So that's your suggestion.
Yeah,
Sideline, the quarterback and me.
I did suggest something to Brian the other week, and he did watch it. It's called Evil Dead Rises, and it's the opposite of Sideline QB and Me. It's probably the worst horror
Is it
movie.
because it's good?
It's a really gory horror movie.
Is that the one where
very
they're in the apartment?
Yes.
I've seen that one.
You have?
Yeah, it's fine.
He got scarred. He said, "I'm never taking any
Yeah,
recommendations from you."
It's brutal. It's a brutal movie to watch. But
Yeah.
if you like horror, you'll be fine if you're used to it. But yeah, if it's something that it's not not what you're used to, it's gonna be tough.
What have you been watching?
Well, we talk about that tomorrow. But Paradise on Hulu. It's a twisty thriller type deal where the president dies. You have to find out who killed him. There's also another mystery involved. I won't give that away because that's the big mystery that ends the first episode. So I won't give that away. I'm watching that. We've got Captain America coming out tomorrow. Well, I guess tonight people can watch it, but I will watch it this weekend. And of course, the show coming up here, or it's a movie in this case. Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller.
I love Miles Teller.
Big surprise.
I knew you were going to say
It's The Gorge on Apple TV. It's a movie about two trained military personnel who are separated by the aforementioned gorge, and there's evil down in the gorge, but it's set on Valentine's Day, so there's a romance element as well. That's not the part that I care about. It feels like that part's going to be very dumb, but there are evil monsters down in the gorge that they're going to have to kill. So I'm going to watch that, and hopefully the romance part doesn't ruin that part of it. We will see. We will see. So that's the show's show. I don't know if Sideline, the quarterback in me, will be the show's movie.
Oh, I feel like it would be.
It won't be.
Will.
Because you won't be producing tomorrow. Or consistently.
I'll text Michael. Don't worry.
Michael Carroll's not going to recommend that. And I said the show. Once again, The Gorge is the movie you can see on Apple TV. Shout out to Anya Taylor-Joy. She likes Miles Teller. He was in that movie with I forgot.
He was in Top Gun.
Yeah, not that one. It's the one where he plays the drums. I forgot what it's called.
Whiplash.
There it is.
Sam got it.
Thanks, Sam. Sam will be doing Picture Day with Lance Zierlein and others later in the day because Lance didn't take his pictures when he should have. All right, we will come back with what I plan to get to. I just forgot. So we'll get to that when we come back. Hour one is over. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. I don't think we'll do an Ask Abigail segment because I don't trust you guys. I would have done it, but I don't trust the listeners or the Twitter people.
You can also avoid questions too.
Appropriate questions. I don't trust them to ask the proper questions, so we won't do an Ask Abigail segment. That was the best you're gonna get. What she's gonna recommend, and she wound up with a Tubi original.
It's good. It's actually number one on Tubi, which is not.
That doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't confirm that it's good. It's not even good enough to get a rating for Rotten Tomatoes. That's how
it has a rating.
I'm looking for it, and I can't see it. All I know is IMDb people gave it a rating, but not Rotten Tomatoes. But at least Johnny Mock's in it, and also the same guy who played Dawson Leary's in it. So that's the only appeal I'll have for it. But Noah Beck's in it, so I'm out. Okay, hour one is done. Hour two, when we come back, we'll get to some more sound regarding Kevin Durant and his respect for Ime Udoka. Some numbers for Alex Bregman now that he's a Red Sox, and maybe one of the reasons he chose to go there. And if there's anything that pops up as far as player reaction, we play some Dana Brown sound. If there's player reaction before we wrap it up, we'll get to that as well. Hour two when we come back. We have sound of Joe Espada talking about Bregman's departure. We'll get to that. But before I got distracted by sideline, the quarterback and me, I was going to talk about James Harden. James Harden passed Hakeem Olajuwon last night on the all-time scoring list. It's about that time for some of us. I still remember KD wearing his backpack during press conferences in one of his first deep playoff runs and hugging his mom after games. And now he's like 8th on the scoring list. He passed that mark in the previous game before he played the Rockets and put up a nice night, although the Rockets found a way to win that one. Well, James Harden is another one of those guys who's climbing up the scoring list, and he just passed Hakeem Olajuwon. Of course, James knows Hakeem from his time here, and he spoke about passing Hakeem and his interactions with Hakeem while he was in Houston.
I feel like we're running out of ways to ask you about moving up the all-time scoring list. We've talked to you about it a lot this year already, but outside of becoming second all-time in made threes, is there one of those milestones that you've hit this year that you really sat there and was like, wow, maybe I'll watch that guy? Or...
No, yeah, honestly,
yeah.
If you want some, like today was to my dream. Like when I got traded to the Rockets, it was like, Hakeem Olajuwon. He brought so much. Obviously, we all know about, on the court, but off the court, as well. Somebody that I looked up to and kind of wanted to, mold and do things in the sense of like what he brought to that city. And obviously, I came short of a championship, but I feel like I've accomplished a lot in that city. And I watched him. He supported me throughout my entire career or my entire stint, in Houston. So tonight was, a little bit more special.
James, you guys were able to.
So James Harden, now 13th on the all-time scoring list, passes Hakeem Olajuwon last night. And look, nice words from James. His reputation here is mixed for multiple reasons, and you heard him mention not getting the title. That doesn't help his cause. There are others who talk about how dominant he was and won't speak a word of negativity about him. Just how it is. People are going to love James for his time. Others are going to say championships are the bottom line and you didn't get it done. You have your poor playoff games. The elimination game stuff will be a thing that follows him, particularly here. He did it in Philly. He did it in Brooklyn. He did it in Oklahoma City in their one finals. He wasn't great in those finals, but no doubt one of the best players to ever do it and continues to climb up the list. He's an all-star. He's not shooting great. The Clippers are fine. Part of that has to do with Kawhi not being available enough, but he's kind of kept them afloat, and I think they're a 6th seed or something. So not out of the realm of possibility that it's James and the Clippers against the Rockets. Now, the Rockets have dominated the Clippers this year. Playoffs are different. We'll see how the Rockets perform, but I would like that matchup if I was looking at the top 8 in the West. If you can give me the Clippers, and the likelihood of Kawhi not being around for that series, it's just how it's gone for him this year, or at least his career over the last 5 years in LA or so. I wouldn't mind it. So be on the lookout for that. As much as the Rockets have plenty of time to go as far as the season is concerned, and the seedings will switch up. Hell, they were the 5 seed last night. Now they're the 4 seed. Can change that quickly with how tight the race is. They can get up to 3, and it's going to take a bit because Denver's playing really well. They've won 8 in a row, but if the Rockets can get on a hot streak and get back up to 3, they're a game and a half behind Denver right now. Give me the Clippers. Give me that team who is banking on Kawhi staying healthy and James Harden being a legit playoff performer throughout a 7-game series. And who else is there? Norman Powell. That's not a bad matchup for the Rockets. I don't want to see Anthony Edwards. We saw him against them just recently. I don't need that type of star against them. And of course, the Mavericks are in a position to. We'll see how healthy they are at the time that the playoffs hit. So, James Harden passing Hakeem. It's bound to happen. Hakeem will continue to fall down the list, but we know his status here in town, and certainly James Harden recognized it as well. Okay, I mentioned we would get to more sound regarding Bregman leaving. Well, Joe Espada was asked as well. We heard from Dana Brown. Joe Espada had his thoughts. Joe Espada was one of the guys who kind of fired up people thinking this could happen. This was now, 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was walking someplace, and I don't know if it was Will Kunkel. I think it was Nate Griffin of Fox 26 asked him a question, and it kind of sparked some people thinking that Bregman could come back. That clearly did not happen and probably never was going to happen. Here's Here's Joe Espada on the news that Bregman's going to be a Red Sox.
No. Woke up to the news. So no, I have not had a chance to, text them or call them.
Is there? Did you just have the team meeting? Is that?
No. I addressed the pitchers and catchers.
Okay. I know it's obviously early. Is there a different feel with all the big names that are gone, and does it feel like a different team, or what? How's that?
You know what? The team is still not all here yet, so we'll see when the rest of the guys are there.
What's your reaction to him now being in Red Sox?
Oh, I'm happy for Alex. I know the news are not official yet, but I'm happy for him. He made his decision, so now it's time for all of us just to move forward and turn the page.
Are you happy there's some clarity now with the situation? This limbo?
Yeah, you know what? I think for everyone, if the deal becomes official, I think it's important for us just to know that, I want to talk about the guys in camp. I want to talk about our team. We have a really good team. Despite us losing, these two great players, we have some really good players in camp. I'm excited about the young players, and I'm ready to get on the field and get to work.
What do you feel about your third baseman now?
Joe Espada answering reporter questions about Bregman being a Red Sox. He was asked about it being a new team, and this is one projected lineup. A lot of people take issue with the lack of pop in the outfield, but this is, at this point, what you might expect if everyone's healthy when it's opening day. Altuve, second base, Paredes, Alvarez, Jordan, Christian Walker, Yiner, Jeremy Pena. That first six, you feel pretty good. There are some concerns with guys getting on base more consistently, but not bad. That's what the Astros did. You hear the name Paredes and Walker. That's what the Astros did to be ready for this moment when Bregman eventually decided to be someplace else. But the McCormick, Gamble, Myers last third of the lineup, that's bothersome. That's your outfield right now. And maybe Trammell will get some at bats. We know Altuve will play in left, but he will, at least sometime, but he will be at the top of the order. Mauricio Dumont you can throw in there as well. But if that projection is your lineup consistently, so it's not great from 7 to 9. Feels like a lot of bad at bats and frustration from fans when guys are on and in scoring position, and then you have to hope that McCormick, Gamble, and Myers come through. Don't think we're going to enter the bottom third of the lineup with a lot of confidence going forward. Not Maldonado bad, but there were times in the not too distant past where like 1 through 7, 1 through 8, you were okay with, more than okay with, as far as this Astros lineup. I mean, you can just think back to 2019. Now that's a little bit ago, but that lineup far different from this one. A lot of departures, and now guys like Gamble, who's just signed, who you would hope wouldn't be someone that one site would project to be a starter, is in the starting lineup. So that's where we stand. Of course, your projected starters right now for your pitching staff as spring training opens: Valdez, Brown, Blanco, Arrighetti, Wesneski. There's a picture of Fromber and Christian Javier standing side by side as training camp or spring training opens, and Javier is a guy that you should not expect until after the All-Star break. That was the news. Luis Garcia and McCullers, those two, a little bit sooner than that, but not available for opening day. So, and of course, you can throw JP France in there as another guy who had to deal with injuries last year. So, kind of the consistent mode we deal with the Astros. When will a guy get injured, and when will a guy come back? Those are the two modes, and just pray Fromber continues to stay healthy, and of course Hunter Brown as well. I asked Raheel if he was calling in, and his response suggested he forgot. So, so I'm glad I reminded him. Raheel Ramzanali has told us, or at least me, he would join me at 11:15. I did remind him. He seems to be ready to go. We will see what he has to offer, because he prompted this. He wanted to do this. So it looks like he's calling in. There's another call that we will get to since Raheel's going to join us coming up. I want to get to that call before we go to break. Don't want to leave that person hanging for an extended amount of time. So we hope to get to you and Raheel as well before we go. So this is where we stand. That Kevin Durant was in town. Everyone, a lot of media members were excited to talk to him because of the rumors about him and the Rockets. Bregman's a Red Sox, and Raheel Ramsdenali joins us in a couple minutes. So, and also I did want to get to something. We may have time for it because I don't know if there's anything like it in professional sports here. Lance is a fan of Everton. They are the second club in a big city in England, Premier League soccer. There was a big game for them. The last game in their famed old stadium. They're going to be moving, but it was their last game against their rival, and it's a moment that I don't know if can be reproduced here because sure, the Lakers and the Clippers play in the same city, but it ain't the same. Not enough people care about the Clippers and are as passionate enough about the Clippers to make a moment like this happen. So we may play that before we go. I don't see the name up there. Who is that on the board?
It's Jerry.
Let's get to Jerry before we go. Raheel, we'll get to you when we come back from break. Jerry, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Hey, two things. One, I don't know if you've seen it already, but the new Houston Dynamo jersey just dropped, and I think it's probably the best jersey that's come out in the past 5 years. I'm still not a fan of the logo, but it looks amazing. And two, the rivalry of Everton and Liverpool, for those that don't follow soccer, I'm a huge soccer fanatic. Liverpool could be in first place and Everton could be in last place in the Premier, and those games will always be fun. And I don't know if you knew this, but their stadiums are less than a mile apart from each other, which is crazy because I don't think it has been or will ever be here in the States where there's two rival teams stadiums are just that close to each other. And I hope the Dynamo have a good season this year. New Jersey, you got Tim Howard joining the ownership group, so it should be fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's part of what makes the Liverpool-Everton thing such a big deal. Not just walking distance, a mile between the two stadiums. You got two major soccer clubs in the same city, and they go at it. And okay, I'm glad he clarified. Yeah, he was talking about the Dynamo's New Jerseys. I didn't hear that first part. I'm a fan of the Dynamo. Hopefully, I mean, they've had a modicum of success. They won a cup here in the last couple of years. Not the MLS Cup, but they've got a trophy recently thanks to Ben Olsen and those players. Hopefully, they can be a real contender this year. And you mentioned Tim Howard, the U.S. international goalie. You see him if you watch Premier League, you'll see him as a in-studio analyst for the Premier League on NBC and Peacock and stuff like that. Okay, I see Raheel. Don't stop waving your finger. Just to let you know, you telling me to wrap it up is not going to work. That's Abigail. She's filling in for Sean.
You do the exact same thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't work for them either. So it definitely is not going to work for me. Raheel, we'll get to you when we come back. She told me to go to break, so we'll go to break. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I was trying to remember what tournament or cup the Dynamo won recently. They won the U.S. Open Cup. They beat Messi and Inter Miami in Miami for that one. Let's get to Raheel Ramzanali. He is the host of CityCast. You can find it anywhere you listen to podcasts, and he was supposed to send me topics. He did not. In fact, I had to remind him that he was doing this. But Raheel had stuff to do. When I didn't, sorry, I was doing the show. I didn't get to see. I don't know if the first topic is exactly what this show strength is, but we can try it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, set it up. I texted you a couple of weeks ago, and I said, hey, it's the off season. I think it'd be fun to do a segment where we just catch people up on what's happening in the city. Because the more I do CityCast Houston, which again is available everywhere you get your podcast, thank you for the plug. I'm learning that a lot of us don't know what's happening in our city when it comes to government, politics, crime, even. Right? So, we can educate the people. This is our responsibility.
It's your responsibility. My responsibility is to do stupid stuff for 2 hours. It's your responsibility to educate the people.
Want to do. Yeah. Let's be honest. I want to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was the premise of this actual segment. It's not just me randomly calling in.
Okay.
While Rocco's probably freaking out right now, Lazy J, they're like, Reel's back with Del. The show is back. No, we have an actual segment here. Okay?
Yes. So, do you want to do the dump stuff, or do you want to do the serious thing you sent me?
I want to ask you a fun question first.
Okay, let's go.
And then we'll do serious stuff. I promise.
Sure.
Okay. Can you explain what is happening with the NBA All-Star Game on Sunday? Because, I'm a huge NBA fan. I like watching it. I'm not as dialed in anymore. I know they're changing formats. What is happening? Is it a one-on-one tournament with Steph Curry and
Caitlin Clark?
Or what?
No. No. I think when they get down to it, there'll be 4 teams. Kenny, Chuck, and Shaq picked 3 teams already, probably at the behest of Adam Silver, because there seems to be a distinct international flavor for one of the teams. And then there'll be the Rising Stars game will decide a 4th team, and then they'll have 4 teams playing each other. Allegedly, that'll bring more competition. I don't know why we just can't go East versus West and incentivize the players to care, but apparently if you divide them up into 3 teams of All-Stars and then a 4th team of Rising Stars, you'll get people who care about the games. We will see, but that's part of it. That's part of it this All-Star weekend.
Okay, so that's the Sunday game. That's the main event, right?
Yes.
So there's gonna be 4 games, I guess, or to what? 15? How we play pickup basketball? What's happening?
I don't know if it's make it take it. I don't know if you king of the court. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it will be Chuck's Global Stars versus Kenny's Young Stars. So there actually was a reason for the names they picked in the first semifinal, and then Shaq's OGs versus Candace's Rising Stars. That'd be Candace Parker. In the second semifinal. So those are your 2 semifinals, and the winners of those will play in the final on Sunday on TNT.
Wait, so the first game is Saturday?
No, they're going to ask these players who don't care about the game and don't care to try to play 2 games. The semifinal winners will play 2 games, and we'll see how much effort there is for those. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So let's say both, all the teams are we're good. Is there even a finals then?
I don't think they're going to get away with canceling the final. I'm just are we going to get any effort? Because you divide these teams and then add a 4th one, that's the young guns, I guess, is that going to make teams try harder? I mean, some of the first timers will try, I think Darius Garland and Anthony Edwards. Maybe that's the point. You put teams together and you try to, you guys want to get embarrassed by the young guys? Then you better try. Maybe that's what it is.
I think what they should do is, if you lose your semifinal matchup, then you're suspended for 2 months with no
2
pay.
months until the playoffs? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to take this seriously, then you know what? You don't love the sport.
No, you can't get away with that. But you can put one of those catapult trackers on them And if they don't reach a certain level, then you get suspended for.
No, it's the eye test. We can tell.
No.
I mean, we can see if you're trying or not.
But they're going to need evidence, because some guys, I don't think you can get away with 2 months if you don't have hard proof. Like, put the catapults, put those sports bras on all those guys, and have them run around.
Play in the sports bra, yeah. No jerseys on top.
No, it'll be all-star branded sports bras, catapults.
Ooh.
And then you get them out there, and then you see how much effort is being put out there, and then that's how you determine who in your case doesn't get suspended or does get suspended for 2 months without pay.
And then DraftKings can have a live board of the catapult, because DraftKings NBA is brought to you by DraftKings now, I think, or FanDuel, or Roosterhound, or I don't know what betting websites are there. But they should have a live board, and you can look at the actual catapult results as we're watching the game and bet on that as well.
The Jonte Porter Terry Rozier live board.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
Good.
I
mean, you got to think of new revenue sources, right? Because the NBA is going broke, I guess.
Yes.
Every single thing is sponsored by a betting website.
Yes, that's why salaries continue to rise, and the Mavs are like, we can't pay Luka $60 million per year.
I'm trying to help you. I'll throw you an alley-oop for my bookie read here.
I don't have sorry, it's the off season because football's over. My bookie's taking a break.
Oh man. Okay, speaking of budgets and money, did you know that City of Houston right now is in a budget deficit by $200+ million? It's going to rise to $300 million, potentially $500 million next year, depending on a new contract with the police union. And nobody has solutions right now.
Sorry, I live in a well-run county that is Galveston County, so I don't have these problems.
You live in Lake City.
That's Galveston County.
I know, but I live in Lake City.
So what? So it's still Galveston County. What's your point?
I'm just saying it's kind of run down.
Do we have budget issues? Whoa. I wouldn't know. I live I live closer to Clear Lake Shores anyway, so maybe where you live is run down, but where I live, it's not as run down. Sorry.
Wait, Abigail, did you just tell us where you live? That's probably not the smartest.
League City. I mean, it's not that small.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, she's not.
I still wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah,
you know the ESPN listeners.
It's true. I wouldn't have told anyone where I live if I was you. I wouldn't have done that.
You just did.
I said if I were you. They don't care enough about me to make it a problem for me. But for you, now they can draw a radius and try to figure out where you live.
I'll be calling Dell up and be like,
you won't call me.
You answer.
Hey, true story. One time an Amazon package delivery guy was delivering a package, and he wrote on my package, "Hey, I miss you on the radio.
Oh,
so nice.
Too far.
Wow. Even Raheel is getting that.
What's worse? What happened to you, or the fact that an Amazon delivery person delivered a package to Mandy Moore's stepmom and not stepmom, her father-in-law and her father-in-law's home that was burned to the ground? They just left the package out in front.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Common sense.
Yeah, Mandy Moore, obviously in the LA area, her in-laws' house burned down, and the Amazon delivery driver was like, "Yep, this package says it goes here. I'm leaving it here."
I mean, maybe I'm kind of torn on this one. Maybe they just wanted it, they were going to be in that area. Because I do that sometimes. Like if I know I'm going to be in San Antonio for UFC work and I need something, I deliver it straight to the hotel. Right? Maybe they were just going to be like, "Hey, we're going to go check up on the property."
Nah, stop trying to shoot that delivery driver bail. What? We're going to. Why wouldn't they have just told the Amazon, "Hey, I'm going to be at my daughter's home," and we're.
Place to guess. I'm doing.
It's not your place to shoot bail It's not your place to shoot bail for the delivery driver who dropped off a package in front of a decimated, burned out home.
We got to protect our delivery drivers.
I agree. We have drivers who listen to us, but I expect more of them. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, but just and don't write notes on my package. Yeah. I already know where I live. It's kind of creepy.
That's a step
it was really
too far.
Nice to feel the love, but I'm like, my wife got really freaked out. She's like, "Okay, this is really creepy."
You need to draw a line. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm outside of
unless
work.
you're gonna throw me some free packages, then we're cool.
Yeah,
Like,
well, that would just be stealing.
Yeah.
That's just stealing.
well, that's on his part. not on
I know. He would just be stealing, which maybe he's so devoted to you. If he's going to write your name on a package or a message on your package, he might steal something for you. What would be your favorite item that
ahead.
someone could steal for you? That the Amazon delivery driver could steal from someone else and give to you?
Easy, high-end iPhones, AirPod Maxes, AirPod Pros,
So electronics.
whatever. I mean, like electronics, right? Those are the best ones.
I was thinking maybe
if you're
a
gonna steal
duvet cover
something,
for
go
you. Or something.
big. Yeah.
Okay. So what's your next topic?
Yeah.
Serious. I don't know if it's serious or silly.
Serious time. Let's switch. Let's switch to serious. Speaking of crime, Houstonians are more likely to face violent crimes and property crimes than other cities of our size, right? LA comes to mind. San Antonio was another one. And this study was done by the city, by the way. So more violent crimes, more property crimes. And I don't know if you've noticed or not, like at least my Instagram feed, I follow a lot of restaurants. And it seems like every restaurant is getting broken into. My dad's store, of course, Perfume Time on Harlan. He's been there for over 30 years. Over the summer, robbers broke into his store and stole a lot of merchandise, right? Like still recovering from that. But, it's one of those things where, overall crime is down, but violent crimes, property crimes, we're not doing that great as a city. Again, not for you because you live in the Pacifics. Where is it? Lake Pacific? Or
no, I live in the utopia that is South Shore Harbor, Clear Lake Shores area.
But people in Houston, not a good time right now.
So, do the city officials think they have a solution for this, or is this another one of those unsolvable problems for the city?
I think the big solution is more cops who stay on, right? Like I think they're having a hard time filling a lot of empty positions at HPD and keeping cops, right? Because of pay and all this stuff. And that's what they're going to figure out with this new contract with the police union. So that could be one. But they also put like more education of people, like educating people and providing more opportunities. I think it's all about when the economy's great, the city's great, people are making a lot of money, there is a direct correlation to crime going down, right? So maybe it's some of that. But yeah, one of the things they put in was like, hey, let's reach out to high school dropouts and educate them. It's like, okay. Like, I get it. Like on paper, that's a nice solution, but that's also
I would
saying, like,
maybe
every
get to
high
them
school dropout
before
is a criminal, which is kind of offensive.
Maybe get to them before they become high school dropouts. Don't wait. If the plan is to
middle school,
let's start early. Let's start indoctrinating people into thinking staying in school is a better option. But I'm not a decision maker in the city of Houston, so I can't speak to what they can do to solve this crime. So we've certainly got some people tweeting about, well, they want nonsense like shade, but we might get to that if you want to throw some shade at someone. But I asked Abigail in the first hour what show she would recommend, and she recommends Sidelined, The Quarterback and Me.
What is that?
It's a Tubi original featuring
Sidelined, The Quarterback in Me?
Sidelined, semicolon or colon, The Quarterback and Me.
It's basically a love story between a quarterback and a dancer. So
yes, it's a
okay, because the phone, like I can't hear you as well.
Okay,
it's the QB,
the QB and Me. It features.
I think you were saying Sideline, The QB in Me, and I'm like,
well,
what?
that's a different movie. Maybe not on Tubi.
Okay, that's not going to be a Tubi.
There's some meta commentary.
It's going to be a talk about it tomorrow with Michael Carroll.
No chance. There is a meta commentary in it because do you remember Johnny Moxon from Varsity Blues?
Yeah, I do.
James Vanderbeek, he plays the overbearing father in this movie, as opposed to his character who dealt with an overbearing father in Varsity Blues. So there may be some meta stuff there. Not enough to get me to watch because the star of it is a TikToker. I'm out on that. But since I asked her before you,
terrible.
How about you? What would you? Yes, I know. That's why I'm not watching it. It sounds terrible.
I looked it up. Even the poster for it looks terrible.
It looks awful. Awful.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
I
made Sean watch it. Sean said it was good.
Oh my god.
Sean loves bad stuff though.
Judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, I'm judging this movie by a cover.
Yeah. I was at the library yesterday, Del, and one of the featured books was this like book called Kayfabe, or no, I forgot what the name of it, but yeah, it's called Kayfabe. So it's a wrestling book. It's a fictional book about like this guy trying to make it in the independent wrestling circuit. 400 pages, and the cover looks fantastic. I picked it up and I read the inside just to kind of get a little summary. I'm in. I checked it out. Okay, so yeah, you can judge a book by its cover.
Covers help. That's why they put money into covers. It helps.
Yeah, covers are important.
So hey,
but if I had to recommend,
recommend something for us.
It would be season 2 of Mo on Netflix. If you haven't watched it yet, Mo Amar, Houstonian, A-Leaf's own, put out season 1 last year, and it was basically a love letter to the city of Houston and everything that is great and not so great about the city. Highlighted some great moments, a lot of cool spaces around the city of Houston. But season 2 is a little bit deeper. It still has the same like love for H-Town and where it falls short, but it's a lot deeper in terms of like what our immigrant communities are going through, right? And when we hear undocumented immigrant, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's here illegally, right? Undocumented immigrants can just be like they don't have a citizenship. They're trying to get a citizenship, and what they face, right? And Mo being Palestinian, he does talk about that, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful season, man. Especially with everything that's going on right now with the immigration crackdowns and federal policies impacting local economy, local businesses, local people. It's just a perfect time. It was a beautiful, beautiful season. And I'm not joking around here. Like the last episode, I had tears in my eyes. And, maybe because I connected more to the show, being an immigrant here who had to wait almost 20 years to become a naturalized citizen. And, what my family went through, it was really cool to see that being represented, at least some angles of it, on Netflix. And he didn't shy away at all from, really important topics.
Michael Carroll did recommend that show in one of his appearances with us. So that's at least 2 people, if you're listening to the show, who say, go watch that one. Yeah, Mo season 2 is out on Netflix right now. You can check it out. So this has been a hodgepodge of you being serious and you being, well, yourself. Mm-hmm. So do you want to close out with something one way or the other before we wrap it up? Raheel Ramzanali from CityCast. You can find that podcast anywhere you listen to podcasts. He's joined us before, but he's got one more thing.
Okay, I do want to close it out with one thing. Rest in peace, Alex Bregman.
He's not dead.
No, he's dead to us.
I don't think so. Like Garrett Cole was dead.
I don't care about him anymore.
Garrett Cole was dead to us.
Yeah. Who?
Garrett Cole, exactly. Garrett Cole was dead to us. I don't think Bregman's going to get that type of vibe from people. I think he's one of those guys who, he's gone, but we still love him. At least from some. Some people are going to, hey, you're a Red Sox, get out of here. And I understand that sentiment. I don't think people are going to turn on him, though. I don't think he's getting booed, definitely.
They should turn on him.
Why?
That's when you know you're a real one.
Why?
Right? No more of this like, oh, it's fun being a Houston Astros fan. No, we'll boo everybody but Carlos Correa.
Why is Carlos Correa exempt from getting booed?
Because he's awesome. I like Carlos Correa. He's a nice guy. What do you want me to say?
Is Bregman a bad guy?
Boo him. I don't know, but just boo him.
No.
Let's boo him. He's on the Red Sox. Where's Carlos Correa? What threat does Carlos Correa?
Well, that's the point. Like, Carlos wound up in Minnesota. George is in Toronto. Like, Garrett Cole's in New York, and that's enough to hate him. The Bregman thing, the only reason to turn on him is where he landed. Like, if he wound up in Toronto or Chicago or Detroit, who cares? I don't care about that. I don't care if you play there. You're non-existent to us. Boston, that's a problem. I get that part of it.
Yeah. Boston, LA, New York, boo them. And Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. No, they make us miserable when we play there, but I wouldn't boo him if he wound up in Tampa.
Does Tampa still have do they have the team still?
I don't know where they're going to play because
they
were supposed to build a stadium.
Every day?
They're supposed to build a stadium that didn't get approved. Then their current building got damaged by a hurricane. I think they're going to be playing in a minor league stadium. I haven't paid attention to that story since I found out they weren't going to.
Are they not in
get their new
Vegas
stadium
as well?
Where?
Aren't they playing in Las Vegas as well? Why don't they just put like 3 teams there and just save money?
Well, they can't get the A's there yet. They're going to be playing in Sacramento. So, and there's no stadium.
Wait, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? No, they don't have a stadium. No. They don't have a baseball stadium to house an MLB team. So they're going to.
Why can't they just play at the UFO looking stadium?
Because the Raiders don't want to let that happen. That's a football only, apparently. The Raiders are like, no, why would you? We're not going to let you in our building. I don't know where the Rays are playing. I have to look at it. Why won't they play in the Raider Stadium? Would the Texans let the Astros play in their stadium?
Yeah, 8 count to a drum, baby. Why
Nah,
not?
I don't think so. The Rays will be
That's what you love
playing
right
at
there.
George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. That's where they're going to play their games while Tropicana Field's being fixed or not.
Wow, interesting.
So-
Interesting stuff. Man.
So Altuve will be playing left field in Sacramento this year.
What? It's just a simulation. This is not real.
That's where the A's are playing, and they're at a point where they're not going to acknowledge that they're the Sacramento A's. You just call them the A's. They don't have a city name anymore. They're just the A's. They're just the Athletics.
They're just because they're free agents right now, right?
Well, yeah, the Vegas thing is
They're
what
not
they
Oakland.
want to happen. They're not Oakland. They're not in Vegas. They will just be called the Athletics this season and going forward until they move.
They should just be the MLB A's, and like they should only wear MLB logo.
No,
That's it. No A's logo. Like make it look like what's
Rob
his name,
Lowe's
the dude
hat?
from Parks and Rec. Yeah, Rob Lowe hat. Do that.
No.
They're just MLB team.
Well, I don't think Major League Baseball wants them either. Sacramento, you can have them. See how it goes for you. That's Rahil Ramzanali. He is the host of CityCast. He will do serious stuff. He will do silly stuff. You heard it all here. But mostly on CityCast, he will inform you about what's going on in Houston, what you should know about this great city.
Thank you so much, Del. We also have a daily newsletter called Hey Houston. If you want just a newsletter every morning with the news, things to do, food reviews, events, all this good stuff, you can subscribe to that as well. Houston.citycast.fm, or just look up CityCast, not cats, C-A-S-T, Houston. Thanks, Del.
Yeah.
Thanks, Abigail.
Thanks, Abigail. Thanks, Rahil. Yeah, from 7 to 10 is City Cats, but from 10 to 12, it's City Cast. City Cast. He is the host of that. Okay, we went way long, so Abigail now has to combine breaks. Good luck with that. We will likely have one more segment to go. We'll see how she does. We'll see how she handles it. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to some NFL news after we talk to Chris. I'm going to take you into the mind of a wide receiver, even one who wins a Super Bowl. But first, let's talk to Chris, who wants to talk about Bregman. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, so this whole talk about if we should boo Bregman, I say we absolutely do boo him.
Okay.
When he could be in a soft city and saying, yeah, you signed with a different city. He basically made Altuve almost beg him to stay and change positions, and he still said no. We don't need to re-sign him, or we don't need to cheer him on for not re-signing with us. And he did get cheers whenever he plays last game with us. And after that, that's it. He is now our enemy with the Red Sox. Let's move on. I would cheer on the new, hopefully, dynasty that's going to be built with Altuve again. But no, I absolutely do boo Bregman. I don't care. Him and his Breggy salsa or whatever it is can go to Boston and enjoy it. And he did it for the money. He didn't do to win, because that Red Sox roster is not that good compared to the Astros roster. So I'll say screw him and let's move on.
Thanks, Chris. I'm surprised by that. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You want to boo him? Cool. I don't boo, so I won't do that, but I'm not going to applaud him. I'm sure that video will be heartwarming for some. People will show up in their Bregman jerseys the first time he's back at now Daikin Park. But I would be a conscientious objector there. I'm just going to sit there and wait for this video to be over and then wait for the game. But Chris is one side of the coin. I wonder how many people feel like him that Bregman's the enemy. I think the Red Sox in particular are a big problem, that he signed with them. They, despite what Chris says about their roster, feel like they can be a threat at times, and you've played them in the playoffs, and he went to sign there. One of his memorable moments, one of his iconic moments, is celebrating in the dugout in Fenway. And now he's going to be in the opposite dugout rooting for Red Sox teammates. That's a tough look for an Astros fan. So there we go. We got one person who says he will boo him, and that echoes Rahil Ramzanali. And also, I don't know if I believe Rahil. He doesn't seem like a booer. We'll see. Got a tweet from JLP. He says Bregman is dead to him too. Okay. This has stretched on a long time. It's felt like we were getting a non-update weekly and sometimes twice a week from reporters, whether they be national or local, excuse me. And I think it was tiresome to see that the Astros continued to have the best offer, and Bregman was unwilling to take it. I wonder how long that offer was on the table. Even just recently, we heard about an offer was increased, and Bregman was unlikely to take it. So, at least from the Astros side, they were telling the world that there was a legitimate offer out there, and even one they were willing to increase. Yet Bregman wasn't interested in it. He does get his money. He gets his bag, short-term deal where he can get out of it after the first 2 years at $40 million a year. Got to watch that man in Fenway in a Red Sox uniform for at least this season. We'll see how long he remains there. Okay. Into the mind of a wide receiver. A.J. Brown is now a champion. He was on the Eagles team who lost to the Chiefs. He now got his revenge. You would think he'd be thrilled. He'd be thrilled to win the Super Bowl. The moment you become a champion seems like the biggest thing you could ever accomplish playing a team sport. I will say this, the great Jeff Teague talked about it being more important to get his bag and get his numbers than it was to win a title with the Bucs. And that was partly because, and maybe mostly because, he wasn't like a big-time rotation piece. He played, but he wasn't the star. He wasn't Giannis. He wasn't even one of the second or third guys like Chris Middleton or Drew Holiday. So he just wanted to get minutes and get money, and the championship meant less because he wasn't that big of a contributor. A.J. Brown, starter, caught a touchdown, but if you look at what he posted on Instagram, the Super Bowl wasn't that fulfilling. This is what he wrote. After a few days, I've had time to reflect on being a champion. I tried to feel how everyone made it seem to be a champion, and unfortunately, it was short-lived. 2 days to be exact. LOL. I've never been a champion at the highest level before, but I thought my hard work would be justified by winning it all. It wasn't. My thrill for the game comes when I dominate. It's the hunt that does it for me. It's when the DB drops his head and surrender because he can't F with me. The intense battles, early mornings, late night sacrifices. I love putting smiles on people's faces. Don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't what I thought it would be. It's the journey that I love the most, back to work. So if I'm being generous, the man doesn't care about the end goal. He cares about the process of getting there. Or if we're going, oh, he's a receiver, it's I didn't put up 150 and 3 TDs, so I don't hit the same. I'm going to shoot us some bail and suggest that this is about the end product isn't what he's built for. It's getting there, all as he told you, the hard work, the moments it takes to get to that point. But A.J. Brown took him 2 days to be over winning a Super Bowl. Okay, man. Usually everyone talks about that thing being the achievement of their sporting life, winning a championship. Not A.J. Brown. Let's get at it again. I'm sure he'll get a lot of likes for people saying, stay on your grind. Maybe don't do it during Super Bowl week, at least the celebratory part of Super Bowl week. Didn't even wait for the parade. The parade is tomorrow. And already A.J. Brown's saying, not satisfied. I want more. This championship didn't mean that much. Only meant a lot for 2 days. All right. I think A.J. Brown will be fine. I just think in a moment where everything is great for Philly, he just let everyone know. That Super Bowl, whatever. I didn't make that DB drop his head in shame, and that's why I'm not happy. All right, we're done for the day. Thank you to Abigail for filling in for Sean today. She'll be filling in for Sean later too, from 12 to 3 with Gallant George. Joe's back, so it'll be the two guys in here, and then she'll be replacing Sean. Obviously, the Killer Bees are after them. So, Abigail, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bregman would like to get him to scamper home. 2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it.
Blum, 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 blum. Blum, 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 blum. It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
You really missed me yesterday, huh, Paul?
No, actually,
Okay.
I didn't miss you at all. But we will miss Alex Bregman going forward because he is now a member of the Boston Red Sox. It is weird to say it. After 9 seasons here, 2 All-Star appearances, a Gold Glove last year, a near MVP, the guy who was as much a part of this dynasty as anyone has now moved off to a team that you actually went up against a few times in the playoffs to get one of your World Series, to try and stop Boston from one of theirs. He joins Alex Cora. He will be hitting at the Green Monster at Fenway Parkhead. And it's still surreal seeing it happen on the phone last night. I think we all had a feeling it could happen. But for it to actually happen, really all I've got, and I know, what a lame take. It's bizarre.
It took so long. Like I was listening a little bit yesterday and you and Sean talking again about just all the different reporting, and it's now all of a sudden the Blue Jays are back in, and then the Astros are out, and it's a short-term deal and all these different things. And then finally, Jeremy Booth, he nailed it. It was a short-term deal with a different team. It was not the Houston Astros. And it felt like, wow, like what, 3 weeks ago at this point? Was it 3 weeks ago when all this started happening, when the door stuff started? It felt like then like he was going to be an Astro. Ken Rosenthal said at the time he thought he was going to be an Astro. You know, we had local people saying they thought the same thing, and then really it just feels like the Astros were really never in this thing again because they weren't going to up their offer. The more expensive offer he got was not from the Astros. It was from the Tigers. It's just strange. It's strange that he's in Boston. It's because I thought at one point he was coming back, and now it's just over.
That means Isaac Paredes is going to be your third baseman. It means that Altuve is going to play a lot of outfield this year. And now there's all sorts of questions to ask. Let's start off with the first one. Did the Astros screw up here?
I don't think so. I don't think they did.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
And I mean, I'm still tempted. Had I been in their shoes, I would have been tempted to give him that if Bregman gave me the chance to match. And given how long things have stood pat, I'm sure that the Astros had an opportunity to. But $40 million for a guy who hasn't been an all-star since 2019, really since before the cheating scandal popped up, who gets off to slow starts, and I know pissed off a lot of people last year with pop-outs with runners in scoring position. $40 million is so much, even for a guy who is perfect for now Dyken Park.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for everything you just said. Could they have done it? Yeah, they have the money to do it. They choose not to. It's too much money for them. They don't believe in that.
I don't know. That's implying they're cheap.
No, I don't think they're cheap. I just think that Jim Crane has a line in the sand that unless your name is Justin Verlander, he will not cross.
What's that line?
Well, Yordan Alvarez's contract averages out to $19 million a year, as did Jose Abreu's, as does Josh Hader's, $19 million. Jose Altuve, $25 million. Alex Bregman's last contract averaged out over 5 years at $20 million. Only Justin Verlander for 2 years, $66 million. $66 million went over $30 million. It seems that Jim Crane does not believe in over $35 million, really over $30 million, and doesn't believe in 10-year contracts.
Okay.
He just seems to be set in his ways.
You're throwing so much math out.
I know. I didn't realize that all his contracts were sitting around $20 million. All these deals are like right around $20 million
So you're
besides
like-
Altuve and Verlander.
You're like Zach Galifianakis
Yeah.
in The Hangover, all of those random math things.
Yeah, it just started clicking last
Because
night.
I'm a real educated person. The math thingies are just going
Yeah.
through your face as if
Yeah.
you're hallucinating them. And you finally saw it all. I mean, that's a theory for sure. Last night I said this, and I think a lot of people agree. They would have been able to do this if they hadn't given out some bad contracts. You mentioned one of them. I hate the Josh Hader contract. I really do. I hope he does better this year. You also have the Rafael Montero contract. Good God. That was a terrible contract from the beginning. You were still paying him to not play. And then on top of that, there's Jose Abreu's deal. There's Lance McCullers' deal, who at least is throwing off of a mound. So that's fun. Those deals got in the way of you being flexible like this within the Astros budget that they give themselves, that they didn't clearly not want to go too far away from.
Yeah, and they just don't want to do it, and that's their prerogative. Like they don't believe that a player is worth that much money, I guess, and maybe they don't. I think the Astros also have talked about this before, that they don't really like the opt out thing. That came up when Carlos Correa signed with the Twins. Is that if they're going to sign a player, they would rather just know they have him, because it is more challenging to build for the future. If you've got a player like, if you're Boston today, you've got Alex Bregman at second base for at least 1 year, but you might have him for 3 years. So like it's hard to kind of know exactly what your plan is. And for the Astros, who don't operate in the way the Dodgers operate, it does potentially limit you in the future. I think they could have kept him if they really truly wanted to. They chose not to.
It would have been expensive to do it. You're right in that they could have found a way to. $40 million for 1 year. Let's just be perfectly honest. You would not have gotten the return on your investment that you want if you gave this guy a 1 year deal for $40 million that he had the ability to opt out of. I still would have liked to do it. I still would have. They are worse without him than they are with him. That is clear. But I was interested seeing the amount of people online that were very, very casually saying, all right, bye. I was surprised by that. And of course, that doesn't necessarily paint the picture of the entire fan base. There are some people who are bummed out, like me. There are others who are angry at him for leaving. But I saw a lot of that. Yeah, that's too much. And honestly, given who he's been since 2019, it is too much. Still would have thought about it. But if you want to weigh in on this, 713-780-3776. That's how you call in. That's how you text. And you can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Did the Astros screw this up?
The other part of this too is there is some deferred money in this deal that we haven't seen Jim Crane really dive into that area. Not that you really have to in Texas, because of a lot of it is really players want that because of tax reasons. But it really is. Buster only said it's a 3-year, $90 million deal, and then a bunch of deferments after that if you were to play the whole thing out. So there's $30 million deferred for who knows how long from Boston, but he can live somewhere else in his new house in Arizona and not face the Massachusetts tax restrictions on that $30 million if he stays there for 3 years.
Massachusetts.
But
I'm sure he's still going to have to pay a fair share of money to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I look at this from Bregman's perspective, and I've been trying to figure out, other than the Astros not giving him what he wants, what's the motive for leaving? And I really don't think it's about the money. Have you guys seen Bregman's stats at Fenway Park? When he's hitting the ball towards the green monster, kid. Have you seen what this guy does? Holy guacamole, kid. We don't have guacamole up there. A Bregarita sauce probably going to be towards the top of the sauces in Boston, because we are trashy people that we don't understand how to make food unless it's seafood and lobster rolls. But Bregman, in his career at Fenway, 30 for 80, a 375 average, 7 homers, 9 doubles, 15 runs batted in, an OPS of 1240. Among all the parks he's played in, this is where he is the best with a extended sample size. Period. This is where he's the best. I think Bregman looks at himself, is betting on himself, thinks he can go play with Alex Cora at second base, show he's got the versatility to play second base or third base, because he is a Gold Glover just last year, and he's better than Rafael Devers at third base in Boston. And he thinks that he's going to be able to put together a monster year, hitting the ball towards the monster kid.
I mean, the numbers that put him in this category are incredible. The only player ever with a higher career OBP at Fenway Park than Alex Bregman is Ted Williams.
Whoa! I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So a Red Sox fan, one of the guys from Jared Carabas' podcast, tweeted that out last night. This is a minimum 95 plate appearances.
It's like one of the best hitters ever. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So now look, that's
Ted Williams was playing against plumbers, dude.
It'll come down to earth a little bit when he plays there every day. But yeah, if he wants to get a big long-term contract, going to Boston where he has immense success feels like a path to getting that. If he kills it this year, it will be different than when Correa hit free agency. Where I mean, Correa got some big offers. He just has the weird leg injury. I mean, both the Mets and the Giants offered him big money. It could have worked out for him. And for the Astros fans that said Bregman left money on the table, I think they're so wrong. He's going to get $40 million this year. He's going to opt out, and I think his next contract will equal more than what the Astros' total offer was from the very beginning. If you combine these two contracts that he gets, and even if he plays this whole thing out, if he makes $120 million for the next 3 years, you don't think he's going to get another contract for $40 million, even if it's for 2 years at age like 36? He's going to make more money in Boston and elsewhere than he did in Houston. Like the Astros just didn't up their offer enough to make it worth his while. Why he left? I don't know. He bought the house in Arizona last year. Like it's like he knew he was leaving. Everyone thought he was going to go to the Diamondbacks when Granado reported that he was, leaving Houston.
I have a confession to make. I mean, if I were a rich person and I had to pick between living in Houston and in Scottsdale, I think you guys know where I would pick. Single midlife crisis Paul.
Oh yeah,
wants to be near Scottsdale.
Yeah, that's
now that's not why Bregman's
but
there.
that's got Paul Gallant written all over it.
Yeah. Nothing against Houston. I love it here. I would have a home here too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
If you had the choice, you'd do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, with his cats.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Abigail. I have one cat.
Oh.
I would never.
Sorry, no, I saw it on a magazine. Remember?
Yeah.
He's proud of that magazine.
I'm proud.
I don't know why you're trying to laugh.
Look at Abigail stepping in for Sean, trying to nag me right away.
Proud cat people in this room, okay?
Yeah.
I have a cat too, so it's okay.
Whoa.
Yep.
That's actually a development. I didn't know you had a cat. See, so who's the single cat lady now?
Okay.
Abigail's in for Sean today. We got Joe George here too. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Alex Bregman's off to the Boston Red Sox. 3-year, $120 million deal, $40 million a year. He can opt out after every single one of those deals. How you feeling about this? I know that's a very broad question to ask, but specifically towards Alex Bregman, I feel blank about Alex Bregman leaving me, going out to go get that carton of milk, going out to get a pack of cigarettes, and then shipping off to Boston.
Do you like that song?
It got a little old after a while.
I totally agree.
It got a little old. They play it so much, and even when you leave it, you're like, okay, I get it.
Every time I worked on the national radio network when it existed, when one of your Boston teams won a championship, we used that song. It's overplayed.
It's a song that kind of gets stereotyped into our lives,
Yeah. It's part of it. Someone's ringing here.
Yeah, that's me. Scam likely from Florida. Who would have thought? All right. So if you want to weigh in on that, how are you feeling about this? Are you mad at Bregman? Are you okay with Bregman leaving you? Are you sad? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Your chance to vent about Alex Bregman leaving for the Red Sox. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Stros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
Would have been nice if you got to say that about a lot of people are wondering what it would be like for the Astros to not make it to the World Series, to not win the World Series. But that was Alex Bregman at the end of the 2023 campaign after the Astros improbably won the AL West after the Rangers and Mariners fiddled around with their Schmenzers in their hands for about a solid month.
Yes, I feel like that the plan was when he said that was going to be the theme of all their playoff wins. That didn't eventually happen, but we would have got one of those after they beat the Rangers to go to the World Series, one after they would have won the World Series. We'd have heard that a lot from Alex Bregman, but unfortunately, we had to hear it from Corey Seager at the Rangers parade when he threw it back in Bregman's face.
He did throw it back.
Yeah, the disrespect. But yeah, how do I feel that Alex Bregman's gone? Not surprised.
Not surprised.
I mean, they traded for a third baseman. The fact I'm more surprised it ever came back up, to be honest, than it is that he actually left. Because once they traded for Paredes, once they signed Christian Walker, the idea that they're going to bring back Alex Bregman seems so far-fetched. And we would get like random texts or Twitch comments or YouTube messages or whatever about Bregman's still out there, bring him back. It always seemed like highly unrealistic. So I feel like it was just a giant tease the last couple weeks for something that was really unlikely to ever happen. So yeah, just not surprised is how I feel that it's finally over.
I'm sad. I am sad. He's a part of this 9-year run, and now it's just Jose Altuve and Lance McCullers, who, let's be honest, since he's never out there, can you even say Lance McCullers is out there? But hey, he is throwing off of a mound.
And he's throwing all of his stuff. But he still can't get past 90. So
he'll get there. One day at a time.
We'll see.
One day at a time.
At least he makes good coffee.
Mhm.
I've been multiple times.
That's true. We know that.
I haven't been yet, so I can't confirm.
They need some coffee in the clubhouse.
Yep.
Lance McCullers can make the coffee because they can't do greenies anymore.
A $17 million a year barista.
I mean, that's he has a coffee company though.
He does.
So that is the extra perk of having a guy who knows a little thing or two about coffee.
Yeah, and he's got, I think, they have a coffee shop now at Minute Maid too. I think they opened one inside there for Lance as well. So we get to experience it on game day as well.
I'm really curious to know if Alex Bregman's going to be doing a Dunkin' Donuts commercial up there.
Yes.
I mean, that's almost a lot. He's going to fit in so well up there.
Yeah.
He really is. I mean, he's a small, rather antagonistic fellow. So he'll fit right in with every single Tom, Dick, and Harry in the greater Boston area. I would know because I lived there for a while.
Well, and remember, I couldn't find it, but I remember Mark Wahlberg not that long ago. I guess it was when he was here in Houston this last year. Remember, he was like gushing about Alex Bregman when he was, I don't think he threw out the first pitch at a game, or he was just here for it. Yeah, maybe a Wahlburgers commercial for Bregman and Marky Mark. Dunkin' Donuts commercial seems likely. I mean, there's one on every corner, so he can join Bill Belichick and Bill's girlfriend in a Dunkin' Donuts commercial now.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot there was a Dunkin' Donuts commercial during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I actually missed it.
And who else was in it? The guy from Succession.
Yes,
he was in it. He was dipping himself in coffee.
Jeremy Strong, who is a psychotic method actor.
And then he can join Ben Affleck in his next movie as well.
A comment from Christopher Soriano. I'm cool with him leaving. He was good to the city and the Astros. No hate. Wish him well. We are a classy city and we'll find another player to adore. I do wonder who's the next person to step up and be adored. You know?
Well, Altuve's already adored. Alvarez is already adored, right? Pena?
Jeremy Pena. Well, Joe Espada did mention that on the Crush City Territory podcast that they're looking at Jeremy Pena as another leader. Jeremy Pena no longer single, so that's big. That's a big deal. Remember, and look at Abigail's getting so excited.
Sam's upset about that.
We just
Sam
mentioned
broke her
Jeremy
heart.
Pena, and Sam's in studio as well. That's correct. Listen, I know that half of the city of Houston, you saw Jeremy Pena during the World Series parade, and you literally wanted to tackle him off. Jeremy, have my babies! Like, I know there was a lot of that going on.
A lot of it.
But so from the ladies' side of things, for sure, he could be the new sweetheart of Astros fandom. But is he doing it for the dudes?
Not if he doesn't start to perform better.
He's got to be a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the text already. Oh, Paul's into Jeremy Pena. Yes, we're bros. What kind of bros? Shut up. It doesn't matter. Okay,
friends.
We're friends. I sang to him once.
Yeah,
and he didn't scoff at me.
Maybe we'll sing to him again this year.
I don't know.
Christian Walker, I feel like could be a good candidate to be a favorite.
No. Come on.
Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown, yes. Diesel.
Yeah, that he's probably at the top.
Yeah. Listen, that guy's been here for a little bit.
Arrighetti in the flow is pretty nice. I feel like people could jump on the Arrighetti train.
But this is the slippery slope that we're walking on. Like there's a hey, does he look good? And our Astros female fans going to go when they see him.
It's half the fan base.
I don't know if it's half.
Okay, it's maybe 30%.
There's
of the
a
fan
good
base.
percentage of lady Astros fans out there.
I think the real truth is the next player to be adored like this, like Bregman was, like Tucker was. It's Cam Smith.
Ooh, yeah. We finally saw a picture of him at spring training today.
I mean, the one that we saw a couple weeks ago, right after they traded for him, and it was him training with Kyle Tucker, and he dwarfs Tucker basically.
Whoa!
How big they're the same height. He's massive compared to Tucker.
I thought when Brian McTaggart said he was an aircraft carrier that we actually got an aircraft carrier.
I thought so too.
Because I thought it would be nice to have an aircraft carrier to defend the Gulf of America. But alas, he's just a simple human man.
But yeah, Cam Smith is going to be the Joey Loperfido in the minors on steroids because fans are going to be clamoring him from the jump. They're going to be begging for Cam Smith to come up and replace Chas McCormick in right field or whoever's out there.
The outfielders today, speaking of Chas McCormick at spring training, McCormick said, we're going to surprise some people this year. Well, we all hope so. I mean,
yeah.
You kind of need to. We need you to surprise everybody out there. But Alex Bregman off to the Boston Red Sox, a 3-year deal, $120 million. How are you feeling about it? How much anger did you see? I didn't see that much anger. I saw a lot of, yep, bye, last night.
Let's see. I saw one guy say loser.
Loser?
Then, he commented back. For some reason, I have, you have your issue, Paul, with messages, with push notifications with ESPN, right?
Yes.
I can't get my ESPN 97.5 Facebook messages to turn off.
Oh.
So we got a bleep him. Glad he's gone.
Okay.
From Letty.
Oh, classic Letty.
James said, "Get lost, Alex. You POS."
POS.
So those were the two Facebook messages the station account got last night. So there's some anger.
I saw it. I'm not acting like I saw zero anger. Because last night I was at a poultry auction committee get together. For those who don't know, I'm a rookie on that, trying to raise money for the kids as part of the Houston Rodeo. And on the line that I'm on with some of the pack people, there was some smell you later and a lot of dumping on his sauce. People really don't like his sauce.
Yeah, I think this is where you take it, you go back at him for making us all eat average salsa.
Well, whatever. Listen, he didn't put it together himself. He didn't go in the kitchen, with an apron on like he's Martha Stewart
You're right.
or Paula Dane. I put some butter in there, and then I don't know what, actually, that was a terrible Paula Deen impersonation. I don't know what she does. I don't know what kind of sauce this is and how it's made. All I know is that a lot of people were mad at Bregman after the fact because of his sauce for some reason, which I thought was rather amusing. But there is definitely a sense of, all right, bye. And I get why, because the Astros have let so many guys walk, and it hasn't hurt them. But at what point is it actually going to hurt them in that it's not just the guy going elsewhere and succeeding like a Garrett Cole? It's you just miss having something like that, because the Astros were always able to replace the pitchers. We thought it might happen with George Springer. Didn't happen. We thought it might happen with Carlos Correa. Didn't happen. We're going to find out with Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman in 1 year. It's a lot at once. If it was maybe one or the other, maybe I'd feel a little bit better about moving forward. But that is a sentiment, Joe, that I noticed amongst Astros fans reacting to, that last night of, next man up.
I think it goes back to Cam Smith. It's not this year, but it's this year. I don't think you really replace those guys. Paredes and Christian Walker are good, guys to put in your lineup. Your defense is better at first base than it's been since Yuli Gurriel was here. Walker's a 3-time Gold Glove winner. If you look at the nerdy projections like WRC Plus and things like that, people are projecting Isaac Paredes to be a top 5 third baseman this year because of what he's projected to do at Minute Maid or at Dyken Park. So I think you have some this year will help with that, but for the most part, the next level is it's 2026. It's Bryce Matthews at second base with Altuve in left. It's Jacob Melton in center field, Cam Smith in right field. Like that's the future that I think people are the most excited for. The biggest difference between past and present is it's just not going to be immediate. Pena was up right away. Tucker was already here before Springer left. Like these guys are probably not coming up this year. So I think they will, if they're right about these guys, then the Astros will be the World Series window, I think, reopens fully in 2026.
But it's closed right now.
It's just like it's closing.
It's closing.
I mean, I think they're going to win the division and make the playoffs. And if you make the playoffs, anything can happen.
So the window's always open.
Yeah, as Jim said, it's always open. Doors always open. Windows always open.
Is it a small window?
Yeah. It's like an attic window. It's not like you're not going to be able to get out of there really easily.
A cat can fit through it.
Yeah.
A
Maybe it's a
raccoon
dog
can fit
door.
through
Maybe
it.
it's a dog door.
It's a dog door.
A dog door is always open.
Yeah, that's true. I've never understood why you'd have a dog door.
Because you're lazy and don't want to open
Yeah,
the door
a
for them.
raccoon could come in very easily.
Great.
And a
call.
possum could come in too. Possums are actually chill though. People hate on opossums.
Back in Illinois.
I actually ran over a possum last week on accident.
Murderer.
Jesus.
Wow. Did you do it on purpose or unintentionally?
I
Abigail?
wasn't
She's
gonna
smiling
move
on
around the
purpose.
car.
Well, listen. Now Abigail's a little mad. We're just trying to get the facts here. You just volunteered that
Oh
information.
no, it just ran and it stopped. Like it wanted to die. So
Oh, it was a suicidal possum. All right. Well, you know what? You helped him make it to the next world.
Yeah.
Possum heaven.
I was in Illinois. One of my friends, a skunk went through their dog door.
Oh God,
Yeah.
that's brutal. So the skunk spray?
Yeah, their living
no. Yeah, that takes a while to get
Yeah,
out.
yeah. You gotta just move at that point.
I mean,
Burn
it's
it down.
no, seriously, that's rough. Yeah. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And is the Astros doggy door still open on ESPN Houston? You can comment. You can also join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Does anyone have any tinfoil hat Thursday theories as to why Alex Bregman left? We'll discuss. We'll try to make up some on the fly. Stick around, Gallant and George, Abigail and for Sean. Stay put.
This
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Bregman drives one deep to left center field. That ball's got a chance. Gone. Alex Bregman hits his 41st of the season, and the Astros in front 1-0.
That was the last home run of Alex Bregman's near MVP 2019 campaign. He is signed with the Boston Red Sox. Late last night, a 3-year deal for $120 million. He turned down an offer of $170 million plus for 6 from the Detroit Tigers to go there. And of course, he turned down the Astros 6 years, $156 million offer. There was a notion that the Astros increased their offer. From what I understand, they did not.
Yeah, it seems like I think there was some confusion about the $170 million deal that was on the table. I
Right.
think people were assuming that was the Astros deal. But as has been reported by everyone, that is the Tigers deal. And he also turned down, a 4-year, $120 million deal from the Cubs. So same money, but more years. So it's only $30 million a year instead of $40 million.
There's so much math there.
So much.
I just, my eyes just glazed over. I don't do the math anymore, Joe. Explaining the
I'm
math.
trying to get better.
Well, here's the thing.
I got to start at some point teaching my son how to add.
This is what I tell anyone who will listen to me about, talking about math. Like, you need a chart behind you. You need a visual to really illustrate it, because I'm just not going to pay attention.
Should we get a whiteboard?
We could get a whiteboard in the studio, and yeah, I would love to see you try to be your dad and be a teacher out there.
Write math.
Yeah, write some math equations.
Yeah.
You could be like Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
Just drawing out formulas up on a chalkboard or something like that. Anyway, you hear this music in the background from the X-Files. It's a tinfoil hat Thursday. I have my tinfoil hat on my head.
Looks good.
Thank you. What are your tinfoil hat theories as to why Alex Bregman might have left the Astros for the Boston Red Sox? I got one.
Ooh.
Alex Bregman. Lib? Huh? Massive lib? Just asking the question. Alex Bregman, not a fan of barbecue or Tex-Mex or any food of value?
He wants lobster rolls and clam chowder.
Is he going to make clam chowder? Is that the next step? Breggarita goes from a crappy salsa to, is it salsa or is it barbecue sauce?
It's both.
Barbecue sauce?
Yeah, I think it's both things.
Barbalsa?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that could be the next step for his brand as he becomes a real life Paul Dean.
By moving to Boston, he can expand his empire into clam chowder. He can do, what would it be, like mayonnaise? I guess lobster rolls are 2 different versions, right? One with butter and one with mayo,
I guess, yeah.
So he can make like a Breggy mayo. I don't know what would be different about it, just mayo.
Could be that.
And then when he leaves Boston, he can go somewhere else and continue to expand his food empire. And this is all about food.
I'm just going to say this right now. The food in Boston blows. It's awful. I lived there for 14 years. It's terrible.
I went there. It was actually really good.
Where did you go?
I went to the Boston Market.
Okay.
The
Boston Market fast food restaurant?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Good clarification.
No,
I was like, you're not Kellen Winslow. That's good to know.
Their
Okay.
clam chowder was good too.
Okay. But it's all seafood. That's literally it. And then a poor appropriation of Italian food from New York.
Do you not like seafood, or?
I do like seafood.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that's all they have.
Okay.
And Houston's got the range. I would say, as someone who has lived in 3 of the 4 corners of the country, I do think Houston, pound for pound, has the best food range in the country. I don't think it's even debatable.
It's pretty good.
So maybe Bregman's palate couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle the spiciness.
Yes, that's why his salsa was so bland. Couldn't handle the spice.
It was a mild salsa. It was basically tomato sauce.
Yeah. Tinfoil hat Thursday, why Alex Bregman left. Because he thought that the banging of trash cans was not advanced enough. And he idolized the Apple Watches that the Boston Red Sox
Could be.
He's an Apple Watch guy.
He wants to rejoin a criminal mastermind in Alex Cora who can help him cheat.
Yeah.
allegedly.
Yeah, he wants to cheat more.
It is really funny that Red Sox fans are as antagonistic towards the Astros as they are. You'd get it with the Yankees, right? But people in Boston really think that the Astros are these serious cheaters. And as someone who's from there, it's always fun to throw hypocrisy back in someone's face. Yo, first off, my favorite team growing up, the Patriots, big cheater.
Big time.
Did the cheating help them out as much as it's made out to be? I don't think so. But they did cheat. The Red Sox did too. And it's weird that they're like, yeah, the Astros are awful. Whenever I hear Bill Simmons like stumble his way into talking about baseball, it's like, I hate the Astros. Like, why? Why do you hate them? I don't understand that, because they beat you a couple times in the playoffs when you actually had no chance of winning the World Series. So there's a weird level of vitriol that Boston has there, which is ironic because, yeah, Boston was doing some of the same cheating that we think New York was doing and that we think the Dodgers were doing over those years. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Why did Alex Bregman leave the Astros for the Red Sox? Wrong answers only. That's the point of this. Christopher Soriano says Bregman chose Boston so he could become the face of Dunkin' Donuts after Shipley's didn't give him that same honor.
Doesn't feel like a big donut guy to me.
Dunkin' Donuts also overrated. I mean, it's better than Starbucks, but I mean, that's a very low bar to clear.
Yeah,
$6 for a coffee at Starbucks? What are we talking about here? The Starbucks Coffee Company. Yeah, how much does that cost, Joe? How much does your iced coffee cost?
Probably like $7.
Yeah, make it yourself, dude.
I normally do, but I was in a rush.
Yeah.
But like, well, it's like half the time.
Well,
Like,
how long does it take to get out of a Starbucks drive-thru?
When do you make coffee?
in the morning? I was running late this morning.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay.
Had to get the kid out of the house.
Listen, you have an excuse for being late. I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
you know what?
I had to leave the house. That was my coffee time, and then I forgot to grab my Keurig cup that I normally bring to work.
Okay.
And then so I had to get Starbucks in the
Okay.
I know.
Just saying.
I know.
Could have cost $7.
I saw you were getting some hate on the somewhere about your day old coffee.
Oh yeah, I don't mind drinking day old coffee. Like, I don't care. But what I do normally when I have coffee left in my coffee pot from the morning, because I make a massive pot of coffee every single morning, and I usually cruise through it by noon. If I do not get through all of it, I pour it into a thing that I put in the fridge, and then I have iced coffee.
But see, that makes sense.
Yeah, but sometimes, I mean, day old coffee. Okay, it's instead of 32 degrees, or not 32, I guess instead of like 40 degrees or whatever.
Yeah.
It's at room temperature.
Yeah.
So what's Abigail's shaking her head. You're looking at me with a side eye.
I mean, at this point, I'm just used to it to see it. Like, so you
I
do
think
it
that's
every
weird.
day.
Just make yourself some coffee the next day.
Yeah, but at this place, sometimes there's no extra coffee lying around.
We have 3-minute breaks.
And I'm too lazy to make it myself, which is a big part of it. But it's rocket fuel to me. Like, just give me the caffeine. I don't care.
That's fair. I mean, Joel makes it every day.
He does, and I'm very appreciative of him making the coffee. He does constantly complain about how I'm not thankful enough for him making the coffee all the time.
He feels the need to tell us every day he made the coffee.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Like, sometimes he's like, hey, I made it. I'm like, what are you talking about? And it like takes me a while to understand what he's talking about. It's like, nope, he's just bringing it back to the coffee.
Yeah, he's just
guilt
trying,
trip me.
he's trying to force Paul to make the coffee for him.
And some think that Alex Bregman was forced to go to Boston on Tinfoil Hat Thursday.
He likes tea more than he likes coffee. So he went to Boston.
Well, in Boston hates tea.
Oh, you're right.
Because Boston, you remember, there's the tea party.
I forgot why that happened.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's what Ryan Morrow suggested on YouTube. He hates tea. That's why he went up there. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Wrong answers only. Why is Bregman gone? 832. His wife wanted to extend her influencer audience. She has gone down that path, hasn't she? She's not quite Carlos Correa's significant other, but Reagan Bregman, I believe, is her name. I have seen since I started following Alex Bregman on social media just to figure out what's going on next. Yeah, I've noticed him posting her a lot, and reposting her in his stories. That is a stand-up husband.
Yeah, he's being a good team player. He's trying to help her grow the brand as much as possible. That's what he's got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Bregman knows he can't play third base anymore.
Yeah.
So he's going to Boston to play second base.
Okay.
Maybe that's why.
From the 832. Bregman left because he needed better sports radio from noon to 3. Oh, I gotta tell you, that's not the time in Boston. That's not the time in Boston to listen to sports radio. As someone who would know. You want to jump in, you can at 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. You got any more tinfoil hat theories as to why Alex Bregman left us? He left us for the Boston Red Sox. You can fire away. Also, last night,
one door opens for Alex Bregman to leave. Perhaps one door closes for Alex Bregman. I'm getting this thing right. Another door might open for a guy who used to be a legend here in this state to finally come back after 2 decades away. Who are we talking about? Oh, you know who we're talking about. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Alex Bregman in an 0-2 hole. Waits on this pitch. Here it comes. Cracks one to right. Down the line. That's a fair ball. Alex Bregman delivers. 2 runs are in. Bregman to second with a 2-run double. And the Astros lead it 3-0.
Alex Bregman off to Boston, 3 years, $120 million. He can opt out after every single season. Is it about the money? Is it about what the Astros were unwilling to give? Or is it about Bregman's ability to succeed in Boston? I do think he is betting on himself and that Boston, specifically Fenway Park, is the best possible place for him. Just take a look at his career numbers over 9 years. He's hitting 375 there over his career. 7 homers, 9 doubles, an OPS of 1,200 plus. Good God.
Yeah, and he's also kind of he's protected himself too. Where if he were to pull a Kyle Tucker and foul a ball off his shin and missed 90 games this season, well, then he doesn't have to opt out of his contract. He can make another $40 million next year.
Right.
So he's set himself up for success either way. And my guess is Scott Boras will have some intel about how he plays this year. If he opts out, what kind of contract he could get.
You missed wash
Wednesday. Yes, I did.
Is Scott Boras still washed?
I think the answer is yes.
This is a pretty good deal for Bregman.
It is a good deal for Bregman, but Bregman is the one that said he wanted $300 million. And he also said he wanted a long-term contract.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get either of those things.
That's true.
He did get a lot of money. But I'm going to say wash. Because the premise of it was the Cody Bellinger, Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, Matt Chapman contracts that were all structured exactly like this.
Just with more money for Bregman.
Bregman's just making way more money. So I still say yes.
I think more teams should be open to deals like this. I suppose when baseball and the Players Association get into their inevitable standoff that probably leads to work stoppage, I'd imagine that things could be changed where that is a deal more teams would be willing to give. It does fascinate me. I was having a conversation with a guy who was waiting to go on TV at Fox 26 this morning. We were just talking. He was asking me the question, like, how do these baseball teams make money? And obviously it's a little more complicated than like the answer I could give him. But basically he was looking at these contracts and thinking to himself, this is insane. Like, you can only afford 2-3 players like this, and some teams can afford a lot. And it does seem like just locking yourself into these super long-term deals is effing crazy. You know, the Dodgers are different, giving that Juan Soto deal out. But deals like this, I think, make a lot more sense. And considering how some of these players are basically shackled to make not much until their service time expires, or what is that, 6 years into their playing career?
Mm-hmm.
You'd think some players would actually think to themselves, you know what, I'm cool with this if I can get 30, 40 million over a couple of years, if I'm not going to get that massive contract that I feel like is more far-fetched for guys who aren't named Shohei Ohtani and Juan Soto going forward.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the this graphic went up, and I found this in January. Like, if you look at the revenue of these teams, so like last year, the Boston Red Sox, this is crazy. Their 2023 revenue was $500 million. Their 2024 payroll was only $219 million. That's a nearly 50% profit of what they did year over year. So like they're just bringing in money. It's TV deals. It's the advertising all throughout the stadium. Like, the people pay a lot. Like, Chick-fil-A pays a lot to the Houston Astros to put the cow on the foul pole. Like, they make a lot of money off of that stuff. So they make, and the low contracts is what offsets all of this, is that you got guys all over your 26-man roster that are making $100,000, $200,000.
Especially the guys who the Astros have brought from the Caribbean.
Yes.
They're paying dirt cheap contracts to, including 2 guys in Altuve and in Jordan Alvarez, who you could argue are criminally underpaid, which, I mean, obviously it's baseball. So what does that even mean, criminally underpaid? But you get what I'm trying to say here.
I mean, I think Ronald Blanco, like, oh, you're hearing that too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think Ronald Blanco, like, is making like $50,000 or $500,000.
Yeah.
It's
not
not
much.
I don't even know if it's that much. Like,
not much. And he was arguably their best pitcher last year.
Yeah. It's robbery what they can do to guys coming in from overseas that, you know, don't make, like, they could make so much more money if they were just drafted. But even the guys who are drafted, like, they've cut the draft in a fourth? It used to be like 20 rounds. Now it's way less than that. I mean, there's a lot of guys that don't make any money in baseball. That's how they can all make money.
Lots of guys who make money in the NBA, and the Houston Rockets took down the Phoenix Suns 119-111 last night. Tari Eason started in this game, and he had a really good game, 25 points, 9 boards. Jalen Green had 22 points, but he was 8 of 21 from the field and was 4 of 15 from outside. So something I talked about yesterday, Joe, while you were out with the sick kiddo, was that I was hoping that Jalen Green would put on his absolute best shirt, best pants, and best shoes and show out for the Suns, so that maybe they'd want to trade for him or something like that as part of a Devin Booker trade or a Kevin Durant trade. There was no Bradley Beal, no Kevin Durant, no Devin Booker for the Suns last night, but Kevin Durant played very well. He was 15 for 22 from the field, 37 points, 9 assists, 5 boards, 2 steals. And after the game, he spoke glowingly about the young Rockets, who he has a lot of familiarity with. Here is Kevin Durant.
JG, I mean, we built a good bond over the last few years.
And to see his growth as a player and his confidence level has grown since he got into the league. Been working out with Jabari a couple times. Somebody I always watched when he was in high school at Auburn. These guys just want to be great, man. You know, you're in the gym all summer, you playing pickup, you go back from pickup to lifting weights, to come back the next morning and do the same thing. You know, it's going to pay off at a certain point. So what I took from them is like the work ethic, you know, and attention to detail. And you got guys like Royale, Ime, and the rest of the coaching staff who's going to hold them to a standard every day. You're going to see growth in them pretty quickly.
He likes them.
He should. They're a fun young team, even when they don't have their best performances. Like, these guys are building it the right way. And I didn't realize he worked out with those guys in the summer.
I didn't either. And we'll play this later in the show. But Vanessa Richardson on this Bay City Home Network broadcast outlined all of the connections that Jalen Green and Kevin Durant and the Rockets have. Here's more Kevin Durant. He was talking about Ime Udoka, who he also has a relationship with, dating back to their time elsewhere.
I mean, I was with Ime, so I know how real he is. He don't sugarcoat a damn thing. He gonna tell you exactly what he feels and how he feels you should play, regardless of what your status is in the league. And that goes a long way as a coach. You know, your players tend to respect you in the long run when you do that. So I always figured he'd have success. You know, he picked great jobs for one. I mean, picking Boston, so many teams learning, but picking Boston with their length, athleticism, and building that identity for them. And then come down here and doing the same thing. They kind of play similar, you know. So Eamon's doing a great job with these guys.
He's going to ask to go here this offseason.
I hope so.
It's going to happen. And I'm wondering what the Rockets will do. Because to bring in a guy of Durant's age who has had an Achilles injury, who you don't really look at as the leader of a team, even though you respect how good he is as a player, it'll be really interesting to see how he would fit here. But it's, I think, very obvious to anyone who was paying attention to last night's broadcast, or anyone that just knows about Kevin Durant's history, Ime Udoka's history, as brought up on the YouTube, his history with Royal Ivy as well, that he would, I think, at least like everybody around him here, which I don't think we could always say about Kevin Durant in his time across the NBA.
Yeah, it's ever since he left Oklahoma City, and that just seemed like an alpha dog issue there, but it ended poorly in Brooklyn. It's going to end poorly in Phoenix. They just tried to trade him to Golden State, ended poorly in Golden State. I did think it's funny, the tweet the Rockets put out last night that just says respect with the handshake emoji and then @Suns. Because it's a video of only Kevin Durant from the Suns dapping up all the Rockets players. Like, there's no other Suns players in this video. It's only KD. So, like, he's going to demand a trade. Why would he want to stay in Phoenix? They might not even be, the Rockets might get a lottery pick because Phoenix could still miss the playoffs.
And last night's one of those awkward nights, too, because there's no Devin Booker, there's no Bradley Beal. And, okay, maybe they're there. But isn't this a lot like you're dating somebody and this person's about to go out for lunch or dinner with somebody else? And if you're Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, or the Suns, you're a little threatened.
Yeah.
And there's Kevin Durant playing basketball against the Rockets last night and dapping him up after the game, basically talking just so amazingly about them afterwards. And I mean, the Suns hear this.
Well, I wonder if they would have traded him to the Rockets now, if the Rockets would have pulled the trigger, because they nearly traded him to Golden State. Like, would KD have moved this season if the Rockets just wanted to do it? I think the answer would have been yes. So the Suns might just be like, all right, good. Like, somebody likes him. We can get some of our draft capital back, because and there's the report out there that Devin Booker will not leave Phoenix.
You won't?
That he wants to stay in Phoenix his entire career.
Well, Scottsdale, so I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
But I guess he's okay with being a total loser.
Whoa, Joe, jeez. Come on.
They're not going back.
No,
it's not his fault.
Total loser. I'm sorry. Anyone who has been associated with Kendall Jenner, we could not say
No, the Suns organization is
Oh.
a loser.
Okay.
Like, they're not going back
But
to
you
where
say
they
he'd
were.
be a loser just because he's playing in the NBA for the Suns.
Well, Kendall Jenner, he's not with Kendall anymore.
But I feel like he theoretically could
Yeah, but it's
reopen that.
Half the NBA has been with the Jenners and Kardashians.
What's wrong with that? They're strong, independent women.
And NFL too. So
Yeah, that's true, Abigail.
Yeah.
But there's
So I'm
what's
just
wrong
saying,
with
like,
that?
it's not that special.
There's nothing wrong with
If you were an NFL
have you heard
dating.
the Kardashian curse?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't believe it.
It hit Houston pretty hard, didn't it? With
What?
James?
It did.
With James Harden?
Yeah.
I guess. I thought it was because James Harden was a fat, out of shape player.
Well, maybe that's why he was a fat, out of shape player.
So no, I that's just who he
He
is.
got comfortable.
Right. He's been in Phoenix a little bit too long, James Harden.
That's
That's
true.
where he went to college. Like James Harden went to college at Arizona State. Very on brand for everything we know about him.
Yeah.
You know? And hey, credit to him. He played every single night of the NBA, going out and partying. But no, I'm not calling Devin Booker a loser.
No, but if Devin Booker doesn't want to leave Phoenix, then I think Kevin Durant's gonna be a Rocket this summer.
Okay.
Unless he really wants to go somewhere else.
I think so too.
Where else would you want to go? Like that. Also, the Suns are going to be willing to move you. Like a team that has a lot of draft capital, a core group of young players, a great city. Like, why would he want to go back to Oklahoma City? Like they have everything besides the great city
haunted
part.
hotel.
Yeah. But like, come here because like you're still the dude. Like he's still the guy in Houston, even though he's old. Yes, there's
He
Ahmed
would be the
Thompson.
guy. Right.
Maybe Jalen Green's still here. Maybe it's Alpi going. Who knows how it actually plays out? But like what they have and with Ime here, it's a great destination for KD.
Kardashian's taking some real strays here. River to the Sea also says anyone associated with a Jenner or Kardashian is a total loser. Okay, well, guess what, guys? If Kendall Jenner decided she wanted to ruin my life, I would gladly let her do it.
We know. We know.
What does that mean, Abigail?
I feel like you've talked about her before.
Oh, have I?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you about her. She's a strong, powerful, independent woman. And I like strong, independent women, especially when they're strong and independent.
Yeah, we know you do.
Yeah,
Paul.
agreed.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I hope she ruins your life one day.
She's got a tequila brand.
I hope
she's
that for
a.
you.
It is actually good.
It's good tequila. See, Abigail
It is
knows.
good.
I haven't had it yet. Maybe that's my in. Hey, Kendall, babe, slide in her DM later today. Had some of your tequila. Yeah.
Babe is crazy though.
Why is it crazy?
Don't start off with babe.
Why not? What should I start off with? Toots? Han?
Oh, you're gonna get no response.
Okay, gotcha. I'm trying to figure out how to slide into Kendall Jenner's DMs. Hey, babe, I had some of your tequila. It's 10:30 in the morning, and I'm feeling a little frisky.
What side of the Kayla Nicole Taylor Swift argument is she going to be on?
Oh, the Taylor Swift side.
Are they team Taylor Swift?
Of course they are. It's one of the most strong, powerful, and independent women that there is, and Kayla Nicole's a poser. Fraud.
true.
Anyway, it's Gallant George. No one knows what I'm talking about at this point. He's chill up, Paul. Sean out. Abigail in. Up next, Alex Bregman. He gone. He's off to the Boston Red Sox. If you want to weigh in on how you feel about that, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. Is Alex Bregman an all-time Astro? Let us know. Stay put.
Got 2 on at the corners here in the third. And Bregman sends one deep to left. It is back and it is gone. A 3-run poke. Alex Bregman puts the Stros on the board in the 3rd inning.
That is Alex Bregman, 3-run homer against the Yankees in the 2022 playoffs. He is now a Boston Red Sox, so he can assault the Yankees more often now.
That's true.
On a more regular basis.
That's why he went there. He wants to be closer to his kids because he's their daddy.
It's funny because he does pretty well against them. Abigail's shaking her head. Well, Abigail, we've got something to shake our head at you about, but we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. This is the big question. Is Alex Bregman an all-time Houston Astro?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I wouldn't retire his number. I'm going to say no. This is meant with. There's no offense here. I've been going back and forth on this, and I know we've discussed this a couple of times. Bregman, is he on the same level as Jeff Bagwell? Is he on the same level as Craig Biggio? The longevity gets those guys past, and the fact that they're both in the Hall of Fame get them past. I don't know that Bregman's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Altuve's already going to be in one of the Astros numbers retired. And I do think Justin Verlander will be, because Verlander is one of the best pitchers that we've seen in the last 20 years or so. I love everything Bregman's done for this team. And he was here 9 years, and he was one of the longest holdovers as part of this dynastic run. But we're talking about 2 All-Star appearances. Sure, there was a crowded American League. There's a lot of good third basemen in it. But the last time that we really saw him play at the kind of level that we had seen Jeff Bagwell do, where he did have that almost MVP season in the strike shortened year, and that Craig Biggio just did for such a long period of time, which does help him out, it was 2019. It's been a while.
You know, is he an all-time Astro? And worthy of having his number retired? I think the answer has to be no, because I don't quite understand why Lance Berkman's number is not retired.
Ooh.
He was here for 12 years. He had a better batting average. He was a better overall player than Alex was, I would say. Obviously doesn't have the success that, he did, but like,
had a legit Hall of Fame case, which I don't think Bregman has.
Probably not. And I think people will look back to see what the thing with Bregman in the Hall of Fame and why I think he will for sure be kept out is because Altuve has persevered past the cheating scandal and still been a great player. Bregman has been a much different player, still been good, but a different player since 2019. A lot of people wrongfully still believe the Astros were cheating in 2019. So I think writers will look at that drop off post 19 and say that's why he does not deserve to be in a Hall of Fame. I think it's hard to argue that, to be honest. Like, if they were cheating in 2019, that was his peak year, 41 home runs, top MVP finish. It's hard to argue that. But if Berkman's number is not retired, then Bregman's probably not. So is he an all-time Astro? I think the answer is yes, but I don't think his number is retired. I think those are 2 different things.
I mean, I think you could say he's one of the top 50 Astros ever. I feel like that's fair to say. But, and at his peak, had his peak been a little bit longer, then maybe this is a different conversation. But yeah, I think to what you said, Berkman was here longer. Berkman's number's not retired. It's kind of strange that it's not retired, to be perfectly honest. And it's also a little bit strange that he's not in the Hall of Fame and that there hasn't really been a serious case made for him to get into the Hall of Fame over the last couple of years. I believe since he was off the ballot, he's just done.
Yeah, he's just until like the veteran committee or whatever.
Right. And I don't understand exactly how the veteran committee works, but that's where I'm at here. If Berkman becomes that, I'd re-have this conversation.
Yeah, and now that they're going to retire Billy Wagner's number, I do think that getting into the real Hall of Fame is the prerequisite for getting your number retired in Houston. That seems to be directly correlated since it's happening right after. So Berkman's not in, doesn't have his number retired. Wagner is now in, gets his retired. Probably the same for Bregman Altuve, because of his friendship with Jim Crane, I do think Justin Verlander's number will get retired by the Houston Astros. So from the 2017 team and on, probably just Verlander and Altuve. But is he a great Astro? Absolutely. He means more to this franchise than Carlos Correa, more than George Springer, because he was here longer than those guys.
Yeah, for sure on that front. The sign stealing thing, it's always going to be held against him, and it might be held against him in a way that with Altuve, time has healed all wounds. I think people look at Altuve's numbers since then and the numbers that he had before that, and they think to themselves, okay, yeah, he was a part of that team. Yeah, we didn't like that team, but you've seen the narrative shift online. And it hasn't really happened with Bregman, who also had this unfortunate incident when the sign stealing scandal led to a press conference where a bunch of Houston Astros apologized.
I have some brief remarks that I'd like to share with y'all. I am really sorry about the choices that were made by my team, by the organization, and by me. I've learned from this, and I hope to regain the trust of baseball fans. I would also like to thank the Astros fans for all of their support. We as a team are totally focused on moving forward to the 2020 season. Thank you.
It's just so awkward that they made him and Altuve go up there. Now, if you want to like deep dive into it, when they actually met with the media, it was way less uncomfortable. But that was the things that people ran with when they made that press conference, because it sounds like he's reading off note cards. It sounds like he was clearly told exactly what to say by the PR staff.
He is definitely reading there.
I think I wonder if there's like a teleprompter, because he's like just like holding his hands during the press conference as he's talking, like he has his hands crossed.
Could be.
So like I don't know if there was a teleprompter there at spring training that he was reading off of, but yeah, it's just so awkward, and that's why people for so long didn't believe the Astros were actually apologetic, because of how awkward that sounded with Alex Bregman. But I think for the most part, people are all over it.
I think people in Houston are over it, that's for sure. But there are some who will never get over it. And now you got to see if the folks in Boston are over it. I saw someone comment earlier. I don't know if Bill Burr went hard after Alex Bregman back in the day. Wouldn't be surprising. I do feel like, again, a little hypocrisy there. Red Sox were doing the sign stealing with the Apple Watch. And of course, the Patriots were doing some sign stealing of their own. And I mean, I still will stand by the fact that I don't think it provided as much of an advantage as many people say. Pull your homer. Yes, I'm a homer. But I mean, that's a city that's familiar with it.
Yeah, but like I mean, their managers, you know, is Alex Cora
Literally the guy who was more of a ringleader than AJ Hinch.
Marwin Gonzalez is going to play on that team. This is what's going to happen, and we're going to laugh at them the next day and call them the dumbest fans in sports. Is that Alex Bregman is going to come to the plate when the Houston Astros play there this year, and they are going to cheer him relentlessly, and then they're going to boo Jose Altuve. That's what's going to happen in that game when they play in Boston this year. Is they're going to boo Altuve for cheating, and they're going to cheer for Alex Bregman in the same game, probably in the same inning. That's just how it works. Like all these teams have forgiven the players that are on their team. Marwin Gonzalez again with the New York Yankees, Carlos Correa with the Minnesota Twins, Garrett Cole, like he was part of the Astros, but he's a Yankee. It doesn't matter. Like everyone gets over it once you get there. They just don't like the organization at this point, it feels like.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Abigail in for Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. What is the thing you will remember Alex Bregman for the most now that he is a Boston Red Sox? If you want to vent about him moving on to Boston, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Here's the 0-1. High fly ball to left. This is gone for a grand slam for Bregman. And the Astros cleanup band just cleaned up and blows open game number 4 here in the 7th against the Nationals bullpen.
Alex Bregman's grand slam in the 2019 World Series, probably the best moment for him from a fantastic season where he had 41 homers in the regular season. Just a side note here, I do miss Joe Buck on the call for World Series games.
I like Joe Davis, but I'm with you.
Dodger Joe Davis can kick rocks.
Really, I think he's pretty good.
He can kick rocks.
I miss Joe Buck.
He's not Joe Buck. The majesty of Joe Buck, it's the best. However, that is a very underwhelming call of a grand slam in the World Series.
See, but I think that's where there was like a turning point for Joe Buck where I feel like he got told he was too boring, and it was around that time.
2019?
Because I feel like all of his calls were boring for the most part, and then it feel like it picked back up a little bit. But yeah, I think that Joe Davis, like the Yordan Alvarez, turn this game upside down.
It's a great call,
fantastic.
but he's still Dodger Joe Davis.
Yeah, I think his big
Dodger
moments
guy.
are awesome. I know he's a Dodger.
He's a Dodger guy. He's not a true national broadcaster.
Yeah, but Joe Buck's a Cardinal.
Yeah, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I hate the Cardinals.
I
most Astros fans.
It is funny. A lot of people think Joe Buck was always rooting against the Astros because perhaps of Cardinals allegiance and their time together, the Cardinals, Astros, and the NL Central, especially in the early 2000s. Some of the, back and forths that those teams had back then. Now, as far as Alex Bregman's best moment, what is it? Was it that one? Was it HTX Rhino on the rail in Fenway? Did he hit a home run off of Pesky's pole?
I think he did.
Okay. Or was it off the left field green monster?
I think it's the walk-off in Game 5 in 2017.
Yeah, that game was drunk.
Yeah, it's hard for that not to be.
To ice the best game maybe that's ever been played.
Yeah. That to me is probably the one that's the best play from Alex Bregman. I don't think it's my favorite play from Alex Bregman. My favorite play is the walk-off versus the Oakland A's that happened. We have that one actually. Abigail, it's the bizarre walk-off.
Bizarre walk-off. Oh. This is a fun one against the A's, right?
Yeah, where he hit it a foot in front of him.
Yeah.
And then they went to tag him, and he did the little juke step backwards, and then they overthrew it to first base.
That's some mastery.
And then Kyle Tucker came all the way home. He didn't do much, but it's like my favorite play. This is what it sounded like.
Tapper near the plate, and everybody's in play. They both advance. The throw's away. The Astros are going to win it. The Astros are going to win. Unbelievable. A ball that went about 5 feet in front of home plate. Alex Bregman has 2 of those this year.
Oakland A's.
Yeah, the other one wasn't it like a lazy? I think it was like a lazy pop up, and it dropped in between the pitcher and the catcher for a walk off that season. That was the other one that Todd Callis was referring to. So I think that's like one of my. It's because it's a hilarious play, even though he didn't really do much there.
He got a little too into the pop ups. The pop ups don't work like that very often.
No,
this past season there were a lot of pop ups. I don't know if it was intentional.
Yeah,
if it was, I think he should work on it. Though I will say at Fenway Park, the right field line, it is so short, Pesky's pole, and also the fence is like up to my knees.
Yeah.
So a pop up at Fenway Park could be a home run.
Yeah,
in certain parts of the park.
And how do you think he'll like the Boston media? Because it's a big change. Most of these guys have left and gone to pretty soft markets like Houston kind of is.
I think he'll hate them, but they're not as bad as they used to be because I don't think there's the same level of care in the Red Sox in Boston that there used to be. Of course, there's still some interest, but until that team is good again, I don't think people are ever going to care the way that they cared about them in the early 2000s when I was living there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just kind of how baseball has gone too. When they had not won a World Series, it was just that's all that town cared about.
Was winning the World Series.
And then they got what they always wanted, and they didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
It's like the story of my dating life. It's like whenever I get what I'm looking for, that's when I self-sabotage.
And that's when it blows up.
And then I'm like, ooh,
what else is
look
out
at that. Ooh. Speaking of, that allows us to bring this up. So I wish you know what? Hang on a second. Do I have those? Do I have those in my pocket?
I know what's happening right now.
I do. So for those
Do
who
you
are
have a
watching
wig?
on
No.
YouTube, for those who are watching on YouTube and those who are watching on Twitch, this is the best way to watch the show. But something happened today in the middle of the show, and it might have led to an on-air mistake. So I'm going to throw a flag on the play here. I do have a yellow penalty flag.
Yes.
Abigail, who is in for Sean and is doing, for the most part, a very good job.
preface this first?
Nope. We're gonna set up the story. We'll allow you to defend yourself, and the people will determine whether or not the defense is adequate. But Abigail, who has a Instagram account for whatever reason, 12:50 decided to post a picture of you holding a camera, and you're pointing it at the mirror, and you're posing a little bit. All sorts of poses. I'm going to count 9, 10, 13 poses or so with the comment, getting stronger and leaner, # gym, # fitness, # workout, # fit, # fitness motivation, # bodybuilding, # motivation, # gym motivation, # training, # gym life, # muscle, # health, # fit fam, # lifestyle, # sport, # personal trainer, # fitness model, # CrossFit, # exercise, # love, what? # healthy, # healthy lifestyle, # Instagood, # strong, # Instagram, # weight loss, # Instafit, # fitness addict, # fitness journey, # bodybuilder. Your thoughts?
Flag on the play. Too many hashtags.
So I go on my Instagram during a commercial break. It's the first thing that pops up. And Abigail, I noticed that it happened during a segment. And it might have been during a segment. We're coming back into a break. We did not play the 100% correct audio. You've been doing a great job. But are you Instagramming and producing at the same time?
You know what? There's a thing called scheduling. Actually, Sam showed me our social media manager.
Deflecting.
And you can schedule it and it'll just post whenever you want to do it. And that's what I did.
Okay.
But instead of promoting the show that she's working on, she's just promoting herself.
Yeah, I know.
Not a team player.
I mean, listen, Abigail, I mean, you have a good fitness following on the gram, right? That's what you're going for. Just motivational messages from time to time.
Do a lot of fitness ladies follow you on Instagram?
Yes.
It's not just creepy dudes?
No.
Oh, so
Not just creepy dudes.
You know who would
Okay.
like
Not
fitness
just
ladies?
pictures.
Paul would like fitness ladies.
Oh, I could set you up.
You can set me up.
Ooh, yeah.
You know what? All right. You can do what you're doing again, then. But you have to set me up. That's the thing. You got to set me up. And you got
Do you like people in their 20s?
I heard Sam in the background say, yes, he does. I have no comment on the matter. But obviously, yes.
Yep.
Listen, I'm in a midlife crisis, but there's a double standard with men, right? Where we are, for whatever reason, allowed to pursue younger than us. We're going to get into that.
We are going to get into
and
that
how far
today.
is too far?
How far is too far?
How
today?
far is too far? A little bit later. We also need to talk about Abigail, because we like to talk about dating stories. Are you comfortable talking about? So someone asked Abigail out at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and this was yesterday, and he came up to me and was like, "Hey, what's your name? I've seen you in the gym so much." And then literally 30 minutes later, I receive a text because I gave him my number because I was like,
Strange.
it's awkward to be like, no, and you see him every day. So Joe has a different opinion.
Yeah, that's strange. Don't give it to him.
Just don't give it to him if you don't want to give him the number.
Yeah,
Well,
give him a fake
I
number.
just wanted to be nice. I didn't want to like be like, no, it's fine.
Give him Sam's number. It's fine.
Oh, that's so true.
But he had courtside seats.
So yeah, he texted me. He was like, I know this is late notice, but he had but I have courtside seats to the Rockets game tonight. Okay, but one, you know that he didn't just buy the tickets that day. Somebody probably called off and like didn't come, so I'm the next option.
Or maybe he has season tickets and
season tickets.
Maybe he'd been thinking about this for a while.
Or maybe,
Yeah,
he
could be
bought them
loaded.
for you or was going to buy them
Or maybe
for
he
you.
had another girl and then they dropped off.
Did you watch the game last night? Was he there courtside?
I didn't see him at courtside though.
What if he didn't go to the game because he was so
of me.
sad you didn't?
Dang, that would suck.
He broke his heart.
So what did you say in response
I
to the
would still
text?
go by myself.
By yourself, you would go, wow. Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? So what did you respond? What did you say to him in response? Did you say no, thank you?
Okay.
Did you say something that's going to allow him to go back? Because this, to Joe's point about giving the number, We do not give up. I know I don't. I'm like, I will hit my head against the wall until someone's like, fine, God, Paul, they'll go out with you. Which is probably not ideal, but I mean, whatever.
It
Persistence,
happens
baby.
sometimes.
It does. It does.
For you.
What does that mean?
No, I just said that I was still at the gym. And I love.
Oh, you're going to work at the gym all night. Can't go to the Rockets game. I'll be at the gym for the next 12 hours.
No, the Rockets game started at
7.
7. Yeah, I left at 7:30.
Okay. All right. Next question. What's up with the camera in this photo? You bring in like a high def camera to take photos of yourself while you work out?
Oh, that's not even my favorite.
Use an
That's
iPhone.
not even my camera.
It's not your camera?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just use my friend's camera.
Okay. That's still strange.
No. I honestly, like, if you're going the fitness route, I think it was a good move. I actually like that move.
iPhone cameras are just as good now, basically. for
Yeah,
gym
I have the
photos.
16.
But it looks-
she was like, "Oh, you can use it." I was like, "Okay."
It looks more vintage.
It's true.
I think I actually like that part of it. It was more the 70 million hashtags.
Yeah.
Hashtag too many hashtags.
And just remember, like, you just not only did you ruin this
Hashtag
guy's
love.
night, you also ruined his chance at love on Valentine's Day. It's tomorrow. This was like
right.
you might have got flowers.
But here's the thing. And I experienced this week, and this was my date update yesterday, Joe, that you missed. So Marathon Girl.
Marathon Girl.
I asked, hey, Friday, Saturday, you want to do anything? She said she was doing something Saturday, and she was like offended that I asked her out on Friday. And I was like,
what?
I know. And I was like, why? And she's like, because it's Valentine's Day. And I was like, oh, yeah, well, okay, fine. But I mean, there's no expectations here. Is that a little weird?
Yeah, that's very strange.
But also, it's weird to ask on Valentine's Day.
Why?
Because are y'all like together? Like
No.
it's just like a.
This is the sense I got, is that you can't ask somebody out on Valentine's Day if you're not actually together. But it's dumb. It's a Friday.
Whoa, but that's stupid because Valentine's Day dies once you get married. Once you start dating someone,
No,
Valentine's
it
Day is
doesn't
stupid.
die.
No, you don't go out on Valentine's
Yes, you
Day.
do.
No, you don't.
I know so many couples that they're married and go out on Valentine's Day.
I take my wife out enough to dinner that I don't need to take her out on Valentine's.
Whoa, Joe.
Okay.
I don't know.
You're in a relationship.
But you
she
could
owes me
take-
one anyways.
Paul, what would you do?
I mean, what if I were in the same shoes as Joe?
Yes.
I
You're
would get-
married.
if she liked Valentine's Day, I take her out for Valentine's Day. I'd probably do something sweet and romantic.
Yeah, I mean, I get like flowers and everything.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't need to go out for dinner. So like, the Marathon Girl should not be offended by Paul.
No,
asking her out.
she was like, it wasn't offended as much as annoyed, and I was like, okay. The response was weird, in that I really did not know that Friday was Valentine's Day.
Where'd you meet her? Dating app?
No, it was I was wearing my cat's pajamas, and she was wearing striped pajamas at Lights in the
Boulevard.
Heights night.
Oh.
No, not at Boulevard, at Bobcat Teddy's.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
I see Paul out pretty often.
that is true. We do see each other at Boulevard a lot. I haven't been there in a little bit. Anyway, guys, that's the date update. We got an Abigail date update.
Yeah.
We got a Paul date update.
Yeah.
And Joe's not going to do anything for Valentine's Day.
No,
That's a date update.
no. We had a puking kid yesterday. We are on a pause from dates right now.
Yeah, but you could make a homemade meal.
No, we'll go out No, I'll do something like that.
Okay.
I don't need to go out.
But I heard you say something along the way, like, "Oh, she owes me." What is that? What does that mean?
I stayed up with the kid all night last night.
That is true. Are you going to use? So listen, I don't understand how marriages work. Is this
there's
a trump card?
No, there's a
Do you-
reason behind it. I don't know if I can say it.
Okay, if you don't want to say it, you don't
No,
have
it's
to.
okay. Dude, she might kill me for this.
Oh no! Don't say it. Don't
No,
say
it's
it,
okay.
Joe.
Don't
You've gotten
say
in
it.
trouble.
Don't
You've gotten
say
in trouble
Don't say
before.
it.
You've gotten in trouble before.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows now?
We don't know, but
You know.
Oh, I do know. Oh,
We know.
Okay.
We know.
Never mind.
No,
Never mind.
it's okay to say.
Okay.
It's okay to say. So my wife could not be up with Joseph because he puked 7 times last night because she's very nauseous because she's pregnant.
Oh my God!
So
Look at that.
I had to stay up with the kid last night.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I had to stay up with the kid last night because she was going to puke every single time he puked. So I didn't go to sleep till like 6 in the morning. So that's why I took yesterday off.
Okay. Hey,
'Cause I was
listen.
being team husband and team
No,
dad.
you're a good father.
Valid.
You're a
Yes.
good husband. But you know what? Pregnant lady on Valentine's Day. I don't know.
No, yeah. Well, she'll
Do
be at
something
work.
special.
She'll be at work. So
Eating for 2.
Ooh, what would it be? And she works at a restaurant. Do you?
she works at a restaurant. So
do
whenever we
you
do
have her-
celebrate holidays, we also celebrate them very differently because like she's always at work on Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas Eve, Valentine's Day. So if we do something, it'll be this weekend, like Sunday night.
Okay,
probably.
there you go.
Yeah.
This is a fun little segment.
Yeah.
We got a huge announcement from
Yeah,
Joe
huge
in the middle of the show.
announcement. Yeah.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
officially.
Yes, thank you.
It's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Abigail behind the glass in for Sean. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. We're a lifestyle show now.
We are a lifestyle show now. And when Sean's not here,
and Alex Bregman's no
Yeah.
longer in our life.
it's true. That's what happens when people leave you.
Interesting trade rumor in the NFL. We will keep you. You are still allowed to weigh in on what's going on with Alex Bregman. We will talk about a huge NFL rumor, though, that could affect the Houston Texans. And a little bit more. Stay put. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Alex Bregman is a Boston Red Sox. We'll get back into that in just a couple of moments. Trevor Lawrence is the Jacksonville Jaguars starting quarterback. There have been some interesting rumors about Trevor Lawrence's future this afternoon that started in Pittsburgh. It's been refuted by a couple of people who cover both the Steelers and the Jaguars, but supposedly the Pittsburgh Steelers at the very least made a phone call to inquire about trading for Trevor Lawrence. The fact that this came out, even if there's perhaps no progress on this, I think, Joe, does mean there is a chance that the Jacksonville Jaguars are shopping Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, if they're not a believer, then my guess is someone still will be and would give up a king's ransom for him. I know he hasn't lived up to this generational prospect that he's supposed to be, but he's still like what? He's got to be like what, 26 years old at this point at most. He's 20. He's 25. He'll be 26 this football season. So like if you're going to move on from him, I guess this would be the time to do it because
Right.
of the draft capital you can get back. But that would have really surprised me because, like, what do they do next? Just turn it over to Mac Jones?
Yeah.
Like,
Good
is
question.
that, like, I don't know. Like, I get it from Pittsburgh's point of view. Like, they need a quarterback desperately. Russell Wilson's not the answer. It seems like they don't want him back. We got bet on Justin Fields. They already benched him for Russell Wilson. So if you could get Trevor Lawrence, I totally get the idea behind it, but that would honestly shock me if they traded for him.
It would be surprising. It would be a great move by Pittsburgh to upgrade their quarterback position. I do think there is a ceiling with Trevor Lawrence. I think the real question is, can he actually get consistently close to what that ceiling is? Because there's no denying he has skills, but you can say that about a lot of quarterbacks. His accuracy issues are the biggest problem for me, always have been. He sails passes a lot. And obviously, you hope his brain isn't scrambled from getting smashed by Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah. I guess, and look at his contract. Like, he does have an out after 2028. But, I mean, he's going to be, like, if they traded him, this is like $10 million after June 1st. If they traded him right now, they'd lose $13 million. Like, it's not the worst contract in the world, but that would stun me. I think maybe it shouldn't after the Luka trade. Like, maybe nothing should ever surprise us again after Luka Doncic was traded. Like, if they were like, yeah, we're moving on from Trevor Lawrence to put like Matt Stafford as our quarterback, like maybe we shouldn't be surprised.
On YouTube, Christopher Soriano asks, who has better hair, Trevor Lawrence, Abigail, or Sean Mapes? He asked that earlier. Who has better hair, Abigail or Sean Mapes?
Trevor Lawrence, I think, is the answer here, right?
You think Trevor Lawrence is the answer?
I think that I have the best hair.
I don't know. I like Sean's hair. What's wrong with that?
I think
What?
Abigail's so insulted by that.
So
You have
Abigail-
good hair, but I don't know. Sean's got that Lance McCullers
He has
flow.
luscious hair.
Abigail votes for
Luscious.
herself.
What? You don't see that?
No, it is very luscious. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Every day
Yeah.
when I see Sean across from me, I think luscious. Then now Abigail's hair, and this, you know,
It's not the same,
this
right?
is not the same. It's not the same. We'll see what happens with Trevor Lawrence. I imagine the Jaguars keep him. They don't even have a GM right now.
They're still interviewing GMs.
They interviewed Brandon Brown today for GM. Imagine you're in the conversation with them about general managing, and they're like, "Yeah, we might trade our quarterback."
That's why I feel like I don't really believe it. I feel like you wait for the new GM to get in here, unless Liam Cohen is the one saying he doesn't want Trevor Lawrence. Then it can make sense. But it just that would shock me if they actually did that.
The Jets have officially broken up with Aaron Rodgers. They did it via Twitter. They just said, we have informed Aaron Rodgers that we are no longer quarterback and team.
Yes. But
I imagine they told him face to face.
Well, yeah, remember
they did say that.
And they made him fly to New York for it.
They made him fly to New York before telling him that. I guess Aaron Glenn told Rodgers, you can't go on the Pat McAfee show anymore. And I don't know if that was the final straw for Rodgers not going back to New York. But it does have me wondering, have you ever broken up with anybody over social media?
Over social media?
They are kind of doing that.
No.
Is it actually a thing?
Some people, I imagine, do that. Just like announce that they're single.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't. I'm asking if anyone in the room has done that.
I don't.
Is anyone
think
like
so.
a especially toxic person?
Like, I have to go to
amongst
like
us?
Snapchat, I think, if anything.
Well, you
Yeah,
use
like
Snapchat?
little
Not anymore,
kids,
but-
like
Little kids.
18.
Yeah.
No, but like when I was in college, like Snapchat was a thing for a
Yeah.
while.
The early days of Facebook, you definitely saw that from time to time before
Yeah.
everyone else got on. When
They
it
would
was,
have it like single and then like in a relationship and then back to single.
yeah, oh yeah. I definitely did that a lot.
There was also It's Complicated for a
Oh.
while.
I did that too. I did that to I remember it did not work at all. I remember I was like doing that to try to get someone jealous. Did not work, not even slightly once.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever broken up. Have you ever been broken up with via social media?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Mm-mm. No.
That person sucks if that's happened.
Yeah, but I
If
bet
you
some,
do that, you suck.
some people have done it though. That's for sure. What else is going on? Oh, Nick Haley had his introductory press conference with the Houston Texans today. He's their new offensive coordinator. Here's what he had to say. A couple of highlights. The Texans aren't going to do square peg in a round hole. Okay. D'Amico complimented him a lot. Nick Haley said that I like tight ends. And D'Amico Ryans said they won't get into specifics about free agents and that it was very hard to let Bobby Slowick go.
Okay. I'm sure it was very hard to let Bobby Sloat go because they're friends.
You're
but-
smirking.
I mean, it's hard to fire your friends, but that's why you don't hire your friends typically. Because when you
Yeah.
have to fire them, it sucks.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
It's not fun.
But you don't expect that to happen. And that's the funny thing about NFL coaches. Generally, NFL coaches are just going to hire people that they know because it is
Yeah.
a bit of a boy system.
Yeah, I do like that he said the offense was going to be Houston's offense. It wasn't going to be a, New England or LA thing. Like I think something I wanted to hear was that he's not going to try to implement something that he just ran before. Though I know he said he likes tight ends, so good luck.
Yeah,
with
like
Dalton
tight
Schultz,
ends. Yeah.
Brevin Jordan, Cade Stover.
Kate Stover. Yeah. Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz posted something strange yesterday where he posted a picture of some sort of car. I'm not sure what brand. It was a fancy car. And then he posted a picture on his Instagram story right afterwards, and it looked like he had been pulled over. So maybe he's speeding a little bit.
Go a little fast.
Yeah, it might have been going a little fast.
It happens.
I understand the temptation when you're driving a nice car to go fast.
That's why I would never want one.
That's why you drive.
Yeah, that's why I don't have one.
Well,
I don't
'cause-
want to go too fast.
Yeah, because you might kill an opossum again. Which we learned from you earlier in the show that you hit and ran
Hey,
an opossum.
I learned.
You didn't take him to the hospital or anything.
No, I just left him there.
You just left him there. Didn't even finish him off.
He might not.
Was he
even
twitching?
No,
Yeah.
the other car behind me finished him off.
Oh, jeez. And on that note, that's the 10-minute drill. Abigail in for Sean behind the glass. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Alex Bregman is off to the Boston Red Sox. We wish him well, but are you upset that he's not going to be a part of the team anymore? And is Kevin Durant about to be a part of the Houston Rockets in the near future? Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Here's 1-1 pitch to Bohm. Bouncing ball gently hit to third. Bregman with a bare hand. It's his only chance, and he makes the play. Alex Bregman. Beautiful stuff. 2 gone in the 10th.
Gold Glover at third base leaves said position to play second base for a team that doesn't really have the best fielding third baseman, but that's what happened. Alex Bregman signed with the Boston Red Sox last night, a 3-year, $120 million deal, $40 million a season. He has the ability to opt out after every single year. It's an interesting move. I think we all had a feeling he might be gone, but it's just hard to actually see the report there in stone, especially with how long this process is drawn out of whether or not Bregman would return here or go elsewhere. The Astros kept on talking about internal conversations. Seems like 6 years, $156 million is as far as they went. The Detroit Tigers, they asked Alex Bregman out, and they said, hey, 6 years, 171. What say you? Turned it down for this deal with Boston, which for Bregman, totally get why he signed it. Totally get why he's leaving. No hard feelings whatsoever. We wish him well.
Yeah, and I think if any other team that was pursuing him would have maybe given him that 6 years, 171 that the Tigers did, maybe he would have signed that. But I think it was pretty clear he did not want to go to Detroit. He wants to win. I think that's a huge part of this. And like 3 of the 4 teams that he could have signed with are teams that could win their division next year. I think it's a longer shot for Boston for sure. That's a tough division, but he does really strengthen that team, and he obviously crushes it at Fenway. So it's good for him. It sucks the guys keep leaving. Like, I wish they would have kept one of these guys besides Altuve of all of them.
Well, they did.
Who?
How do you not know?
Who did they keep?
Joe. It's so disrespectful.
Lance?
Yeah. Lance McCullers, you're laughing at it. That's a 2017 American League Championship Series hero.
You're right. They kept one guy.
Game 7 of the 2017 ALCS. Maybe the best night of my life. Having partying after that. Just a very surprising turn of events that night. And that was Lance McCullers. He did that for all of us here in town.
Yeah, it was a great night. And maybe one day we'll see him pitch for the Astros again.
He's throwing off a mound.
He is.
But not very fast.
Yeah, not up to his peak velocity. We'll see if he can get there. It might not be left in the bag. Who knows?
You want to weigh in on Bregman's departure? You can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Rockets 2 wins in a row after the 6-game losing streak. They took down the Phoenix Suns last night. Final score 119-111. Not the best game for Jalen Green. 8 of 21 from the field. Patari Eason started. He had a good game. 25 points, 9 boards, 4 assists, and 3 steals. No Devin Booker. No Bradley Beal. But Kevin Durant, who everyone thinks is going to be traded this offseason, was awesome. 37 points, 9 assists, 5 boards, and 2 steals. My old co-host, Vanessa Richardson, is now the Rockets sideline reporter. And before last night's game, she talked about the very many connections that Kevin Durant has to the Houston Rockets.
Jeff Green and Kevin Durant were rookies together for the Seattle Supersonics. KD works out with Jalen, Jabari, and Fred every summer. Kevin Durant and assistant coach Royale Ivy, both Texas Longhorns. Get this, Royale taught KD how to drive. But one of the biggest connections is head coach Ime Udoka. Ime played against KD, coached him in Brooklyn, and 2 summers with the USA team. Ime said what stands out about KD is his efficiency. He said there's not a lot of wasted movement. His work ethic and daily routine are second to none. He said when you have that natural physical ability and his height and length, his IQ, you put that work ethic behind it, this is what you become. He said with Brooklyn and Team USA, he would almost just go through our practices so he could get to his routine at the end. Ime said over the summers in LA, it's been great for our young guys to work out with him and see what it takes to be great. And listen to this story, Craig and Ryan. Ime said, I guarded KD his rookie year. He said, KD loves to tell the story that I told the referee to tell KD to stop crying because he was complaining about my physicality. Ime said the next year, KD's in OKC at that point. Ime said, yeah, KD had adjusted to the physicality of the league.
So many cool.
Very cool stories, Craig Ackerman. You're right.
Gosh, Jeff Green. I forgot he got into the league as a rookie with Kevin Durant. I forgot he's been that long. That's crazy.
Durant and Green are older than me.
Yeah.
There are still some athletes who are older than me.
Yeah, not a ton.
Many, not many.
A ton, but there's still some.
So very few.
I mean, as long as Martin Maldonado keeps playing baseball, you've got some runway about the oldest of not getting passed up.
Yeah,
But you still got a couple years.
It was nice when Tom Brady was still playing, and I was like, well, Brady's playing. He's 10 years older than me.
Yeah.
So I still felt pretty young. You hear that laid out by Vanessa. I mean, talk about foreplay for the Rockets and Kevin Durant here.
It's.
I mean, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. If he's going to get traded anywhere, where would he want to go? He wants to win another title.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to seem like he's the star, but he probably doesn't want to do as much work as it seems like they were expecting him to do with the Suns. He's up there in age. It's close to where he played in college. There's definitely an appreciation for him amongst Longhorn fans. I think it's going to happen.
I think it's the most logical sense of where he would go in terms that, remember, there's a lot of teams that can't trade for him now. Like the apron stuff changes everything within the NBA. They did this on purpose, so there's not as much free will and movement within the NBA players demanding trades. Like, where would you want to go if you're Kevin Durant to win a championship? The Houston Rockets have the young players. They have the draft capital. It's a great city. Oklahoma City has the draft capital, the players, but why would you want to go back to OKC unless he wants to do a swan song, which would be a good storybook ending, finally getting that title with the Thunder after leaving them would be a cool thing to happen. Like, does he want to go to Detroit? Who Amen's brother is also incredible. I learned that last night. He's awesome just as much as Amen Thompson is. But where else would you want to go? Would you want to go to San Antonio, play with De'Aaron Fox and Wemby? I mean, maybe.
Whatever is left of Greg Popovich, no
Yeah.
offense. I mean, I would imagine there's got to be some health concerns about Popovich going forward as the coach. And if he's not running the show, I don't know if I'd want to go there.
He could have been traded to Minnesota at the deadline. They tried to get it done. And he could have, if Kevin Durant wanted to, he could have pushed that thing through and found a way to get it. He could have been playing with Anthony Edwards right now if he wanted to. So Houston, with all those connections, the relationship with Ime, I think that's the most important part. Is even because the players might not be here. Jeff Green could be gone. To get Kevin Durant, you're gonna have to trade some of these guys. So Ime's here. That's what matters, and they will have a young core of players with him that also I think will work well around him. I mean, he doesn't have the defensive pressure around him. If he has Tari and Amen Thompson on the court with him, he doesn't have to guard the best guy on the court. He can take a lesser player and not have as much pressure. So I hope it happens. If it's not Devin Booker, I hope it's KD.
From the 747, KD is the original soft ass boy. Well, I mean, listening to that story from Vanessa, yeah, there's some guys that are on the Rockets right now that thought he was soft at one point.
That's true, but he also snipes back. I appreciate that.
I like that Durant doesn't do the burner thing anymore. I like that he's just open with it.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough look for him. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you just go back at it. What's wrong with clapping back at fans? There's some fans that are 100% worth clapping back at. There's some commenters for us that are sometimes worth clapping back at.
Yeah, it's that you can't just let people beat you down all the time. You got to snap back at them.
You got to fire back.
Yeah.
Pow, right in the kisser. Pow, right in the kisser. 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Paul, you should know this. Will the Boston Metro be able to handle Bregman's mid, as in weak and not good hot sauce? Or is that going to be too much for Beantown?
Is it too spicy for them?
We're not one for spices in the Northeast.
Okay.
We're just not. This isn't just Boston. I think New York, you could maybe make an argument that, yeah, because New York is the city, as they call it. But in the Northeast, half my family's from Philadelphia, half my family's from Boston. Not a lot of seasoning going on. That has been, seasoning is something that I've added to my cooking equation since I moved down here.
Lobster roll or Philly cheesesteak?
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't like cheese, so steak sandwich in Philadelphia.
Sure.
Oh, that's tough. It really depends on how you're feeling. It's been a while since I've had a good steak sandwich. Probably steak sandwich, more filling. Lobster rolls are fantastic, though.
But they're not very filling.
No, they're not.
No.
They're not.
At my last apartment we lived in, they would bring a food truck once a week, and they would bring a lobster roll food truck. It was so expensive, but it was so good.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what Alex Bregman's going to have access to now. A lot of seafood. And seafood in Boston's great. but I think it's a one-note city.
That's all they got.
As far as
they got good steaks,
cuisine.
like good steak restaurants.
I mean, every place
That's
has
true.
good steak restaurants, right?
That's true.
To a degree.
Yeah, that's true.
I think. Again, I'm not.
I would hope so. Actually,
I'm not a classy man. Okay, I don't go out to these places much.
You don't take a girl out for the first date to like a steakhouse?
No, I've done that before. It's a terrible idea. I took someone out to Uchi for a first date. That was
Really? I've been wanting to go.
Oh wow. Well, no,
Joe,
that's HR,
shut
Joe.
up.
HR
no,
violation.
double date.
Oh yeah.
A double date.
Oh wait, no, blind date.
Courtside guy, and marathon girl.
No, blind date. I set you up. You set me up.
Who am I setting you up with?
I don't know. Can you not do 30s though? Can you
Not do
like
30s. Can we not do 30s? That's
shame.
First off, that hurt my feelings right there for a second. Second off, like, who do you think I know in their 20s that's single?
I don't know. You go to the gym.
Yeah, I don't go ask guys, hey, do you want to go out with a girl at the gym?
If we know 20-year-olds, you work with them.
Yeah.
At this point.
Oh, you're right.
River to the Sea says Abigail's hinting Paul needs to take her to a steakhouse. That's an HR violation by River to the Sea. 100%. Things are getting awkward here.
Yeah.
It's Gallant and George. Abigail in for Sean Mapes. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Will I be removed by HR&P within the next 3 minutes? I guess we'll find out on the other side. Will Abigail be removed by HR&P? Will this be just the Joe George show with Joe George producing and hosting going forward? You'll find out in 3 minutes. Alex Bregman is a Boston Red Sox. Stay put.
Bregman would like to get him to scamper home. 2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it.
The walk-off hit from the greatest game in Astros history, Game 5 of the 2017 World Series. I'll fight anyone who debates that. That's the best game of baseball that's ever been played.
Yeah, I think it's top 2.
Top 2?
I think it's probably number 1.
What would be up there?
I think I know I'm biased. I know I am.
The Bartman game?
No, I think the year before, the rainout game, Game 7 of the 2016 World Series, where the Cubs are going back and forth. David Ross hits a home run.
Oh, against the Indians?
Against the Indians. I think those are the 2 best baseball games ever played, and they happened in back-to-back years.
Interesting. I remember that was when I was doing the night show at the Flagship, and I don't remember watching it. I just remember the game lasted for a while. The rain delay sucks.
Yeah, and then Jason Hayward gave the big speech. I think it hurts. I think that's why it hurts it versus the Astros game, because there was this giant pause.
Yeah.
But I think those are the top 2 games.
I don't know. Game 5 was drunk.
I know.
Home run. And I already was on a sports high that day, because earlier that day, I didn't even leave the Flagship. The Texans had played the Seahawks, and this was the Deshaun Watson versus Russell Wilson shootout, where you weren't even sure before the game if the Texans were going to show up because of Bob McNair's inmates running the prison comments. I remember that because I was dressed up as Harry Potter, talking about how, because it was Halloween, I was talking about how Bob McNair was perhaps a little bit, let's just say, racially insensitive in that moment.
Yeah.
I'm saying that while I've got Harry Potter glasses on and a scar, like a lightning-shaped scar on my forehead. And I'm like talking about the seriousness of like what's happening here.
Imagine if we had like Twitch and YouTube back then. I would like to have footage of that.
I was like being really serious too. It's like, I understand the black player's perspective, but I also, there's no actually understanding what Bob McNair was saying, as much as I also understand Bob McNair's old.
Yeah.
And again, I'm wearing Harry Potter outfit for that. But anyway, that was a long day, and Alex Bregman capped it off with that awesome RBI walk-off hit to end the game. He is now a Boston Red Sox after 9 years here with the Astros, where he was a 2-time All-Star. He was the runner-up to the MVP in 2019. He was a Gold Glove winner and a 2-time World Series champion, and part of this incredible run. Slow start's always a problem with him, but I think that the thing that will be missed most about Bregman, not necessarily his production, because it could get sporadic from time to time. I think it's the work ethic and attitude that he brought into this clubhouse and the baseball IQ. And I know this sounds like all the things that you say about any white athlete. These are all the stereotypes. But I mean, to a T, this guy checked off so many boxes, and it's going to be very hard to replace that side of him. But I think at the same time, it's 100% fair to say, man, $40 million a year. It's easy to walk away from that, just given what his production has been since 2019, the last year that he was an all-star. And I think for Bregman, it's probably easy to walk away to Boston knowing that at Fenway Park, a ballpark that he crushes at, 375 career average and an OPS north of 1,200, he's probably going to be able to have an opportunity at least to have a conversation with somebody else about a longer contract. Say he crushes it at Fenway Park this year.
Yeah, I think it's very logical that the Astros $156 million deal, by next offseason, Alex Bregman has signed 2 contracts that are worth in total more than what the Astros offered him. I think this will end up being a win for him, just like it was a win for Carlos Correa. That's what happened to him, is he took a lesser deal, in terms of years than what the Astros offered. But in the end, he made more money in Minnesota than he would if he just would have stayed in Houston. So it makes sense. It does suck to lose your leaders of your clubhouse. I think the thing we'll miss the most, and it's nothing against Isaac Paredes, is the defense at third base. He was incredible. He's been one of the best defensive third basemen in all of baseball. his entire time here in Houston. It's the one part of his game that you never had to worry about. It never slowed down. He never had the yips like a lot of baseball players get. No matter how bad the bat was, the glove was always incredible. So I think that's one thing that like right now feels kind of ignored in the departure, but we'll probably feel this season a little bit too.
Yeah, I think so. And at the very least, you're better on the right side of your infield with a little less Altuve at second base. I know his fielding percentage is pretty good, but the range, definitely not so much. And Christian Walker over at first base. Literally anyone over Jose Abreu.
Yeah, yes.
And John Singleton is an upgrade in that spot.
Do you think that, now that there's all this money cleared off the books, no Bregman, you bring in Paredes and Walker, but next year you've got, Abreu, Montero, maybe Fromber, all leaving the books. Do you think they actually spend the money?
A great question. I don't know. I mean, the window's always open. That's what Jim Crane famously said.
Yeah.
But they were good at finding bargains. I saw Jeremy Branham quoting Daryl Morey earlier this afternoon, and it was an interesting post. It's a Daryl Morey quote about how, in a nutshell, you don't sign the guy, you find the guy. And obviously the Astros found Bregman, and now he goes off to Boston for more. The Astros last really good free agent acquisition where it felt like it was such a steal was Michael Brantley. Where what was that contract that they signed him for?
That much.
It really was a bargain, considering what a accomplished hitter he'd been.
Well, his first contract. The second one sucked.
Yes, the second contract was crazy, and that was more on Jeff Bagwell. But you're hoping that one of these pieces in the Kyle Tucker trade can do that for you. And from a where he hits the ball perspective, Paredes, we've touched on this before. He mashes it to left field, and maybe the only other park where he'd be successful is Fenway Park, which is obviously so shallow to left field. It's 310 to left on the Green Monster at Fenway. It's 315 to the Crawford boxes in at now Daikin Park.
So that'll be good for Bregman's offense, and we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna go out and spend big money next year and just replace these guys. Hopefully, they pay some of their own guys. That'd be nice. But
who would they pay?
Hunter Brown.
Yeah,
Diner.
But that's both of those are down the road enough.
You could. You say that, Paul, but if you don't do it aggressively, these guys walk.
I get that. But there are also, if you're Hunter Brown just hired Scott Boras, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hunter Brown knows he's going to get paid a ton.
Yeah.
At the end, are the Astros going to pay that? And they do take advantage of this. The Latino players that come here, especially the ones from other countries, I think they know that these guys are pretty thankful to be removed from terrible situations, and that they will take a little bit less than the American-born players. And I think Hunter Brown, he sees dollar signs. I think that if you ask Hunter Brown early about what he's looking for, he's probably going to say, I want to see how much I can get. I think he would bet on himself. I think a lot of these athletes would.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe Yainer Diaz, but Diaz this year versus the year before. I know Diaz had a couple of stretches where he was on an effing tear, but was Diaz as special last year as he seemed like he could be his first season?
I think at times, yes, at times, no. Definitely a different approach this year. I would pay him now. I'd feel comfortable paying him now. But if you want to wait till next offseason, I'm cool with that too.
I asked because his first year, he seemed more like this is a 30 home run a year guy. And then last year, he seemed like more of a contact hitter.
Yeah, he was more all around last year.
Right.
And
And
he
again,
had that long stretch where he didn't hit a home run, and then he hit 5 in 5 days or whatever it was.
Yeah. There was that stretch. Right. Look, if you're a catcher and you can hit, there's so few of them. So that's obviously going to be a huge perk of him. But there's a part of me that the only one I can really think of, guy in-house right now that you're going to give a massive contract to, that we've seen play, because Cam Smith, everyone's going to say that, it's Hunter Brown.
Yeah, Hunter Brown's the only for sure. I'd like them to. I would put Yainer next. If Pena bounces back in the way that Joe Espada is talking about, if he can become, if he can get some of the pop back with the better contact, like I'd be open to that too.
We'd all love to see it,
but he's got to perform. I think it's way more. He's got to perform before you pay him, more than Yiner.
Yeah, he's more patient at the plate now. Great, but 2022.
Yeah.
How do we get back to that? I don't know if it ever comes back.
No, it might be like one of the biggest,
insane.
like incredible, like best rookie runs you'll see ever from a player, to be ALCS and World Series MVP, to hit the home runs that he did.
Yeah.
A couple walk-offs his rookie year.
It was like Derek Jeter if Jeter was actually good.
Yes,
You know, but
yes.
yeah, that's not here.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I would like them to spend money next offseason. I have my doubts. It's also not like the perfect free agency class to do it. The best free agent is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He doesn't fit on this roster.
No, not really.
Because you have a first baseman, a third baseman, and a DH. So I don't really know where Vlad Jr. would play.
He's not the athlete his father was.
No, he's not.
I loved Vladimir Guerrero growing up.
That swing.
5-tool player. Yeah, he swung at everything.
It was awesome.
Yeah, but he could do everything. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is kind of a little hefty.
Yeah, I think a little more hype than reality too.
For sure. It's
I think
a cool name.
Yeah, I think he the name and then some of the early stuff kind of puts him in a category he's not always in. At least Bregman didn't go to Toronto. He stayed in America.
That's true. But he's going to Boston now. It is interesting talking with a bunch of my Red Sox families and friends and stuff about this move. But I think they're going to like him. And this move makes sense for Bregman because I don't think it's necessarily about the money. Sure, $40 million for a couple of seasons with the ability to opt out. That's more than any other team was going to get him. There's the tax side of things, and you mentioned the deferred payments and all of that jazz. I really think he believes he's going to go here and he's going to get back to 2019 because of the dynamic of that ballpark. And over his career, and yeah, limited sample size, we're talking like 3 games a season at most, but over 9 years, he's hitting 375 there with an OPS over 1,200. I mean, that's effing insane.
He's back with Cora, so and maybe even some of the cheating stuff aside, like maybe he just feels more comfortable with Alex Cora as his coach. It makes a lot of sense why he's there. If it was not going to be Houston, Boston to me always felt like the most sense, especially with how much like Cora wanted him. I do think it's interesting. Like I'm curious because the original reporting out of Boston was that Cora and a couple others really wanted him, but others in the front office, they thought Bregman was a declining player. So I'm curious, like from Bregman's perspective, what it's like to join that team, knowing that there's already people in Boston that don't believe in you, even though they gave you that contract. Like that's just kind of a strange dynamic that was reported early on. But I think
who put that one out there?
That was passing.
Okay.
That some of the Boston front office members were just not. They weren't sold on Alex Bregman.
That's interesting because I saw a picture that went viral of John Henry, who owns the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
He's like sitting in his office smoking a cigar, and it's such a flex. John Henry is such a doofus, such a doofus. He's the reason I don't like the Red Sox anymore. Like I cannot stand that guy. That entire ownership group too. They won 4 World Series. Think about that. So I don't know who he had. Was that his wife that he had like take a picture of him? I mean,
it was.
He could have taken a tip or two from Abigail or something like that.
And I think she even posted it.
How do we? He could have done a better picture than that, like a dramatic picture of him smoking a celebratory cigar after trading for Bregman.
I mean, hey, you got to
signing Bregman, not trading for him.
Would you? Is Bregman worth a celebratory cigar?
Oh yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, if you're the Red
Abigail's
Sox,
in love.
if you're the Red Sox, you haven't done bleep in forever. What did you say?
I said Abigail's in love because
No.
she agreed with the celebratory cigar.
Hunter Brown for me. Sorry.
Oh,
Brown. Okay.
I guess we have to go to the ballpark to try to set Abigail up.
I know, guys.
What if that was Hunter Brown in disguise at the gym who had the courtside tickets?
He's too short.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's too short?
great question.
I'm 5'4", and if you're the same height as me, that is short.
Okay, that's a fair answer.
Oh, he was 5'4".
He was like 5'7", 5'6", 5'7", but still.
Okay. Damn.
Fair.
Little heightsist.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at you now. I'm ashamed to work with her now.
I know, right? That's not cool.
Coming at short people.
Abigail, I don't even think you're 5'4", to be perfectly honest.
What do you mean?
I don't
I
think it's-
literally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're literally.
Does your driver's license say it?
Yes.
Guess what? So Paul says
Mine
he's
says I'm
6
6
foot.
feet tall.
People lie.
Wait, you're not 6 foot.
That's right. I'm 6'3". And
No, that's
everyone
right. You're
needs to know that.
5'9". Just kidding.
5'9". Okay. Just blocked.
I'm just kidding.
Just blocked on everything. There we go. For those who don't know, Abigail got asked out at the gym by somebody who had courtside Rockets tickets. So she's sitting in for Sean today. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Alex Bregman is a Boston Red Sox. It just feels weird to say it.
It does.
After 9 years, it's just a strange thing to process. And I think we all knew it was coming. But to see him on a team like Boston, it's weird. It could be worse. I mean, it's not the Dodgers. It's not the Yankees.
Yes. I do think it's less weird than Springer in Toronto and specifically Carlos Correa in Minnesota. Like Carlos Correa going to Minnesota after calling himself a Dior bag. To go there.
Wait, he called himself a Dior bag?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, I need to hear that quote because I figured that would be Daniela, his lady, talking about the Dior bags because she seems like she has, in addition to perhaps very violent hands, given the massage that led to the Correa being out for a while. Seems like she has expensive taste. I figured that was her saying, like, I need my Dior bags. And Minnesota does have the Mall of America. It's a really big mall.
They do.
So they could go there.
He said, I go to the mall and I go to the Dior store. I want something, I get it. I ask how much it costs and I buy it. So if you really want something, you just go get it. I'm the product here and they want my product. They've just got to come get it. That was the quote from Carlos Correa.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like a Dior bag.
Like a Dior bag. He could have compared himself to so many other things. Like, why not a car? It's a much more manly thing to compare yourself to a car.
Not for Carlos.
Listen, people wonder about my sexuality all the time. I'm not comparing myself to an effing man bag.
Yeah, your ribs
Or
never
a
got
purse.
broken during a massage.
That's true. But I've never gotten a massage either.
Oh, okay.
No, I feel weird about massages.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah.
Even coming from a girl?
Well, that's different. I mean, like,
Oh.
an actual professional massage. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's actually nice.
They're nice?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a place? Do they have a discount?
No.
No?
You just go. Yeah. I have one next to me that I go to.
Gotcha. Okay. Joe, do you get massages?
Nope.
Yeah.
Never.
I feel like that's a lie. You've at least got one massage in your life.
I don't think so.
Damn.
I don't even think about it. Like, it feels
Unbelievable.
like a waste of money to me.
Really?
I've bought them for people. Great Christmas gift. Just get
Okay.
it. That's all you gotta do. Just buy it.
Talking massages here on Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Have you had a massage recently? 713-780-3776.
They're talking about quite a
Do
bit.
not call. Do not call. Do not call. I'm just making fun of where this conversation ultimately went to. So, Correa in Minnesota. That is a weird one. That is a very weird one. George Springer in Toronto. Also strange. We have some conspiracy theories. It is a tinfoil hat Thursday. No Christopher Soriano. We're not going to ask Deshaun Watson and Justin Tucker for massage recommendations. Conspiracy theory: Bregman didn't go to Toronto because he's a Kendrick Lamar fan and not a Drake fan.
I like that. You might be the
Man, Canada just taking L's left and right. You got Trump bullying Trudeau, who steps down, and now it's the Gulf of America that's to our south. And I know that's Mexico, not Canada.
Yeah, but Trump could have called it the Gulf of North America.
That's true.
So it's still an L for Canada.
And then on top of that, yeah, you got Drake, like their most famous person ever, just getting absolutely destroyed at the most iconic American event.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's going to happen, I guess, for Toronto. They're in their. This is what they get for disrespecting the 4th of July by wearing their Canadian colors on that day.
Oof. They are one of the more annoying traveling fan bases. I know I've brought this up before, but they are like pigeons, seagulls, descending upon T-Mobile Park in Seattle. I went to a game and I just wore like an American flag outfit because I was told that they were all like really annoying because so many of them show up, and they didn't take too kindly to that.
No,
because if you wear anything that's American flag related in Seattle, like, so there were Seattle fans coming after me because if you wear something that's like patriotic in Seattle, they'll think you're like MAGA, and they'll call you a Nazi.
They want you to wear Antifa colors.
They just want you not wearing any colors because it's like a very boring town, and they want you to wear gray all the time, which obviously I don't fit in because I'm flamboyant AF.
You're saying they didn't like the Hawaiian shirt?
No, they weren't into the Hawaiian shirts.
See, I feel like that would play in Seattle.
I remember one time I was out and I looked nice, and the person comes up to me because I looked dressed nice and I wasn't wearing gray. And guess what they asked? They asked the question that I always get asked: "Are you gay?" It's like, what? Because I actually look good.
Were you asked that more in Seattle or in Houston?
It's just everywhere, man. Just everywhere.
Okay.
It's the burden of being pretty, you know? I'm not hot. I'm pretty.
Yeah.
I'm pretty.
That's why you get asked.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awful. Anyway, yeah, we're all over the place here.
Yeah.
Alex Bregman's gone. And now all we're thinking about is just what's next for the Houston Astros. We will dive into some of the things that were said at spring training today. We did hear from Dana Brown. We did hear from Joe Espada, Chas McCormick, among other Astros as they get this season started. Also have some Nick Caley comments to react to, new offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. You want to get in, you can. Weigh in on Alex Bregman leaving for the Boston Red Sox. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This ball to left field, slicing, tough play for Bregman. Can he get there? Yes, he does. He is doing everything tonight at Tropicana Field. Alex Bregman, a great defensive play.
R.I.P. to Tropicana Field.
Oh yeah.
But also R.I.P. to Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman's time with the Houston Astros. He leaves for the Boston Red Sox, 3 years, $120 million, $40 million a year with the option to opt out after every single season.
Best of luck to him. Hopefully they play the Red Sox in the playoffs now. First round. Give me that.
Astros, Red Sox?
Yeah. Spicy.
Are you at all bummed out he didn't join the Chicago Cubs?
Oh yeah. Disappointed. I think it makes sense though. If you look at some of the numbers, what's been happening at Wrigley, Bregman probably would have been terrible there, honestly. He probably, that's why Cody Bellinger struggled a lot. It's become a really anti-hitters ballpark.
Interesting.
It seems
the
to flip.
wind.
Yeah, it seems to flip every other year. It really has no, it's like not logical. But if you look at like in terms of just how hitters do there, they're really having opposite years. And someone who pops out a lot, like Alex Bregman does, I think the wind would kill him at Wrigley. Yeah, I was disappointed. I thought the 4 years, 120 was going to get it done, but 3 years, 120 sounds a lot better.
It is a lot better. The Tigers actually offered the most total money for what it's worth, 6 years and $171 million. That was per Mark Feinsand. The Astros offer was 6 years at $156 million. Guy can field. Guy is a very good hitter. And I think the thing he brings to the table the most is the baseball IQ, the leadership qualities that over time he developed. Because it was interesting, if you remember the beginning of his time with the Astros, he stunk out loud when he first came up. He was, I want to say, like 1 for his first 40 or something.
He was
like
0
that.
for 18 to start.
Oof.
And then I think it continued after that for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was not good when he first came up.
No, I remember this because one of my buddies, Alan, who was a regular listener of me over at the Flagship, that's how we met. We would hang out a bunch. Alan got in his DMs once, and Bregman responded back. And this became a big deal because I think Alan publicized it, and everyone's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And I was like, I'm Team Alan here. Just my guy. But it was really funny to see that. And there was a moment in time where Bregman was very confrontational with fans. And then over time, he mellowed out a little bit.
I think once he became a dad, he's very different. Like pre kids, pre-marriage, versus post all those things. He's a very different person, it seems.
Are you trying to say that being a father changes things?
It seems like it did for Alex quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we should have learned from his rookie year. Like he was be a slow starter. Like for the
He's
rest
a slow starter.
Like
He's always been a slow starter.
It was extreme his rookie year, but he is a slow starter. And I do think it will be interesting to see if that, if he snaps back a little bit more with the Boston media when he starts that slow.
They don't have the confrontational a-holes they used to have up there that cover the Red Sox anymore. The media's changed a little bit. But yeah, it's not about going fast. It's about starting slow. Everyone knows this.
You think what do you think the response will be? You think he'll get booed here in Houston in August? I think that's when they play.
He shouldn't, but it will be removed enough where it's possible. I saw a couple of polls up online. Are you mad at Alex Bregman? I think Sean Pendergast posted it, and it was 79% no, but 21% yeah. All it takes is that 21% to boo for it to sound like everyone's booing at the ballpark.
Obviously, it doesn't get booed when they do the the video package.
And the tribute video.
Yeah.
How long is this tribute video? Is the real question.
I
almost feel like it should be 10 minutes.
I was gonna say like 2.5 to 3.5 minutes. There's so many moments for him that they'll include.
You got to have some Astros talking to him in the return as well. But what was Verlander's when he came back for that one start with the Mets before the Astros got him a couple of weeks later back?
I don't remember. But usually I feel like they're pretty long. I mean, they're not. I don't see why like they wouldn't be like you putting some decent effort in this guy. He accomplished a lot. He won 2 World Series here. This looks like a minute 52 for Verlander.
Okay. He has to get longer than Verlander.
Yeah.
But how much longer than Verlander? And it's really only about because he stayed longer than Verlander, and also he didn't have that whole, hey, I'm on the team, but I'm not showing up for the World Series thing, which was a little awkward turtle.
So, but does Verlander get another one again? I can't remember if we.
Yes,
we
he does.
discussed this.
Yeah, because it'd be funny.
I
would do it because it's funny.
I say no.
You show the same video you showed before.
Okay. Okay. Wait. We didn't say that the last time we had this conversation.
I forget what I said. I don't remember half of what I said.
If they show the exact same video, but you have to include like at least 2 highlights from last year.
Okay.
Or it could. I think what we actually landed on was have to be only new highlights in the new tribute video, but then like it'd be like a 10-second video.
Okay.
There's not a lot of good things that will happen the first week of the season.
But a minute 58, would you say that's too far, Joe?
No.
Okay.
It's shorter. It's too far. It's too far of disrespect.
Well, speaking of far, it's time for a little segment that we do every single Thursday around 2:30. How far is too far?
How far is too far from the text line? When are we having the Bregman jersey burning party? I think that's too far.
That's too far.
That's too far, guys.
Why would you burn his jersey?
Yeah.
That's a good throwback to have. He was here for 9 years.
Yeah. Are you going to buy I know you're not really a Red Sox guy anymore, but you're a Bregman guy.
I wouldn't buy a Red Sox jersey ever again.
Oh, okay.
They can go F themselves.
So the other day, Sean sent us in our Twitter show prep messages a story about Jalen Green and his lovely girlfriend, Drea Michelle, the age difference. And he said, how far is too far? Because we're talking about the age difference. So that's why it's perfect that Sean's not here. So we have Abigail to help us with this segment.
We know that anyone in their 30s is too far for Abigail, who just made a comment
So
earlier
how far
today.
is too far for dating Abigail? If you're 30, unless you're rich, I'm guessing.
Whoa. HR.
Oh my God.
What?
27 is the stopping point. 27, 28.
27, 28.
How old are you?
24.
That's limiting yourself a little bit.
Oh.
Really?
That's a small window.
Yeah, I would think
Fine,
5
29.
to 6 would be okay.
29. 30. It's a whole other.
It is.
All right. Well, then before we move on to these other people?
Yeah.
What's the other direction then?
What do you mean?
Will you date someone that's younger than you?
I have dated somebody that was younger than me, but like a year.
A year.
Yeah.
A year.
But that's max.
Okay. Paul? Older lady, how far is too far for you?
43.
43.
Unless it's Kate Beckinsale or some of the icons that are in their 50s.
Fair.
How old is Kendall Jenner again?
Younger than me. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't stalk her that much.
How far is too far? How young would you go?
How young would I go?
Yeah.
Am I going to get judged for this?
No.
No.
If you say 18, we will.
Yeah.
But
I've dated somebody as young as 22 within the last year.
Okay. I think
we went on a date. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
this
not
was
bad.
this was the girl that let me into the HOA meeting. Yeah.
I think as long as the
ask her out on LinkedIn.
Oh, that's right.
LinkedIn of all places, Paul.
I mean, so here's what happened. I was late to an HOA meeting that I was invited to last minute. This really pretty girl let me in. And I thought to myself, I had no idea what her age was. I didn't know anything about her. But she let me in. And the entire time I was in the HOA meeting, I was thinking of a way to ask her out. And then on my way out, she wasn't there. So I went on LinkedIn, found her. I just said, hey, if you ever want to get a drink, let me make up for you letting me in to the building after hours. Did not think she would respond. She responded.
Nice.
We had a really nice date. And then I think she asked me what my age was. And I think she was kind of weirded out by how old I was.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's probably what happened.
Understandably.
But
I
as
totally
long
get it.
as long as the girl you can take her to the bar and she doesn't have to have a fake ID, I think you're in the clear still.
Okay, what's Jalen Green's?
All
what's there?
right. Dre Michelle's 40. Jalen Green is 23. Is that too far?
Oh my God.
Because this is different. Because typically these conversations, as we will go through this, it's the men who are older. But remember, Drea also has a son who is 23. She has a kid the same age as her boyfriend.
I think that's weird. I think I would never cross that.
Is that too far for you, Paul? 17 years.
When I was 25, that wasn't too far for me.
Agreed.
I'll just
Yes,
leave it.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Classic Las Vegas.
Oh. Let's look at the old dudes now.
Old dudes. Let's look at the old dudes.
Michael Douglas. He's 80 years old.
I'm Michael Douglas. I
Catherine's-
got cancer from Catherine Zeta-Jones.
She's 55.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too far?
How old is he?
80.
I mean, listen.
Y'all are both getting old, you know? Like,
see, I do think the goalpost changes when you become a certain age. Like once you're both over 50, what's the point of the rules?
I know. I think that's the same.
Like 80 to 55. Like
So
what's the difference between 80 to 55 and 60 to 55?
So the
80,
range.
you're gonna die in a year.
Whoa.
That's not true.
Okay,
He looks great.
be realistic.
He might live to be 100. He's
Okay,
still got 20 years
So you
left.
got like 12 years.
And then she'll still only be 75 and she can keep dating.
He
Oh
has
my God.
he has actor money, so I mean he could live forever, theoretically.
True, he could put you in the will.
That's true too. Although she's
pretty good.
She was a superstar actress, and then she just hasn't really done that much of late. I think what was she in? Like, was she in Wednesday? Isn't she the mom in Wednesday or something?
I think so.
Okay. So, it's always been a little bit strange for me because when I was in college and my dad was in his early 50s, my dad was dating a girl who was only a few years older than me.
Okay.
Like she was 25, 26 or something like that. This girl who was making bank, working and living downtown right next to the State House in Boston. She was like a financial analyst of some sort, and she was from Russia. So maybe Russians are just different. But yeah, she's this 5'11", like model-looking woman. And I remember one day my dad picks me up from Syracuse. I had just taken a Greyhound bus back from Syracuse to Boston, and we drive to downtown Boston, and we get to a certain place, and my dad tells me to get in the backseat of the car. I'm like, what? And this girl gets in the car, and I'm like, what is going on? Because I'm thinking horrible things. I'm like, wait a second. Are we? What's going on here? But then it just turns out they had been dating. And the next morning was a little bit weird because I don't think she understood boundaries. Because I remember in the morning, she was just she was wearing a very
I think he told me this story before.
risque nightgown. Yes, when she came out in the morning, I'm just wearing my pajamas. I'm just trying not to look. So I don't really mind. I think love is love. If you can find love, love is love. But I do think that the male perspective on this is completely different than the female perspective on this. Because I think most women, i.e. like my mom and my sister, weren't the biggest fans of this.
I can see
where I
that.
was like, my dad's happy. It's fine.
And you're just like, attaboy. Abigail, how old are you?
24.
Okay, so you're 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You're at the gym.
I'm at the gym.
A man walks in, and he's got 6 Super Bowl rings on his hands, but he's 72 years old.
Oh.
Because Bill Belichick is 72 and his girlfriend is 24.
Oh, I've seen the
so
pictures.
how far is too far?
That is too far.
But he's a champion.
He's a champion.
He's
He's
won
the
2
GOAT.
Super Bowls with the Giants. He's got 8 Super Bowl rings,
You're right.
technically.
No.
You get
absolutely.
to wear a Super Bowl ring when
Have
you go out
you
to dinner with
seen
him.
what Bill Belichick looks like?
She don't care. I've seen
Yeah,
what she looks like.
Ripped
She's
with
beautiful.
Super Bowl rings. She is beautiful.
No, absolutely not.
So that's
No.
too far.
Yeah, a little too far.
What if he was in shape?
No.
Have you seen Pete Carroll?
Yes, I have seen Pete
Pete
Carroll.
Carroll's 73.
But no,
is that different?
That's a little too far.
73. So it's so much older.
Paul,
What?
I'm trying to think of
Well,
somebody.
Belichick's 72.
Betty
Pete Carroll's
White.
70
Betty White? No. That is a similar comparison. It's one of the GOATs.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is a level where we're all a little bit shallow.
Mm.
It would be fun to go on a date with Betty White, though.
Yeah, shoot.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. R.I.P.
Okay, do you go on the date just to have a story?
I would do that. I would do it for the plot.
Okay.
From the 281, your age. God, my eyesight's going. Divided by 2 plus 7 is the lowest you should go. Okay, so
Your age by what?
I'm 35. Divided by 2, 35
plus 7.
17 and a half.
So 24.
So 24 and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the
That
youngest I can go, apparently, per that rule. So
I've heard that rule before.
Okay.
It makes sense. I understand
I just date who I want to date. I'm not gonna lie.
Unless they're 30.
Unless they have courtside tickets at the Rockets game.
Okay, 30, maybe, like, I may if there's an option. Like, we'll see. But at the time right now, I'm like, in their 20s. It seems old, like, for me to date.
Jesus Christ. You're so young.
Abigail, we appreciate you participating in this.
Thank you. Thank you for
rousing
your
edition
service.
of How Far is Too Far. These are fun questions, though.
We couldn't do this with Mapes. I mean, we could, but it's. I think
No,
it's better.
we could 100% do it with Mapes. I think that's in fact sexual harassment on Mapes. Why
What?
can't you do it with Mapes?
I just think we have a different perspective with Abigail here. I think Mapes.
I
would
wonder
say all
what
the
Mapes
same-
would say.
I think he was pretty much in lockstep with us on this.
I'd like to and I'm just not even going to read this comment, but Citizen Slim, you need a bonk. That's a bonk. You need to relax on the Twitch. You need to relax.
What is he saying?
It's not about you. It's more like he's trying to flex about.
Oh yeah.
About
I'm Citizen. I'm putting you in timeout for this comment.
I feel like that's mega commenting right there.
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous.
You're gonna get a timeout there, buddy.
Ron says this show's been all over the place. That's true, and that's why we bring it back to Alex Bregman, no longer a member of the Houston Astros. You want to weigh in on that before we get out of here? 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Garbage Time Tuesday. Put. Well, speaking of Lois Griffin in the background, you're going to hear a lot of Boston Red Sox fans talking about Alex Bregman with that thick Boston accent, dude.
They're gonna love him at some point this season. Probably not at the beginning though. They're gonna be angry.
What do you mean by that? Alex Bregman's
slow
going
start.
up there. He's putting this town in his rearview mirror. He's coming up here, and a lot of people think, oh, we're the Houston Astros. We're better than the Boston Red Sox, and he's gonna prove them wrong when he's up there. You think you're better than me, huh?
I do.
You think you're better than me? You Astros fans? Who's won more World Series since 2004?
The Red Sox.
The Red Sox have won all the World Series they've been in since 2004.
That's true.
Okay. And we only cheated on one of them. And you know, we're not even talking about Paul Pierce or Kevin Garnett and the title they won, or Tom Brady, you know, our Lord and Savior.
The Bruins?
Yeah, Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
Ray Bork.
Did you ever have like a thick Boston accent growing up?
No, but much like Leonardo DiCaprio's character in The Departed, when I was around people that had it, I could put it on very thick. Like that is the accent you're hearing right now. That is a true Boston accent. I can do it around people that are like me. It's a little cartoonish on the radio, but no, I can do the subtle blend in with people from Boston accent if I need to.
I watched for some reason, I make some weird decisions.
Yeah.
In terms of watching movies.
Oh.
I choose to watch terrible movies sometimes.
Yeah.
Hoping I will like them more.
Okay.
I watched the worst Boston movie of all time.
What's that?
Black Mass. I watched like 2
Yeah,
years ago.
Black Mass was
Stunk.
disappointing. It was disappointing.
It's a huge disappointment.
It was Black Mass, for those who don't know. It is the movie about Whitey Bulger. It's more of a documentary style movie, or it's at least supposed to be based on a true story. They ham up a lot of things. Whitey Bulger was a gangster in the Southie area of Boston, which has become very bougie since then. And he was basically getting help from an FBI informant, which is one of many reasons where you should always be a little bit, let's just say, distrustful of the FBI.
Yeah, it's you can't trust the feds.
Can't trust the feds.
I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
And that's why Bregman's going to Boston, because you can get away with things. You can steal from Fenway. You can steal from the cops. You can do whatever you want. You can go to Dunkin' Donuts on every corner.
97.1 The Fan is a radio station in Columbus, Ohio. They halted all radio programming today after a suspicious package was mailed to the station. After returning from a commercial break, Anthony Rothman, host of the station's midday show, alerted listeners to the fact that he and co-host Maddie Ice Hayes were being told to evacuate the building along with the rest of the employees. Quote, "In full transparency, this has never happened in all the years we've been at the station, but I want to do this quickly and efficiently and not scare anybody here at our station. But when you work in a media situation, TV station, radio station, there can only be some things that have emergency situations." What? That doesn't really make any sense. Long statement. So they got a bomb threat.
Yeah. If it ever happened, I'm not waiting till commercial break to leave the building. I think that's a strange move.
Yeah?
I'm just leaving. I'm just turning on ESPN National and walking out the door. Why are you waiting to come back to break to tell your audience? Just leave. It's like, get out of there. I mean, I remember Branham and I did that. We waited when there was a real fire.
Oh, the flagship station.
The flagship. We waited till we got back from break.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, there was a fire in the building. And normally you don't think they're real, but the
There's just
engineer
fire alarms that go
came
off.
like running down the hall. It was me, Jeremy, and Josh Beard at night. And he's just screaming at us that it's a real fire. So we waited for some reason to get back from break and then left. Stupid. We should have just left.
I've done several shows through fire alarms.
Yeah.
And because there would always be like tested fire alarms late at night.
So you don't believe them?
No, I've
Yeah.
been conditioned to not believe them. I'm
Yeah.
just like, just stay in, stay there as long as you can. So I do wonder about this story just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I'll actually follow up on this in garbage time tomorrow, because 97.1 The Fan has had some very interesting segments that have gone semi-viral in the past. I'll just leave it at that. There's a part of me that is not 100% sure this happened, but that's just me.
That would be a wild move.
I mean, they've done funny publicity stunts before.
Yeah.
Right. So I have to do a little digging. a little digging here. That would be quite the publicity stunt. Oh, we just didn't want to work today. So
it's like, we're out of here.
We're out of here. But again, I'm not surmising that happened. Legal team. Okay. Now you guys know. All right. Garbage time continues. Carl Ravitch. So yesterday, Joe, we talked about Carl Ravitch saying that the SEC is 82-82 against one another, which is something that's already happened before with an Ohio Rhode Island's basketball coach saying that the SEC has a 500 record against itself, which is how it works. For some reason, Carl Ravitch decided to double down on his actual take on social media, which makes this, I think, significantly more funny. Carl Revich tweeted, landed, X is on fire. Tongue-in-cheek 82-82 record was to illustrate any night either team can win and one will. Clearly very poor execution on my part. It is amazing that Alabama and Auburn have only lost once in such a great conference. That's all. But people kept on pestering him, so he sent out another tweet. 4 hours after landing and reading all the responses, it is overwhelming. I will heed the advice of my ex-friends and take the L. My bad, my mistake. Always appreciate the feedback and grateful for the audience. A bunch of huge games left. Let's enjoy them. Someone responded to him saying, well, just like the SEC, you were 500 in your responses to criticism.
Even the second one, it's not great. Because also, I don't believe him.
I don't either. The idea that he was telling some sort of joke there, no, I think he saw that stat and he just went with it.
Carl Ravitch, like a pretty vanilla person. Like when he's in terms of broadcasting, he's going to be trying to crack some like 82 and 82 joke. Don't quite understand. I think he just made a mistake, and it took him a while to openly admit it.
Yeah.
Which I can understand. Like you're getting clowned all over the internet because of saying that.
It happens.
Yeah, but that one, that seems so obvious.
It does seem so obvious, but you know what? Sometimes you fall for stuff and you go with it.
Yeah, because he said specifically since January 4th, which is when conference play started. So
I was just trying to do something that no one understands. That's the best explanation. Whenever you've been pantsed in public, like, you just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean it's a great move. It's like you just don't get the joke.
Still didn't work though. Anyway, that's gonna wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to Abigail who stepped in for Sean. Was a good sport today. For our texters, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, except for the one that we sent to horny jail.
Yeah, he had to go time.
We had to put him in there. Sorry, we apologize. We wish you well. You come back tomorrow after a nice little ice bucket behind the neck. And for everyone else who listened, for Abigail, for Joe, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm Brian behind the glass. Snarky Brian behind the glass. It is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees. What are you talking about?
You noticed?
How is he being snarky? Well, I gave Brian a lot of grief yesterday because Brian didn't work for the first 2 days of the week. He was, reeling from the Super Bowl, and he didn't do a show tweet. What else was I
About my parking? That's the usual.
Neither here nor there.
You're always a bee about my parking.
Today's
wow.
What is Killer Bee?
Yeah, Killer Bee.
Well, that's what you meant. Yeah,
that's obviously what I meant.
We call each other that daily. But he said this is a show. I can't talk. Let me lip my lips real quick.
You're not on radio.
This is a show tweet about the Killer Bees. Their show features Pac-Man Joel and Jeremy Branham. They will say stuff starting at 3, usually after 3.
Yeah, I guess it depends on when the triple G's get done or the double G's.
They will say stuff around 3. Bregman gone, Rockets win, Bad Take Boulevard, etc. Into the Killer Bee show tweet. A lot of snarkiness there from Brian. And because Brian didn't work the first 2 days of the week, because he hardly worked yesterday, I put a lot of work on his plate today. I had about 100 sound bites for today's show.
They're all ready.
Yeah, so I'm happy that you're still on your feet because I worked you out before the show.
Yeah,
see if you were ready.
it was difficult. Chariots of Fire playing in the background the entire time I was pulling audio, but I pulled through.
Yeah, so we got lots to get to today. The Rockets played a basketball game. Kevin Durant looked really good in said basketball game. The Texans introduced their new offensive coordinator today, which he kind of reminds me like the dude from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the short guy. What's his name? Do you know? Do you watch?
No,
Always
I didn't
Sunny in
watch that
Philadelphia?
show. No,
The short guy. I forget his name. I'm not great with character names.
The
I think it was
character name or the
Charlie.
actor name?
The character name.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't help you there.
I thought it was Charlie, but I could
Well,
be
there
wrong.
was an actor on that show named Charlie, so I was just going to guess that
The
because that's
short
the only name I know. Yeah,
He
the
reminds me
guy
of the
that did
short
the conspiracy board.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Charlie.
Okay, yeah. He reminds me of Charlie. And he also reminds me of the social media guy. I think its name's Brilliantly Dumb. Like, they sound alike. So that's who Nick Caley those were my takeaways from the Nick Caley press conference. But he had football things to say. And since we are a sports show, we'll play you the football things he said a little bit later. It is Bad Take Boulevard. This might be the greatest Bad Take Boulevard of all time. It was certainly the most enjoyment I've ever gotten putting together Bad Take Boulevard.
Is that right?
So it will be a lot of that is right. Yes.
Okay, I'm just verifying.
Yes, it is right.
It's just conversational.
It is right. Those are the 3 things happening in sports, really. Kevin Durant, Nick Caley, and then the big one that happened late in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game, Alex Bregman signs with the Boston Red Sox $120 million for 3 years. He's deferring apparently $10 million of the $40 million. I don't know when they're going to pay it out. I don't know what his AAV is going to look like because it's the stupidest rule in baseball that it doesn't already factor in anyways. But a massive contract. Alex Bregman is gone. No longer an Astro. He's reunited with Alex Cora, who a lot of Astros do not like.
Yeah, no, and you look at it, you say, good on him. He got what he was looking for, at least in the short term. Like, I don't think the Astros were ever going to come close to that. So if he was able to get $40 million, and there's opt-outs I think after every year of the first or 3 of the 3 years, and obviously the last year he can go wherever he wants, but then good on him to get that much money in a short-term deal. He said he didn't want to take less than the 6 years he was looking for, but evidently he changed his mind. I cannot believe he got that much money even for 1 season. But again, I think that there's a lot of emotions as we've seen from the way people are reacting to this. But from an Alex Bregman perspective, you can't be mad at him for taking the most money that someone was going to throw at him. And that's a lot of coin for a season.
Yeah, I think he wanted to play for a contender as well. Baseball guy. So it doesn't surprise me that he might have had desire to go to a historic franchise like the Boston Red Sox. I'm not surprised with where he landed. Cora loved him. Cora was very, very honest with what he thought of Alex Bregman as a player, really all offseason. Paid him tons of compliments to the media. So it is a fit. It makes some sense. There's some talk there about what position he plays. Like, the immediate thought is that he plays second. But Corey's like, hey, we might have a conversation with Devers because he's not a good third baseman. Devers is to third base what Jose Altuve is to second. A disaster. So they might want to play Bregman at third, make Devers a DH, which might make Masakata Yoshida available.
That's what they were saying. They were saying, I was checking some of the Boston websites and different people commenting on this from Boston, and they were saying
Ideally, what they'd like is Bregman to play third, Devers to DH, and then they'd have how did you pronounce it?
I don't know if it was right, but his last name's Yoshida.
Yeah, Yoshida to be available possibly in trades before the regular season starts. They've got, I guess, several of their top prospects are middle infielders. So, and Trevor Story's in the mix. I guess he has to be, right? Because they're paying him a boatload of money. So he's going to have to start the season starting at shortstop. I don't know how much range he's got left and how good he is defensively, but I know that, they're stacking up with a lot of big bats in their infield.
Texter says, don't forget Bregman and Walker Buehler share a racehorse. I didn't know that they shared a racehorse together.
Yeah, they did. I think they raced in one of the Derby races this year. They were both in on it.
I hope it didn't place. I hope it lost.
You think his horse is better than a salsa?
Probably. If his horse was running in a Derby of any kind, it's better than his salsa.
If the horse is just upright, it's better than his salsa?
Yes, his salsa. If the horse is not glue, it's better than his salsa. Because his salsa is awful. It was on the clearance racks at the grocery stores 3 years ago. They had to repurpose
Did he rename it?
It's Wild Soul.
That's what it's called. Wild Soul.
Yeah, because it used to be called
SOL?
Breggy Bomb.
Yeah, like Spanish for sun. Which I don't think Wild Soul is going to do great in Boston.
No, I don't. I don't think they eat a lot of salsa there.
No,
I would guess
chowder and drink Dunkin'.
Lobster roll. I don't think you could put salsa on lobster rolls.
That'd be terrible. I do like a lobster. I actually like lobster rolls and chowder.
Oh, I do too.
Chowder is good though.
Love chowder.
I haven't had chowder, but lobster rolls are great.
You've never had chowder?
No, I've never had chowder.
That is surprising.
Oh boy,
that's a shocker.
Out.
Lobster rolls are elite though. I love good lobster rolls.
How have you never had chowder?
I live in Houston.
You look like you appreciate good food. And
man, have you ever been to Boston, Brian?
No, I haven't.
Okay. That was like one of the first things we did when we got to Boston.
Love chowder. Yeah. Danny DeVito is the short guy on Always Sunny. That's a good point. I wasn't talking about that short guy.
He was talking about the shortest guy.
That's
yes.
a good point. You semanticked me. You're right. I am wrong. Danny DeVito is the short guy. I meant the other short guy, the younger short guy. I think you knew what I meant, but you got me. I'll concede the L there. Hey guys, where's the podcast from this morning? Day after Bregman signs Boston, and someone decides to stop updating the feed. Why the face? Why are you asking the talent? Email the bosses. Email the suits. Don't email us. We have nothing to do with that. I haven't touched a computer that's not mine in my life. You think I touch these little measly computers down the halls? No, I'm not. I don't touch these computers that are here. I leave that up to the non-talents like Brian McDonald and Abigail, who was working the show before. They can touch the computers. I ain't doing it. How about the interns? What are they up to?
There's
asking us that. Right, I'm insulted that we were asked that.
Yeah, there's two of them out there. We can find some work for both of them.
So here's the question that I had for Houston, Blaine, because I'm curious your thought. Actually, I know your answer. The Boston Red Sox come to Minute Maid. I think it's in August. Will you boo Alex Bregman?
I personally, I'm not going to boo Alex Bregman. I'm not that big booing kind of person anyway. But I'm not going to boo Alex Bregman. I hope people don't boo Alex Bregman simply for the fact that this is something that was a business decision. This is something that, you don't know all the details. And sure, there are a lot of people that were hanging, somewhat on the edge of their seat, at least early on, and then hoping that Alex Bregman would be an Astro and stay an Astro for life. But we all know it's a business. And at a certain point, the Astros are going to draw a line in the sand, and they were very clear about what they were willing to pay. Didn't seem like they wanted to go a whole lot more than that. And at the end of the day, they parted ways. Be thankful for the time that he had here and the memories that he created and all the things that he built in terms of his legacy as an Astro. But I short of saying bad things about the Astros and or being somewhat agitated on his way out the door, I just don't understand booing him.
Whenever he returns, I want the Astros to do the old montage, welcome a former hero back, give him the whole treatment. I hope that the Minute Maid Park, it's not Minute Maid Park anymore. I hope that the dike is sold out. I hope everybody's on their feet. And then I want everybody to boo the hell out of him. I want him to be booed mercifully. I want him to remember the boos and echo through his eardrums for the rest of the season about he leaving Houston, not blaming him for leaving Houston because he's being paid handsomely, but the Astro fans should pay him back for bolting the city. Jose Altuve took a discount. You didn't. You get the boo treatment. Jose Altuve gets the statue. He gets the love. You get the boos. I hope they boo him to no end.
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody's prerogative. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I mean, what is there to boo? I mean, yes,
he left you.
he left, right, but he left because he didn't get the offer or a similar offer from the team that he was just currently playing with. So if he left you because you weren't willing to do what another team was willing to do, then I don't understand the boo. Now, if he, like I said, if he picks a fight with someone or, there's a whole bunch of jawing and things like that, then boo away, then go at him, then attack him because there's reason to.
Yeah, he left. He left. Jose Altuve took a discount. Why didn't you, Alex Bregman? You don't want to take discounts, you get booed by us. It doesn't mean anything. We're not threatening him. It's booing. It's fun. It's sports. It's entertainment. Booing's actually a sign of endearment. You don't boo bums. I hope Breggy gets all the boos. Breggy boom or Breggy bomb? Nuh-uh. Breggy boos when he comes to the dike.
You booing Tuck too, right?
He got traded. He didn't make that decision.
Okay. All right.
How is that anywhere nearly the same?
Well, because you knew at the end of the day that they were going to that the Astros weren't going to pay him anyway. So they traded him before they got nothing for him. But now he's playing for another team. So wouldn't that constitute booing because he's for another team?
I don't view trading and rejecting an offer as the same.
But he did reject an offer. I mean, if you're believing reports, he rejected an offer. They tried to buy out, like they have with other guys. His final arbitration years plus for some free agency.
Somebody texted mercifully blue. Yeah, I choked. My bad. Mercilessly, not mercifully. My bad.
Mercifully blue would not be
I was
booing.
saying a lot of words in a short period of time, and I botched one. That's on me. My bad. My bad. I'll try to do better the rest of the way. Yeah, I guess you could make the semantic argument that he did reject the long-term deal, but he also is bringing you back a far greater return. Kyle Tucker brought you back your starting third baseman. He brought you back your fifth starter. Fingers crossed. He brought you back the aircraft carrier known as Cam Smith. Alex Bregman, because the Astros were over the competitive balance tax, he brought you back a fourth rounder, Bat Salsa, and good memories. There were good memories.
There's a few good memories.
There were some good memories. I will give him that. There were good memories.
Yeah, I understand booing a guy like Garrett Cole because the way Garrett Cole left, because I thought that he was very harsh. He was obviously arrogant in the way he handled it. He put the Boris hat on right away and said, I don't work for this team anymore or whatever. I think you were there for that. But, to me, the whole bottom line is kind of how you exit too. And the way Garrett Cole exited, I can understand it. If you're Kyle Tucker and you were traded, I don't think you boo him. Just like I don't think you boo Alex Bregman unless it was like, even Steven, the same offer coming from both the Astros and the Red Sox, and he chose the Red Sox. Now I can understand you being a little scorned when he leaves.
Boo the Bregman booty. 713-780-ESPN.
What?
Booty is behind.
Work on it.
It could also be
work on that.
Booty's also like the reward,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Too.
like
So it could be a double
Pirates.
entendre. I'm over here making double entendres. I don't even realize I'm doing it.
You're saying you're a poet and you didn't even know it?
I got bars. Why is that so funny to you?
Bun Branham got bars.
Bun JB. 713-780-ESPN. Are you booing Bregman? We'll get to the Rocket Suns. We'll get to Kevin Durant, the best bad take boulevard ever, coming up today as well. We'll also get to the Nick Caley press conference. Football guys saying football things. We're a sports social. We'll play football sounders.
Football is football.
Well, was that Slowick?
Football is football.
Oh, well done. His predecessor. No, his successor. This is his successor. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Are you booing Bregman when he comes back? Do you wish him well? Do you hope he plays well in Boston as well? And also, we'll get to that a little bit later. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Get him to scamper home. 2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it.
Probably the greatest Alex Bregman moment in his time with Houston. Look, I tip my cap to Bregman. I am thankful for what he did for the organization. Greatest third baseman, I think, bar none in franchise history. Some people were coming at me on Twitter today like Doug Rader.
It's clearly
No.
Morgan Insberg.
Morgan Insberg. Didn't he finish like third for MVP voting once?
Yeah, he did. He had one really good year.
He had one really good year.
Cammy the only possible argument?
See, I think this is...
I mean, Cammy won his MVP in San Diego.
I know
though.
he did. I'm saying
This is sacrilegious in Houston. Ken Caminiti, as an Astro, overrated. I'm going to get hate mail.
His offensive numbers, certainly. His
Ken
defense
Caminiti's
was elite.
numbers, yeah, oh, for sure.
Yeah, I think
His offensive numbers were not great. How much of that is the dome? How much of that is him not on the juice yet? Maybe. Who knows?
Oh, he's going to, what's it whenever you do something after death,
Postmortem?
Postmortem.
I think there might be an H word there too, but let's go postmortem.
Posthumous.
There you go. He's
Yeah.
going to do that to you and sue you.
That's fine. I don't have much to
You
get.
better say allegedly.
Allegedly. There we
you
go.
He's going to sue you for all you're worth. $100 and all your debt.
I don't know if I don't know if it's that much.
The Cammy was more the love of like the grit and the and the aura of Caminiti, Baggy, and Bish, and that whole kind of tight knit group than all the stats. And the defense plays into it too. But I just think that there was just that he was beloved because he was those guys all in that same kind of group coming up together. But yeah, his stats were never great. That's why I said, I mean, is he the only guy that would be at least be in the conversation?
Maybe Doug Rader. Enos Cabell was here for a while.
Oh, that's right. Enos Cabell. Yeah.
Caminiti's probably second. Without like doing the stat muse side by side. But Caminiti's best year as an Astro, like offensively, 18 homer year. Now he was injured a lot of that season. But Caminiti never had a massive season with the Astros. And the seasons that he was at his best, he actually missed some games with injuries and things like that. He was unbelievable in San Diego. And I think a lot of times when we look back at Caminiti's career, I think we give him a little bit of the San Diego credit when we think about him in Houston. But if you just go year by year, his numbers with the Astros, he's nowhere near Bregman. Nowhere near Alex Bregman. But yeah, I still want to boo Bregman. And most of this is out of respect. I think Bregman, a gamer who's a ball player, who's a dirtbag, he's going to appreciate it. He understands it's part of the business. And then when he retires, we welcome him back to the dike and we love on him again. But while he's playing with I hate the Red Sox. Y'all like the Red Sox? I hate the Red Sox. I'm not going to be there, and I'm a media member.
Wait, you're not media.
You're not media.
I'm not paying
Keep
to
the
go to the
narrative
game.
consistent.
I'm not going to pay to go to the game. So if I went to the game, I'd be credentialed. So I couldn't boo with a credential.
As media.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I guess you're media now.
Sometimes you got to sink to Lowe's for
catch
free
22,
tickets.
Brian.
How do you get into the arenas when you call Cougar basketball games?
That's a little different. That's like that's like my
You don't have a
alter
media
ego.
pass?
I have an alter ego. I'm like bipolar when it comes to my professional career.
Well, but
I'm
all right.
obnoxious Branham with the Killer Bees, and then I'm professional Jeremy Branham whenever I'm calling the Cougs.
This is tough for me.
Jeremiah Branham.
To come.
No, don't ever say that.
As the lawyer for Jeremy here, but when he's calling Cougs games, he's actually a team representative.
Oh, that's probably true.
Yeah.
I do represent the
That's
University
right.
of Houston
So
when I do
you
that.
are a team representative, not a working member of the media
Yeah,
at that point.
and I represent U of H far greater than I represent ESPN Houston.
I mean, bar's low, but sure.
713-780-ESPN. All these softies are mad at me that I want to boo Bregman. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Let's see if Chris is a softie. Chris, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
Yeah, Jeremy, thanks. I would like to be at that first game when he comes back to Houston, and I will stand up and give him his props for all the good years, the 9 years that he gave us in an Astros uniform. I think my first memory of Alex was in that playoff series against Boston, and he hit that home run, and I'm like, okay, this Astros team is for real. So I think he'll do well in Boston, but after that, I'm going to boo him. He's a Red Sox, and I don't blame him for taking the money. No. I mean, if Boston is stupid enough to pay over market value for a 30-year-old who hit 260 last year and had surgery on his arm, go for it. I'm glad they signed him. I did not want Alex back here. You know, everyone says on paper that our team, the Astros, would have been better if Alex was here. I will disagree with that because it's on paper. I think this will give an opportunity for one of the young guys to maybe have a chance to step up in that void if the opportunity presents itself. I'm glad that Alex is gone. I wish him all the best. I'm so thankful the Astros did not overpay. You know, we offered him a generous deal, in my opinion, with the 6 years, and nobody wanted to do that with the kind of money that he was asking for AAV. So, you know, Boston, I think they, you know, should feel stupid for bidding. Were bidding against themselves. So, you know, I wish him all the best. Know our feelings, but I'm glad he's gone.
We got a
Thanks,
booer.
guys.
We got a boo. Chris is going to boo.
There you
Chris
go.
is going to applaud, pay his respects, and then he's going to boo him. Going to boo Bregman. 713-780-ESPN. Brandon T. I will cheer for him and for all he did during the tribute video. After that, I'm straight booing him. He's now a Red Sox. He's now an enemy. I don't like the Red Sox, Blankers.
Yeah, I'm not going to pull for him per se. I just don't feel the need. I mean, because 9 years, especially in professional sports today, with all the moving pieces, with contracts and big money and free agency, 9 years in one place, I think that's a really solid run. And what he did here should be appreciated. I mean, I'm going to root against him the minute that the game starts. Sure, I just don't feel the need to boo him.
Do you wish him well in Boston?
I actually don't. No, I hope that he falls flat on his face.
I do too. I hope he's awful.
Yeah, I hope he's terrible in Boston. It's not going to go that far. I'm not going to boo him, but I'm not going to hope that he has a breakout season, because then it starts to make not that it should make him look really bad, but the Astros made a choice. I don't want the Astros to look bad in this deal, and I don't think that they will. I just think that AAV alone for just that 1 year was like, when I saw the numbers, I was like, oh my God, then you got to take it. You got to go. But thank God, I'm kind of like Chris in that regard. I mean, I didn't want the Astros to pay that.
Coog Blaze on Twitch. Bregman was doing the Garrett Cole-ish last postseason game. Come on. He was kind of weird about how he handled the post game. He's kind of like, kind of like foreshadowed that his time was done. He had like the IG post where didn't he like chunk deuces Houston? Like he was kind of.
I don't recall that, but
yeah, he did like a goodbye post like the day after they were eliminated, and people were like, oh, he's gone.
Yeah, maybe he did a thanks to Houston or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay,
something like that. But I remember in the post game after they were eliminated, he's like,
Is that an exact quote?
Yeah, I thought Garrett Cole got too much grief actually.
Is it just because of the Boris hat? Is that
probably?
Because I didn't think anything he actually said was like all that.
Oh, come on.
What?
The first comment that he made when the Astros PR staff wanted him to speak to the media, and he said something to the effect of, really, do I have to? I don't work for this team anymore.
Yeah, he was mad they lost the World Series.
I think it was. I mean, how long is he removed from not getting in the game and then blowing it? I mean,
an hour?
Yeah, so he hasn't processed that yet. I don't blame him for that. And I mean, did the word choice he used sound a little, bratty? Sure, I get that, but I don't blame an athlete for still being in the moment and still being hot. But the Boris hat, I think, is where I guess it would cross the line for some people. But whatever, it's a hat.
He also wasn't supposed to be filmed in that moment. Like the I forget the guy's name, who actually is in prison now, I think, for being a pedophile.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't supposed to be filming that, and he filmed it and posted it anyways, breaking policy. And
was it in locker room or at the?
It was in locker room, away from the designated area.
Okay.
Yeah, like it wasn't even supposed to hit the public access, and it did. And it's like, oh, okay, like he's the awful guy. I actually defend Garrett Cole there a bit. 713-780-ESPN. Bregman will never put up numbers in Boston that make us say, yeah, worth $40 million. That's AR Platinum. Boston is a hitter's park. It is the second best offensive ballpark in baseball last season. Number one. It's not a trick question.
Cincinnati?
Coors number one. It's like 112. The greater you get away from 100 on the north side of it, the better it is. It's like 112. I think Fenway was like 107.
When they
place fair, it's 100.
Help me out here. For ballpark factors, when they factor in like the best hitting park, are they tracking? I'm guessing it's a combination of all these things.
Combination of everything.
I didn't know if it was an OPS thing, if it was home runs, if it was average.
No, it's all of it.
Okay.
There's actually
because I mean the batting average is still absurd in Coors Field. Just look at guys like Arenado and Tulowitzki, guys that leave there, but the home runs aren't as crazy as they used to be.
Because the dimensions.
That's the reason I ask. Yeah, because of the humidor.
Arizona's a slightly pro offensive ballpark, because I actually looked this up today because I was wondering about Christian Walker's stuff, and Arizona is a plus offensive ballpark, but it's actually a negative home run ballpark. It's like a 101 park factor, but it's a 98 home run ballpark, which average is 100. So it's like, oh, maybe Christian Walker's going to hit a lot of dongs here. Astros are like 100 normal, and then like their home runs like 105. Because of they have smaller dimensions.
Yeah, they're saying that Bregman should have a big year in Fenway. We're saying Paredes should have a big year in Minute Maid. The last time we said that was the trade that we loved when it happened. That aside for a play at first base, didn't help the Astros a lot during their World Series run.
What are you talking about?
Who's the guy from the Orioles they traded for that I really
Trey
wanted?
Mancini.
Trey Mancini.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He should really tear it up at Minute Maid.
I wanted Trey Mancini so bad.
I did too.
And I was justified because I wanted him for his glove. I wanted him for his defense, and he made that play that basically clinched the World Series for the Astros. And I was justified.
He ate that ball too. Like I mean, we obviously give him credit for making the play, but it wasn't like it was this pristine fielding job by Trey Mancini. He basically just ate the ball,
smothered it.
Yeah. He didn't field the ball fielded him.
Yes. He happened to be standing in the path of the ball. Is what happened.
713-780 ESPN. Are you booing Bregman? Do you wish Bregman well? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Boo Bregman or not, 713-780-ESPN. People act like he did. He fought for our country. It's crazy. On the text line, so Bregman joins Cora. Now the Red Sox have more cheaters on their team than we do. Do they get booed when they start slumping? Red Sox are notorious cheaters, as is Alex Cora.
That's the video coordinator guy.
It wouldn't shock me if they start cheating again next year. If they're trying to get Bregman to play at a $40 million level, the last time he was anywhere close to a $40 million player when he was cheating through his fins.
Yeah, I mean, you ask Mookie and JD Martinez and the video coordinator when they had their best career years, they were in Boston.
Yeah.
And then the Dodgers hired that video coordinator, and Mookie kind of had an uptick.
Sure did. Yeah, JT Watkins is worth 50% of Mookie Betts' contract. Boston needs to find a JT Watkins if Alex Bregman's going to be anywhere near a $40 million player. Texter, once Soto signed, the Astros knew they'd never be able to pay Tucker. I blame Soto for all of this. He ruined baseball. Those big contracts usually don't work. Like I've talked to a lot of people say, well, the Astros, this is not good. They're not signing all these players, blah, blah, blah. The Astros are never going to be a team that wins because of their finances. They're never going to outspin teams to win. When they win, what do? They outsmart teams. When the Astros won in 17, that's because they outsmarted everybody, didn't outspin them. When they won in 22, outsmarted, not outspent. The golden era they weren't built off the biggest payroll in baseball. Yes, it got closer and closer to the top five. In a couple of those years, it was in the top five, but they weren't winning because of their spending. They were winning because of their smarts.
Yeah, I mean, they made a lot of cagey moves. They were willing to pull the trigger on the big move when it had to be made. Even the years that they didn't win the World Series, the fact that they were maybe the most dominant baseball team that we've seen in this city ever was the 19 team. They were loaded from top to bottom, and they were stacked with talent that was acquired along the way and put together in such a way that, yeah, they didn't have the budgets, the Yankees and now the Mets are in that too, but the Yankees and the Dodgers in particular, and they found ways to win. And then a lot of times you see the prospects that aren't top 100 prospects end up being prospects that turn out pretty good for the Astros. So you got to love everything that the organization did to create this entire run that they've been on.
I'm never going to boo Bregman, but I definitely don't want him to do well in Boston. I want him to suck so the Red Sox look like idiots for paying him so much money. It's a lot of money they're paying him to be a third-place team in the American League East.
I'd be real interested if he gets off to another slow start.
Probably. I mean, it's notorious for it.
Yeah.
409, Josh, can y'all believe all these other Major League Baseball teams signing 2017 cheaters? Altuve didn't participate, and he's the only one they've re-signed, right? No one in baseball cared about that. Like, they talk a big game. Oh, Cody Bellinger or Aaron Judge. They all talk a big game. But let's take a look at actions, which really matter, not words. George Springer signed a massive contract. Carlos Correa signed a massive contract. Carlos Beltran was hired as the Mets manager. They fired him. The Yankees brought him back. Alex Cora was suspended for a year. Then they brought him back. A.J. Hinch is managing again in baseball. The actions do not care about the sign stealing. Do you know why? Because in the inner secrets of Major League Baseball, they know that 75% of teams, at minimum, all had something similar. I don't know why we haven't learned that.
Well, and I think that the teams that were crying the loudest were the teams that were looking for a scapegoat because they lost along the way to a team that was still extremely talented. You look at the Yankees, you look at the Dodgers with the guys that were, whining after the fact. But when you start, like you said, when you start listening to some of the podcasts and talking to the players themselves, the players knew that almost every team in baseball was doing it. They knew the Dodgers were doing it. The Brewers and Eric Kratz was out there explaining that they knew the Dodgers were doing it. There was all the different stories about the Yankees doing it. But when they start trying to point the finger that it cost them a chance to win, or Brian Cashman says it cost them a World Series title, then there's going to be more attention drawn to it.
Yeah, it cost them a World Series title when they were getting shut out.
Yeah.
They were getting shut out, being beat 1-0. And those signs that were being stolen were the reasons we got shut out.
And remember
You're an idiot.
That it wasn't like the year after that he made that statement. He made that last year. To what was it, GQ? Or
I think he did it again this year.
Yeah, and he just saying, oh, it's not that we've fallen short for all these years under my watch. we would have had at least one more World Series, if not for the cheating. Oh, come on.
I think he says it though to justify him still having his job.
without
Because
question.
I mean, he does get graded based on World Series titles. He is the GM of the New York Yankees, so he tries to justify that one as, oh well, I would have won if they weren't doing that. You guys were doing that. Joe Girardi told the world on MLB Network the schemes that you had. This texter has texted in 10 times. The Breggy stare in the dugout is my favorite celebration. We got it. You like the Bregman stare. That was a good celebration, though. You are right. I was a fan of that one as well. Did you like the ball four?
Yeah, I was
Are you
going to say
miss
the ball
that?
4-1 or just the stare, because he had multiple variations.
Yeah, I like the stare more than the ball four thing.
Okay. I like the stare better. I mean, the ball four, is that the ball four, the
Same.
four thing is that UFC?
No, I think you should have walked me.
Okay. I thought it was like who's the UFC guy, the redhead that everybody
Conor
hates now?
McGregor?
Conor McGregor. I thought Conor McGregor, because he used to do the Conor McGregor walk too, and then he would do the
closest that I've seen to this was actually Anderson Silva, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any correlation there. I don't know. A texture, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. It's a good point. Astros felt like they had to cheat to catch up. What do you think about Bregman's leadership? Everybody's like, here we go again with the leadership thing, which it's very funny. Remember when Carlos Correa started making mound visits, who was a Boris client? He started doing it in his final year. His final year before he entered free agency. When did you notice Alex Bregman start making mound visits? This year?
Contract year.
Final year, going into free agency? It seems to be a theme of the Scott Boras guys. Hey, here's how you can fake leadership a little bit. You go to the mound and you make sure everybody's watching, and now you're going to be labeled a leader. A lot of people are saying, well, the Astros lost another leader. Here we go again. I remember this with Carlos Correa. There was people in this city saying the Astros would never recover from losing the leadership of Carlos Correa. I thought it was comical at the time, and then the Astros proved that right by doing what? Winning a World Series the very first year. They lost the leader of Carlos Correa.
I mean, I think they were talking to Chaz today about it, and he was like, in terms of the leadership, we'll just figure it out in the next week or so. Okay, I don't think you're going to figure out in the next week or so, but I think that you've got plenty of time to figure out who your leader is going to be. From a seniority standpoint, Altuve could be that guy, even if he doesn't want to be that guy, doesn't seem like that guy. Leadership by example is one thing, and then they can figure out the rest of it. But it's just a new era of Astros baseball, but they still have a really good team, and they're going to be just fine. I mean, I think that if you want to talk about him being a gamer, you want to talk about his intensity, his work ethic, the amount of extra time that he puts in between the cages and fielding and all the things that he did when he was here, that's one thing. But if you just want to single out leadership, there's plenty of guys that are leaders, want to be leaders, can be leaders.
I think leadership in professional sports is overrated. I'm not saying it does not matter. I'm not saying it's a zero. Yes, it's nice to have leadership versus not having leadership. I just think that we overrate it a ton.
You think it varies by sport?
Yeah, I do. I've never really thought long and hard about which sport I think is more important to have that leadership. I would say baseball right off the cuff. Right off the cuff is the least.
I think football might be the most.
Basketball is also important because you need to be in unison. Your best player, you would love for that guy to be your leader because he can kind of lead by example. He has the pelts on the wall. He's your best player, so people look up to him. So it probably does change based on sport, but I would have baseball a distant third.
Yeah, I think
distant third.
I think football's one because the head coach can only do so much, but in the huddle, and we hear about guys like D'Amico and JJ and guys that could control the guys in the huddle, in the locker room when the coaches aren't always there. And I think it matters in football. I've seen it in basketball. I mean, we talked about it the other day, whether it's the Fred VanVleet situation and the leadership that he brings in Dylan Brooks, to in other situations when you get a guy like a Russell Westbrook that comes into the locker room and basically says, I don't care if I'm the number 1 guy on the roster or the 12 guy on the roster. If you tell me the plane leaves at noon, you damn well better be there at noon. Practice starts at 4. You damn well better be there at 4 because that's the way we're going to handle our business.
Yes, but if we assume that all those guys you just listed are the greatest leaders in the world, I'm not saying that they are, but let's make the assumption that they are. J.J. Watt never led his team to the AFC Championship game. D'Amico Ryans never did that. The guys you mentioned, Fred VanVleet has never led the Houston Rockets to the playoffs. So, if we're saying that these guys are outstanding leaders, which they are, but what did it get you?
Yeah, I mean, VanVleet got a championship in
He wasn't
Toronto.
the leader of those teams, though.
He was close. When you talk to guys behind the scenes, no matter who the biggest names were on that team, he was close. But again, that's why I said I think it matters sport to sport.
No, it definitely matters. It varies based on the sport. I still think that we overrated it in all of those sports. 713-780-ESPN. Texter Ocho says he doesn't like the leadership thing too. 100% agree about the leadership being overrated. These are grown men. Lead your dang selves. The dike isn't a thing. It is. It's where the Astros play. Matt Dominguez was clearly better than Alex Bregman. Boo bombs for Breggy. There you go. Eric, not a booer, but hope he stinks. Would love to see Boston react to that slow start. Why would you root for an AL rival? I think that the majority of the city, and I posted on Twitter, I think the majority of the city will not boo Bregman, although it will be interesting to see that first time that he comes here. I don't think that they'll boo Bregman, but I don't think they'll be rooting for Bregman. I don't think they'll be rooting.
It's a fine line, and I think I think there's obviously going to be kids that loved Alex Bregman that are still going to be rooting for Alex Bregman. I think from a fan perspective, there's going to be some diehards that just loved those core guys that will be pulling for them probably unless they're playing the Astros. But I think for the most of us, it's like, okay, you're now on the enemy. No matter who you play, you're the enemy. So I don't want you to do well. And because of the fact that this was such a kind of a high attention getting situation, I really do. I hope he falls flat on his face offensively and has a bad year.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get hurt. I want him.
I don't want to wish any injury.
I want him to just be bad on his own merit. I don't want him to have the injury excuse. Oh, we don't and never did boo Springer. Okay, valid point. Booing a multimillionaire who left on good terms is sassy AF. Yeah, yes, I agree with you. But that's my MO. All right, 713-780-3776. Now that the Astros have left, or not the Astros, now that Bregman has left, is the Astros championship window closed? Do you think that this closes it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. There's a thought. Michael Schwab, I should put it out there. Michael Schwab back in the early parts of the offseason, because he wants the Astros to re-sign everybody. Astros would have $1 billion payroll. Michael Schwab had an unlimited amount of money, and he was the general manager, the owner of the team. He said that the Astros window would be slammed shut if Alex Bregman left in free agency. Has the Astros window been slammed shut? 713-780-3776.
I just don't think so. And I know that this has been flying around with a lot of people, and most people seem to be of the opinion that it's over. And I guess that maybe that's because the only guy standing from the first two World Series titles is Jose Altuve. But other than that, you look at it, that baseball team, and offensively, they've got an above-average offensive baseball team. They've got a good defensive baseball team. They've got good pitching. I mean, I would love to have a little bit of an improvement, whether it's now or before the trade deadline, depending on what happens. I would love to see them get a little extra help in the outfield. But as long as this team is going to compete to make the playoffs and go into the playoffs with a chance to win, I don't think you can say that it's over.
No, I don't think it's over. I think that the Astros still have a good team. Are they championship good? That's always tricky in baseball, because I think the baseball playoffs are a crapshoot. I think if you get in the postseason, you have a better chance to win it all in baseball than in other sports. Like, you're an 8 seed in the NBA playoffs, you got no chance. You have zero chance to win it as an 8 seed. Was it Van Gundy's Knicks? They got the closest. They got to the finals.
They got to the finals, and
right?
the Heat a couple years ago also got to the finals as an 8 seed.
And that was the COVID year, I want to say.
No.
Was it not?
I think there was a team bubble year that.
Well, yes, the Heat got to the finals in the bubble, but they also got to the finals like 2 years later.
It was a different year. They were the 8 seed. They got in there.
Yeah,
okay.
they won their play-in. They won the play-in and eventually got to the finals and lost.
I think it is very, very difficult. They've never done it, right? I think it's almost impossible for an 8 seed to win the NBA finals. Same thing with the NFL. Like a 7 seed winning it all in the NFL, I think is very, very difficult to do. I'm not sure
only
if it's ever
one
been done.
6 seed is one of two.
Steelers, two of the lower, the Giants. One of their 2 years were the last wild card, and the Packers were the wild card that got hot.
Okay, so two times.
Oh, see, I thought
and that's
Jerome
a six,
Bettis'
too.
Steelers were the 6 seed when they won it.
Let's say a few. Let's say it's happened
Yeah.
a few times in the history of the NFL. So never in the NBA, a few times in the NFL. How many times does a baseball team just barely get into the playoffs and then get hot and go all the way? It's way more likely in baseball than it is in the other sports. So you just got to get it into the dance. You got to get a seat to the table.
And even if they don't go all the way, like the Tigers weren't even supposed to make the playoffs last year. They got hot right at the end of the regular season. They got in, they beat the Astros, which a lot of people didn't think was going to happen. And then they were competitive, for the rest of the playoffs. And you're like, I didn't even have them penciled in at any time as a team that was going to have a chance to make the playoffs or do anything. And now everybody's talking about, hey, they've turned the corner. So, yeah, in baseball, when you get hot, you absolutely have a shot.
Yeah, so I don't think that it requires this top-level team to win it all. Maybe where some might. Like, do I think these are the 2018-19 Astros? No, I don't think that. But do I think that the Astros are capable of winning the division and then getting hot in the postseason and riding that hot streak to a title? Yeah, I think that they're capable of doing that. A lot of things have to break your way. But don't we say that about every champion? Like, unless you're the Dodgers and you've bought the greatest team ever, things have to break your way to win it all. So I think that the Astros could do that. And here are a few reasons why I think they could potentially win a title. Not that I would risk my life for them to win a championship, but I think the top two in their starting rotation could battle anybody's top two in all of baseball. So if those two guys are healthy and pitching well, you can ride that to a deep playoff run. Arrighetti and Blanco. Blanco's kind of who he was. Maybe he even takes a little bit of a step back. He's still a really solid middle-of-the-rotation starter. Arrighetti, as a rookie, had flashes of being really good. Now, be consistent, try to put it all together, and have less of the bad. The Astros back 2 guys in the bullpen, and yes, it takes a huge bullpen and a lot of names over the course of 162. But once you get into the playoffs, how often are you using bullpen guy 6 or 7? Very, very seldom. So you have Hader and Abreu in the back end. If you get into a playoff series, pretty dang good. You have Yordan Alvarez, who could very well be the best offensive player in all of baseball, that I think has a breakout MVP type of year in him. Altuve's getting older, but hang on there, Jose Altuve, as long as you can. And then you've added some pop to this team. Pop that actually plays at Minute Maid Park. Christian Walker, a righty who is pool happy at Minute Maid Park. Isak Paredes, who's pool happier than Christian Walker. If Yiner Diaz, look, Yiner Diaz is a young catcher. Like, do we think we've seen the best of Yiner Diaz? I don't. And you need some things to break your way in the outfield, like maybe one of the youngsters that you're not counting on right now becomes a starter by the end of the season. But yeah, I think that the window is still open. It might not be as wide open as the 18-19 Astros or the 17-22 Astros. But yeah, I think they have a shot.
Well, and here's the thing. You got to get in to have a shot. And I think that most people will look at this and say, whether you want to say it's a 3-team race and it's wide open for the American League West, or you want to say the Astros have a legit chance and should win the division, all they got to do is get in. And then the other thing that you have to take into consideration is a lot of people are watching this offseason and saying, hey, now is when your rosters are really set. So now is when we're going to start judging this baseball team. You just have to have an organization and an owner that's willing to support you if you're doing everything on the field that you need to do. If you look like you're a playoff team, if you look like you're either going to win the division or be a wild card, and between now and the trade deadline or as the season progresses, the organization is willing to do what Jim Crane's done in the past, to go out and fortify the roster in some way to some degree when you need something, that you can actually improve your stock. We see teams all the time that are kind of wild card-esque or, a decent baseball team. The Padres do it all the time where they just try to load up and they try and make deals right at the deadline. You can still get better. So it's not like the door is shut on what your roster is when you start and break camp. There's a chance that you can do something in July too.
Rocky says y'all both trashed Yiner last season, beginning of the season. I'm not sure that that's true.
I don't remember that at all.
If he was performing badly, I'm sure I trashed him, but I've always been a Yiner guy.
We were comparing him with Adley Rushman's numbers and saying, look, he's capable of being a really strong offensive performer.
Maybe he got off to a bad start. And he was swinging at everything and wasn't walking. That could be the case. But I'm pro Yiner. 713-780-3776. Paul in Westview, Astros window has been slammed shut. Paul, you're in the Hive. Why do you think this?
Yeah, hey guys, this team, they don't have the horses, and not only do they not have the horses, they don't have the willingness to spend money because they could have spent some in the off season. They don't have the farm system. This window is shut, and Jim Crane has made it clear you could have spent $17 million a year on Michael Conforto. The Dodgers did that. He would have been an amazing addition for this team, a power hitter, a right fielder with a strong arm. No, they didn't spend that. Even the Rangers just signed JT Shagwell yesterday. Again, not a stud, but he's a $1 million reliever that surely the Astros could have used. That was a 2 ERA last year who pitched 40-something innings. I mean, but they're not trying to improve this team measurably, and that's evident. So the window's shut. And even if they're in it, who are they going to trade for in the middle of the season? What prospects are they going to use to get somebody? Because they're going to need help. They don't have the depth. The run is over. It's just over.
Paul, are they better at first base than they were last year? Are they better at first base than they were last year? Okay, they got a Gold Glove first baseman that can hit. So they've already improved at first base. They had a backup plan already in place if Bregman went away with a guy that they were actually pursuing before he was traded to the Cubs initially anyway, that is still a very good baseball player, both defensively and offensively, that could play third base. So how can you say that they're not trying to improve? They kind of were already prepared for Bregman to walk out the door. Do you think they should have paid him that much money?
I'm telling you, they're not trying to improve because they're worse than last year. That's why, because they lost two better players than the ones who came in the door. So they're not trying to improve. They're just trying to make the appearances, and they're trying to stay under the luxury tax, which I get that as a businessman. I mean, that makes sense. But they could have easily spent $17 million on Mike Conforto like the Dodgers did, but they didn't do it. They are worse than last year. They are. Their outfield's horrible. I mean, I think Chaz will have a better year, and they're good defensively with their outfield, but they've got to find some offense. But it's not only that. That's just the 9 guys they're going to put out there. That's not even the lack of depth and the lack of prospects in the minors. I mean, That's just opening day, provided nobody gets hurt.
All right. Good points, Paul. Respect the opinion. Respectfully disagree. Did you not see that the Astros signed Luis Guillermo? Luis Guillermo doesn't move the needle for you, Paul? 713-780-ESPN. Is the Astros window slammed shut now that the Astros' greatest third baseman's going to Boston? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Steve on the YouTube. If Bregman goes to the Hall of Fame, please tell me he'll go in as an Astro. Can I at least have that? You don't have to worry about that, Steve. Bregman's Hall of very good. Bregman's not a Hall of Famer. He's not a Hall of Famer.
He's not.
I don't think he's close to being a Hall of Famer.
I mean, did you see that when a couple people were putting out like his accomplishments individually and as a teammate when he was with here? And yeah, you get the 2 World Series titles. He was an All-Star, twice? I think he was he was a Gold Glove winner once.
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of stock in the All-Star, but yeah, I think this last year was his first Gold Glove ever, which is kind of surprising.
We know the one year he was top 5 MVP.
He's top 5 twice.
Okay.
Runner-up in 19. We very easily could have won it over Trout. Maybe should have won it over Trout. Trout had like the higher WAR, but they were mid-team.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been a bad team.
But overall.
Actually, Bregman had the higher WAR. Bregman led the league in WAR that year.
I've never looked at him and said Hall of Famer. honestly, of all the guys that the position players that have played here, the only guy that I've looked at as a possible Hall of Famer is Altuve.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jordan, if he were to stay healthy and have a long career, is capable.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably bet against him though.
And I wasn't even factoring him in. I'm talking about the Springer, Correa, Altuve, Bregman, that core group of core 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree that those are the only Hall of Famers. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Willie, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Willie?
Thanks for taking my call. I was calling about the if the window was closed.
Yeah.
I don't think that the window is all the way closed, but a couple of things I don't like about the current Astros that we've had in the past is when Jeff was here, he liked to get players that didn't make errors. The Astros had the least amount of errors in the league for a number of years, and he didn't like guys that struck out a lot, like say Teoscar Hernandez for one. He traded him because he struck out over 100 times a year, and some of the guys, they walked more than they struck out. Those are we're not getting those kind of guys anymore. We're going more to an offensive team instead of a pitching and defensive team. We created 2 Gold Glovers, even though Alex only won 1 Gold Glove, but he was still one of the top third basemen in the league. Just had Max Chapman in the same division, and I wouldn't say that. I've been watching. Oh well, not watching anymore. Well, listening to the Astros since 1968, and I've never seen a better defensive baseball player than Carlos Correa. He might get hurt often, and he can't hit like Altuve, but Altuve will never be a defensive player.
No,
or none of the rest of them over there that Carlos was. And thank you.
You got it, Willie.
Appreciate the call, Willie. Look, I mean, they added a Gold Glove first baseman. I think Paredes can play a capable third base.
To his point, though, sorry to interrupt. Well, I'm not sorry, but excuse me. Third base is more important than first.
Sure. Okay. But I don't think he's going to play a bad third base, Paredes. I think that you and I have had this conversation and even, kind of defended him to listeners and Twitter people. But I think Pena is an above-average shortstop. Now, did he have his best year last year? No, but the year before, he had a great year defensively. I think he's an above-average defensive shortstop. So I think that their infield can be very good. I mean, look, I made no bones about the fact that I have deep concerns about their outfield. It's cringeworthy to think of Chaz, no matter what he can try to do to turn around his offense, and Jake in the outfield every day is a capable and quality outfield for a team that's got playoff aspirations and more. That's why I'm still hopeful that there's something that they will do along the way to fortify the outfield. But overall, the team is too deep with talent, and the pitching staff is too good for me to think that they're not going to be a playoff contending team.
Yeah, I mean, I hear where Willie's coming from. I do think that they are a lesser defensive team than they were a year ago. Now, what is the delta there? Time will tell. I think where Altuve plays matters here too, because he talked about 2 Gold Glove guys. Bregman won 1, but he's an elite defender. Tucker is another guy who, I mean, he actually was kind of trending downwards defensively. Like 2 years ago was not that good. Last year he played in 50-something games. 2 years ago is when he won that Gold Glove. But a good defensive right fielder, and Chaz has no arm in right field, so that's terrifying there. But if you do replace it with Walker at first, again, not as important as third, he's a Gold Glove winner. And if Dubon plays second base more than half of the games, now you have replaced a bad defensive second baseman with a guy who is also a Gold Glove guy, won the utility Gold Glove a couple of years ago. So I wouldn't say they're as good defensively as they were last year. And if we account the 50-something games where Tucker was available, but I don't know if it's that great of a divide.
Well, and you mentioned Jake too, and you're the one that always points out about he's an above average defensive
but he's
center
the common
fielder.
denominator. Like he was here last year, so like there's no change there.
Okay. I'm just saying for the overall defense of the team to have an above average center fielder defensively too kind of adds to your overall team defense to where I don't think it's that shabby.
Sure, but if you're comparing this year to last year, you couldn't use Jake against each other.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, it's a wash, and unless you're Kyle Ravitch, but I think that you're right. You lose Tucker and you lose Bregman. You lose two guys that have won Gold Gloves in the past. I get that. Right field scares the hell out of me right now.
And look, hopefully Chaz can be like, I don't even need Chaz from 2 years ago. How about just Chaz's career numbers? Just be that guy, and maybe you can get by. My pipe dream scenario in the outfield is that the aircraft carrier, Cam Smith, lights up the minor leagues for the first few months of the year, and it's like July 15th, and it's like, we need to call this guy up because he is forcing our hand, and then he comes in and he's batting seventh, and he gives you an actual threat. Like, that would be my pipe dream as opposed to, trade deadline or something like that. Keith, I think there's a greater chance that we do something at the deadline now that Bregman is gone. Maybe they have $5 million to spend. And we know that Jim Crane's MO is he does not want to go over the competitive balance tax unless it's for a splash. Bregman, yes. Verdugo, probably not. Zach Greinke, yes. JT Shagwall, no. Michael Conforto, no. He's not going into the luxury tax for those guys. Is Paul Wright, those guys could have helped you? Yeah, they could have helped you. But is Conforto at $17 million a year worth going into the CBT? Probably not.
Verlander was. That's when he went.
Verlander would have been a splash. Like, those are the big names he'll do it for. And I also think that there are people, well, who cares about the owner's wallet? I understand that. Like, hey, we're not getting that money. Why do we care? There are negative ramifications to be a repeat offender, to be over the luxury tax. Like somebody texted in earlier. Well, it's okay that Bregman's gone. They get a compensation pick for him. Well, because the Astros were over the competitive balance tax, that compensation pick is a fourth. If they think Framber Valdez is leaving next offseason, you're over the CBT because of Michael Conforto. Now you're getting a fourth for Framber leaving instead of a first-round comp. So, and then it's also more expensive if you were to sign better free agents. So I think it actually makes sense to reset that clock, not be a repeat offender. Montero's coming off the books. Jose Abreu's coming off the books. Who knows what they do with Framber Valdez? That would clear up money if you don't re-sign him. They would be in position to have some money. And the whole, Jim Crane never making the team better, it's all for show. I can't agree with that when Jim Crane is constantly either right at the CBT or is willing to go over it for the splashes. I think Josh Hader pushed him over the CBT last year.
I also think that he loves winning. And I believe that if this team, is winning and has a chance to win, and it looks like, they're heading in the right direction, I don't think he's afraid to make that splash before the deadline to get an extra bat or whatever they need to kind of push them over the top or improve their chances to actually go farther and win more. So I don't doubt that Jim Crane he's willing to do whatever it takes within the season to go get somebody. I wish they would still be looking now or seeing if there's any way to try and improve the outfield now. But look, I believe that they're going to be hanging around enough that hopefully there's a chance that as we get closer to the deadline, whether it's a team that's selling or the fact that, you can just go out and find someone that's on an expiring contract that a team wants to unload, that you can make this outfield better.
713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, can you hear me? Sorry about the phone issues a couple days ago. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, I think the window, you can't close it all the way yet. I think their top six in the lineup are above average. 7, 8, 9 might be an automatic 3 out with the outfield issues. But the top six is good. The starting pitching is good. With the back end of the bullpen, Abreu and Hader are good. I just think 7, 8, 9, until they lose the division, I think you still keep that window cracked just a little bit. But they got to sign an outfielder. You can't go in with, Dubon, Myers, McCormick, Gamble outfield. You just can't.
Appreciate the call, Keith. Look, I think that if you listen to Dana Brown, as well, you hear a guy that says roster as is right now, capable, good enough to win the division. So I'm with you. I'm a firm believer, and we've gotten into it about the fact that I really would love to see them still go out and find one bat in the outfield. But it's not looking great. So you just got to hope for the next best thing, which would be if they are rolling, then the scenario I painted, maybe between now and the deadline they get somebody.
What if I told you there is a Hall of Famer currently on the roster that is the greatest Astro of all time, that you can move to the outfield.
Okay, Jose Altuve.
That improves your outfield from an offensive standpoint
Offensively,
for
it
sure.
does, yeah.
That's what we're griping about, right? Is that their offense it stinks in the outfield. Well, you make him an outfielder, which they're toying with the idea. That improves your outfield offense tremendously.
But you're moving him from second to outfield, and you're replacing him with Dubon at second.
We're talking about
just shuffling deck chairs at that point.
No, you're getting better defensively.
I know. I'm talking strictly offensively. You're shuffling deck chairs to me.
You mean yes.
Yeah. So that's not really an improvement. I mean, and defensively, yes, given obviously, but I mean, to Keith's point, and other people who are concerned about the offense, like it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, I think that Espada will, like Keith said, the top 6 are above average, which I agree. I mean, you're looking at who knows the order, who really cares about the order, although Jordan should be batting 4th. Altuve, he's above average, obviously. Isak Paredes, who we just had a texter saying concerned about him because his like advanced numbers and stuff is weird. He has a weird profile. I admit that. Like soft contact, like doesn't walk a ton, doesn't strike out a ton.
Extremely pull heavy.
Doesn't hit a lot of barrels, but like hits 30 home runs. Like he has a weird profile. It is kind of weird, but he's been kind of consistent with it. Also, but it does kind of scare me that Tampa Bay was so willing to trade him away with years of club control. Like the Rays don't usually trade away really good players with years of club control. They usually wait till they're about to hit free agency, and they didn't get a great return for him either. So it's kind of like, what if the Rays don't think highly of him? Should I think highly of him? But I think he's an above average offensive player. Christian Walker clearly is an above average offensive player. Christian Walker last 3 seasons home runs. Christian Walker, by the way, was a better offensive player last year than Alex Bregman. Just saying. Walker's last 3 years, 36 home runs, 33 home runs, 26 home runs last year, but he played in 130 games. Now, he is getting older, so like, hey, no Jose Abreu-ing. Don't do a Jose Abreu thing, Christian Walker. Then you have Jordan, who might be the best offensive player in all of baseball, and Yiner. Like those top 5 guys are above average. That's a good top 5 of the order. That's a top 5 that's going to score a lot of runs. After that, it gets murky. Like, is Jeremy Pena above average? Jeremy Pena is average at best, but can he become above average? I think it's possible that he can become a 110 OPS plus guy. I mean, he's been right around 100 for the first 3 years of his career. Could he be 110? Sure, he could be 110. Could Chas McCormick revert, not even back to he was 2 years ago? Can he revert to his career numbers prior to last year? I think that's in play. And if he does that, he's an above average offensive player. Now, Jake Myers is probably never going to be an above average offensive player. Can you platoon Ben Gamble and Mauricio Dubon to get average out of them? Maybe. But if 8, 9 are average, or if 8's average and 9's below average, but the 7 above them are all above average, that's a pretty good offense.
No, yeah, I'm not worried about the offense. I mean, but I still am concerned because then I would like to say that regardless of whether, if you go and say Altuve is going to be your left fielder, then can you find a better offensive bat to play second so that you still have Dubon that can be your utility guy and you can move him around, but that you improve the offense with the second baseman?
I don't think that they're adding to this team. I think what you have is what you're going to get come opening day. I don't think they're signing free agents. I think they said, here, we're willing to do this for Bregman, but nobody else. Because there is a major incentive to resetting the count of being over the competitive balance tax. So I'm okay with that. Like, there's nobody out there that moves the needle for me. Do I want to spend Conforto $17 million and then pay a tax on that, repeat offender? I'm not getting the compensation for Fromber when he leaves. No, I don't want to do that. A JT Shagwald, $1 million, that would have been shrewd. I'm not going to argue with that. That would have been a good pickup. Lefty, very good ERA. Went to Rice. That would have been fine. But they do have a bunch of arms. Like, they have some arms that I think are going to be fine. Like, Forrest Whitley has to be on the team. Like, so you don't really have a ton of room on the roster. Your 40-man's full, all of that. So I think they're going to be all right. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't think the window's closed.
No, I don't think the window's closed. And I hope that we get, just better than serviceable out of some outfielders, because I really believe in the rest of the offense. And I do believe in the top 6. And I think that top 6 can compete with just about any lineup in the American League. So I feel good about that. I would just feel a whole hell of a lot better if they had the ability to get one more bat.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody shares that sentiment. I just think it's very unlikely.
But because of the scenario you just painted, it doesn't even have to be an outfielder if you get a better hitting second baseman and Dubon can kind of do utility for you. And if he plays, right field and moves around a little bit, then maybe that's fine.
Yeah, but you're just the guy doesn't exist. Like he's not out there.
It would have to be it would have to be a trade.
Yeah, and I think like this time of year,
Right.
trades are pretty, rare. 713-780 ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Reese, you're in the Hive. What's up, Reese?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to take my Bluetooth off. So y'all keep talking about this tax, and it's very annoying as a Houstonian and an Astros fan. And I don't want to be telling no one how to spend their money, but the tax doesn't work in baseball. And why do the Astros have to worry about being repeat offenders when the Yankees and the Dodgers live in this tax threshold, and it's so bad that it doesn't even affect them? We're able to keep going spending outrageous money on every free agent, and everybody's best player gets sent to the Yankees every year. If you lose in draft picks, the Yankees and the Dodgers never lose draft picks. But time and time again, as Astros fans, we have to continue to hear about this tax, and it's just not fair to baseball fans. So the tax doesn't work, and I just like to see 1 year or two, or for just go over and go for it, and so we can enjoy what we have here. We probably would still have some of those players here if he was willing to go over the tax.
Appreciate the call, Reese. Look, you're never going to be the Yankees or the Dodgers with their unlimited spending and their budgets and their abilities, but we also have to give credit to the fact that the Yankees and the Dodgers also go out and get those players on a frequent basis because their farm system's been loaded. They've drafted well. They've kept their draft picks. They save them. Some end up playing for them. Some they end up using in the deals that bring in other players. But yeah, the frustration is you're never going to be one of the big dogs like the Mets, Yankees, and Dodgers.
See, I'm okay with that because I realize that. Like I've accepted that the Astros aren't going to spin like the Dodgers and Yankees, and I don't think it's sustainable for a team in Houston to do that, or even the Mets, like Cohen. The Angels did it, and the Angels were awful at it. The Angels were the worst at it. Now, I think Reese speaks to like a bigger problem with Major League Baseball, which I would agree with. I would like to see a salary cap in Major League Baseball, or maybe some sort of, and I don't know the right answer to this, maybe some sort of innovation where the NBA is starting to do these aprons and stuff like that, where it makes it very, very difficult to just sign all of the players in the world. So I agree with where Reese's mind's at. I think it's a bigger issue than like the Astros specifically. And Crane has went over the tax twice. He did it whenever they traded for Greinke, but I don't think he paid for it because of the COVID thing, whatever. And then he was over the tax last year. Like he went for it last year. So
yeah, and I think that when you're talking about the bigger picture probably comes down to the next time there's a collective bargaining agreement too, because the Players Association is not going to be in favor of any kind of cap while all their players are raking in the funds. So that's probably going to be part of a bigger negotiation.
It probably will never happen. It probably will never happen because the Major League Baseball Players Association will not play if there is a salary cap, more than likely. And Manfred's alluded to the fact that I think there's going to be some sort of work stoppage with the next CBA, which is terrible. I hate when that happens.
I mean, the only way they could, I don't think they're going to get a salary cap input, but they would have to. Major League Baseball would have to be willing to give something back to the players that I can't even comprehend what that would be. Like there would have to be a give and take, but I don't even know what they could ask from Major League Baseball that would be worth it for them.
Be more revenue sharing.
No, I think that the answer would be players entering free agency sooner.
Yeah, that would be a big one. Like if you cut it, let's say from 6 years to 3 years.
Yeah, which is very hard.
Which is crazy, but yeah. I think that might.
It would have to be something that crazy though.
It would, because a radical change from basically the Wild Wild West like we have now to a salary, like a hard salary cap, was like, say the NFL it's a drastic change. So
that would be a seismic.
I'd be for it though. If cutting the team control from 6 to 3 got us a salary cap, I'd be in favor of that.
We got 2 more years.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
No,
I'm just
saying the collective
hypothetical
bargaining agreement that they're currently on expires December 1st, 26.
There were some theories that's why Bregman ultimately signed the shorter term deal for the larger AAV, was to kind of beat the clock on when there might be a work stoppage. I don't know how much validity there is to that, but I did see that kicked around. Texter, DeCinzo and Milton are options too. Yeah, I mean maybe a DeCinzo and Milton surprise you, and I'm not saying that they're going to surprise you and become all-stars. But if they surprise you and become average big league hitters, well, now you have an average big league hitter in the bottom of the order that you didn't think you were going to have, which is a pretty significant improvement to what your expectations are. Cam, it's probably too early for Cam Smith. Like, I don't expect Cam Smith to get caught up this year. But an ultimate pipe dream, oh my goodness, this guy's crushing the minors, and then all of a sudden he's a factor this year would be a huge win. Caleb says McCormick got better every year he played up until last year. If he gets back to what he was doing 2 years ago on the offense and the outfield will be fine. Fine might be too strong, but maybe tolerable could be better if Chaz is there.
Yeah, I mean, some people are talking about Trammell too as a guy that could do something and be something. I would put more stock in the fact that if I'm going to be extremely hopeful, it would be Melton as probably a guy that might be able to do something for you. But other than that, the farm system from an outfield perspective isn't really exciting right now. Besides Cam Smith, and I agree with you, I don't think he's ready. And then Bryce Matthews is an infielder.
Yeah, I wonder if what they eventually do with Bryce Matthews. Some prospect guys aren't crazy about Matthews. Not crazy about Melton either. Melton had a lot of strikeouts when he got to AAA last year. He's not close, in my opinion. Trammell is a 4A player. I don't think that. I think Trammell is going to be either in Sugarland or on the streets April 1st.
Detroit Cabbagey.
I was just about to make that exact same comparison.
I'm not Trammell. My bad. Was kind of a decorated prospect that has never been able to stick. So unless he just fools everybody. Brandon T. Willie's my favorite caller. I think he's my favorite too. Texter, I wish we would have traded Bregman for prospects instead of losing him for nothing. Lost him for a 4th rounder. But yeah, I mean, that's a theory that I always have. I think you should trade your players before they enter free agency, especially if you're above the competitive balance tax. I like Paredes, but I'm a little worried. One of the slowest bats and one of the slowest exit velos in the game. All the advanced stats say he sucks, but maybe the wall will do him good. He's got a weird profile. He really, really does. Window is wide open. Perfect reset year. We'll have a lot of money coming off the books next year, and most of our talent is still cheap and controllable. That's an optimistic viewpoint. The Ocho, the Astros aren't as fundamentally sound as in past years, and the pitching and defense were always a constant. Look, I like Fromber and Hunter Brown. I think Fromber and Hunter – actually, I'll tell you. I placed a Hunter Brown to win the Cy Young ticket today. Plus 2,500, best value in the American League. Odds. Best value in the American League. A window is never closed if you make it to the dance. Look at the D-backs 2 years ago. A dude told us Michael Conforto as his standing point. What the heck? That's from Eric. Especially at 17. I liked Conforto as an option for the Astros, but at 17, no way. I hate when people say the Astros don't have a farm system. Skeeters just want a ship. Yeah, but were they doing it with 4A players or prospects? I will say, though, I will say this, though. The Astros always outproduce their prospect rankings.
For sure.
They always outproduce that. Always.
We've had a lot. We've had a lot of guys that weren't on the radar that suddenly either got you something in a trade or became significant prospects to look at that had a chance to contribute to the big league club. I agree with that.
The window hasn't been slammed shut, but I kind of wish we were Detroit right now. 6-9-4-1, go to the mirror and think about what you just said. You wish you were Detroit right now. Astros pitching staff.
Boulevard, isn't that coming up pretty soon? That needs to possibly be added.
As I was saying that, though, I thought about the Lions, so maybe I should be on Bad Take Boulevard. Astros pitching staff will determine if we're winners or losers this year. Window shut, nah. Breggy's one of the guys we won't boo. Grateful for the good times. Fair enough. Window is open. People like to talk about who we lost, but nobody talks about the players we brought in. Walker, Paredes, nice additions. I think people also lose sight of the fact that Kyle Tucker missed half of the year. Mm-hmm. Yes, this year's team does not have Kyle Tucker. Last year's team for half the season also did not have Kyle Tucker.
And think about the point in the season when they didn't have him. That's when the big turnaround happened. That's when they were so many games behind in first place that they started the turnaround, and they did the majority of that turnaround and all that success without Kyle Tucker in the lineup.
It's weird.
I hear what you're saying. They're better without Kyle Tucker.
They played.
That's not what I said.
Their win-loss record was better.
What you're laying down, Joel.
Their win-loss record was better without Kyle Tucker last year.
They're better without Kyle Tucker.
Which is really weird because Kyle Tucker in less than half the season he played, was unbelievable.
He was an MVP candidate before he got hurt.
Yeah, it's weird. He was having an MVP type of season and then fouled a ball off his shin that was a bruise, and he's expected back in a couple of days, turned into a broken bone, and somehow the Astros got better. Bad leader.
Cron.com and
Bad
Google
leader.
and Yahoo Sports have the headline, Killer Bees say Astros were better without Tucker.
100%. That's what I heard.
Astros are as competitive as last season, if not better. The upgrade at first is huge. Imagine being grown adults and wishing for someone's downfall because they made a business decision best suited for him. We got the best of Bregman. Be happy about that. Grow up, guys. Imagine being a full-grown adult and texting that into a radio show that's obviously being very silly.
And who says we're adults?
I think the Astros have a better overall infield this year, says another texter. The window is slightly ajar, but you can barely feel the breeze coming in. You don't feel breezes in Houston, especially in the summer. The ill will is not at Bregman or any other star Astro. It's with Crane. So Crane's getting. My biggest issue with Crane, though, is his meddling after he fired Luno.
I think
and
that's a fair
Click.
take, though. I do sense that the most of the fan hand wringing comes from the front office, not the players themselves.
But you don't agree with it, because I don't think that any move that Jim Crane decided not to do was a bad move, because I don't think anybody, because you were never going to re-sign Cole. He was going to the Yankees. That's where he wanted to go. He's always wanted to play for him. You weren't going to get him. Springer letting him walk, great decision.
But I think the counter to that would be, sure, the moves he did make, but the moves he did make, like Montero, Abreu, put yourself in a situation where you can't afford, or Astro can't afford guys like Bregman.
I think that's to Jeremy's point. I don't think that I wouldn't be mad at him for letting some of these big names that everybody's got their heartstrings tied to walk. It would be that that he actually had the arrogance to think that, one, that James Click wasn't, he could do without him, and he got rid of him. And that in the interim, while he was looking for someone that he could maybe control more or get in here, he decided that he and his buddies could do the exact same job, and then you got screwed.
Yeah, I don't like that Crane fired Luno and just didn't ride out the storm there. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like that he fired Click. I don't like that they ran a front office without a general manager for a few months, an entire offseason, and they signed Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, and Michael Brantley, which we're still feeling the effects of Abreu and Montero. So that's what I'm angry with Jim Crane about. I'm not angry at Jim Crane for his lack of spending, because that's
I
not
don't think
true.
it's cheap. It's not.
That's not true. It's the firing Luno, firing Click, operating the offseason without a GM, and having a disastrous offseason. And I hope that he's not meddling now. My feel is that he's not, because I don't think they trade Kyle Tucker if he's meddling.
Yeah, I hope he's learned his lesson, and I hope that he now kind of is more hands-off and allows the guys that he actually hired to do their jobs, he lets them do their jobs. Now, is Dana Brown going to be capable of doing that job? I think we're still kind of trying to find out. I think his hands have been tied for a lot of stuff since he got the job.
He's our last hope. Like, if the Astros window is dying, the last hope to save it from dying or closing is Dana Brown.
Yeah,
it is. Like, it's the reality of the situation. Final text: can we be honest now that Breggy Bomb Salsa was trash? Bro, I've been saying that the Breggy Bomb Salsa has been trash for 3 years. What do you mean, can we be honest now? I was honest 3 years ago that Breggy Bomb Salsa was garbage.
No, you have.
Yeah.
I've never tried it.
Is Cam Smith the third baseman?
He can be, right?
He that's his primary position right now, but Dana Brown says that he can play either corner infield spot or any corner outfield spot. So if he's pressing himself into the lineup and you don't have injuries, then the spot would more than likely be right field. And he's got a big arm, so, and he's a pretty good athlete. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rockets, they played a basketball game yesterday. What'd you think of the Rockets beating the Suns last night? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Kind of segueing perfectly into this. First, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, it is basketball season. NBA fully in swing. College basketball. We are on a fast break to March. So you need a goal from Pro Dunk. Better than any of the goals you'll find at the big box stores. Those aren't any good. Rim's going to jack up quickly. The backboard's going to break. The little gust of wind might even blow it over. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff with a goal from Pro Dunk. The highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Don't mess with the big box stuff. A tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel off of that backboard. A breakaway rim, more on that later. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, must have, of course, with the humidity in Houston. Height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Their lightning adjust feature, easy to do, fun to do, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. That's where that breakaway rim comes into play. You're lowering, throw down some jams. That breakaway rim is going to keep you safe. Extended overhang as well, so you don't have to roll your ankle in the basketball stanchion for all you folks that have weak ankles. Their accessories, next level as well. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, can't play during the day, no problem. Get an LED light kit. Backstop nets. You don't want to chase the basketball around. No problem. Get a backstop net. full pad lettering, customize your goal, lots more. You can order all of that, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. You don't want that big box delivered to your driveway with a million pieces to assemble. You're going to screw it up. Let's be honest with each other. Let the pros at Pro Dunk professionally install that goal for you. Perfectly straight. It's at the perfect height. You're not going to mess it up. You don't install. You hang out inside the house. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho sending his bets that he's making tonight. You do you, Och. I'll be rooting for you. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the Rockets Suns in a moment. Let's take one more call on wants to talk Jim Crane. Garrick. It's like Eric with a G. Eric with a G. You're in the high.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I know it's not popular to give billionaires credit for anything, but I think if we zoom out and look at what Jim Crane has done over the last, roughly decade, he's probably been the best owner in baseball. Think about it. He hired Jeff Luhnow, who probably was the best GM during his time. Then he let Jeff Luhnow go. He brings in James Click, and now that we've looked back on it, James Click was actually a really good GM. The moves he made were shrewd, considering the constraints he dealt with. And then he hired Dana Brown, and a lot of the fans complain about Dana Brown. But if you look at Dana Brown's drafts, his drafts have been tremendous. All his players are moving up rapidly through the farm system, and the moves he's made based on, the constraints that he's dealt with have also been really good. That Kikuchi move was good. Those prospects they gave up, those were not highly touted prospects, and you basically got a guy who ended up being one of the top 10 pitchers in the league and help you get to the playoffs. So I would give Jim Crane the benefit of the doubt and just say, let's look and see what happens after the Montero and the Abreu signing. After that money comes off the books this year, let's see what the players that they acquired and the players they currently have and what they do in the upcoming draft. And then their international signing, the kid, I looked him up on YouTube, and he was actually the highest rated hitter of all the international signings. He had the highest grade, 65, when it comes to his hit tool. So I would kind of take a step back and just zoom out and look at Jim Crane and say, hey, this guy has done an excellent job.
No, appreciate the call, Garrett. Look, I think the biggest thing is he's not Drayton McClain. He's been willing to spend. I think that's splashy. Yeah, you can go in retrospect and question the Hader move because did you really need him? And was that money better purposed somewhere else? But that's playing Monday morning quarterback. You look at it after the fact. But at the same time, he's never been afraid to go out and make the move that he thinks his team needs. And he did it with Verlander, and he did it, twice with Verlander, and he did it with, several other guys. So I don't think that it should ever be, it's not fair on him to say he's cheap. I think that from a business perspective, it is understandable to not want to go over the tax. But as a fan, I think it's also fair to be disappointed if you look at the roster and don't, want him to do it simply because of the fact that, one, it's not your money, and two, you look at that outfield and you think that they need help.
I agree with almost everything Garrick said. If I had pushback on best owner in baseball, I don't even know who runs the Dodgers, bunch of bankers, right? Probably them.
I mean, the KG move with the Ohtani deal, and that's a once in a lifetime because you got a guy that's making so much money outside of Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
But that's a brilliant financial move.
But I like the take, Garrick. Like I would say that Crane's one of the best owners in baseball. He's easily the best owner that the Astros have ever had, without a shadow of a doubt. You could have a conversation that he's in the best owner in Houston history convo. Probably less, though, right?
Less is right there.
I would vote less.
Les brought 2 titles. Now, Crane's brought 2 titles too, though.
Yeah.
So that's why he's in the mix. I'm a huge Tillman stan. You know that. So Tillman #1 for me. But yeah, Crane would be in that conversation. Crane's brought 2 titles to Houston. Only 2 owners in the history of Houston sports have brought big 3. I guess Les owned the Comets, right? So he brought he brought a ton of titles. Big 3 sports. We're talking big 3 sports here, people.
Soccer matters, though.
Yeah, I don't know who owned the Dynamo then.
I don't either. I think Oscar De La Hoya was a part of the group, but he wasn't the majority.
Yeah.
He wasn't the majority.
Carton has a minor stock, too.
Yeah.
Or he did, at least. I don't know if he still does.
I think he does.
I think he still does.
Yeah.
But I don't know that with any sort of confidence. But no, I that's why I agree with most of what Garrick says. I do think that Crane fell into trouble with the sign stealing stuff. Him firing Luhnow He felt like he was forced to look. Maybe it was a mandate by Major League Baseball, but also his reaction to it, I don't love. I don't love that he fired Luno. I don't love that he became a meddling owner. I don't love that he fired James Click fresh off a World Series. I don't love that they went the entire offseason without a GM and they were playing fantasy general manager and doing a terrible job out of it. I hope he's learned his lesson. And I do like Dana Brown so far. I think that Dana Brown does give the Astros a chance to sustain this golden era. But it's not going to happen if Jim Crane doesn't let Dana Brown cook.
He has to, because Dana
Gotta
Brown,
let him cook.
I believe in Dana Brown. To Garrick's point, I believe in Dana Brown's ability to evaluate talent. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he did it, as assistant GM in Atlanta, but so far so good in terms of the talent that he's brought in and evaluated through the draft here. I think from a Crane perspective, when you look at it, you know that he's been willing to do what needs to be done, and that's a big thing for any ownership group. But when you look at it too, he also has to know when to say when. He has to know when to step out of the picture and allow the people that he hires that he believes are quality of capable people to do their job. Let them do their job. And I think that's the biggest issue that we've had along the way, is that sometimes he thinks too much, or because he played baseball, that he knows baseball in today's game, and it becomes a fantasy baseball. And you're not in the same situation as some of these teams where you can make a financial screw up like the Abreu or Montero deal, but you can recover from it a lot easier than the way the Astros have had to try to recover from it.
Yeah, I just hope he learned his lesson with that offseason of playing fantasy GM, and now he's out of the way, and he's back to letting his GM work. Crane is a great owner, terrible GM. Dana's a farm director masquerading as a GM. That's insulting.
I had lost my train of thought on the one part of Crane that I just want to get in before we switch gears. The whole Stein stealing thing, the way he handled it, there was no outline. No one had ever, there was uncharted waters. No one had ever been through it before. And I believe that he kind of, as it was all unfolding, and I think Major League Baseball tried to tell him exactly what was going to happen and what he should do. I believe that he felt like once he had to fire AJ and he had to fire Luno, that it would be frowned upon to try and bring them back. Little did he know that the Red Sox were going to go and do exactly that. And that those guys, at least one of them would have jobs again, because I think that he had very good relationships with both of those guys. And ideally, he probably never wanted to fire him in the first place.
Yeah, maybe not. I wish he would have just let him be suspended a year and then, let it play out. But that's not the way it went. All right, Rockets Suns yesterday. Thoughts on the Rockets win? And with the way Kevin Durant played yesterday, you want him in Houston? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN. Rockets beat the Suns yesterday, Blankers. What you think?
Glad they did. I had some concerns for most of the game.
They didn't play well.
That they did. Yeah, they didn't play well. And I mean, the Suns without Booker and without Beal and without even Grayson Allen and some of the other guys, they were out. I'm like, you should just blow their doors off, get a solid win, get some extra guys on the bench, some minutes, and just move on. But instead, because it was a back-to-back too, you'd like to rest the starters who all had to contribute some heavy minutes and some good performances. It wasn't pretty, but you got the win. I'll take it and just kind of try and move forward from that because I was hoping that it would have been a blowout.
Jalen inefficient, 4 for 15 from 3, but does give you 22. Amin Thompson, another triple-double, 18, 11, and 10, which is cool. Tari Eason, best game in a long time.
For sure.
25 and 9, 4 assists, 3 steals, did a little bit of everything. And then Dylan Brooks with a big shot down the stretch.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks, look,
Look,
you and I have gone back and forth on this. I hate the numbers the money that they had to pay him, but he's been shooting the 3-ball very well all year. And of late, he's shooting it even better than he's been doing all year. So from that standpoint alone, give him credit because he is, when they're moving the ball, he ends up with a lot of just knockdown threes and he's knocking them down. So that's big. And yes, I've been harping on closing for a long time now. It wasn't really that tight, but at the same time, they got down 6 or 7, I think it was, going into the fourth quarter. And the fourth quarter is where they've had problems. Shepherd hits a 3. They scored, I think, 6 points in a row to get right back into it. And then from there, they kind of put the foot on the gas and were able to kind of take it to the victory. I'm glad that they got that done. I like the fact that the fourth quarter was as good as it was.
Yeah, and it's a bad team. They should have won this game. Play Golden State tonight, 1.5 favorite. My biggest takeaway from this one, though, Blinkers, I really want Kevin Durant on the Houston Rockets. Look, I'm not trading the entire team. I'm not trading the entire team here. I'm not mortgaging the future. I'm not trading the farm. Kevin Durant would instantly be the best offensive player on the Rockets. By far. I want Kevin Durant on Houston. What do I have to do to make this happen?
That's what you got to be scared about, Jeremy, because I don't want Kevin Durant on this team for that very reason. Well, there's 2 reasons. I think the first reason is I just think that he's aging and he's older already to the point where
we're all aging.
Yes,
Today's the youngest day we'll ever be.
It's extremely risky for me to think that I want Kevin Durant for a couple more years and what the price tag is going to be, because Phoenix tried to get the price tag up pretty high before the deadline. You believe if they're going to move on from him and the owner doesn't want to rebuild, but if he does give up a guy like that, he's probably going to try and get as many of the young players from the Rockets as he can. And I look at the young players for the Rockets and I'm like, I just don't like the kind of how that would mesh with all the youth and then Kevin Durant. That's why I'm constantly looking at even a Booker, but guys that are more younger stars that can fit in with the squad you currently have. And I'm fearful of how much of that youth you would lose to get a guy like Kevin Durant.
It looks like the Suns want to do a soft rebuild because Booker doesn't want to leave the Suns. So that kind of throws a wrinkle into that. There's a wrench into that. Kevin Durant, just demand a trade, force your way out so the Rockets can get you very, very cheap. Here was Durant after the game yesterday. It sounds like he's trying to get himself to Houston.
JG, I mean, we built a good bond over the last few years. And to see his growth as a player, his confidence level has grown since he got into the league. Been working out with Jabari a couple times. Somebody I always watched when he was in high school at Auburn. These guys just want to be great, man. You're in the gym all summer, you playing pickup, you go back from pickup to lifting weights to come back the next morning and do the same thing. It's going to pay off at a certain point. So what I took from them is like the work ethic, and attention to detail. And you got guys like Royale, Ime, and the rest of the coaching staff who's going to hold them to a standard every day. You're going to see growth in them pretty quickly.
He wants to be a Rocket so bad.
I don't think he does.
He desperately wants to be a Rocket.
I think he, he doesn't have all that many positive relationships in the league, but I think it's clear he likes the young guys that he called out and probably a couple more. And he definitely has worked with Ime in the past in Brooklyn. I don't know. Did he play with Royale at Texas?
I think they did. Vanessa Richardson said on the broadcast yesterday on the Shin that Royal Ivy taught Kevin Durant how to drive.
Huh. Okay. But I like
maybe he was on the staff because it feels like that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but obviously they're both Texas guys. But you look at it and you say, well, when the Rockets were pursuing LeBron in the past, LeBron didn't have any interest in coming to Houston. I think the fact that at least KD likes the guys, likes the coaching staff, likes things about Houston, that's great. I'm not going to deny what he did as a basketball player again last night, what he's been doing. It doesn't matter where he plays and who he plays with, and especially like last night when they have a depleted roster to put out there. He's a bucket every single possession that he touches the basketball. His ability, which it drives me nuts, and you and I have talked about this on and off the air about Jabari, is when he's got a smaller guy on him, he will flat out turn, face you up, and just make sure you know he can shoot over you and just continue to drop buckets right in your grill. And that he just is an unbelievable scorer. And if it was a younger Kevin Durant, I'd be all in. I just have some concerns about at his age what you have to give up to get him.
It would be way more difficult to get a younger Kevin Durant than an older Kevin Durant. I think if you added Kevin Durant to this team, well, it's true. No, but I'm saying it would probably be impossible to trade for younger Kevin Durant. Like the fact that he is older now makes it feasible. I really don't think feasible with the younger Kevin Durant.
I don't think the owner of the Suns wants to give up Kevin Durant in the offseason. I just think he realizes this Beal deal has turned their entire situation upside down because he has been completely less than. And that if Booker is the guy that they're going to build around, then the only guy that they can really get anything for is Kevin Durant.
Do you think the Rockets are a contender with Kevin Durant? Do you want Kevin Durant? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do you want Kevin Durant? 713-780-3776. I think they would be a contender with Kevin Durant. Like, if you don't take – I know you can't do this, but if you don't take away anybody in their rotation and, like, here you go, here's Kevin Durant dropped into your lap, I think they're a contender.
I don't know if I can go that far. I obviously think they're greatly improved, but I think come playoff time, when all of the focus defensively could be on Kevin Durant, you got to prove to me that at least one of those other guys can be a guy that is capable of carrying that team, or at least in stretches and getting you those buckets in crunch time that we haven't seen guys do yet.
Yeah, but if you don't have Kevin Durant, it's more difficult.
Oh, there's no denying that, but there's also, I'm not saying that. I completely agree with that. But I don't think that you're a contender just because you add Kevin Durant because of that.
Yeah, we probably hit an impasse here. Like, I don't know if there's any, like, we can't argue it back and forth.
Even in the unrealistic hypothetical situation where they lose nobody from their rotation and just drop Durant in, they're not a contender?
No, because you look at the other teams in the league that are true contenders, and they have multiple guys that do exactly what I said. They can close. They can take the ball, and they can finish, and they can get buckets. I have real serious doubts, as good as the talent level is and what the young players look like they could be, that they're not there yet when they take the ball out of Kevin Durant's hands.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I feel like Kevin Durant would make their lives easier. Like, you have a guy who can be the closer. If the defenses are focusing on Kevin Durant, like taking the ball out of his hands, it's very difficult to do. But if they do, you have a guy who's a 21-point-per-game scorer that now is your second-best scorer. You have Alpi Şengün, who's an all-star, who's averaging 19 a game. That's now your third-best scorer. Like, that, to me, is pretty dynamic.
I mean, I'd
but
say
there's a difference between dynamic to me and a team that can actually compete for a championship. Because, like, I go back to the Minnesota game when Anthony Edwards just absolutely took over, and they didn't really double him. They tried to double him a little bit. They tried to get it out of his hands, but even still, I think that's if they do that with a Kevin Durant, who's not quite as athletic and young as he used to be, but you look at it and say, I can get a post defender to kind of keep a body on Alpi. I've seen Jalen get the ball in his hands to be that next guy up and turn it over or take some wild shots. To where, could they get there? Yes. Are they a better team by just adding him? No doubt. And they're more dynamic, but they have to get over the hump in terms of, can they get guys that can close out games when defenses just flat out say Kevin Durant's not going to beat?
I'm struggling with this because they're going to need that even without Kevin Durant.
Right. But I mean, how many nights in a regular season are teams going to actually, flat out take the ball out of Kevin Durant's hands?
I think you're arguing my point here, though.
How?
Like, not often.
Right, during the regular season. But during the playoffs, that's all they're going to do.
But Jalen, like, if you're counting on Jalen Green and Alpi Şengün to be, like, your second and third best players, that's a way better option than asking them to be your first and second best players.
But they haven't really okay, they can be their first and second best players or their top three best players on the team that they currently are, which, in my opinion, is not contending level. If you want to make them on a contending level, now there's got to be more emphasis and priority on the fact that they can do what they do for the majority of the game, but come crunch time, do I believe that they can do what they have to do to win key games? And I haven't seen them do that enough to believe that they can.
Yeah, I hear you, but I feel like it's easier with a Kevin Durant.
I mean, hypothetically, if Durant's getting doubled, someone should have an open shot.
Or even if he's not getting doubled, if he's just taking the best defender off of one of those other two guys.
And I do think it's. Obviously, he doesn't have the athleticism of Anthony Edwards, but given his height, even when people try to take away shots from Durant, he could shoot over most guys in the league that are going to come out to the perimeter.
Whether you double or not, I think that there are enough teams that are more talented offensively with guys that can do that. But more importantly, into this discussion, I believe defensively, teams like Oklahoma City or a team like Denver that can throw guys that are 6'9", 6'10" at Kevin Durant so that they don't have to double, and then they still have guys capable everywhere else of defending, to where I think the Rockets would still struggle.
Okay. But still much better offensively with Kevin Durant.
I can't deny that.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, you can put Kevin Durant on the worst team in the league. There's no doubt about it. Kevin Durant is a lot of things at 35, and he's getting older, and some of his skills may have diminished. He's still going to flat out get his.
Yeah, so the argument's more how good would Kevin Durant make them?
Yeah, are they a contender?
I think they would be a contender. You're off on that. And look, we would go in circles here if we just, tore each other's eyes out over it. What would be the most you would give up for Kevin Durant?
See, they obviously want their picks back.
Yeah, they want to do a soft rebuild, I think.
Yeah, so if that is indeed the focus, and let's just for the sake of the conversation, because I tend to agree with you, that as much as the owner has been hell-bent on not doing that, the reality is what you tried to do and another super team failed, that's what you're going to have to do in a lot of ways. They'd love to get their 3 picks back from you, but that's not nearly enough. I think they would want probably 2 of your core young guys. If you would somehow get them to take Jabari, that'd be great. But you're still probably going to have to part with Amen, or you're going to have to part with Jalen, or, they'd probably try and look at Alpi. I don't think that Tari's enough. I don't think that Cam Whitmore is enough. Maybe it would be Cam Whitmore or Reed and 2 of the other guys. But I think that you would take a significant hit in your kind of all the cluster of your young players.
Yeah, they're drunk if they want all that. Like, I don't think they're getting that from anybody. Like, to me, that is overplaying their hand drastically.
Yeah, and again, it's what the market dictates too, right? So it's also going to be like, are there going to be other teams competitive that are going to have the resources for one? Because the Rockets have a ton of young picks. I mean, picks in the next couple of years that they can use. Not a lot of teams are in that situation. But yeah, what do they have young, youth-wise that would be part of the conversation to get into the sweepstakes? I don't know how many teams are able to get into that sweepstakes.
Plus, NBA stars now kind of dictate where they get traded to. Like James Harden was traded in his prime for far less than the packages you just put together. The Jimmy Butler, I mean, it's kind of difficult to tell because Andrew Wiggins, I think, is a pretty good player. But they traded Wiggins, Anderson, and a protected first-round pick for Kevin Durant. Like, could you trade salary filler, match the contract, 2 of the Suns' picks back, and then maybe like a Reed or a Cam where you're not really disrupting the rotation, but you're still adding Durant for future draft picks that you have and cap filler? Like, you probably traded Dylan Brooks to make the salaries match, or a Fred VanVleet to make the salaries match.
Yeah, look, if it's possible, then great. The people that I've talked to and some of the things that I've read said that they are going to try and get a much higher price in the offseason than what they tried to get at the trade deadline. And it was a really they were actually trying to appease Kevin Durant to some point, and then they found out he didn't want to go to Golden State at all anyway, because they were trying to get Jimmy Butler for Beal, and the no trade that Beal had just completely eliminated that from consideration. I don't know what the market's going to be. I'd be totally fine if they were interested in 2 of those picks, Jabari and or like Cam or Reed, or even if they were interested in Jalen, I'd consider it. But overall, yeah, if you could get away for bare bones and not a whole lot more than that, I think you could consider it. The biggest other scare tactic that for me in this deal would be he's probably going to want an extension.
Oh yeah, he would.
And I don't know that I want to give him that extension.
It could be a Jimmy Butler extension though, where it's like adding 2 years, because next year's the final year of his deal. Like, I'm not so sure Phoenix can get that much for Kevin Durant, who's in the final year of his deal, and then it would require that team signing him to whatever extension that he wants. I think Kevin Durant can dictate where he goes.
See, I think that you could keep Fred, because I think that Fred, if you knew Kevin Durant was coming in, would probably restructure his deal so that you could keep Fred on the roster too, which I think helps.
It might take Fred's salary to match it, though.
I was thinking Dylan.
Yeah, he makes less, though. I mean, he's probably going to make half of what Fred VanVleet's going to make. What Fred's gets like somewhere in the 40s.
Fred's in the 40s.
Yeah, Dylan's going to be in the 20s.
But yeah, you got to come within 15%. I don't know who else that they could throw in that, because all the big guys are expiring. And Holiday. Holiday's making 10, but he's got one more year. Holiday's got one more, but I think that like Jock Londale and Steven Adams at 10 plus, I don't think you can throw those guys into the deal because I think they're expiring.
Yeah,
So from that perspective, yeah, maybe then you'd have to pick up the option on Fred and then use him as part of the deal. I don't think Phoenix wants it.
See, what I'm hoping here is that Kevin Durant forces his way to Houston and the Rockets get him at a discount.
That'd be great.
You would take that. You would take
if he comes here at a discount, I'm not denying anything that you said about them being a better team.
And then we get to see if they're a contender or not. 2 firsts, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore. And then throw in a veteran.
You got to throw in one.
Yeah,
of them for
we'll figure out the money later.
No, but I'm saying you lose one of the veterans.
Sure, you lose one of the veterans. 2 firsts, Reed and Cam.
I think,
and then salary. We'll figure out the salary later.
I think you probably have to. I would do that just simply because of the fact that you have to compete.
Is that realistic?
I don't know that it is.
See, I think he can force his way into that. I really do.
Well, that's the key. Like, I don't think right now, as we sit here today, and he hasn't done that yet, that's realistic. But at the end of the day, if he comes in and says, like Jimmy Butler, if you could come in and say, these are the teams and send the letters to all these teams, I will not play there. I don't want to go there. Now Phoenix starts getting a little antsy because now they're limited in terms of what they can do, and now that deal comes into play
Especially if those picks are theirs.
Yeah.
And they're doing the soft
That's the
rebuild,
biggest
and he's
thing.
in the final year of his deal. See, I think that Kevin Durant could be had for not cheap, but cheaper than what everybody thinks.
See, it would have to be where this is his preferred destination, and the biggest thing that you have sitting in your back pocket that no one else has is those picks that are theirs.
Yeah.
Because they already know that they're facing the reality they didn't want to face, which is they're going to be a lottery team.
Yeah, which, I mean, Rafael Stone, we gave him a lot of grief for trading those picks for the Phoenix picks. It could turn out to be 4D chess that Rafael Stone was playing.
Now, the Brooklyn picks are going to be pretty high, too.
But it was only this year, right? Didn't he hang on to one of them, too?
I thought it was it last year, this year, and one more?
I thought it was 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
I
think they added
I thought it was at least 2. I thought there were 3.
I thought they recouped a first out of it because they were further down the road.
I have to go back and look at it. I knew that Brooklyn was going to suck this year. I didn't think Phoenix would. And then you believe that their whole focus is going to be that their window's always going to be open, that they're going to trade away draft picks and try and just keep spending money on veterans, and it's completely capsized.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin Durant needs to force his way. The Brooklyn Nets have acquired their 25 first from the Rockets in exchange for they've acquired a 25 first and their first pick in 26. So the 25 and 26 pick for a 2025 first, which is like Oklahoma City, Phoenix, the Phoenix 2027 first, and then the rights to another pick?
Swap.
Phoenix's first pick in the Rockets got a pick out of this.
Yeah, so then they did get 3 first for 2.
The Nets have acquired their 25 first round pick, their first round pick in 26 in exchange for a 25 first round pick swap, the Suns 27 first round pick, and one in 29,
I think.
Phoenix first round pick in 29. So they did gain an extra first.
Well, the extra is the pick swap, so potentially they gain an extra pick, but possibly not.
No, it's a pick swap from other teams.
Okay.
So they will gain it. How good it is depends, but they do get that first.
The biggest thing
so they
is
got
going to be
3
the ping
first for
pong
2
balls.
first. Oh yeah.
Because I mean, Brooklyn's going to have a far lesser record than Phoenix, but with the ping pong balls, all you can say is there were lottery picks being involved in it either way. It's Phoenix's lottery picks, lottery balls, or if it's Brooklyn's. I think Brooklyn. The reason why I was so apprehensive is I knew Brooklyn was going to suck this year and next year.
I
thought Phoenix was going to. I literally thought Phoenix could contend for a title this year.
How the lotto balls break will probably be the determining factor, unless you trade that pick for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
A few texts on this. You think he would buy into Ime? I think he would. I think Kevin Durant's I think he likes to be coached.
I don't disagree with that. I think he is old school in that way. Look, one thing that I will give him and Russell Westbrook credit, because I wasn't sure when they came into the league and then when they started, forcing their way out and the things that they've done. But everybody that I've talked to and everything I've heard is that once they get with a team, it's not like Kyrie Irving. Like in Brooklyn, he would never have said about Steve Nash what Kyrie did, that we don't need a coach. He is coachable and he loves the game of basketball. Even when we played that clip about with Jabari and Jalen, he's doing the same thing Jabari and Jalen's doing. He's 35. And he's in the weight room when he's not lifting and coming back day after day. He loves basketball that much. I don't take any of that away from him. That's a valuable asset.
You both are correct. Yes, they are better and closer to a championship contender, but not quite there without another closer. Blankers is a negative Nancy. That's not very nice. Everybody wants KD till he gets in his feelings and starts doing KD stuff. That's probably fair. We're basically getting Kevin Durant after the All-Star break anyways. Welcome back, Jabari Smith. I am looking forward to the return of Jabari. I do think he makes this team better.
He definitely helps in terms of the little things. I mean, the things that people don't pay enough attention to. His ability to defend, but his rebounding and blocking of shots to defend are big.
This team with KD is definitely a contender. Blankers is crazy to think that they're not. Kevin is still going to demand the ball, and it will take away from the good chemistry the Rockets have. I don't believe that. I think Kevin would fit in. Am I being crazy there to think that?
I think
he'd fit in.
I think from an execution standpoint, look, it'd be one thing if it was like the Aaron Rodgers Jet situation where he still wants MVP Aaron Rodgers like respect and treatment. and yet he's not performing like it. But if you give KD the ball in the fourth quarter, but he's getting buckets when you give him the ball, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem saying, here, let me get out of your way.
He's tough. I want to see what Rockets do in the playoffs before breaking up the roster. Well, you will. Hopefully you will. KD will only be serviceable for a year or two. I'd love to have him, but not giving up much for a 2-year rental. Durant has probably 2 more good years left in him.
I agree with that.
If you had to trade 2 players for a star, who would it be?
2 players. I would trade Jabari Smith as one of them.
I would go Reed and Cam.
If they'd take it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't
if
define
you got
players.
I was going to say, right. If you needed one of like their starting young guys, then I would trade Jabari, and then I would trade Reed or Cam.
They didn't play together at UT. Ivy left in 2004. Durant was there in 2006. They must have played like intramural, or not intramural, just like pickup ball, I guess. All those young guys would be gone if we get him. I don't think they all would. It's not risky. You have all of the Suns picks. You won't have to give up a lot of players. Booker sucks. He's been awful this year, says a texter.
The whole team has.
Rockets looking a little better, but defense hasn't looked as good as it was. I think Jabari helps you, and their attention to detail around the rim is maddening. Don't want Durant. It's like Justin Timberlake and Social Network. This is an interesting comp. You want to be a millionaire or a billionaire? Keep the picks and set up for crazy talent being added to the roster while contending. What do you think about that?
It's easy to say, not as easy to do. You look at Oklahoma City, and forever and a day, Sam Presti had all those picks and was just loaded. But the best thing that he ever did was acquire Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in a trade with the Clippers, which set him up to be able to have a flexibility to do a whole lot more. Because you can keep drafting these young kids, and you can keep adding them to your roster like the Rockets, but you might still be asking the questions the Rockets are asking about, can any one of these guys truly become a superstar?
Yeah.
You've got to be able to find in those draft picks an Anthony Edwards or a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, whether it be a trade or those draft picks. You still got to have a bus driver that can do what we're talking about, even with Kevin Durant, but hopefully do it at a very young age.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they kept the picks either. Like, it'd be kind of fun. Apparently they played together in Oklahoma City. Royal Ivy was there from 10 to 12. And Durant was there from 07 to 16. They probably also knew each other because of the alumnus.
How many years did Ivy play in the NBA?
Looks like he played quite a bit.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
2004 through 2014.
Wow, good on him.
And then he went to the Guangdong Southern Tigers in his 2014.
CBA.
That was the final. Oh, that was CBA?
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about the Guangdong. Can you tell me more about Guangdong?
It's where Yao is an owner and commissioner. Did he get commissioner now of the CBA?
That's the CBA? I thought you meant Canada.
No.
Canadian.
No, Chinese Basketball Association.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah. The CBA.
I thought that was the.
I believe Joel is correct.
What do they call the one in Canada? Also the CBA?
Do they have a league in Canada?
Does Canada have a national basketball
Yeah, do they
league?
have a league in Canada?
Yeah, didn't like Master P and like Roy Jones Jr. play like a game or two there?
They played for the Raptors.
I'm pretty sure there was a CBA. We'll look at it during the break. Did you ever see The Social Network?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
It's a good movie.
Look, I was big on movies until I got married. My wife does not like going to movies or watching movies.
I like that movie. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The greatest Bad Take Boulevard of all time comes up next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, it's the greatest Bad Take Boulevard ever. So much to get to. We begin with Dana Brown, Astros general manager, earlier this offseason.
Our mindset right now is that he's not going elsewhere and that we want to sign him. So if he ends up going elsewhere, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm going into this offseason with the thought process that we're going to get Bregman back. Hopefully, we can do it. And as I said, the conversations with Scott have been productive.
He's a Boston Red Sox. Dana Brown, you made the list.
You just made the list.
We stopped believing things that Dana Brown says a long time ago. Another example of this, but Dana Brown, you make the list.
I mean, he said at one point, not in that clip, but another one, where Bregman's plan A and there's no plan B. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but
I remember that.
It could not be further from the truth, actually.
Yeah. I mean, you can't use Dana Brown, the boy who
Word
cried.
salad.
I mean, I don't really care, but we just have to be aware that what he says does not matter. We can't work cite Dana Brown. We can't use him as a piece of evidence. He says anything and everything. We don't discriminate on Bad Take Bullet. My mom has made the list. Blind Willie's made the list. You've made the list. I've made the list. I made it like 5 times last week. Jose Altuve, you made the list, I think, for the first time.
I don't want to get to the idea of thinking about last game with Breggy. Like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be our third baseman next year. I think that we have to because we're not going to be the same organization without him. So in my mind, there's not a chance that this is the last game.
Altuve made the list. Maybe Bregman.
You just made the list.
Maybe Bregman will be the third baseman in Boston. Might play the second baseman.
I cannot believe you just said that.
We called him a third baseman. He doesn't. Maybe the writing was on the wall. I didn't like Bregman. Call him a turd.
I'm sitting that one out.
Me too.
Altuve made the list.
Me too, Brian. Me too.
I'm Mexican. I can get away with that.
You have the option to that Joel and I don't have there.
Mark Ryan makes the list.
You just made the list.
Former sports radio 610 guy. Now, where's he at now? I don't even know. Why did you say it like that?
He's in South Carolina, or at least was.
Tillman Fertitta called him on the air once and like undressed him.
Yeah.
When was he at 610?
Maybe early 2018 to I don't know, sometime in 2019. It was not a I don't think it was a banner run for
I don't
Mark
even
Ryan.
recall his name. I remember
he had moments.
Rick Kamala. I don't remember.
Rick Kamala was on for 3 months. I remember that one well because I was running that show. Mark Ryan, he's a very nice guy. He just he had that college football show that would come on either before my fantasy show with Josh Beard and Joe over there, or I think it might have come on after you guys with what was the
Bull Rush?
Bull Rush. That was trying to remember the Texan show you guys had. But he had just moments because he promotes himself as a college football guy, and then asked 5 months after Mike Leach had been hired away from Texas Tech if Mike Leach was going to go back to Texas Tech. Ooh. Yeah, there's just random moments where you really wonder what's going on with him. But nice guy overall.
He tweeted yesterday. 6:24 p.m. What time did Bregman sign? Maybe 8:24?
It wasn't long after, yeah.
Maybe closer to 9, but 2.5 hours before Bregman signed. Mark Ryan on air. From a trusted MLB source, Alex Bregman is down to the Tigers and Cubs. A direct quote, it's Detroit or the Cubs. If Tigers go to 7 years, they get him. 2.5 hours later, it is not Detroit. It is not Chicago. It is Boston. Mark Ryan. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Defenses online for people calling him out.
I didn't.
Yeah, so someone tweeted out a massive tweet fail. His reply, not really. It was correct in real time. We're talking about a 2-hour difference between your tweet and when the news actually happened that he's going to the Red Sox. It was never correct, Mark.
Yeah, it's always real in real time. I guess this guy, I don't even know who this is. JW Investments. Astro Insider. He claims he's a rando on Twitter. My sources, he tweeted this at me, though. It's the only reason that I'm repeating this. My sources have confirmed that Alex Bregman will be signing with the Detroit Tigers. It will be 6 years, 162. So he's off on the team. He's off on their offer as well. So, JW, just because you tweeted me there and then you got it wrong, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Let's get to our ode to Karl Ravech. Karl Ravech had another banger earlier this week. He fell for the whole SEC in-conference play is 500. Here's Karl Ravech earlier this week.
We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like, there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
He later tried to say he was being tongue-in-cheek and that he was joking here.
Saw that.
How? Like, he was defending it on the air. He's talking about what he's saying.
That is such weak sauce when he's like, and then he tried to be like, oh, I stumbled upon this. He's like, oh, been traveling. All of a sudden, Twitter's on fire. And then tried like, oh, I was tongue-in-cheek. No, you were not.
Listen to how you're talking about it, Karl. And I don't like Karl Ravech for a lot of reasons. He's very smug and snarky about the Astros. He thinks he's better than thou when it comes to baseball. He's a studio guy that they're forced into play-by-play because they canceled baseball tonight. He's also one of those schmucks that calls multiple RBIs RBI. He's like, oh, there's 3 RBI. He's an elitist.
I feel like that was thrown in just for me.
Here was Karl Ravech calling a baseball game last year, 2 years ago. Here's the situation. Pay attention to the situation here. It matters. Bases loaded, 1 out, tie game in the bottom of the 10th. So winning runs at third, right? We all infield's drawn in. Rangers batting, Cubs on defense. Karl Ravech, take it away.
And watched him come through a high chopper, fielded home. The force is out. They had it out at first if they wanted it, but they get it at home. What a play.
Why would they want it, Karl? Just thinking.
They weren't going to double
process it. Yeah, oh, there it is. There's the defense. Oh, they weren't going to double. No, you're wrong. Why would they want the out at first, Karl? They would lose the game, Karl. It gets worse. Karl Ravech calling a game on Mother's Day. Trenton Cassis, the first baseman for the Red Sox. Karl?
You know, we had Alex Cora on. I know your mom passed away when you were young. What does Mother's Day mean to you and your brother?
Yeah, what happened was unfortunate to me, but I have so many mother figures in my life.
Oh. Ask him about his dead mom while he's playing a game on Mother's Day. This Karl Ravech, man. This Karl Ravech.
There's no defending him either. That's tough.
For some reason, they allow this guy to call College World Series games in Omaha. Pay attention to the situation here. Oral Roberts down 5-3. Top of the 9th inning. 2 runners on. Top of the 9th inning. Karl?
And this one is hammered to left field. Did he do it? Yes, sir! Walk-off home run. The 9-hitter Blaze Brothers. And Oral Roberts rallies and wins it. TCU, I should say, in a walk-off. Top half, that's right, not bottom. 3-run shot, though, puts them on top after it felt like they were down and out. 6-5. Blaze Brothers.
I mean, you got to give him credit. He called the first ever top 9 walk-off home run. It's baseball history.
He tried to correct it by saying, no, it was TCU.
Yeah, nope, still wrong. Still wrong.
What? Top of the 9th walk-off. This one might be my favorite, though. Maybe he's rich history here of awful takes and calls. Karl Ravech interviewing Dusty Baker before an Astro game.
Today is Juneteenth. We're in the state of Texas. You're obviously a black man, as you told us a few minutes ago.
No, don't play the rest of it. Play the rest of it. There's more. There's more. There's a little bit more. He goes... like you told us earlier. He goes like you told us earlier. It's
just
like you didn't know
can't
that.
Make this up. It's just that's a reel that he wishes doesn't exist, but because it does, what I mean, ESPN. Are you just like continuing to just turn the other way? Because he is one of their premier guys on just about everything that they do.
He's like he does like their top
baseball.
SEC basketball games. He does College World Series. He's Sunday Night Baseball.
Sunday Night
right?
Baseball.
What are we doing?
That's my question.
He must have got a lifetime contract when he was on Baseball Tonight, and then when they canceled Baseball Tonight, like, hey, go to the booth.
It's really embarrassing because, yeah, he is their premier guy in so many different sports and telecasts, and yet he can just continually makes these kinds of mistakes.
He goes, "You're a black guy like you told us before." What? You needed him to tell you that, Carl?
Was that him and was it him and Dusty, or was it him, Dusty, and
No, it was just him and Dusty in his office, in Dusty's office. Like they were doing a little interview in Dusty's office. Yeah.
That's awful because he did another one similar to that where I thought he had another screw up with the Rangers manager and Dusty at the same time.
He might have.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm curious how many Joe George takes are here. There's been a lot. I feel like Dana's 10 years of car wreck of the golden age. Did Dana Brown not give Bregman a fair offer? I think he's 6'156". You are Turd Ferguson. You just made the list. They all just made the list. Yeah. So here's a little bit more of the Carl Ravitch because it got even better. There's a little subtle thing at the end that I really enjoy from Carl Ravitch being kind of a racist to Dusty Baker to his face.
Today is Juneteenth. We're in the state of Texas. You're obviously a black man, as you told us a few minutes ago. Can't change that. What does this day mean in that?
No, you didn't play all
You
of
can't
it.
change that.
You didn't play it all.
That was what you had on the clip. I could keep going.
Oh, no,
though.
that's it. You didn't have that the first time, right?
Yeah.
He goes, you can't change that. Would he have wanted to, Carl? Like, are you suggesting he should want to change that?
I want to believe that that's just a very unfortunate phrasing that they should have redone. Like there should have been a producer there that said, "Hey, Carl, here, this is what you said. We're going to redo this."
You're a black man, like you told us just a bit ago.
I know.
Play it one more
I think
time.
he's trying to say, like, maybe you told us, like, this day was important to you, or your heritage is important. I think he's trying to say. He just phrases it horribly.
You can kind of hear Dusty's like, It's like, where are you going with this, Carl? One more time. Listen to the like you told us before or earlier, and then you can't change that.
Good. Yeah. Today is Juneteenth. We're in the state of Texas. You're obviously a black man, as you told us a few minutes ago. Can't change that. What does this day mean in that sense?
Can't change that.
Like, is he trying to be cute there, or just that naive?
You're obviously a black man, like you just told us a few minutes ago.
Like the you told us a few minutes ago thing. I think I can explain that, but you can't change that. That I have no idea what he's trying to say.
Carl, were you curious if he was a black man or not?
Hey, to Carl's defense, he doesn't see color.
Like you told us a few minutes ago. You can't change that either. Ha ha. You can't change that.
There's a lot of people who claim they don't see color. Carl Ravitch literally does not see color. He didn't know a black man was standing in front of him. Give him credit. Pat on the back.
Unbelievable. How do they employ this guy? I guess we'll save the rest of these.
We're in the state of Texas.
I mean, it's fun.
You're obviously a black man, as you told us a few minutes ago. Can't change that. What is?
Can't change that. Like you told us a few minutes ago. And someone just texted in, what does the state of Texas have to do with anything?
Well, I think Juneteenth was what didn't that holiday start here in Texas? I think it did. I think it did.
In Galveston, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's originated
that would be
here.
the significance of it
I think they actually highlighted it at some point.
Well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I definitely think that
dumb texter. We all knew that.
That Juneteenth started in Galveston. Yep.
You didn't know that, texter? How could you not know that? You're a black man, like you told us a few minutes ago. You can't change that. Blank, you're a white man. You can't change that.
Darn it.
Brian,
I was thinking
can't change
I could.
it. We'll save all these other bad takes for next week. They might be outdated next week. That's okay. Soriano, I didn't forget about you, by the way. Nick Caley, he talked today. Play some of the Nick Caley sound. We'll do that when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car ravage. Everybody's saying that I don't know what Juneteenth is. I know what Juneteenth is. I didn't know that it took place in Texas. I didn't know it started in Texas. That's the difference.
How long has this disdain for Carl been around for you?
Ever since the Astro sign stealing scandal. He was very pretentious about the Astro sign stealing
I
scandal.
do recall
He
that.
rubbed me the wrong way. Plus, he's always been an RBI's guy. So I already had a disdain for him. And then on top of that, he started to be pretentious about the Astros. And he's been in my doghouse ever since.
Okay. I've had people like that.
Name one.
I can't remember the last. Well, Stephen A gets under my skin quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's always done that because the same kind of thing. And I think it goes back to his radio show days when he would just flat out completely grossly miss on like who the manager of a team was or who was injured and hasn't played all year when they had a Thursday night football or a big football game. And he'd be like, I think the big difference maker is going to be the tight end who's been on the injured list all year. Like,
yeah. He has a lot of misinformation. There's no doubt about that. How much of this Kaylee stuff do we want to play? I don't know if I want to can some of this for tomorrow.
I mean, at this
Let's
point,
play a little bit, I guess. What were you going to say?
I was going to say at this point, we can save the
Play
majority of it.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll play a few. Here was D'Amico Ryans explaining the process of landing on Nick Caley and just trying to hire an OC.
Thank you all for being here today. It's an exciting time for us. As you all know, we made a move at the offensive coordinator spot, and it was I went through a long process, thorough process of interviewing a lot of great candidates, college and pro candidates.
Did you catch that?
College and pro.
How many college candidates do we know that interviewed?
None, right?
I don't know of any.
The guy from Syracuse.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah, the
There's
OC from Syracuse.
He said candidates, not candidate.
True. I mean, I think the implication with Airbnb is they probably talked to Chip Kelly behind the scenes, and and they decided obviously not to do that. But they at least officially interviewed one college guy.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that guy. Yeah, I think that they did. I mean, it's been reported that they had informal conversations with Chip Kelly. So that was D'Amico talking about the process. Here was D'Amico talking about Nick Caley and why he landed on him.
Man, I couldn't be more excited to welcome Nick Caley as our new offensive coordinator. Right, he brings a wealth of knowledge, smart coach. He's coached on the defensive side, offense, coached multiple positions, worked with a lot of different people, various schemes, not just beholden to one scheme. He's very well versed in run game, pass game, protection. Like he's well versed in it all. So very smart coach, very energetic guy, great leader. Everybody I talked to about throughout this process had nothing but awesome things to say about Nick and his approach, the players that he's coached. Like there's nothing but rave reviews about Nick and how he's helped guys in their careers. So I'm excited to work with him.
Why did you agree in there, Blakers?
Because he very much singled out protection.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I get it's part of it.
I don't think they should try to hide that.
But the fact that he's highlighting, we knew that they have the talent to be a passing team, but that the running game and the protection are the biggest issues with this squad. So maybe that was indirectly.
I thought it was interesting that he was very quick to say he coached on the defensive side of the ball. So did Slowick.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that something that's different than the well-roundedness of a lot of coaches these days?
I wonder if he has a little bit of like a bias to guys who have coached on the other side of the ball.
Maybe.
Yeah. We'll hear one from Nick Caley. This was Nick Caley talking about his scheme.
It's not going to be my spin. It's going to be what's best for our players. And it's always going to be what's best for our players. No, we're not pounding a square peg into a round hole. It's going to be based on the strengths of our quarterback, the players, and the guys on this team. So that's what it'll always be, designed around.
There you go. There's a scheme. Coach talk. He does
Oh
talk
my God,
with
he talks like Casario a little bit.
I think he has the cadence of McVay.
Oh, you can hear McVay in his voice too.
Oh,
but
you definitely hear McVay.
Yes, for sure. But I'm just saying he talks fast.
There's a guy on I see him on TikTok. I think his handle is Brilliantly Dumb. He sounds to me like a hybrid between McVay and brilliantly dumb. I'll have Brian pull it. I don't do any work. I'll have Brian do all the hard work. I'll have Brian pull some brilliantly dumb voice VO stuff. Or
Okay.
it's not VO stuff. It's just like his reels. Because he sounds very similar to him. He does talk very fast, and he's not very long-winded. Like, he was answering everything within like 15 seconds.
Yeah, he's like a modern day Jimbo Fisher. Like, he's as fast as Jimbo, but yet he's very
Jimbo
concise.
Fisher is maybe the fastest talker in the
No
game.
doubt about it.
Jimbo's like you were listening on 2x speed.
Yes,
Yep.
there's been times where I've previewed Jimbo audio. Like, wait a second, did this get sped up? Like, it's thrown me off a couple times.
Yeah, he is. He's a bit of a fast talker. Is Kaylee faster than Jimbo?
No,
so he's more 1.5
It's
speed.
close.
Jimbo's the GOAT for fast talking.
If Jimbo's at 2x, do you ever do that? You put on the YouTube and you go
No,
2x
I hate
speed.
that.
I do that when I'm looking for something specific. I actually did it in the Carl Ravitch Dusty
if
Baker thing.
if you're skimming for something, that's one thing. But if you're actually like a podcast, if you're listening to listen,
Yeah, I'm the same way. I can't even go like 1.25.
No, I've tried 1.25.
Same.
I can't do it.
I can't do it either. Unless I'm looking for something, then I'll do it. If Jimbo's 2x speed, what is Nick Caley?
1.5.
That's where I was going to put it at. I don't think it's 1 3/4.
No,
I don't think it's that close. I think it's 1.5.
Not that you guys need the ammunition. I don't know how to do what you're talking about. Speed up the.
Yeah, we'll show you the ways of rudimentary.
I'm guessing you
YouTube.
don't listen to podcasts, right?
Well, you can even do it on YouTube.
Yeah, you can do it.
Like if you go to YouTube and you go to the settings right here.
Sometimes I listen to podcasts, but I don't.
Well, like if you pull up, you don't have an iPhone, so I don't know where it would be on yours. But there's a little icon at the bottom where it says 1x. You just tap it, and it'll change the speed.
Yeah, like whenever you go back and watch the shows again on YouTube, our shows again, whenever you do that in the morning, you click on this little settings thing, you click on playback speed, and then you can speed it up however you want, or you could slow it down too. So if you wanted to
hear
make
us
me
in
sound
Alvin
funny,
and the Chipmunks mode.
If you wanted to if I said something funny and you wanted to cut it and make it embarrass me or whatever, you could do that. You can make it go fast, you can make it go slow, straight out of Houston. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what do you have? Do you have more than one?
I just got one.
Okay, what you got? I have a ton.
Okay, I got one because of the fact that you and I like to critique play-by-play calls.
Mm-hmm.
This was the end of the first half of the Charlotte Hornets game last night. Compliments of Charlotte Radio.
Anthony. And that will do it for our first half of play. Oh, another section. Who got ejected now? Nick Smith Jr. got ejected. Wow. Oh, my goodness. This is getting kooky.
What? What happened?
So they had some ejections and some stuff going on in the first half. And right at the end of the first half, Nick Smith Jr. caught the rebound and just threw it over the baseline. And the official threw him out. And he just decided to just start screaming. And then at the end, and then on the air decided at the very end, the best he could come up with is, this is getting kooky.
This is getting kooky.
What?
What was the guy that used to be here that ended up doing the soccer calls in the really high-pitched voice when they scored a goal? Big, tall, dark-haired kid. He's doing soccer in North Carolina now.
I don't know his
Professional
name.
soccer. Matt? No, not Matt.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and we
I don't know
this,
the
it sounds
guy,
like Mickey Mouse when they score a goal. Like
Yeah.
his audio goes way up.
Yeah, I remember the call, but I don't remember who it was.
I gotta find it.
The high-pitched dude.
Yeah.
That was
getting kooky.
Getting kooky.
Can you work that into your call this weekend?
I might try. Yeah, I might try. I'll see what I can do. Carl Ravitch, my first of 4 car wrecks for a variety of different things that he has done wrong in his recent career. Carl Ravitch, car wreck of the day. Boston Red Sox for paying Alex Bregman 3 years, $120 million. There are 5 players that are making $40 million a year AAV, and Bregman's AAV is probably not going to be $40 million because of the deferred money. But Alex Bregman does not belong in the likes of Shohei Ohtani, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, and Zach Wheeler conversation, so they get it. Kadarius Toney arrested, allegedly strangled a woman. He's due his due process, but not a great look there. And then myself for it's not the CBA, it's the CEBL apparently. Canadian Elite Basketball League, not the Canadian Basketball
Completely
Association,
different acronym.
but it does
Canadian
exist.
Elite?
Apparently, yeah.
Basketball League?
Maybe it used to
Isn't
be the
that
CBA.
Maybe.
Maybe it used to be the
It feels,
CBA.
it feels like an oxymoron. Canadian elite.
And for my lack of history knowledge, I guess. I'll do better next time.
Yeah, that was a little problematic.
What do you got, Brian?
We've all heard of the NFL reporter Jordan Schultz. He breaks news from time to time. He's good. Well, he's so good, apparently, at least one thing, fantasy football, that he waits to, if he gets news about a trade or release or anything that might affect his starting lineup or moves in free agency in his fantasy leagues, he waits till he makes the move in his league, apparently, he just admitted, to actually break the news.
I used to not. Okay. Like 2 years ago, I wouldn't do it. I never won my fantasy league. In fact, I barely ever made the playoffs. I was so bad. But this year, I did like 4 or 5 waiver wire moves that I knew were going to happen, that were going to trigger. And I ended up getting the player or dropping the player, and I actually won the league. I won the league.
Congratulations.
And whenever like a big trade happens, or if I break a big story and I have picked up the person before, Josh or CJ or like Taylor Rook, there's a lot of media people in this league. They'll be like, that's or like, you knew? And I will be fully transparent. Had I not done what needed to be done, there's no way I would have won the league.
It's a little bush league. It's a little bush league.
That's really bush league.
I don't think it is.
Why?
So
Shrewd,
it's
but
inside trader information.
It is insider trading.
It's not illegal.
It's not illegal. That's why it's bush league.
I don't
It's
think
not
it's
against.
bush league.
It's not against the rules. It's just a little shady.
I don't think it's bush league though. Like, so before he would break the news, like on Twitter, he would make fantasy moves.
Yeah. So if
breaking
he heard someone was getting traded, he would make the move in his fantasy league to
think
that
it's bush
would
league.
pay off on that information, and then he would release the
It's
news.
his hustle though. Like
I
he's the
know,
one that's finding the information. Like any of these other guys could do the same thing that he's doing, but they're not good at it. It's not. He said there's other media people in there with him too.
But we don't know. Like, let's assume it's a 12-team league.
Yeah,
He
I
didn't say
think
it's
it's bush
100% media person. So, like, let's say 3 or 4 people aren't media. They're playing under a completely set of information than Jordan. So
he's finding it out on his own hustle, though.
yeah, but those whoever's not in the media doesn't have access to that information. You're playing your own. It's not a different set of rules,
sure, but he found that.
I know. It just feels. I don't know. It doesn't.
He discovered
I
it.
agree. I think it's shady.
So what is he supposed to do? Tweet it out and then make the roster move?
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
No way. You are soft. No chance. No chance. Like, if you're the first person to find out a transaction in the NFL, do you tell the group, hey, this happened, and then you make the move?
We all have access
you immediately
to
do it.
We all have access to the same information.
But some people can sit in front of the computer more often than others. Like,
yeah, but we're all have the
Agree to
chance of the same
disagree.
information.
What's winning here?
Carl Ravitch.
Carl Ravitch. Congratulations, Carl. You win. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow. Houston Athletically Declined coming up at 7 right here on ESPN 97.5.